Reincarnated? Qin Fei stared at his youthful, handsome face in the mirror, his heart pounding with shock. The calendar hanging on the mud-brick wall clearly showed the date. August 7th, 1981. A simple bed made of 2 wooden planks that creaked when sat on. A torn and patched summer mat on the bed. A chipped enamel cup on the table marked labors are the most glorious. Everything was exactly as he remembered, down to the smallest detail. He had been reborn into his 22-year-old self, back to the year when he returned to his impoverished family. There were 3 children in the family, and he was the youngest of 3 brothers. That wooden bed? It had been set up years ago when his second brother got married. To make room for him, their father cleaned out the storage room and let Qin Fei move there. This was the year when the village began implementing the household responsibility system after the autumn harvest. Land would be divided among families, and they would split the household. It was during this division that, in his previous life, he had clashed with his sister-in-law, resented his father's favoritism, and stormed off drunk with a friend. That night ended in a fight, an injury, and an 8-year prison sentencia stain on his life that never faded. After his release from prison, he faced constant rejection and ridicule. Even his own family grew distant. But who knew the truth? He had taken the fall out of loyalty, and brotherhood hadn't even laid a hand on anyone. And that so-called friend avoided him like the plague after he got out. This time, I will live a life worth living. Qin Fei's eyes hardened like iron. Deep inside, he vowed to change everything. Fei's father, you know how stubborn third son is. His second sister-in-law's younger sister has a bad leg, and he won't agree to the match. Mark my words. So what if he doesn't agree? If her legs were fine, do you think she'd look our way? He just loafs around all day. We finally found someone willing to accept him. He'll marry her whether he likes it or not. Does he think he can marry some fairy? From the hall, his parents' voices drifted into his ears. Qin Fei listened quietly, memories flooding back. The Zhao Di his mother mentioned was his second sister-in-law, Shun Zhao Di. In his previous life, she had pushed hard for him to marry her crippled cousin in arranged marriage where he would move in with her family. She spoke sweetly about though her cousin's family was well off, how Qin Fei could learn vinegar making from her father, and how his life would improve. As for taking care of their aging parents, she claimed she and her husband could handle it. But Qin Fei knew better. Her real motive was to get rid of him before the family split, just another mouth to feed since he dropped out of high school and did nothing but loaf around. In his past life, under pressure from his father, Qin Fei reluctantly agreed. But after the drunken brawl and imprisonment, the engagement fell through and he never married. This time, there was no way he was agreeing. Oh, but we can't force the boy's mother, Jiang Cheng sighed. If he were reasonable, we wouldn't have to. Do you think we got money to spare for his wedding? Look at our situation. His father, Qin Xinda, snapped back. Just then, Qin Fei stepped out from behind the curtain. Dad, I don't agree to this marriage. His parents turned to look at him. Qin Xinda took a long puff from his pipe. And what do you plan to do instead? Keep loafing around? Don't you know what people say about you behind your back? They say you've got sky-high dreams, but paper-thin luck. Just because you finished high school doesn't mean you're somebody special. Third son, you're not a child anymore. It's time to settle down. You know how things are at home. We simply can't afford to find you a bride. If you go there, you'll live better than us and won't have to work the fields. Jiang Cheng wiped a tear away before finishing her sentence. Qin Fei cut in, looking firmly at both of them. Dad, don't worry, you'll find my own wife, and she'll be beautiful. Mom, when second sister-in-law comes back, tell her straight don't mention that cousin again. Qin Fei, absolutely refuse. Without waiting for a reply, he walked out, making his stance clear. Outside in the courtyard, he met his eldest sister-in-law returning from the vegetable garden. She had been part of the family for 10 years now, yet 5 of those had been spent as a widow. 10 years ago, his eldest brother, a demobilized soldier, married her through a matchmaker. At the time, she was considered a goddess among the villages. Her family background was problematic, and marrying into a politically clean family was her way of survival. Her name was Lin Yin, beautiful, fair-skinned, and graceful, even after years of hard labor. Since her husband's death, however, life in the family had become difficult for her. Back then, her husband had gone hunting in the mountains to get meat for her postpartum recovery and accidentally fell off a cliff. Because of that, the family believed she brought misfortune, blaming her for his death. Plus, being a young, attractive widow meant gossip followed her wherever she went. The family kept a tight leash on her, fearing scandal. Lin Yin carried a full basket of pig fodder, sweat beading on her forehead. She smiled gently at Qin Fei. Third brother, go out, but come back early. I'm going to start cooking soon. Qin Fei felt a pang in his chest. In his previous life, though he wasn't as cold toward her as the others, he never truly respected her either. Here, let me help you. He stepped forward and took the heavy basket from her hands. Lin Yin looked surprised. This little brother-in-law seemed like a different person before, had just nodded politely and walked past her. Today, he was unusually warm. Brother-in-law, if you need anything heavy done, just call me. You take care of Yaoyao and manage all the chores by yourself. It's too much for one person. He helped carry the basket to the pig pen, then awkwardly picked up a cleaver and started chopping the fodder. Now Lin Yin was really surprised this was the first time Qin Fei had ever rushed to help with chores. After feeding the pigs, he said goodbye and left. Everything was still the same: the muddy dirt road that turned to sludge after rain, the big reservoir at the village entrance, the small mountain to the east covered in forest. Most villagers still wore patched clothes, lived in low mud houses, and struggled to survive. But soon, the spring breeze of reform would reach here, changing everything slowly but surely. Looking up at the vibrant sky and fertile earth, Qin Fei felt a surge of confidence and ambition. This time I will ride the winds of reform and live a life full of brilliance. Chapter 2. It is time to part ways on a midsummer night. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, the Qin family gathered in the courtyard, enjoying their dinner under the moonlight, both saving electricity and seeking relief from the heat. The table was modest, just spacious enough for the adults, while little Qin Yao leaned on a cool bench with her two younger brothers. The meal was simple. Thin gruel served as the staple, accompanied by a plate of spicy stir-fried radish strips, a dish of pickled cabbage, and steamed pumpkin. The only notable dish was a plate of scrambled eggs, a special addition for the birthday of the twin nephews. With only 3 eggs scrambled, the portion was scant by the time the meal commenced. The 2 nephews had already claimed half, leaving little remaining in the bowl. Qin Fei noticed his niece Qin Yao gazing longingly at the scrambled eggs, her pitiful expression tugging at his heartstrings. Yaoyao, come here, he beckoned, and with a gentle motion, he placed a pair of chopsticks full of scrambled eggs into her bowl. His sister-in-law Lin Yin hesitated, lowering her gaze to sip her porridge. Meanwhile, his second sister-in-law, Shen Zhaodi, cast a disapproving glance at Qin Fei and discreetly stepped on her husband's foot beneath the table. Qin Hui, the second brother, looked up at his wife with an innocent expression. Eat, eat. All you know is to eat. What have you done today? You exert no effort yet feast to your heart's content. Shen Zhaodi scolded, pinching Qin Hui's shoulder sharply, her implication clear. Second sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. We are family, and there is no need for veiled accusations, Qin Fei said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, fixing his gaze on Shen Zhaodi. In his previous life, he had never gotten along with his self-serving sister-in-law, but for the sake of familial harmony, he had chosen to endure. Now, in this new life, he was unwilling to indulge her. What does it mean to be family? Mutual respect and love are the essence of true kinship. Third brother, you contribute nothing yet partake abundantly. At your age, how can you still rely on your sister-in-law and me? Shen Zhaodi exclaimed, placing her bowl down, hands on her hips, her demeanor commanding. Father, mother, we have measured the fields, and the division of land is imminent. I propose we discuss the matter of separation tonight. Qin Skinned took out his pipe, striking a match to ignite it, inhaling deeply. As for the division, your mother and I have no objections. But we must not sever our ties. There are 2 conditions. First, we cannot neglect the matter of the third brother's marriage. Second, as long as your elder sister-in-law remains a member of this family, she will always have a place at our table. Zhang Shulan observed her daughter-in-law Shen Zhaodi and interjected, Zhaodi, we are all family here. Let us communicate kindly. Mother, we are acutely aware of our family's circumstances. It is my husband and I who shoulder the burden of supporting you both in your old age. What of it? Should the third brother, who is fully capable, still rely on us for his sustenance? I have been the one arranging his marriage. What can I do when he has such high standards for a match? Shen Zhaodi ignored Zhang Shulan's words, her voice growing ever louder. When she first married into the Qin family, she was not so assertive. However, after giving birth to twin boys, her demeanor had shifted, largely due to the excessive indulgence shown to her by Qin's parents, who viewed her as a crucial contributor to the family's expansion. Sister-in-law, let us refrain from discussing the matter of marriage into our family. I, Qin Fei, am fully capable of supporting myself and do not require your assistance alongside my elder brother. Qin Fei spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. Very well, everyone has heard this. These are the words spoken by the third son himself. After the division of the family, do not expect to rely on us for sustenance. You may eat at home, but you must contribute to the household expenses. Shen Zhaodi retorted angrily. All right, sister-in-law, please articulate your thoughts on how you wish to divide the household. Qin Fei inquired. Disregarding the subtle tugging from his mother, Zhang Shulan, beneath the table. Shenjiao's eyes widened in surprise. Her younger brother-in-law, who had been a sloth since graduating high school, now appeared transformed, exuding a newfound resolve. The division of the household shall, of course, adhere to the wishes of our parents. When the time comes, we will need to invite the old party secretary to witness and document the arrangement. I shall merely express my and Huizi's intentions. Our parents are aging, and their ability to labor diminishes year by year. Huizi and I will take care of them, and naturally, the land will belong to us for cultivation. Our family possesses a total of one west-facing room. Now that Qin Wen and Qin Wu can walk and talk, it is impractical for them to continue crowding with us. We must free up a room. After stating her position, Shenjiao held her head high, surveying those at the table. Qin Xinda, chewing on the end of his cigarette, spoke in a low voice. I have no objections to you and Huizi tending to the land, but there is no need to vacate the room. Let Xiaowen and Xiaowu sleep with us. Zhang Shulan chimed in. Indeed, we only have the west-facing room. How can we vacate it? Xiaowen and Xiaowu can sleep with us from now on. The elder sister-in-law, Lin Yin, who had remained silent, discerned the underlying tension in her sister-in-law's words. She quietly excused herself from the table, leading her 3 children into the main room. Parents, that room was originally intended to be small. Having Xiaowen and Xiaowu squeeze in would disrupt your rest, Shenjiao asserted with faint seriousness. I propose to relinquish my room for Xiaowen and Xiaowu's use. Would this arrangement satisfy you, sister-in-law? Qin Fei suggested, casting a glance at Shenjiao. He had already discerned her intentions. She did not wish to push him away, but rather sought to displace elder sister-in-law Lin Yin. Lin Yin, with her striking beauty, exuded an air of grace, while Shenjiao appeared more like a weary housekeeper. Jealousy brewed within Shenjiao, who had often sought to provoke Lin Yin. Absolutely not. Qin Fei's words were met with immediate resistance from Zhang Shulan. If you do not reside here, where will you go? Mother, there is an empty room over by the threshing ground. Our team requires someone to stand watch there. I shall speak with the secretary tomorrow. I will take on the night watch duty and reside there, Qin Fei stated, harboring his own plans. He intended to undertake certain endeavors, but the specifics remained unformed. He merely sought a secluded place, free from disturbances. Very well, since you have made your stance clear, let us proceed accordingly. Father, what do you think? Although Shenjiao wielded considerable influence in the Qin household, she still held a measure of trepidation regarding her father-in-law, Qin Xinda. Qin Xinda rapped the table heavily with his smoking pipe. His expression darkened with anger as he glared at Qin Fei. Do you think you are so capable? Do you not care what the villagers will say if you do not live at home? Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Fei realized there was merit to his father's perspective. Hastily moving out could indeed invite unwarranted scrutiny. Father, given your suggestion, let Xiaowen and Xiaowu stay at your place for the time being. However, there is another matter to discuss, with the school term approaching. What shall we do about Yaoyao's education? Shenjiao, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance, shrugged her shoulders, remarking that the family currently lacked the funds to pay for Yaoyao's tuition. Qin Xinda, with a grave expression, pondered aloud. Yaoyao is just a girl. Eventually, she will marry. Whether she attends school or not is of little consequence. Zhang Shulan concurred, stating that Yaoyao is still young, and they could reconsider in 2 years when the family's finances might be more favorable for her education. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Shun Zhao's lips as she declared, Very well, we shall proceed as our parents suggest. I shall cover Yaoyao's schooling. Qin Fei's proclamation left everyone at the table in stunned silence, including his older brother Qin Hui, who had been feigning silence, now raising his head with wide eyes. Chapter 3. Yaoyao Studies. I take responsibility, the 3rd child. Your audacity knows no bounds. The tuition for Yaoyao for an entire semester is merely 5 yuan, and the cost for books amounts to 7 or 8 yuan. When one factors in the occasional purchase of stationery and exercise books, the annual expenses inevitably reach no less than 30 or 50 yuan. How do you, with not a single cent to your name, intend to support Yaoyao's education? Shenjiao did not conceal her scorn, adding, Do not feign grandeur now. For when the time comes and you find yourself without funds, you will be seeking assistance from your parents. Qin Fei turned to Shenjiao and smiled. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I shall not take a single penny from home. Indeed, Shenjiao's assertions held merit. Providing an education for a child represented a considerable burden for many rural families during this era. With the policy of household production yet to be implemented, the villagers were still relying on labor points. Each labor point was worth 2 jiao, and during busy seasons, An adult could earn as many as 5 labor points in a day, while in quieter times, only 1 point was attainable. 30 or 50 yuan was a substantial sum for any rural household. Third brother, what has come over you today? It is not as if you are denying Yaoyao an education. Can we not wait a couple of years? The family currently lacks spare funds. And once the land is divided, next year's seeds and fertilizers will require expenditure, mother. I have already stated that I will find a way to cover Yaoyao's educational expenses without drawing from the family's resources. Qin Fei interjected, interrupting his mother. Zhang Shulan clapped. What are you planning? Are you contemplating theft or robbery? Qin Xianda slammed the table, exuding frustration. You are in your 20s, yet still spouting nonsense. It was no wonder that Qin Xianda was so irate. After failing the college entrance examination in his previous life, Qin Fei had languished in despair for several years, eschewing the toil of the fields, instead idling away his time with a group of aimless youths from the village. Father, regarding Yaoyao's education, you need not concern yourselves. Qin Fei recognized that further explanation would be futile, and with that remark, he left the dining table. Third brother, concerning Yaoyao's schooling, let your sister-in-law find a way. As he passed the door to the main room, his elder sister-in-law, Linin, called out to Qin Fei. Sister-in-law, it is nothing to worry about. Yaoyao is my dear niece. It is only right that I support her education. Our family has owed you much during these years in which my elder brother has been absent. Qin Fei felt a wave of emotion in his previous life. Prior to the division of their family, he had encountered misfortune and spent years incarcerated. He had heard that his sister-in-law had taken his niece, Qin Yao, to the south, never to return. Why had his sister-in-law left? Was it not because she had been driven from this household by Shen Zhaodi's relentless pressure? Lin Yin found herself at a loss for words, as the sudden transformation of her younger brother-in-law, Qin Fei, left her feeling disoriented. Having grown up in a well-off family with intellectual parents, she understood all too well the importance of education and knowledge. While she could empathize with the lack of spare funds for her daughter's schooling, and could comprehend the villagers' belief that educating girls was futile, she refused to simply accept this fate. She was determined to ensure her daughter received an education. Returning to her room, Qin Fei lay upon the bamboo mat, his thoughts swirling. The village was on the verge of implementing the household production policy, and the regulations were poised to gradually relax. The forthcoming era belonged to those intrepid pioneers willing to dream and act boldly. After contemplating his circumstances, Qin Fei determined that the most prudent choice was to engage in a swift and profitable small business endeavor. This would allow him to accumulate capital in a remarkably short span of time, thereby broadening his future opportunities. The night passed in silence. The following morning, upon rising, Qin Fei found the household enveloped in tranquility. His parents and older brother, along with his sister-in-law, had presumably gone to the fields. His sister-in-law, Linin, was busy in the yard chopping pig fodder. I've left some food for you in the kitchen, the third brother, Linin called out as she caught sight of Qin Fei. He nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to the kitchen. Since the departure of his older brother, Qin Ji, Linin had been urged by their parents to refrain from venturing out too much. Although she was spared from field work, she was nonetheless burdened with a myriad of household tasks alongside the preparation of meals. As Qin Fei entered the kitchen, his mother, Zhang Shulan, suddenly appeared, startling him. Here is 5 yuan. Take it, she insisted, pulling her son close and glancing around to ensure no one was watching before discreetly pressing a crumpled 5 yuan note into his hand. Mother, what is this? I cannot accept your money, Qin Fei protested, attempting to return the note. In a few days, your sister-in-law will certainly settle the matter of the division of the family assets. What will you do if she demands your share for food? If you refuse her, there will surely be an uproar, Zhang Shulan admonished, firmly slipping the money into his pocket while reminding him not to spend it recklessly. Reluctantly, Qin Fei acquiesced. He indeed required some initial capital. Though 5 yuan seemed modest, it was adequate given the current prices. After hastily finishing a bowl of thin porridge, he bid farewell to Lin Yin and stepped outside, heading toward the back mountain. At the foot of the back mountain lay an abandoned kiln, a remnant from the era of mass steel production, now serving as a gathering place for several young men from the village. Upon his arrival, he found 3 peers of similar age engaging in light-hearted banter. Fei Gu, come here and see what this is. As Qin Fei entered the room, a tall individual proudly brandished a steel pipe shotgun. This was Song Yong, the son of the village accountant, boisterous, physically robust, yet rather simple-minded. Where did you get that? Be careful, it might go off, Qin Fei exclaimed, quickly pressing down the firearm. fearing that Song Yang's excitement might lead to an accidental discharge. Don't worry, it's not loaded. Song Yang chuckled, scratching his head. Fei Ge, where were you yesterday? Why didn't you come by? Inquired Zhang Liang, hailing from the neighboring Desu village, which, along with Shaosu village, was separated by a road. Zhang Liang was of short stature but sturdy build, exuding a sense of calm. In a past life, Qin Fei had trusted him implicitly, treating him as a brother and even taking the blame for him in prison. However, Zhang Liang had since shown neither remorse nor the desire to associate with him further. I had some matters at home, Fatty. Could you ride over on your father's bicycle? I need to borrow it, Qin Fei casually explained, glancing towards Sun Xingqiao. Sun Xingqiao was the son of Dr. Sun, the village's barefoot medic, and was singularly devoted to the pursuit of food, having been chubby since childhood. The villagers affectionately referred to him as Sun Fatty. Fei Ge, what do you need a bicycle for? Inquired Sun Pongzi. I have matters to attend to at the commune, Fei Ge replied. That's fine, but make haste, Fei Ge. My father is in the fields now, and if he discovers my absence upon his return at noon, I shall surely face his wrath. Rest assured. I expect to be back in no more than 2 hours. I will have the bicycle delivered to your home afterward. Very well. I shall return home to fetch the bicycle for you. Typically, the trio would indulge in aimless wandering together, with Qin Fei taking the lead, as the other two held him in high regard. The reason was simple. Qin Fei possessed the sharpest intellect and the most innovative ideas among them. Yangzi, where did you acquire this gun? Qin Fei inquired, inspecting the unloaded hunting rifle. It was brought by Liangzi, Fei Ge. Shall we go hunting in the back hills this afternoon? Song Yang's face radiated excitement. Don't be reckless. Mishandling this could result in self-harm, Qin Fei cautioned. Fear not. I learned from my uncle it is quite simple and I will not harm myself. I can teach you, Zhang Liang volunteered, pulling a cloth bag from his pocket. Without needing to inspect its contents, Qin Fei was aware that it contained gunpowder and steel pellets. He quickly gestured, no need for that. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon and will not accompany you. Please exercise caution, do not injure yourselves, and certainly do not harm others. In his heart, Qin Fei had already formulated a plan regarding Zhang Liang. A mere nod of acquaintance would suffice. Before long, Sun Pongzi arrived, pushing a Phoenix brand bicycle. Qin Fei mounted the bicycle and set off towards the Shilin commune. Chapter 4. The first step in entrepreneurship. Upon reaching the Shilin commune, the atmosphere was lively, filled with the incessant calls of various vendors at the bustling market. Nowadays, the policies seem vague and unpredictable, with the higher authorities yet to determine their course of action, resulting in a somewhat relaxed approach towards the small businesses of the common folk, unlike in the past when they were heavily scrutinized. The market offered a wide array of goods, albeit at slightly higher prices than those at the supply and marketing cooperatives, primarily because no receipts were required. Qin Fei made his way directly to a stall selling roasted seeds, eagerly grasping a handful of sunflower seeds to inspect their quality. Young man, why not try some seeds? My seeds are plump, fragrant, and crispy. You won't regret it. The vendor, noticing a potential customer, enthusiastically promoted his wares with great eloquence. How much for these seeds? Qin Fei inquired. 3.5 per pound. If you buy in bulk, I can offer a discount, the vendor replied while picking up the scale. How much do you want? I assure you, the weight will be generous. Actually, how much for raw seeds? Qin Fei asked, knowing he lacked the funds to indulge in roasted seeds. After much contemplation the previous night, he concluded that selling 5-spice sunflower seeds would be a wise choice. Low cost, easy to manage, quick turnover, and, importantly, a decent profit margin. If memory served, raw seeds cost approximately 20 cents per pound, while roasted 5-spice seeds could be sold for around 1 yuan per pound, allowing for a profit of 50 cents after accounting for losses and other expenses. You want raw seeds? Why would you bother? It's far too cumbersome. My roasted seeds are 3.5, and raw ones are at least 2.3. It's simply not worth it. The vendor earnestly attempted to dissuade him. Labor is no burden. Every little bit saved counts. I'll take 15 pounds of raw seeds, but can you lower the price? Qin Fei began to haggle. All right. If you're really taking 15 pounds, I can offer you 2.2. It's the lowest I can go. The cooperative charges 2.1, but you need a receipt. And I doubt you would have come here otherwise. The vendor smiled broadly. All right then, let us weigh them. Qin Fei agreed. Done. You're a straightforward young man. Here's a bag for you. After purchasing the raw seeds, he proceeded to acquire some spices. With a bulging sack secured to the back of his bicycle, he rode back to the village. Although he was left with only a few coins, he had taken the first step towards entrepreneurship. Upon returning to the village, Qin Fei pushed his bicycle to Sun Fatty's house and hoisted the sack home. "Third brother, what are you carrying?" As he entered, he encountered his sister-in-law, Linine, who was hanging clothes in the yard, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, her sleeves rolled up, her forearms as white as lotus roots. "This must be what natural beauty looks like," Qin Fei mused. "Sister-in-law, it's nothing much. Why are you still washing the bedding on a day like this?" Noticing Linine struggling to wring out a floral bedsheet, Qin Fei set down the sack and rushed over to his sister. "Sister-in-law, isn't this the bedsheet from second sister-in-law's room? Why would she ask you to wash it during such a time?" Qin Fei recognized the sheet, a part of the dowry from second sister-in-law's family when she married. Second sister-in-law's room is dark and damp. "This pure cotton sheet can't be left, or it will spoil," Linine explained. "Thank you for your hard work," Qin Fei murmured, feeling a sense of respect for her effort. If Lin memory serves her right, this marks the third occasion in 2 days that her brother-in-law has remarked, "You've worked hard." She chuckled in response, asserting that it was not she, but rather her parents and her second brother who truly bore the brunt of labor in the fields. "Sister-in-law, if there's any heavy lifting to be done, just call on me," she said cheerfully. As Qin Fei returned home, carrying a sack, he prepared to roast spiced melon seeds. While it appeared to be a simple task, achieving the right flavor required a methodical process of experimentation. Attempting this at home would be impractical, especially with his second sister-in-law present, who would likely interrogate him about where he obtained the money for these seeds, leading to an uproar. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fei greeted his eldest sister-in-law, Linine, and set off towards the home of the production team leader, Su Qianjing. "Xiao Fei, what brings you here today? Don't leave for lunch. Stay and eat with us." Su Qianjing welcomed him warmly upon his arrival. This hospitality was not without reason. A few years prior, Qin Fei had assisted Su Qianjing's youngest daughter with her studies, successfully helping her gain admission to high school. Thus, despite the village gossip regarding the Qin family's third son, Su Qianjing held Qin Fei in high regard. "Uncle Su, I came to discuss something with you. There's an empty room at the threshing ground. May I use it during the day when no one is around?" Qin Fei scratched his head. "What do you need it for?" Su Qianjing asked, puzzled. "I was hoping to find a quiet place to study and see if I can prepare for the exams," Qin Fei replied, having devised this reason beforehand. "Indeed, Xiao Fei, your thinking is sound," Su Qianjing responded, his approval evident. "Our country will undoubtedly require talent in the future, and what constitutes talent? Mastery of knowledge." Qin Fei had to concede that Su Qianjing possessed remarkable foresight, a trait that likely stemmed from being the only member of the Su family in the village to have attended university. "Here, take this," Su Qianjing said, producing a key from his pocket. He added, "Xiao Fei, remember to lock the door. There are many items belonging to the team stored there. Rest assured, Uncle Su, not a single straw will go missing." "You rascal, joking with your Uncle Su. Focus on your studies." "Understood." Exiting Su's home, Qin Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. After having lunch at home, he set out again with his sack. His eldest sister-in-law, Linine, had observed everything. Yet he was unconcerned, knowing she was not one to chatter excessively. Upon arriving at the threshing ground, he found the room cluttered with various items. Yet it was equipped with pots, pans, and firewood, which would certainly simplify matters. The process for making spiced melon seeds was straightforward. Boil the raw seeds with spices, then drain and salt them in a pot lined with salt over low heat until dry. For his first attempt, Qin Fei measured out 1 pound of seeds for experimentation. Within less than an hour, the fragrant spiced melon seeds were freshly prepared. He took a handful to taste. The flavor was robustly spiced, and while still hot, it promised to enhance even further upon cooling. Although they lacked the slight edge over the brand he had enjoyed in his previous life, they were undeniably superior to the bland, dry seeds currently available. For his inaugural attempt, the outcome proved satisfactory, instilling Qin Fei with newfound confidence. He adjusted the quantity of spices and proceeded to salt the remaining sunflower seeds in the pot. After 2 hours, all the seeds had been perfectly roasted. During this season, dusk descends rather late. Thus, making his way to the Shilin commune would allow him to coincide with the end of the workday. Qin Fei felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly bear to wait until tomorrow. It was not feasible to borrow a vehicle from Sun Pengzi again, so he recalled the production team leader, Su Qianjing. Under the pretext of borrowing books from the commune library, he successfully acquired a bicycle. With the fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds secured, Qin Fei pedaled swiftly toward the Shilin commune. A twinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. Despite his optimistic thoughts, the reality of whether his product would sell remained uncertain. Chapter 5: The Secret of the Sister-in-Law in the Shilin Commune. There exists a state-owned machinery factory, employing hundreds of individuals who earn wages and receive provisions, rendering them relatively affluent. Qin Fei planned to sell his 5-spice melon seeds for 1 yuan per gene, a price that is typically beyond the reach of ordinary families. Upon arriving at the entrance of the state-owned machinery factory, Qin Fei discovered a multitude of vendors had already set up their stalls, offering a variety of foods such as cold noodles, ice pops, and soft drinks. The 5-spice melon seeds were stored in a wicker basket, wrapped in newspaper. After finding a vacant spot, he parked his bicycle and swiftly arranged a rudimentary stall. Before long, the factory gates swung open, and a throng of workers poured out, their chatter blending with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Ice pops, refreshing ice pops, freshly made dumplings, 5-spice melon seeds, delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, you owe me nothing. Qin Fei cleared his throat and joined in the chorus. In business, the foremost principle is to cast aside one's pride and greet customers with a warm smile. As the workers strolled past, engaged in lively conversation, many paused at various stalls. Hey, little brother, if they aren't tasty, you want to charge me? Is that true? A young man halted before Qin Fei, his eyes fixed on the basket, eager to try. Indeed, if they're not delicious, you don't owe me a penny. Here, give them a taste. Qin Fei generously handed a handful of seeds to the young man. With a grin, the young man accepted them, popped one in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. Quite flavorful, both fragrant and crisp. How much are they? He inquired, munching eagerly. 1 yuan per gene. How many would you like? 1 yuan per gene? That's rather steep. The seeds at the supply and marketing cooperative are only about 30 cents per gene. Brother, the seeds from the cooperative can't compare to ours in flavor. Wouldn't you agree? The taste differs, and so does the cost of craftsmanship. That's true. All right. I'll take a gene. Excellent. I'll even toss in a little extra for you. With the first sale secured, Qin Fei felt an exhilarating rush. This was but a small step in the realm of seed selling, yet a monumental leap toward a splendid life in his new existence. 5-spice melon seeds. Delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, you owe me nothing. After completing his first transaction, Qin Fei continued to call out, and the enticing offer attracted numerous curious customers. Within an hour, the basket was nearly emptied. From 15 gene of raw seeds, he managed to sell 12 gene after roasting, ensuring each customer received a little extra, totaling an impressive 11 yuan. After deducting 5 yuan for costs, his net income amounted to 6 yuan, equivalent to 30 labor points. An ordinary worker at the factory would need about 10 days to earn this, and their monthly salary hovered around 30 yuan. Master, do you have any melon seeds left? As Qin Fei was tidying up to head home, a girl in a deep blue dress approached timidly, her features delicate and her hair styled in twin ponytails. Apologies, I've sold out. Will you be back tomorrow? I just tried some from a friend and came specifically to purchase. How did you sell out so quickly? Tomorrow should be the day, around this time. I'll prepare everything in advance for you. How much do you need? 30 pounds. The girl with twin ponytails blurted out, startling Qin Fei. My dear, while these spiced melon seeds are delightful, consuming too many can lead to fiery discomfort. Are you sure you want to buy such a large quantity? I have a gathering at home in a few days, so I need quite a bit. Is there any issue, master? No issue at all. Originally priced at 1 yuan per pound, since you're ordering so much, I'll charge you only 90 cents per pound. How does that sound? Good. Thank you, master. I'll come by to pick it up at this time tomorrow. After saying this, the girl with twin ponytails turned and left, her slender silhouette resembling a finely crafted figure, her ponytails dancing in the golden sunset, beautifully akin to a painting. This girl, dressed in fashionable attire, requesting 30 pounds of seeds, undoubtedly hails from a prosperous background. Qin Fei had initially intended to ask for a deposit, but the girl with twin ponytails did not afford him the opportunity, so he refrained. Given the current market conditions, even if she decided against purchasing those 30 pounds, he could swiftly sell them. With 11 yuan in cash and sufficient spices from previous purchases, he only needed to buy raw melon seeds. Priced at 2 yuan 20 cents per pound, 11 yuan was just enough to procure 50 pounds. Tomorrow, he must rise early to borrow a vehicle from Sun Pongzi to fetch the raw seeds for roasting. A workload of 50 pounds is no small feat. As Qin Fei pedaled homeward, dust began to settle over Shaosu village. Upon returning the bicycle to Su Qianjin's home, he encountered his second brother, sister-in-law, and father. Qin Xianda, returning from the fields. Little third, what have you been up to? Returning home only as night falls. Are you exhausted? Sister-in-law Shen Zhaodi remarked with a sardonic tone. Every day is disorganized, running about aimlessly. Tomorrow, you will join us in the fields. Qin Xianda cast a disapproving glance at his son, expressing his disappointment. Little third, today while I was in the fields, I heard gunshots from the back mountain. What mischief are you boys up to? Did you bring anything back for your second brother to taste? Qin Hui approached Qin Fei, wrapping an arm around him, and leaned in to whisper. In truth, the three Qin brothers have always shared a close bond. However, since his marriage, the second brother, Qin Hui, has become thoroughly under the thumb of his wife, often too intimidated by her authority to be overly familiar with Qin Fei. Second brother, refrain from associating with that boy from Desu village. Firearms are not to be trifled with. If someone gets hurt, it would be a grave matter. Should I find out you're involved with such things, I shall break your legs. Before Qin Fei could finish, Qin Xianda turned around and sternly admonished him. Father, rest assured, I have no interest in such matters and will not touch them, Qin Fei assured. Little third, do not hold it against sister-in-law for her harsh words. If you stir up trouble outside, do not expect the family to bail you out. We can barely make ends meet at home, and we cannot afford your antics. Shen Zhaodi tugged at her husband, Qin Hui, casting a sharp glare at him. Sister-in-law, you need not point fingers at me. I will not rely on the family for idle sustenance. Qin Fei retorted with a hint of anger. Approaching midnight, Qin Fei remained restless, contemplating that this small venture into spiced melon seeds had withstood the test of reality and could indeed continue. However, there are considerations to take into account. The threshold for the 5-spice melon seeds is rather low. As more individuals become aware, the number of imitators will undoubtedly increase. The entire Shilin commune market is limited in size, and even in the absence of competition, revenues will swiftly reach a bottleneck. To elevate this modest venture to prominence, it is essential to increase production and expand the market, thus leaving others with only the scraps to share. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, nearing midnight, Qin Fei suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent room of his sister-in-law. He perked up his ears to listen intently and confirmed that she had exited her room and stepped out into the courtyard. Though she was cautious, she inadvertently made some faint noises while closing the courtyard gate. What could his sister-in-law be doing out at this hour? Could it possibly be? Chapter 6. Meeting Old Song. As dawn's first light began to filter through the sky, Qin Fei rose early, much to the astonishment of his family. Mom, Dad, I won't be back for lunch. I have matters to attend to, he declared, hastily finishing a bowl of porridge before departing his home. Dad, something seems off with the third brother lately. He has been coming and going at odd hours, and I fear he might be getting into trouble, Shen Zhaodi remarked pointedly after Qin Fei had left. Indeed, Zhaodi raises a valid point. Does anyone know what the third brother has been up to? Zhang Shulan inquired, glancing at her second son, Qin Hui, before shifting her gaze to her sister-in-law, Lin Yin. Mom, I'm not sure, but I believe the third brother is sensible enough not to bring harm upon himself, Lin Yin replied, setting down her bowl and leaving the table. Second son, perhaps you should have a word with the third brother tonight. You two can converse easily. Just check in on him, Qin Xianda suggested thoughtfully. Also, before you head out to the fields, take a look at that cave on the back mountain and see if he has been associating with those fellows rumored to be tinkering with firearms. Qin Hui nodded in agreement. Upon exiting his home, Qin Fei first made his way to son Pengzi's residence, finding him still buried in slumber. Pengzi, lend me your father's bicycle for a bit. Qin Fei nudged him awake. Huo, Fei Ge, it's you, son Pengzi exclaimed, his face still groggy. What do you need the bike for so early? To visit the commune. But you just went there yesterday. Why the rush? I have matters to attend to. What kind of matters? You're going there every day. Son Pengzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Fei Ge, you're not in love, are you? Is the girl in town? Qin Fei was taken aback. He had no idea how son Pengzi had drawn that conclusion. Yet, he was too weary to clarify. Simply nodding in affirmation. I want to be back until evening. Can you manage? After a moment's contemplation, son Pengzi declared, Sure, what a little trouble. For the happiness of my brother, I would brave anything. Qin Fei could not suppress a roll of his eyes, bemused at how he had never noticed this peculiar side of him before. Mounting the bicycle, Qin Fei set off towards the Shilin commune. Continuously borrowing a bike was not sustainable. He needed to save up to purchase one of his own. Having parents was good, but nothing compared to owning one as possessions. Arriving at the commune market, Qin Fei sought out the stall where he had purchased raw sunflower seeds the previous day. Young man, What can I get you today? I just roasted some peanuts this morning. Would you like some? The vendor greeted, a hint of surprise crossing his face upon seeing Qin Fei again. Before he became warmly chatty. Brother, I still need raw sunflower seeds. This time, I'll take 50 pounds, Qin Fei stated directly. You want 50 pounds? You'll have to wait. I didn't bring that much today. What on earth do you need that quantity for? Very well, I shall procure them elsewhere. Qin Fei replied without hesitation, turning to leave. The vendor hurried after him. Wait, how about this? Follow me to my place. It's not far from here. Qin Fei then nodded in agreement. Young man, please hold on a moment. I'll ask someone to help watch the stall. On the road, the vendor once again probed. Young man, what do you intend to do with such a large quantity of raw melon seeds? Are you planning to roast them for sale? A businessman is astute. If one line of inquiry fails, another is quickly pursued. Brother, let me explain. My consumption of raw melon seeds will only increase in the future. How much can you supply? Qin Fei deftly sidestepped the direct question. I can't guarantee more than a few hundred jin at a time, the vendor assessed Qin Fei. Young man, my name is Song Yunfei. From now on, just call me Lao Song. And what shall I call you? Qin Fei. You can call me Xiao Qin. Lao Song. All right, I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Qin. But you must understand, several hundred or even thousands of jin is no joking matter. If you truly require that volume, a deposit is necessary, and it won't be a trivial sum, Lao Song stated earnestly. Originally, Qin Fei had not intended to discuss such matters with Lao Song at this time. But the need for raw material supply was an issue that would need resolution sooner or later. He could source the supplies directly from the villages, which would be more economical, but it would be quite laborious. Having an intermediary supplier would save him considerable hassle. Lao Song was a genuine businessman. Dealing with such individuals required sincerity, but being completely forthcoming would be foolish. Lao Song, rest assured, I understand the rules of the game. Without the capability, I wouldn't dare take on such a delicate task. After a brief pause, he added, however, I do require a substantial quantity, so we must negotiate the price. Xiao Qin, to be honest, the raw melon seeds I procure are gathered from various villages at a base price of 2 jiao 2 fun per jin. Just enough to make a modest profit. Lao Song, let us keep the 50 jin this time at 2 jiao 2 fun, and when I come to you next, we can determine the price then. How does that sound? Agreed, Xiao Qin, you're straightforward, and I appreciate that. For orders of 100 jin or more, I can offer 2 jiao 1 fun per jin, with a 3% deposit required. Lao Song exclaimed with enthusiasm. Very well, we have a deal. Qin Fei felt a surge of excitement. If he sold all 50 jin today, he could request 100 jin tomorrow. Upon arriving at Lao Song's home, Qin Fei's opinion of him rose even higher. The earthen house was impeccably clean, and all the goods were neatly arranged in a well-ventilated, moisture-proof warehouse, clearly built for storage, with raised shelving on the floor. After weighing out the 50 jin of raw melon seeds, Lao Song helped Qin Fei securely tie the burlap sack to the back of his bicycle, cheerfully suggesting, Xiao Qin, it's almost mealtime. Why not stay for a meal before you leave? Thank you, Lao Song, but I have quite a distance to cover and cannot delay. Next time I come for goods, I'll bring some wine, Qin Fei replied with a smile. All right, take care on your journey. Yes, Lao Song, I'm off now. As Qin Fei rode away, Lao Song couldn't help but reflect, as the old saying goes, without hair on the mouth. One cannot be trusted to do business, yet every word Xiao Qin speaks is on point, and he carries out his tasks swiftly, a rare young man indeed. Hastily making his way back, Qin Fei arrived at the threshing ground by noon, under the blazing sun, his clothes drenched in sweat. However, he had no time to rest. The 50 pounds of melon seeds needed to be swiftly roasted, as he could not afford to delay the afternoon sales. Lighting the fire, simmering, drying, and roasting, he busied himself for nearly 3 hours before Qin Fei finally transformed the 50 pounds of raw seeds into fragrant 5-spice melon seeds. At this point, there was still ample time before the mechanical factory's shift ended. Qin Fei splashed some water on himself to wipe away the sweat. Otherwise, the odor might lead others to believe that his seeds had spoiled. Despite having consumed only a bowl of thin porridge in the morning and having eaten nothing at noon, he worked tirelessly without a hint of fatigue, for he believed that what he was roasting was not merely seeds, but rather grains of true gold and silver. Chapter 7. The long-skirt girl. Upon arriving at the entrance of the machinery factory, Qin Fei affixed a simple sign he had crafted onto his bicycle handle. The slogan he had whimsically devised read, "Delicious fragrant sunflower seeds. If not tasty, no charge." This phrase was not merely an attempt to shirk the effort of calling out to potential customers, but rather a means to leave a lasting impression on those who purchased the seeds. He hoped that when others inquired, they would instinctively respond, "Oh, those sunflower seeds? They are called fragrant seeds, and there's a young man who sells them each evening at the factory entrance." Though his modest venture was unlikely to cultivate any substantial brand recognition, accumulating a favorable reputation could only yield positive results. After a brief wait, the sound of a bell resonated from within the factory, followed by the opening of the gates as a throng of people began to stream out. Gradually, customers arrived to purchase seeds, many of whom were returning patrons. Orders flowed in one after another. Yet Qin Fei found himself pondering whether the young lady who had ordered 30 pounds the previous day would indeed show up as promised. "Master, are the seeds I requested ready?" A striking figure emerged from the bustling crowd, her melodious voice ringing in Qin Fei's ears. "Yes, they are prepared, though they are rather heavy. Will you manage to carry them?" Upon his arrival, he had weighed out the 30 pounds and placed them in a separate sack. The young lady wore a long skirt adorned with a floral pattern, and her long hair cascaded down her slender shoulders, unbound this time. The whiteness of her dress captivated Qin Fei, prompting him to steal a few more glances. "How about this? You wait here for a moment while I finish selling, and I shall ride over to deliver the seeds to you?" Noticing a hint of hesitation on her face, Qin Fei took the initiative to suggest an alternative. "All right then. I appreciate your kindness, master." The girl nodded, obediently stepping aside. The remaining seeds were few, and within a mere 10 minutes, they were sold out. Just as he prepared to tidy up and assist the girl in delivering her purchase home, a young man in a flamboyant floral shirt, sporting sunglasses and slick-back hair, swaggered over, embracing a heavily made-up woman. "Hey, give me 5 pounds of seeds," the young man declared, removing his sunglasses with an air of arrogance. "Apologies, but I have sold out. If you come by at this time tomorrow, I shall offer you an extra half-pound." Although the young man exuded a disagreeable aura, Qin Fei maintained a cheerful demeanor. The young man turned to whisper something to the woman in his arms and seemed ready to leave in disappointment. However, the woman, with keen eyes, spotted the bulging sack on the back of Qin Fei's bicycle. "Hey, look, there is still some in that sack. This guy looks down on us and refuses to sell," she pouted after speaking. The young man glanced at the sack and took a couple of steps forward to squeeze it, his expression shifting to one of anger as he glared at Qin Fei. "What is this? Do you think you're better than me? You have goods, but won't you sell them because you doubt my ability to pay? Not at all. I assure you, it is the principle of business to welcome customers. It is simply that these seeds were pre-ordered. Business thrives on trust, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Fei offered a conciliatory smile, uttering words of diplomacy. "Who purchases such a large quantity of sunflower seeds at once? A whole sack must weigh dozens of pounds. What are you doing, eating seeds as if they were a meal?" The young man kicked the wheel, clearly a newcomer to this line of work. "Do you know who I am? In the entire Shilin town, no one dares to look down on me, hammer." Qin Fei chuckled bitterly within. In these times of scarce job opportunities, the number of idle individuals has surged, leading to a prevalence of brawls and conflicts. A situation that has only improved significantly after a crackdown. "Brother Hammer, I would not dare. I am merely a humble vendor trying to make a living. How about this? If you provide me with your address, I shall deliver 5 pounds of sunflower seeds to your home tomorrow, as a gesture of friendship. What do you say?" Qin Fei maintained a smile, not out of cowardice, but rather from an understanding that in this era, reckless youths, unaware of the law, can do anything in a fit of passion. In his previous life, he had encountered countless reckless individuals brandishing knives, daring to rob and harm others. "Who the hell are you? Why should I befriend you? Now, hurry up and hand over those 5 pounds of seeds, or I'll let you off this time." The young man's arrogance was palpable, utterly disregarding Qin Fei, a mere impoverished vendor. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, whispering among themselves. Yet none dared to step forward. A young lady in a long dress stood less than 2 meters away from Qin Fei, clearly startled by the sudden altercation. "Master, just give him the 5 pounds. It's all right," she hesitated, stepping forward to speak to Qin Fei. "Not to worry, my dear. You ordered 30 pounds, and I shall deliver precisely that, not an ounce less," Qin Fei replied, his smile fading. He had already shown sufficient respect, but the other party was dismissive. If he continued to back down, they would only grow more arrogant. "Brother Hammer, I have made my position clear. Those 30 pounds are reserved and non-negotiable. If you appreciate my seeds and wish to try 5 pounds tomorrow, I am happy to oblige. However, Should you feel displeased, feel free to take action. I am new here and willing to accept the consequences." As he spoke, Qin Fei turned to the onlookers, his voice steady and clear, proclaiming, "In this world where the people hold the power, let us see who dares to act tyrannically in the streets." Hammer's expression shifted repeatedly as he surveyed the crowd, then fixed an intense glare on Qin Fei. "Kid, you've got guts. Just wait." With that, he wrapped his arm around the young woman and pushed through the crowd, leaving. Qin Fei felt emboldened, not solely due to anger. The confrontation occurred at the entrance of a state-owned machinery factory, a government establishment. No matter how bold Hammer was, he would not dare misbehave here. As for offending this little thug, Qin Fei held some concern, but not excessively. He had many endeavors ahead, inevitably stepping on some toes along the way. It was better to confront these matters sooner rather than later. Pushing his bicycle, he followed the young lady in the long dress as they slowly moved forward along the street. The two of them turned off the main road into a less populated alley. Turning to him, the young lady spoke timidly, "Master, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused you. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. You ordered 30 pounds, and I will deliver 30 pounds. It's as simple as that," Qin Fei replied with a smile. "I have heard of that individual. He possesses numerous acquaintances in the town. So please exercise caution in the future." "Thank you. I shall certainly be vigilant. My home lies just ahead. I can manage to carry it back myself. Here, take this money." Qin Fei accepted the payment, carefully retrieving the sack from the back seat and handing it to the lady in the long dress. Clearly, the 30 pounds proved somewhat burdensome for her, as she struggled to lift the sack with both hands, her charming face flushed with exertion as she endeavored to move forward. Qin Fei chose not to offer assistance. Her earlier words had suggested a desire to keep her home address private, and approaching her now would likely provoke her displeasure. Tucking the money into his pocket, he turned the vehicle around, mounted it, and departed from the alley. Upon arriving at Shaosu village, darkness had already descended. Before reaching the door of Sun the Fatty's home, Qin Fei could distinctly hear his cries, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 8. The extra 8 yuan, you spendthrift. You loiter about all day, doing nothing, and yet you lend our bicycle to others. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. Dad, what are you doing? Lending it to Fij is not the same as giving it to a stranger. It's not like the bicycle is made of paper. It can withstand a ride. Still trying to argue, are you? Come here. Dad, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Oh, so now you're getting all philosophical with me? Your father? I am your father, not a gentleman, and I can use both words and fists. Qin Fei, listening from outside the courtyard, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He quickly wheeled the bicycle inside, not coming to the aid of his dear friend Sun Pongzi, who was always ready to face danger, would be a grave disservice. In his previous life, after emerging from confinement, only a few good friends remained, with Sun Pongzi being the most nostalgic, often treating him to meals despite his own difficult circumstances of having just lost his job. Uncle Sun, please don't blame Pongzi. I needed to go to the commune, so I encouraged him to lend me the bicycle. Upon entering, Qin Fei promptly took the blame. Dr. Sun was well known in the village as a miser, so tight-fisted that he hoarded even a single blade of grass as a treasure. Yet, paradoxically, when someone in the vicinity fell ill, he would forego payment if possible, a striking contrast to his usual stingy demeanor, earning him a certain respect among the villagers. Xiao Fei, what do you need the bicycle for at the commune? Dr. Sun took the bicycle from Qin Fei and squatted down to inspect it closely, continuing his tirade. This time, I'll let it slide, but next time if you encourage Xing Chao to borrow my bike, don't blame Uncle for going to your father. Uncle, here's a yuan for you. Consider it the rental fee for your bicycle. Qin Fei pulled a coin from his pocket and handed it to Dr. Sunday Brother Fei. We're like family. What is the need for money when borrowing a bike? Just take it. Sun Pongzi quickly interjected. Are you feeling cheeky? Dr. Sun turned and glared at his son, then with a smile, accepted the coin. Xiao Fei, look what trouble you've caused. I feel rather embarrassed. It's only right, Uncle. I can't borrow your bike without compensating you. How about this, if you're not using it? I'll rent it for a day at a yuan. Does that sound fair? Qin Fei suggested with a smile. A yuan a day could equate to 2 or 3 days' worth of labor. This deal seemed more than fair. However, where would the third son of the Qin family find such funds? His second sister-in-law was shrewder than a fox, and the family's coffers were definitely not overflowing. Could it be that the boys were up to some clandestine dealings? Xiao Fei, we live in the same village, and you and Sheng Chao are good friends. What is this fuss about money? If you need the bike, Uncle can lend it to you. but you must tell me what you intend to do. Dr. Sun restrained his curiosity about the financial transaction. Dad, why do you care? Fiji isn't doing anything illegal. Sun Pengzi thought Qin Fei was embarrassed to admit he was going to the commune for romantic reasons and quickly came to his defense. Uncle, I have recently engaged in a small business at the commune, which necessitates the use of a bicycle for my commutes. Before I could finish my sentence, I would like to borrow your bicycle for a day, and I shall pay you 1 yuan for its use. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could send Fatty over to assist me. Upon concluding his request, Qin Fei added, Uncle, I have grown up under your watchful eye. You know the kind of person I am. I would never engage in illegal activities. Dr. Sun nodded, acknowledging that Qin Fei was indeed someone he had seen grow up. Though mischievous and full of ideas as a child, he harbored no ill intentions. In recent years, he had roamed the village with his son without causing any trouble. Little Fei, I am pleased that you can have Xingqiao assist you, and I trust that you are not the sort of person to engage in foolishness. However, you must share with me the nature of your business so that I may understand your endeavors. Uncle, it is merely a small enterprise where I plan to set up a stall selling food near the state-owned machinery factory. I intend to have Fatty work alongside me. And rest assured, I shall not neglect him, Qin Fei replied. Very well, I trust you, Dr. Sun said with a warm smile, his demeanor noticeably more amiable. You may take the bicycle home without any rental fee. Just ensure that Xingqiao stays on the right path. Consider this bicycle a gift from me. Uncle, the bicycle is still here, and you are aware of my family's circumstances, Qin Fei said, casting a knowing glance. He then quietly added, please, do not speak of my business to anyone. Understood. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip, Dr. Sun reassured him. Now, it is getting late. I shall head home. Fatty, make sure to rise early tomorrow. I will come to find you, Qin Fei said as he departed from the Sun household, hurrying back home. Given the late hour, he surmised that his family was likely in a state of uproar. He wished to keep his business of selling sunflower seeds concealed from his family. Firstly, his sister-in-law might cause trouble, and secondly, his father, Qin Xianda, had previously faced hardship for selling rat poison to supplement the household income. If he were to discover Qin Fei's current endeavor, he would undoubtedly object vehemently. Upon entering his home, Qin Fei was met with the collective gaze of his family, who were gathered in the courtyard. Mother, father, what is the matter? There is no need to wait for me to eat, he said, the air thick with tension. His statement only served to exacerbate the awkwardness. Where have you been all day? Qin Xianda bellowed. Had it not been for his second son, Qin Hui, who had visited the back mountain and learned that Qin Fei had not participated in any hunting activities, he would have resorted to more severe questioning. I was playing at the commune, Qin Fei replied casually. At your age, you should not be wasting your time on frivolities. Is the village not sufficient for your antics that you must venture into town? Do you aspire to be a vagrant or a delinquent? His father chastised. Let us speak calmly. The third son is not that type of person, interjected his mother. What type is he then? At over 20 years of age, he disregards such a promising match. What do you intend to do with your life? How did I end up with such a wayward son? Qin Xianda exclaimed, his face turning pale with anger as he glared at Qin Fei. Brother, the school term is approaching, and you have assured us of Yaoyao's tuition. Earlier, while you were away, your grandparents and I discussed matters regarding the land distribution in the village. We are to divide the household soon, and you must prepare to contribute to the living expenses. Sister-in-law Shen Zhaodi stood with her hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Fei. Sister-in-law, I understand. There's no need for you to berate me with words. Once the family is divided, I will undoubtedly hand over the meal expenses to you, Qin Fei replied, turning his gaze towards his father, Qin Xianda. Father, have you finished scolding? Once you are done, will we be able to eat? I have been hungry all day. You will eventually drive me to my demise, you rascal. With his final admonition, Qin Xianda picked up his chopsticks. After the meal, Qin Fei assisted his elder sister-in-law, Linyin, in clearing the dining table. Several times he hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about her late-night excursions and if she had encountered any difficulties. Yet, each time he nearly voiced his concerns, he restrained himself. He could never believe that his sister-in-law was the type to engage in extramarital affairs. Perhaps it was best to let this matter rest for the time being. Upon returning to his own room, Qin Fei laid out his earnings from the day and counted them meticulously, a total of 15 yuan. However, something seemed amiss. After selling 50 kilograms of raw sunflower seeds, he should only have received 10 kilograms worth for the 10 yuan, and the 30 kilograms were to be sold at 90 cents per kilogram, totaling 27. How had 8 yuan seemingly appeared from nowhere? Qin Fei pondered deeply. He had verified the 10 kilograms sold separately, and there was no possibility of error. The only explanation for the unexpected 8 yuan was that the girl in the long dress had given him extra. She had calculated the original price at 1 yuan per kilogram and added an additional 5 yuan. The vision of the slender, graceful figure of the girl in the long dress emerged vividly in Qin Fei's mind. Since his rebirth, aside from accumulating wealth, his greatest aspiration was to find a suitable partner to marry. If he could wed the girl in the long dress, it would surely fill his dreams with joy. Time to wash up and sleep. In dreams, anything is possible, yet he didn't even know her name. Chapter 9. Society. Early the next morning, Qin Fei had breakfast at home, then borrowed a bicycle from the production team leader, Su Qianjin, and headed to Dr. Sun's residence. Together with the rotund Sun, they set off from Shaosu village. With nearly 50 yuan in his possession, a considerable sum for him, Qin Fei planned to procure 200 jin of goods from Old Song, using the remaining funds to replenish his spices. Once this batch of roasted seeds was sold, he would be less constrained financially, allowing him to initiate the next phase of his development. Fei Gu, what are you taking me for? If you're courting someone, wouldn't I just be a third wheel? Sun asked. Are you truly dim-witted, or just pretending? With my current state of affairs, being utterly destitute and unable to afford a bride price, which girl would want to date me? What I told your father yesterday was sincere. I am venturing into business. And if you stick with me moving forward, you will surely carve out a respectable life for yourself. Really? That's fantastic. Fei Gu, whatever you say, I will do without hesitation. The two chatted and laughed, and time flew by until they unknowingly arrived at Shilin Commune. Qin Fei surmised that Old Song would likely be at his stall, so he headed straight there, only to find a girl in her 20s watching the stand. Young man, are you surnamed Qin? She asked before Qin Fei could respond. Yes, how do you know, miss? Qin Fei replied, perplexed. My husband mentioned that a young man with the surname Qin would come today to collect the goods, and I could tell from your demeanor that he must have been referring to you. The young woman was quite warm and pointed to 2 burlap sacks behind the stall. Qin, this is 200 jin of raw seeds. Is that sufficient? Oh, so you're Old Song's wife. Why isn't he here today? My mother-in-law isn't feeling well, so he took her to the clinic. He just instructed me to ensure the goods were handed over to you. My husband said the money isn't urgent. You can pay the next time you come. Understanding now, Qin Fei felt a renewed appreciation for Old Song. Sister, this is 2 mao per jin as agreed. Please check it. He handed over the money and turned to Sunday quickly load the goods. Oh, young Qin, no rush. My husband said not to be hasty in asking for payment. It is customary to exchange goods for payment. Please take it. Qin Fei pressed the money into her hands and added, Sister, I apologize for the hurry today. I'll come by to see your mother next time. Look at you. So polite. Is it too heavy for you to carry? If not, I can fetch the ox cart to help deliver it. No need, no need. 1 cart suffices. Sister, you carry on with your work. We shall take our leave. Qin Fei waved his hand in farewell, and he and Sun mounted their bicycles to depart. Old Song was a reliable person, his demeanor and conduct making one feel as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze, leaving no room for criticism. Qin Fei contemplated that he was a trustworthy partner for future business endeavors. Hastening back to the threshing ground, it was already nearing noon. Given the weight of 100 jin, the two could not ride quickly on their return journey. Fei Gu, what shall we do now? Sun, drenched in sweat, asked earnestly. Aren't you hungry? Qin Fei was well aware of the hefty appetite of his friend, who could consume 3 times more than he could. Remarkably, despite a morning of diligent labor, he had yet to express hunger. Not bad. Work is paramount, Sun Pongzi grinned. All right, let us first attend to our tasks. And in the evening, Brother Fei will treat you to a sumptuous meal. Without further ado, the two of them immersed themselves in their work with fervor. With additional hands, their pace surpassed what Qin Fei could achieve alone, yet even so, it was impossible to complete the entire 200 pounds at once. Qin Fei decided to start by frying 100 pounds. Once the first batch of spiced melon seeds was ready, Qin Fei offered some to Sun Pongzi for a taste. How does it taste, my friend? Delicious. It's both fragrant and crunchy. Sun Pongzi's eyes sparkled with delight as he gave Qin Fei a thumbs up. Brother Fei, you are truly remarkable. How did you come up with this idea? Qin Fei found himself at a loss for an answer, had it not been for his rebirth. He would never have conceived of such a rapidly turning and manageable business venture as spiced melon seeds. Such is society. Opportunities favor the prepared, without preparation. Even the most fortunate opportunities may slip away. By 3 o'clock, They had completed the frying of 100 pounds, selling 80. Qin Fei divided the fried seeds into 2 portions, one of 30 pounds and the other of 50. This quantity seemed somewhat excessive, as the mechanical factory might not be able to consume it all. Thus, Qin Fei resolved to establish a second battleground for sales that day. Pongzi. We shall price them at 1 yuan per pound. When weighing, you may give a little extra, but the price must not be lowered, understood? If a customer inquires, offer them a taste, do not be stingy. Moreover, your words must be sweet, speak kindly. As they traveled, Qin Fei gradually imparted his insights gathered over the past few days to Sun Pongzi. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The boisterous Cui Gu, who had made threats the previous day, might indeed seek trouble today. It would not be suitable for Pongzi to sell at the mechanical factory's entrance. Pongzi, do you know someone named Cui Gu from Shilin Town? Qin Fei inquired. Of course, he asked the local tough guy. His hammer instills fear in many. How do you know about him? Qin Fei interjected, for he had never heard of Cui Gu despite seeing Sun Pongzi almost daily. Brother Fei, you are unaware? I do not know Cui Gu personally, but Liangzi does. He mentioned wanting to associate with him and asked if I wanted to join. I declined. If my father were to discover that I was mingling with such company, he would surely break my legs, both of them. Did Liangzi not mention this to you? It was just the day before yesterday. You went to the back mountain, and Liangzi was armed with a hunting rifle. Qin Fei shook his head. Quickly understanding why Liangzi had refrained from mentioning this to him, it would have been futile. In his previous life, Qin Fei had many ideas but lacked the courage. The thought of mingling with such a crowd was utterly out of the question. I sold melon seeds at the mechanical factory's entrance yesterday and inadvertently offended Cui Gu. Qin Fei recounted the events of the previous day to Sun Pongzi. Brother Fei, this matter is not grave. I believe Liangzi can smooth things over. Sun Pongzi pondered for a moment before suggesting, here is what we shall do. This afternoon, I will remain at the mechanical factory's entrance, while you head over to New Street. If Cui Gu arrives, I will invoke Liangzi's name, and later, I will speak to Liangzi to resolve this matter. Then, it can all be put behind us. Fatty, if that hammer brother persists, just run to the mechanical factory. He won't dare to cause a ruckus there. Qin Fei suggested thoughtfully. Brother Fei, you need not worry. With my stature, even without a hammer in his hand, I can treat him like one. Broad daylight, what can he possibly do? Sun Fatty replied with a carefree smile. When the time comes, I'll simply claim that we are brothers in arms, and this matter will be settled. Rest assured. Qin Fei nodded in agreement. With Zhang Liang, a mutual acquaintance, mediating, it was unlikely that any unforeseen complications would arise. Chapter 10. A heavily indebted heart. Upon arriving at Shilin Town, Qin Fei first escorted Sun Pongzi to the entrance of the machinery factory, offering a few parting words before making his way towards the newly developed street in the eastern part of the town. In recent years, New Street has seen a surge in residential construction, with many local units allocating housing there, making it the area with the highest consumption power in the entire town. Once at New Street, Qin Fei found an intersection to park his vehicle, hanging up a sign to officially commence sales. How much are these sunflower seeds? In a short while, an elderly woman returning from the market approached him. Madam, they are 1 yuan per pound. Please, do sample their flavor, Qin Fei replied warmly, offering her a handful of seeds. Indeed, they are delightful. Young man, how do you prepare these seeds? The lady inquired. Madam, you simply boil the raw seeds with spices, then dry roast them over low heat with a sprinkle of salt. Qin Fei generously shared the method of making the 5-spice sunflower seeds. He found it puzzling when the elderly woman remarked, they truly are delightful. Had so many people already tasted his seeds in just 2 days? You are quite sincere. Young man, aren't you afraid I might learn your secret and steal your business? She chuckled. Not at all, madam. If you wish to roast some for yourself, I can jot down a list of the spices for you, Qin Fei joked lightly. The preparation of these 5-spice seeds held no real mystery. Anyone with determination could experiment and master it. Haha, no need for that. At my age, what business would I start? Young man, I'll take 2 pounds, she replied. Certainly, madam, Qin Fei said, swiftly measuring out her order. After weighing it, he added an extra handful, saying, here is a little gift for you. In gratitude for your patronage. You truly know how to conduct business. What is your name? The elderly woman inquired as she accepted the packaged seeds, lingering for a moment to engage in casual conversation. My name is Qin Fei. You can call me Xiao Qin, he responded. Xiao Qin, is it? Where's your hometown? How old are you? She continued. I'm from Lianhua village, Zioxizhuang, and I'm 22 this year. Are you married? She asked. Not yet, he answered. Just then, more customers arrived to purchase sunflower seeds, and the talkative elderly lady reluctantly waved goodbye. Although the foot traffic here was not as heavy as at the machinery factory's entrance, the advantage lay in the larger quantity of each order, starting at 2 pounds, with one customer even purchasing 5 pounds for a large family. In less than an hour and a half, Qin Fei had sold out the 50 pounds of sunflower seeds he had brought, earning a total of 18 yuan. As he began to tidy up in preparation to head to the machinery factory to find Sun Pongzi, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among the bustling crowd, perhaps the girl in the long dress. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to chase after her. But he quickly dismissed the thought. They were hardly acquaintances, and he wouldn't know how to initiate a conversation. Before reaching the machinery factory, Qin Fei encountered Sun Pongzi riding his bicycle on the way. "Brother Fei, we've sold out completely. It's simply not enough. We must prepare more for tomorrow. You have no idea how popular our 5-spice melon seeds are," exclaimed the excited Sun Fatty, his words tumbling over one another in his eagerness. "Calm down, Fatty. Speak slowly," Qin Fei urged, guiding Sun Fatty to a quieter corner. "Brother Fei, this is the money I earned. As you suggested, each person took an extra handful. We sold 30 kilograms for a total of 29 yuan. Sun Fatty glanced around furtively before retrieving a crumpled wad of bills from his pocket and handing it to Qin Fei. "Here, take these 5 yuan as your wages for today," Qin Fei said, accepting the money and returning 5 bills to Sun Fatty. "This seems excessive. I hardly did anything to deserve this," Sun Fatty protested. "Take it. You've worked hard all day, and you deserve it," Qin Fei insisted. "All right. Thank you, Brother Fei." Sun Fatty accepted the money, his eyes gleaming with joy, for this was the first time he had earned money through his own efforts, along with Sun Fatty's earnings. Qin Fei now held over 70 yuan in cash. After toiling for so long, it was time to indulge a little. "Let us go, Fatty. We shall buy some delicious food," Qin Fei declared, waving his hand as they hopped on their bicycles and sped towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon arrival, Qin Fei purchased 3 roasted chickens, 2 pairs of rubber shoes, and a bag of candy, spending 12 yuan in total. With his last 5 yuan, Sun Fatty bought a pair of reading glasses for Dr. Sunday Fatty. "If my family asks what we've been up to, just say we're working as laborers at the construction site in town, all right?" Qin Fei instructed as they reached the village entrance. He handed Sun Fatty a roasted chicken, adding, "Understood?" "Yes, I understand. I'll comply," Sun Fatty replied, saluting Qin Fei with mock seriousness before eagerly pedaling home. Qin Fei first returned the bicycle to the production team leader, Su Qianjin, and presented him with one of the roasted chickens, which Su initially declined several times before finally accepting. He wished to avoid owing anyone favors and did not want to neglect those who treated him kindly. Upon returning home, he found his niece Yaoyao playing with his 2 nephews in the yard. "Yaoyao, come here and see what this is." "Uncle, it's candy," she exclaimed. "Here, share a few with your brothers, but remember to give the rest to your mother. You can't eat too much at once, or you'll get cavities." "Okay, thank you, Uncle. Candy time." As he watched his niece and nephews cheer with delight, a warm wave of affection surged within Qin Fei. The warmth that family can provide is irreplaceable. In this life, he aspired to ensure that his entire family enjoyed a good life. As for his notoriously harsh sister-in-law, if she remained unrepentant, they would simply live their separate lives after the division of the family. "Sister-in-law, could you please chop this up later?" Qin Fei requested as he entered the kitchen, where his elder sister-in-law, Lin Yin, was tending to the stove. Upon seeing the gleaming roasted chicken in his hands, her face displayed an expression of disbelief. "Third brother, where did you get this?" Lin Yin inquired. "Sister-in-law, I bought it with the money I earned," Qin Fei replied. Having spoken, Qin Fei placed the roasted chicken on the stove, glanced at the doorway, and retrieved 10 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Lin Yin. "Sister-in-law, this is for Yaoyao's tuition. Please take it, and when the school term begins, you can take her to enroll." Lin Yin stood momentarily stunned, hesitating to accept the money. "Sister-in-law, we are family. Yaoyao is my dear niece, and I should bear this expense." Qin Fei stepped forward, pressing the money into Lin Yin's hand, a hint of nouveau riche demeanor surfacing. Lin Yin, who tirelessly managed the household, felt the weight of unacknowledged sacrifices. "All right, then this money shall be considered a loan from you, and I will repay you as soon as possible," she stated resolutely. "Very well, sister-in-law. I shall go find Mom and Dad." Qin Fei nodded and exited the kitchen. Just then, Qin's parents and second brother's wife returned from the fields, entering the yard. "Mom and Dad, come over and try these shoes on. See if they fit." Qin Fei proclaimed, proudly displaying 2 pairs of brand-new rubber shoes. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, taking the shoes from her son's hands, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 11. Purchasing a bicycle. Grandfather, grandmother, and Uncle San have bought such delicious sweets. The candy is sweet. The 3 children gathered around, their little faces beaming with contentment. At this moment, sister-in-law Lin Ying began to serve dishes on the table, and the vibrant roast chicken caught everyone's eye, its aroma wafting through the air, causing their eyes to widen once more. Third brother, have you struck gold? A big fortune. No less? T's second brother Qin Hui. Third brother, did you buy the candy, the shoes, and this roast chicken on the table? Inquired Mother Jiang Cheng, who had secretly given her son 5 yuan, hardly enough to purchase such items. Third brother, where did you get the money? Qin Xianda fixed a piercing gaze upon his son. Third brother, you haven't resorted to stealing or robbing, have you? All of these combined surely cost more than 10 yuan. Sister-in-law Shen Zhaodi said sarcastically. Father, mother, I am working as a laborer at the construction site in town with Fatty. I earned this money brick by brick. Qin Fei sincerely explained, ignoring sister-in-law Zhaodi. I've been going to the commune every day solely for work. Zhaodi, how can you speak like that? Is this how a sister-in-law should behave? Zhang Shulan retorted angrily at Shen Zhaodi, then turned to her son, examining him closely. You must be exhausted from all the heavy lifting at the construction site. Don't overexert yourself. Mother, I was just concerned. It's great that third brother can earn money. Once we separate our household, you won't need to worry about him not having food or a wife, Shen Zhaodi said, then looked at Qin Fei. Third brother, come home early tomorrow. The old branch secretary will be here to oversee the division of our household. Father, mother, let's eat, Qin Fei urged, leading his parents to the dining table, completely disregarding his sister-in-law as if she were invisible. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Do you not recognize me? Your second sister-in-law? Shen Zhaodi exclaimed, her temper flaring. Enough, dinner is about to be served, so stop the bickering, Qin Xianda said, casting a glance at his daughter-in-law from the second brother's family. Let us eat first. After dinner, Qin Fei finished washing up and returned to his room. Shortly after, his father, Qin Xianda, knocked and entered. Third brother, speak honestly with your father. Where did the money truly come from? Qin Xianda clearly did not buy into his son's explanation of working at the construction site. You know nothing but to be a laborer. Earning 2 yuan a day is already commendable. How could you have made over 10 yuan in just a few days? Father, I have already told you. It's from the construction site. Qin Fei felt uneasy under his father's scrutinizing gaze. If you are reluctant to share, I will not press you, Qin Xianda said earnestly. I just want to know if what you are doing is safe. He trusted that his son was not engaged in any unlawful activities, but he was concerned that in his youthful exuberance, his son might act recklessly, risking a fate similar to his own hardships in the past. Father, rest assured. I understand the importance of caution. Nothing will go wrong, Qin Fei replied with a smile. That is good to hear. The old branch secretary will come tomorrow to oversee the division of our household, so be sure to return early. Qin Xianda gazed at his son, his tone heavy with concern. Your second aunt has been somewhat unrefined in recent years, but she has never spoken ill of your second uncle or your mother. She has also endured hardship and poverty in our family for many years. Please be more understanding. Father, I comprehend. I will not stoop to the level of my second aunt, Qin Fei replied thoughtfully. Once we divide the family assets, I will ensure to provide for our meals regularly. When I have saved enough, I intend to build a new house in the village and marry a beautiful wife, bringing you and mother to enjoy a life of comfort. Good. I believe in you, Qin Xianda said, a smile gracing his face as he patted his son's shoulder before departing the room. The following morning, as Qin Fei opened his eyes, son Punzi burst into the room. Feech, what are our plans for today? Why are you up so early? Of course. The early bird catches the worm. I'm brimming with energy today. Just command me, Feech. Son Punzi, invigorated by the thrill of earning money yesterday, was filled with zeal. Did that hammer brother come looking for you yesterday? Qin Fei had almost forgotten about the incident until now. He did, but he left again, son Punzi replied nonchalantly. He brought 5 people with him, including Liangzi and Xiaoyao. When they saw me, Liangzi brushed the matter aside. Before they left, they even bought 2 pounds of sunflower seeds, saying that one day they'd gather and introduce Hammer Brother to you, to make a friend. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei fell into contemplation. He could understand Zhang Liang following Hammer Brother, as he had a fundamentally aggressive nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to violence over a drunken quarrel in his past life. But how could Song Yong, so carefree, also be involved with such a crowd? I'll discuss it with Liangzi when I see him, he decided, momentarily setting aside the matter. For now, come with me to the town. We will roast sunflower seeds when we return. With only 50 yuan remaining, he decided against purchasing supplies today and planned to buy a second-hand bicycle, as borrowing from Captain Sun was not a sustainable solution. Upon reaching Shilin Town, Qin Fei first visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased a bag of apples and a can of milk powder before heading to Old Song's stall. Brother Song, isn't your sister-in-law running the stall today? Qin Fei greeted warmly upon arrival. Xiao Qin, what brings you here so early? Old Song approached with a smile, pulling out a cigarette. Your sister-in-law is at the health clinic. Who is this? This is my childhood friend, Sun Xingqiao. You can call him Xiao Sunday Brother Song. I don't smoke. Sun Punzi politely declined the offer with a smile. Brother Song, I was too busy yesterday to visit your mother, so I brought this small token. Qin Fei placed the apples and milk powder on the stall. Oh, Xiao Qin, what are you doing? You should spend your money on this. Old Song exclaimed, attempting to return the items. Since we are friends, how could you refuse my gesture? Qin Fei smiled, pushing the items back. By the way, I wanted to ask if you know where I could find a second-hand bicycle for sale. You've come to the right person. My younger brother is a bicycle repairman. He has some available. After saying this, Old Song called out to a neighboring stall, Lao Song, keep an eye on things for me. Xiao Qin, come. I shall take you to select a vehicle now. It would be untrue to claim I won't earn from this, yet I assure you, I will help you spend the least amount of money to acquire the finest car. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Song. You rascal. Earlier you urged me to treat you as family, and now you act distant. Do stay for lunch. Dine with Xiao Sun at my home. The three conversed amicably as they walked, soon arriving at an auto repair shop. Chapter 12. Father strikes mother. Old Shi. Meet Xiao Qin and Xiao Sun, my good friends. Xiao Qin is eager to acquire a vehicle to assist you with your business. Xiao Qin, Xiao Sun, this is my cousin. You may refer to him as Brother Shi. Old Song introduced them, and after a few cordial exchanges, the atmosphere quickly warmed. Old Shi led the group to the backyard. Xiao Qin, feel free to choose. Rest assured, the quality is impeccable, and I guarantee you the lowest price, just enough to cover costs. Old Shi, robust in stature with a broad face and prominent ears, was evidently a man of character. Firstly, I must thank Brother Shi, but the price should reflect its worth, each to their own. The backyard was modest, filled with a dozen bicycles of varying ages. Upon closer inspection, many of the bicycle parts were mismatched in color, clearly assembled from different sources. Qin Fei examined each bicycle and settled on a Phoenix brand. You have a keen eye. This bicycle I just assembled not 2 days ago, except for the rear wheel, which is not a Phoenix. All other parts are original, Old Shi remarked, puffing on his cigarette. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand. All right, Brother Shi. Take it for 10. That seems rather unreasonable. It's too cheap. I cannot let you incur a loss. Qin Fei swiftly declined, noting that the bicycle was nearly new and could easily fetch 70 or 80. Old Shi would truly be earning nothing. Xiao Qin, do not be modest. We are all brothers here, just 10 it is. Old Song interjected, pushing the bicycle towards Qin Fei. Old Shi, join me for lunch. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. Certainly. I haven't had a drink in days. Today shall be a good feast. Old Shi replied with a cheerful grin, stepping closer to pat Qin Fei on the shoulder. Xiao Qin, can you drink? Brother Shi, Brother Song, I genuinely apologize, but I have matters to attend to today and cannot drink, Qin Fei said with an apologetic smile. Once I am done with my tasks, I shall host you both for a proper gathering. Indeed, young people should focus on their responsibilities. Old Song nodded. Old Shi, save some space. Xiao Qin will host, and the feast will surely be splendid. Haha, splendid. I shall eagerly await that. After a bit more banter, Qin Fei paid and bid farewell to the two brothers, riding off with Sun Fatty towards home. Fei Gu, I truly admire you. Your bicycle is even newer than my father's, who originally paid 80. You only spent 10. What a remarkable display. Sun Fatty exclaimed on their way back. Fatty, if one respects me by a foot, I must repay a mile. Such kindness must be reciprocated. Qin Fei chuckled in response. Old Shi sold him the bicycle at cost as a favor to his elder brother, Old Song. While he had no intention of accepting such a gesture, viewing the bicycle as merely a transitional phase until he could afford a motorcycle, he felt it inappropriate to refuse Old Song's goodwill and resolved to repay the favor in due time. Before departing, Qin Fei made arrangements with Old Song to have 200 pounds of raw sunflower seeds ready at the stall for him to collect the following morning. He and son Fatty worked until dusk before returning to the village, where Qin Fei stored the bicycle in an empty room at the threshing ground and hurried home, recalling his father Qin Xianda's instruction that today was the day of their family division. Upon arriving home, the courtyard was bustling with people. The old party secretary and the production team leader, Su Qianjin, were present. Lao San, why have you returned so late? I asked you to come back earlier today. As soon as his mother, Zhang Shulan, spotted him, she approached and whispered in his ear, Fei, please don't rush your second sister-in-law later. Take your time to speak. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei became aware that the atmosphere was indeed somewhat tense. His father, Qin Xianda, sat with a furrowed brow, puffing on a dry cigarette, while the old party secretary wore a similarly troubled expression. Su Qianjin was quietly discussing something with his elder brother at the entrance of the main hall. His second sister-in-law, Shenjiaodi, was embracing Xiaowen and Xiaowu, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. However, his elder sister-in-law, Lin Yin, and niece, Yaoyao, were noticeably absent. Hello. Old party secretary, Qin Fei greeted as he took a seat, then turned to his father, asking, Dad, what is going on? Didn't we already agree on the division of the family property? Xiao Fei, it's like this. Qin Xianda remained silent, allowing the old party secretary to speak. Your second sister-in-law wants a separate room for Xiaowen and Xiaowu, but your family only has the west room, which presents a dilemma. Was it previously decided that Xiaowen and Xiaowu would share a room with their parents for the time being? Qin Fei questioned, looking at his second sister-in-law in confusion. Your second sister-in-law argues that your parents are getting older and that Xiaowen and Xiaowu are restless sleepers, disturbing their rest. The old party secretary sighed. Second sister-in-law, please state your intentions, Qin Fei urged Shenjiaodi. Lao San, I haven't made any demands. I've been married to your second brother for many years and simply wish to share a room with him, Shenjiaodi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, his nephew Xiaowen chimed in, Uncle, Dad spanks Mom and doesn't let us watch. The atmosphere grew instantly awkward, and Shenjiaodi's face turned a shade of both red and dark. What nonsense are you saying? Stop talking. Shenjiaodi swiftly scolded Xiaowen, who burst into tears. Ahem. Qin Fei cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension. One couldn't help but understand his second sister-in-law's insistence on having a separate living space. Xiaowen and Xiaowu were approaching an age of understanding, and some matters were indeed not suitable for children. Second sister-in-law. Wanting to live separately with your husband to have your own space is perfectly reasonable, and we can understand that. But why can't Xiaowen and Xiaowu stay with their parents for a while longer? He asked as he rescued Xiaowen from Shenjiaodi's grasp. Lao San, you say it's just for a while, but how long can that last? Those two boys grow like weeds, and they'll soon outgrow their space. Your parents' room isn't large enough to accommodate them, Shenjiaodi replied in a low tone, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Fei. Are you suggesting they should be shoved back into our room when they run out of space? Second sister-in-law, then propose a solution. The elder sister-in-law's room is the most spacious. Isn't it a waste for her and Yaoyao to occupy it? Let our parents move into the elder sister-in-law's room, and Xiaowen and Xiaowu can stay in their parents' current room. But where will the elder sister-in-law and Yaoyao stay? Can't the storeroom be tidied up? If you had mentioned this earlier, it would have been straightforward. Is it just the allure of the elder sister-in-law's large room that you covet? Now that the elder brother is gone, are you free to bully the elder sister-in-law and her daughter? Let me tell you, that is unacceptable. Qin Fei was genuinely angry and couldn't help but stand up and raise his voice. The storeroom is next to the pig pen. How can that possibly be a suitable place for living? Old three, why are you shouting? This family relies solely on me and your second brother to hold it together. Shouldn't we be living in the big house? Shenjiaodi stood up defiantly. What kind of virtuous person are you pretending to be while you just laze around at home? Everyone, sit down. What are you making such a fuss about? Aren't you ashamed? Qin Xianda banged his smoking pipe on the table. Old three. Your second brother and sister-in-law have indeed worked hard over the years. Qin Xianda's attitude was unmistakable. Had it not been so, Shenjiaodi would not have been so audacious. He merely believed that his sister-in-law, Lin Yin, might remarry at any moment, and that granddaughter Yaoyao would eventually belong to another family. Therefore, he maintained a distance from the mother and daughter, favoring his second brother and sister-in-law instead. The old-fashioned mindset of the older generation was beyond Qin Fei's ability to change. Yet he would never permit his sister-in-law and niece Yaoyao to live in the shed. That room is for Xiaowen and Xiaowu. I will move out to live elsewhere. Chapter 13. Exploring new markets now. If you're not living at home, where will you stay? As Qin Fei finished speaking, Zhang Shulan grasped his arm. Although the woodshed is a bit small, once it's tidied up, it can serve as a residence, can't it? Father, mother. Although eldest brother is no longer with us, sister-in-law and Yaoyao are still part of the Qin family. It would reflect poorly on us to have them living in such a damp and cramped place. Qin Fei spoke with a heavy tone. Indeed. What Xiao Fei says is correct. It is inappropriate for your eldest brother's wife to reside in the woodshed, sighed the old party secretary. However, Xiao Fei, if you are not staying at home, where do you intend to go? Old secretary, there is an empty room over by the threshing ground. I can manage there for a while, Qin Fei replied, glancing at Su Qianjin. Uncle Su, do you think this is all right? Su Qianjin moved closer. That is not an issue. The harvested grains from the autumn will be piled over at the threshing ground, and someone needs to keep watch at night. If you stay there, it will also save the team some trouble. He then shifted his tone. However, Xiao Fei, living there is not a long-term solution. What will you do in the future? Uncle Su, I have plans for that. You need not worry. Qin Fei's voice brooked no argument. Let us finalize it this way. I will let Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu stay in my room, and I will move to the threshing ground tonight. With that, he rose and walked toward his own room, causing the atmosphere in the courtyard to become heavy. Xianda, what do you think we should do? After Qin Fei departed, the old party secretary sought Qin Xianda's opinion. Let us proceed as planned, Qin Xianda sighed. Old secretary, I apologize for the trouble, and you too. Old Su, please don't leave tonight. Stay and have a meal with us. With these words, the matter of the division of the family was effectively settled. He favored the second son's family, but it was unavoidable. If Shinjiao's wishes were not fulfilled, there would be no peace in the household. Old secretary, Captain. You rest here. I will assist in preparing the meal, Shun Zhaodi said cheerfully, turning to head to the kitchen. The second son, Qin Hui, remained silent, squatting in a corner with his head down. Qin Xianda turned to glance at his son, unable to suppress a sigh and muttering, You can't even manage a wife. In the following days, Qin Fei and Sun Pengzi prepared 100 pounds of 5-spice melon seeds each day to sell in Shilin Town. Although they sold out every day, Qin Fei had already recognized the limitations of their situation. The market in Shilin Town was finite, and melon seeds couldn't serve as a daily staple. Selling 100 pounds daily was already at the limit. Moreover, setting up a stall while riding a bicycle was not a sustainable approach. One day, after roasting the seeds, Qin Fei instructed Sun Pengzi to set up the stall alone while he rode his bicycle to the neighboring Gaohe Town. Gaohe Town was considerably larger and more affluent than Shilin Town. If he could penetrate this market, the sales of 5-spice melon seeds would be assured for the time being. Qin Fei did not intend to sell here himself. Rather, he aimed to find an agent. This was the path he had envisioned since embarking on this business venture. Relying solely on himself to peddle goods door to door would result in minor gains. Expanding the stall while concentrating on quality control, boosting production, and developing new products was the proper course of action. Gaohe Town is situated nearly 30 kilometers from Shilin Town. As Qin Fei faced the scorching sun, his legs felt as if they might snap under the strain. Upon reaching the Gaohe commune, he was thoroughly drenched and utterly exhausted. Young man, come inside and rest a bit, have some water, a kind-hearted woman urged him. Qin Fei found a shaded spot on the street, gasping for breath, his entire body leaning precariously against his bicycle. Noticing his distress, a compassionate elder swiftly assisted him into her home. Thank you, ma'am, Qin Fei said as he drained a bowl of salt water she had brought him, finally feeling some semblance of recovery. On such a sweltering day, why aren't you resting at home? Are you visiting relatives here? No, I have some matters to attend to, he replied. From your accent, you must be from Shilin Commune. How did you know? The elder inquired. I am indeed from Shilin. I'm married into this area, she explained. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Qin Fei sensed he had regained enough strength to take his leave. Ma'am, I have other matters to attend to. I must be going. I truly appreciate your kindness. There's no need for thanks. It's just a small favor, she replied with a warm smile. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed into the backyard and returned with 2 tomatoes. Take these for the journey to quench your thirst. How can I accept this? You've already been so kind. Qin Fei protested. Oh, you young man, why be so polite? Just take them. Mom, who are you talking to? At that moment, a young man, appearing to be in his early 30s and looking quite capable, emerged from inside, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Libin, you're awake. Mom, I've had enough rest. I'm getting ready to head out. Who is this? This young man came here for some business and stopped by for a drink, the elder explained, gesturing towards Qin Fei. This is my son, Zhou Libin. Hello, brother Zhou. I'm Qin Fei, But you can call me Xiao Qin. Qin Fei smiled as he greeted him. Xiao Qin, what brings you to Yaoyao? Libin inquired. I travel around frequently and know many people. Perhaps I can assist you. Thank you, but I really cannot trouble you any further. Qin Fei said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, Qin Fei accepted the 2 tomatoes and turned to leave. However, he did not stray far, instead waiting for Zhou Libin to come out. In these times, 2 tomatoes may not seem particularly precious. Yet they certainly were not something every household would freely part with. Before long, Zhou Libin emerged, shouldering a well-crafted wooden cabinet on a pole. Brother Zhou, Qin Fei called out as he approached. Xiao Qin, is something wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? If so, I can accompany you to the clinic, Libin asked earnestly, setting down his burden. No, Brother Zhou, you and your mother have been exceedingly hospitable. I feel quite embarrassed. Here are 2 yuan. Please don't refuse it. Qin Fei said, producing the money he had prepared. What is this for? It's hardly a big deal. You should take this back. It would be an insult otherwise. Please, keep it. Libin's expression changed slightly, clearly displeased with Qin Fei's gesture. In these times, the hearts of people remain untainted in the act of mutual assistance. Reminiscent of Lao Song is regarded as a source of inner pride. Money, on the other hand, tends to alter the essence of all things. Qin Fei promptly apologized and ceased to mention the matter of money, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation with Zhou Libin as they walked. The town is currently undergoing dam construction, which has attracted numerous workers. With little to attend to at home lately, I have taken to selling snacks and seeds over there, earning a few coins each day. It turns out that Zhou Libin was carrying a burden to set up a stall for business. Qin Fei's eyes instantly sparkled. Was this not a fortuitous coincidence? As if a pillow arrived just when sleep beckoned? Chapter 14. The Search for a Storefront. Brother Zhou, allow me to show you something. Qin Fei paused, reaching into the cloth bag on the back of his bicycle to retrieve a handful of sunflower seeds, which he offered to Zhou Libin. Brother Zhou, do taste these and let me know what you think. A look of surprise crossed Zhou Libin's face, yet he accepted the seeds and began sampling. As a spice seed found its way to his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Little Qin, where did you get these seeds? Brother Zhou, to be honest, I roasted these seeds myself. My purpose for coming to Gaoha is to find a market for them. Qin Fei spoke candidly. Despite their recent acquaintance, his past experiences led him to believe that Zhou Libin was a trustworthy individual. Little Qin, why not accompany me to the dam construction site? Your seeds will surely sell well there. The workers will savor them with their drinks. Zhou Libin suggested earnestly. Brother Zhou, my home is in Shilin, which is quite distant from here. It's inconvenient for me to make the trip back and forth. I was hoping to find someone here to assist me in selling them. Qin Fei smiled in response. I see. Little Qin, why not let me help you sell them? It's a simple task. Whatever you earn, you can come collect tomorrow. You know where I live, Zhou Libin offered. Brother Zhou, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I will entrust you with the sale of these seeds, and I will only charge you the cost price. Any excess profit will be yours to keep. The more you sell, the more you earn. Little Qin, you are underestimating yourself. Trust me, these seeds will sell like hotcakes and will be gone in no time. Zhou Libin exclaimed. Brother Zhou, while I'm certain these seeds will sell quickly, I cannot make the journey here every day, Qin Fei explained, removing the cloth bag from the back seat and handing it to Zhou Libin. This is 20 kilograms. Take it and see how it performs. I will sell it to you at 8 mao per kilogram, and you can sell it for 1 yuan. If your sales go well and you wish to collaborate further, we can discuss the details later. Zhou Libin accepted the bag, contemplating for a moment before smiling. All right, Little Qin, let us proceed with this arrangement. I will try selling them today, and I'm confident they will sell. Very well, Brother Zhou. I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Zhou Libin, Qin Fei swiftly mounted his bicycle, eager to reach home before dusk. As he passed the Gaoa Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he stopped to purchase a backpack, stationery, pens, and notebooks. With school set to commence at the end of August, he felt the urgency to gather supplies for his niece. Qin Yao. If he, as her uncle, did not take the initiative, it was unlikely anyone else would. Qin Fei arrived home just before nightfall. His parents and second sister-in-law had not yet returned, while his elder sister-in-law, Lin Yin, was busily occupied in the kitchen. Yaoyao, come here. Look what your third uncle has brought for you. A backpack and a pencil case. Well, I have a backpack now and no longer need the cloth bag that Mom sewed for me. His niece, Qin Yao, joyfully cradled the pink backpack. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yin peeked out from the kitchen, her expression stern as she addressed her daughter. Yaoyao, quickly put your things away in your room. Ah, third brother. Why have you spent money again? How much did you spend this time? Sister-in-law remembers. She'll pay you back, including the tuition. Sister-in-law? Why do you always think about these matters? Yaoyao is my beloved niece. It is only natural for me to care for her. If I fail to find a wife, I shall rely on Yaoyao to support me in my old age. Qin Fei jested. Don't speak nonsense. How could you possibly not find a wife? Lin Yin suddenly blushed. Sister-in-law, there is something I wish to inquire about. With no one else around. Qin Fei voiced a question he had long kept buried in his heart. What exactly does elder sister do when she goes out at midnight? Third brother, I assure you, I am not engaged in anything untoward. Please trust me. Lin Yin's expression was fraught with anxiety. Of course, I believe you. Otherwise, I would have confronted you earlier. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Our parents can be quite traditional. They are lenient with second sister-in-law. So please don't hold it against them. Third brother, I understand. I bear no resentment towards our parents. I do not have any difficulties. As for what I do, could you please refrain from asking? Lin Yin looked up at Qin Fei, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with a plea. Very well, I shall not pry further. However, I reiterate, sister-in-law, we are family. If you face any hardships, you can always turn to me. The sight of Lin Yin's pitiful demeanor stirred his compassion. After dinner, Qin Fei returned to the threshing ground, where he found son Fatty already present. Brother Fei, here is the money from today's sales. Qin Fei accepted the money and handed son Fatty a 10 yuan note. Take this, you worked hard today. Brother Fei, you don't need to. It's too much. Son Fatty protested, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. That day, the first money he earned was used to buy a pair of reading glasses, which had moved Dr. Sun to tears, and he had praised him profusely for the first time in his life. Now, his sole desire was to work diligently alongside Brother Fei to earn more. Enough, your eyes are practically gleaming. Just accept it. Qin Fei rolled his eyes playfully. Then I want to be polite. Thank you, Brother Fei. Son Fatty grinned. Fatty, there is something I need to discuss with you. Please talk it over with your father. Qin Fei's expression turned serious. You are now familiar with how to sell sunflower seeds, and these past few days have proven your competence. However, merely pushing around a bicycle for small sales is not sustainable. My proposal is to rent a shop in Shilin Town and hang our fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds sign. Fatty, we've grown up together and know each other well, but business is business. As the old saying goes, kindness does not govern soldiers, and righteousness does not govern wealth. So I must be clear about a few things. I present you with two options. First, I will rent the shop and cover the startup costs, while you manage it and receive a monthly salary. Second, you can discuss with your father about renting the shop yourself and starting the business, while I will supply you with the goods. The more you sell, the more you earn. This is a proposal I have drafted for you to show your father. We are brothers, and my suggestion is that you rent the shop yourself. It will make you a proper boss, and you know well whether our seeds sell well. As Qin Fei spoke, son Fatty fell silent, lost in thought. Brother Fei, I understand you consider me as a brother and have my best interest at heart. Others might not even have this opportunity. Thus, I shall return now to discuss this with my father. Son Fatty abruptly snatched the document from Qin Fei's hand and hurriedly dashed out. Qin Fei, both amused and exasperated. Let him go. Establishing a store in Shilin Town was a step Qin Fei had long envisioned in his business plan. Although it may not seem more profitable than selling from a cart at present, in the long run, it promises substantial benefits. Currently, Qin Fei possessed nearly 500 yuan, and he had already contemplated how to utilize these funds. As the daily production of roasted sunflower seeds increased, the threshing ground no longer sufficed. It was time to seek a more suitable location to create a proper production space, enhancing output and standardizing the manufacturing process. Additionally, beyond the 5-spice flavor, it was time to develop a caramel variety as well. Furthermore, besides sunflower seeds, it was also time to procure peanuts. Though the business was modest, the tasks at hand were plentiful. Qin Fei organized his thoughts and meticulously listed the matters that required attention in order of priority. Shortly after, the sound of a bicycle's bell echoed from outside, and son Fatty returned with fervor. Brother Fei, as you advised. Tomorrow my father and I will head to Shilin Town to find a shop. Son Fatty exclaimed, bursting through the door with a beaming face. Excellent. Qin Fei responded, equally delighted. Thus, the inaugural distributor of Xiang 5-spice sunflower seeds, General Son Fatty, was born. The following morning, Qin Fei, accompanied by the son, father, and son, set off for Shilin Town. At that time, the concept of storefronts along the streets was not yet established. In the town, aside from a few tailor and blacksmith shops, most small businesses involved vendors carrying their wares on shoulder poles. Therefore, renting a shop essentially meant leasing a street-facing house. Upon arriving in Shilin Town, the trio strolled towards New Street. This area predominantly housed employees of various organizations, boasting strong purchasing power and a high acceptance of new ventures. Selecting this location for the first dedicated store of Jiang 5-spice sunflower seeds was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. However, finding a suitable place was no simple task. In those times, most families owned only one house, and with many children, it was common for accommodations to be insufficient, resulting in few homes available for rent. Initially, seeking assistance from Lao Song would have been ideal, given his extensive connections in Shilin Town. Yet, after careful consideration, Qin Fei decided against it. He did not wish to owe Lao Song too much. Currently, Lao Song was his sole supplier of raw materials. As production was set to increase, the volume of purchases would also rise, necessitating a more formalized cooperation with Lao Song. If he owed too many favors, it could complicate future discussions. Xiaoqin, what are you up to? Chapter 15 Exclusive Supplier. The three wandered along New Street, having inquired at several establishments, all of which turned them away, leaving them disheartened. Just as they were about to give up, a spirited elderly lady approached them with a cheerful smile. "Ah, it's you." Qin Fei recognized her as the amiable woman he had conversed with on several occasions while selling sunflower seeds. "Good day, ma'am. I came here today to find a rental in town, but I've yet to find any leads," he explained. "Looking for a place to rent?" The old lady's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "What a coincidence. I have one available." The faces of the Sun family brightened instantly. It was as if their arduous search had miraculously concluded without effort. "Where's your house, ma'am?" Qin Fei asked, somewhat taken aback. "Just up ahead." "Allow me to lead you there." Following the elderly lady, they soon arrived at a corner, and there it was. "Little Qin, this is my old house. I currently reside with my son's family, and this place has been left to itself. The house needs care, and I have been hoping to rent it out, but haven't found anyone yet." The lady produced a key, unlocked the heavy, weathered wooden door, and revealed a spacious and bright hall before them. The floor was laid with pristine blue bricks, and to the left was a wooden staircase leading upwards, while directly ahead was a small door, likely leading to the backyard. "This is the hall, and there's a yard behind, with the kitchen and restrooms situated there, and 2 more rooms upstairs. This house has been here since the Qing dynasty, passed down through generations. Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of tenants, I would be reluctant to let it go. The furnishings were all antique, some dating back several decades or even a century. Little Qin, should you move in, please take good care of it," she added with a sense of pride. As the elderly lady recounted the house's history, Qin Fei felt a flicker of uncertainty. Although the place appeared aged, it held immense value for her. If she were to discover that it was to be used for a business, she might not consent. Qin Fei was quite pleased with the location. It was at a corner where passers-by on New Street would easily see a sign hanging outside. "This house is splendid. I'll take it. Shall we discuss the rental terms?" Dr. Sun interjected before Qin Fei could speak, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. The old lady's expression shifted slightly, but she managed to smile. "The rental terms are negotiable," she replied, casting a discreet glance at Qin Fei. Understanding her signal, Qin Fei followed the elderly lady outside. "Little Qin, I thought you were seeking a rental for yourself?" "Ma'am, to be candid, I am not renting it for myself. It is for my childhood friend, the young son I mentioned earlier. He intends to open a shop selling my homemade sunflower seeds." "Opening a shop for sunflower seeds?" The elderly lady appeared taken aback, her expression turning contemplative. "Little Qin, this house is a family heirloom. A commercial enterprise may not be suitable. I brought you here under the impression that you were renting it for yourself." She had no ulterior motives. It was merely that she felt a sense of trust in him and wished to rent it to someone she deemed worthy. If it were someone else, especially for a business venture, I would have to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Auntie, how about this? I will rent the house for my business. However, I assure you, I will return it to you in the same condition you entrusted it to me. What do you think?" The location and size of the house were exceptionally suitable, and he was reluctant to let it go. After contemplating his words for a moment, the elderly lady resolutely declared, "Very well, Xiaoqin, I trust you. I will rent it to you without worry." Once this was settled, Qin Fei asked the elderly lady to wait outside while he explained the situation to the son, father, and son. He decided to rent the place himself, not only because it was challenging to find another suitable property, but also due to another consideration. He would eventually need a stable base for his business dealings in town. And this spacious place was just right. With a monthly rent of $5, Qin Fei paid the elderly lady an entire year's rent and received the keys from her. Fatty, although I have rented the house, you will still operate the shop. Everything will remain as we previously agreed, he stated. No way, Brother Fei. Since you have paid the rent, aren't you at a disadvantage? Son Fatty immediately shook his head. I'll give you the rent. Xiao Fei. My brother Shinchao is still messing around in the village. I can't let you bear the loss. Keep this money. Doctor. Son extracted a wad of cash from beneath his shoe insole and handed it to Qin Fei. Uncle Son, Fatty. Here's the thing. I just agreed with the elderly lady to rent this house. If I accept your money now, it would feel deceitful. Qin Fei smiled and pushed the money back. Moreover, I will be frequently visiting this place, treating it as a base where I might stay for a few days. You will manage the shop on the first floor while I keep the second floor for personal use. Brother Fei, in that case, you run the shop. And I will work for you. After all, you won't treat me unfairly. I could earn a monthly wage just like working for the government, son Fatty suggested. That's not right, Fatty. Working for someone else and running your own business are two different matters, regardless of the earnings. You're just starting out. Once you save enough money, you can find your own place. Brother Fei, All right, Xingqiao, listen to Xiao Fei. Dr. Sun interrupted his son. Then turned to Qin Fei. Xiao Fei, I will give this money to Xingqiao. If you need it, just ask him. I won't meddle in your young matters. Nor will I spread rumors in the village. Xingqiao, work diligently with Xiao Fei and don't be as stingy as your father. With the arrangement for the shop finally settled, Qin Fei asked the Sun family to return to the village while he rode off to find Brother Song. Brother Song, have you eaten? Did I miss mealtime? You haven't missed it at all. Brother Song replied with a beaming smile upon seeing Qin Fei. He shouted towards the kitchen, Dear. Cook up a couple more good dishes. Xiao Qin has come. As they entered the house and took their seats, Brother Song busily attended to them, pouring tea and fetching snacks. Xiao Qin, how much stock do you need this time? Brother Song, I actually want to discuss something important with you, Qin Fei said, his expression turning serious. Noticing Qin Fei's demeanor, Brother Song's expression also became more focused. Indeed, I am preparing to increase production. Currently, I have a daily output of 100 pounds, which is insufficient to meet demand. In the near future, a single procurement might approach 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. Old Song exclaimed in astonishment. He had been in the roasted seeds and nuts business for 2 years, and only during the festive season could he sell nearly 1,000 pounds of goods. The prospect of Qin Fei purchasing such a substantial quantity at once was truly remarkable. Young Qin, please continue, Old Song urged, lifting his teacup to take a sip, striving to calm his racing heart. In recent days, he had earned significantly more by supplying Qin Fei than he ever did selling his roasted snacks at his stall. If Qin Fei could indeed procure 1,000 pounds at a time, Old Song could wholeheartedly devote himself to the supply endeavor. Chapter 16, Cooperation. Brother Song. With such a substantial quantity, are you able to supply it? I am also preparing to import peanuts, which will be a significant amount as well. Rest assured. I guarantee the goods will be flawless, Old Song asserted, patting his chest. Very well. Qin Fei nodded, then shifted the conversation. Brother Song, considering this large volume. Thin margins mean we won't earn much. I have a few requirements regarding our cooperation. Go ahead, Old Song replied, lighting a cigarette with a serious demeanor. Firstly, regardless of the quantity, you must ensure the quality, maintaining strict standards during procurement. Secondly, your supply must be exclusive to me. You will be my sole supplier. Lastly, you need to deposit a sum of money with me. This deposit will serve to ensure the quality of the goods and to guarantee you 1T supply to others. Qin Fei calmly articulated his 3 points, while Old Song raised his gaze to meet Qin Fei's, his brow furrowing. These requests seemed somewhat unfair to Old Song, yet he recognized the necessity to comply to avoid potential complications in their business dealings. Young Qin, you're quite astute for your age, conducting business like a seasoned fox. After a moment of contemplation, Old Song teased, but his expression turned grave. These conditions seem a bit excessive. Brother Song, to speak plainly, with such a large quantity, anyone would profit. I'm not afraid of the hassle. I can handle the procurement myself, Qin Fei remarked with a slight smile. If you find these terms unreasonable, it's no problem. Our friendship remains intact, and we can leave this matter aside to avoid straining our relationship. Old Song's countenance darkened further, his right middle finger rhythmically tapping on the table. Qin Fei remained unperturbed, having anticipated Old Song's potential rejection. How much is this deposit? Old Song suddenly inquired. $500, Brother Song. This amount will be returned in full once our collaboration concludes, Qin Fei replied with a smile. Old Song fell into silence once more. $500 could purchase several houses in these times. It was no trifling sum for anyone. All right, young Qin, I agree to your terms. I will provide the deposit. But I have a few conditions of my own. Go ahead, Brother Song. You will be my only client, and payment must be settled in full with each transaction. That is acceptable. I agree. Good. Then I shall draft a written agreement, and we will sign it. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Song. After signing the document, Old Song went to the kitchen and returned after a considerable time, holding a thick stack of bills. Young Qin, take care of this money. There have been plenty of highwaymen lurking in the shadows these past 2 years. Old Song efficiently placed the cash in front of Qin Fei. Brother Song, did you just have a quarrel with your wife? It seems I've put you in a difficult position, Qin Fei remarked, having overheard some raised voices from the kitchen. Ah, women are like that. They are reluctant to part with money. Old Song chuckled, noticing Qin Fei's lack of response as he tucked the money away. Young Qin, aren't you going to say anything? If I lacked this level of trust in Brother Song, I would feel quite embarrassed to sit here and dine, Qin Fei replied. Huh, you rascal. After a delightful meal, the guests enjoyed a leisurely chat. Once Qin Fei bid his farewells, he mounted his bicycle, undeterred by the sweltering sun, and made his way to the neighboring town of Yaoyao. Upon arriving at Zhou Libin's home shortly after 2 in the afternoon, he forewent a nap and stood at the entrance. Ah, Xiaoqin, you have finally arrived. I was truly worried you might not come, Zhou Libin exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he ushered Qin Fei inside. Brother Zhou, what seems to be the matter? Qin Fei inquired, taken aback by Zhou Libin's fervor. The sunflower seeds are selling like hotcakes. They've all been snapped up, and so many people have greeted me, insisting I bring more today. Zhou Libin spoke in a rapid-fire manner, overflowing with excitement. Did you bring them? How many did you manage to bring? On my bicycle, I brought 30 kilograms. Qin Fei said, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. Ah, how can 30 kilograms possibly suffice? Zhou Libin lamented. Xiaoqin, you have no idea how well your seeds sell. The workers insist they are more delectable than meat, buying them by the pound. Many who missed out have placed orders with me. 30 kilograms won't even satisfy those requests. Brother Zhou, remain calm. Today it is 30 kilograms. But I shall bring more tomorrow. Would 100 kilograms suffice? Qin Fei had not anticipated the seeds would sell so well, considering it was Zhou Libin's first venture into selling them, and he expected a learning curve. 200 kilograms. 100 kilograms would likely sell out in a day, Zhou Libin replied, pulling out the prepared cash from his pocket. As you suggested, at 1 yuan per kilogram, this is 29 yuan. The 1 kilogram is for the workers to sample. Not at all, Brother Zhou, it is only right. You are quite the businessman, Qin Fei remarked, taking only 20 yuan and promptly sending the remainder back through express delivery. Here, Brother Zhou, keep this, you deserve it for your efforts. This is too much, Xiaoqin. I haven't done anything significant. It's merely a side endeavor, Zhou Libin protested, realizing the 9 yuan was more than he had earned in a week. Brother Zhou, please accept it. Without your assistance, how would my seeds have sold? Qin Fei pressed the money into Zhou Libin's hands with a smile. By the way, do you have any water? Ah, look at me. So engrossed in conversation I forgot. No wonder my mother scolds me daily for my forgetfulness. Zhou Libin chuckled, smacking his forehead before returning with a porcelain jug filled with chilled tea. I prepared this especially for you, knowing you would be thirsty from your journey. Thank you. Brother Zhou. Qin Fei raised the jug and drank deeply, feeling refreshed as he exhaled. Now, let us discuss the matter of collaboration. Collaboration? Xiaoqin. I haven't had much formal education, and I may not grasp things easily. Please be patient and speak slowly, Zhou Libin said earnestly, pulling up a chair for Qin Fei to sit. Well, it's quite straightforward. I live too far from Yaoyao, and I certainly need someone to assist in selling my seeds. Would you be willing to help, Brother Zhou? Qin Fei inquired. Of course, without a second thought. I would be delighted to assist, Zhou Libin replied without hesitation. All right, Brother Zhou, here's the deal. I sell my sunflower seeds for 1 yuan, and I'll offer you 8 mao per kilogram. However, we cannot proceed as we did this time, where you pay me after selling. Rather, I will deliver the goods. And you must pay upon receipt, Qin Fei stated. After hearing this, Zhou Libin lowered his head, mentally calculating the cost for 200 kilograms. Xiaoqin, I need to discuss this with my wife, Zhou Libin replied, his face breaking into a silly grin after figuring out the numbers. That's perfectly fine, I understand. Qin Fei chuckled and continued, additionally, as long as you, Brother Zhou, are willing to collaborate, you will be the sole distributor in Gao town. I will only supply you with the goods to sell. You must also refrain from selling seeds from other suppliers. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Zhou Libin nodded repeatedly, implying that by partnering with Qin Fei, they would be akin to family, precluding any business dealings with others. Indeed, that is the essence of it, Qin Fei smiled. Furthermore, my sunflower seeds have a name, Fragrant 5-Spice Sunflower Seeds. Please create a sign for it and display it when selling. Certainly, that is simple enough. I'm a carpenter by trade and can ensure it looks appealing. Zhou Libin nodded once more. Very well, Brother Zhou. I'll take my leave for today and return tomorrow, Qin Fei announced, rising from his seat. Today marked his niece Qin Yao's first day at school, and he had already informed his sister-in-law, Linine, that he would be there to pick Yaoyao up after school. Delaying any further would risk missing her. Xiaoqin, please stay a moment. I'll go speak with my wife right now. Just a moment, Zhou Libin insisted, pressing Qin Fei down into his seat. He swiftly refilled the tea kettle with water and dashed toward the backyard. Qin Fei, feeling resigned, settled back down. Before long, distinct sounds of an argument could be heard from the backyard. Chapter 17. The second sister-in-law goes mad. What? You want 160 yuan? No. We are not running a bank. Where would such a sum come from? Upon hearing his wife's outright refusal, Zhou Libin's expression turned troubled as he persisted in his explanation. My dear, this venture is profitable. You cannot fathom how well the sunflower seeds sell. We will not incur losses. How can you be so sure we won't lose money? 160 yuan is no small amount. Zhou Libin, what if we end up losing? My dear, each kilogram yields a profit of 20 cents. We can easily make a guaranteed 20 yuan a day. Just calculate how much we could earn in a month, 600 yuan. How much? 600 yuan? Are you serious? Zhou Libin, do not spout nonsense. You couldn't even make 600 yuan in a year, let alone in a month. My dear, I assure you. Just look at that Xiaoqin outside. You tasted his seeds and found them delicious. Their conversation was loud enough for Qin Fei to hear every word. Yet he refrained from intervening. Engaging in business indeed requires audacity. Money does not simply lie on the streets waiting to be picked up. After a while, the backyard fell silent, and Zhou Libin emerged with a face full of delight. Xiaoqin, let us proceed as you suggested. Great, Brother Zhou. Do you have paper and pen? We should draft a contract for documentation. Qin Fei was equally pleased with Zhou Libin in Gao town. He was confident that sales would exceed those in Shilin town, leading to a considerable increase in future income. After leaving the Zhou residence, Qin Fei hurried back on his bicycle, fortunate to arrive just as the school bell rang. Lianhua Village Primary School was newly constructed a few years ago with funds from the commune, accommodating children from several neighboring villages, thus attracting a large student body. Qin Fei had heard from his sister-in-law Linine that this year, the first grade had 3 classes, each with over 10 students. Few parents were present at the school gate to pick up their children. In these times, children were largely left to roam freely, often walking to and from school in groups with their peers from the same village. After a short wait, a throng of exuberant children rushed out from the school gates like wild horses. Third uncle. The keen-eyed Qinyo spotted Qin Fei as soon as she exited the school, bouncing over with her backpack. Yaoyao, did you enjoy school? Qin Fei asked with a smile, as he helped her onto the bicycle. Yes, I had so much fun. Third uncle, I'm in class 1, and there are 37 of us, 20 boys and 17 girls. Our Chinese teacher is so beautiful, excited on her first day of school. Yaoyao chattered incessantly. Third uncle, look, that's our Chinese teacher, Miss Song. Following Yaoyao's pointing finger, Qin Fei glanced toward the school gate, where a young woman donned in a beige long dress stood, her lustrous black hair cascading down her petite frame, cheerfully waving to the children greeting her. Could it be that this was the very long-dressed girl he had longed to meet again? How small the world seemed. For a moment, Qin Fei hesitated, contemplating whether he should approach her. Hello, I am Qin Yao's third uncle. I would appreciate your guidance in her studies moving forward. It is unreasonable, after all. One has only met twice, and perhaps she has already forgotten about my existence. Hello, do you remember me? Last time, you asked me to order 30 pounds of sunflower seeds. No, that would be too humble. After much contemplation, Qin Fei decided to abandon the thought of initiating a conversation. Yaoyao, do you enjoy having your uncle pick you up from school? Of course, I love it. Then would you like your uncle to come and pick you up every day from now on? Yes, I would love that. Very well, from now on. Your uncle will pick you up every day. Upon reaching Shaosu village, Qin Fei let his niece Yaoyao walk a few steps home by herself before heading to the threshing ground. With the 200 pounds from Zhou Libin and the daily quota from Sun Pongzi, at least 300 pounds of sunflower seeds needed to be roasted by nightfall. After working diligently until dusk, Sun Pongzi arrived. Fei Gu, here, this is the money from today's sales. As soon as he entered, Sun Pongzi handed over a stack of cash. Pongzi, did your father say something to you? Qin Fei inquired, sensing something unusual. Wow, Fei Gu, you are truly remarkable. How do you know everything? Sun Pongzi exclaimed, wide-eyed, then scratched his head sheepishly. My dad just told me to be more prudent with money in the future. Not to take advantage of you, and certainly not to do anything that would betray your trust. Pongzi, you can heed your father's advice, but don't take it too seriously. We are brothers. I trust you, and you trust me, and that is sufficient. Qin Fei counted the money, putting it away at the price of 80 cents per pound, and returned the remaining amount to Sun Pongzi. Fei Gu, this doesn't seem right. Why is there so much? Sun Pongzi looked perplexed at the 20 yuan in his hand. What's wrong? The purchase price is 80 cents, you make 20 cents profit per pound, and you sold 100 pounds, which amounts to 20 yuan. Is that too little? Fei Gu, you know that's not what I mean. From today onward, you are the boss, Sunday. From now on, you will be earning for yourself, not working for me, understood? Fei Gu, our shop hasn't even been set up yet. Let us wait until it's ready. Pongzi, can't you see I'm busy? Hurry up and come help. I'm coming. The two worked diligently, with both large pots boiling sunflower seeds. After giving a few instructions, Qin Fei returned home for dinner. Just as he reached the doorstep, he heard a commotion in the yard. Sister-in-law, where did Yaoyao's new backpack and stationery come from? Those trendy items must cost at least 20 yuan. Where did the money come from? The voice of his second sister-in-law, Shen Zhaodi, was as loud as ever. Zhaodi, what are you doing? Keep your voice down. You'll make our neighbors laugh at us. Mom, I believe the money for Yaoyao's schooling came from the third brother, but could he have bought her the backpack and stationery too? He has been moving bricks at the construction site. How could he earn that much in just a few days? Shen Zhaodi persisted, pulling Qin Yao forward. Yaoyao, tell your second aunt where your backpack and stationery came from. Wah! Qin Yao was evidently frightened by Shen Zhaodi, bursting into tears. Zhaodi, the backpack and stationery were purchased by me. Is it not permissible for a mother to buy things for her daughter? The voice of my sister-in-law, Linine, trembled slightly, starkly contrasted by the overwhelming presence of the second sister-in-law, who commanded authority. Oh, you bought them? Where did you acquire the funds? You hardly step outside the door, earning not a single cent. Zhaodi was unconvinced by this assertion, her tone laced with sarcasm. Sister-in-law, we are already separated. My husband Huizi and I have allowed you to stay in our home out of respect for my elder brother. If you intend to spend the family's money behind my back, I assure you, that is unacceptable. Parents, you must provide me with an explanation today. Why have you given money to my sister-in-law? Qin Xinda and Zhang Shulan exchanged glances, for they had not given Lin Yin any money. Even if they wished to, they lacked the means. Zhaodi, you are most aware of our financial situation. The fertilizer for the fields, the seeds for next year. Did you not witness us purchasing these? How could we have any money left to give? Zhang Shulan sighed. That is implausible, mother. Do not assume I am unaware of the substantial amount you have secretly saved. I originally thought you intended to reserve it for the third child's wedding. I refrained from mentioning it, yet to my astonishment, you have given it to my sister-in-law. For Yao's schooling, you provided 20 yuan for a backpack. How much are you planning to allocate for Xiaowen and Xiaowu? Zhaodi persisted relentlessly. Enough of your outbursts. Second family's child. Have you not caused enough commotion? Qin Xinda shouted. You no longer believe your mother and me. Is that it? Father, do not attempt to intimidate me. It is of no use. If this matter is not resolved today, no one shall find peace. Zhaodi cried out hysterically, her demeanor resembling that of a shrew. Oh dear. This life has become unbearable. Sister-in-law, what madness has overtaken you? Qin Fei entered, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Zhaodi. Chapter 18. Encountering brother hammer against their brother. Is it you who bought Yao's backpack? Zhang Shulan pulled her son close and whispered. Where did you get so much money to buy such an expensive item? What about our daily life? Are you still planning to marry? Second sister-in-law. If you have something to say, direct it at me. The backpack belongs to me. I purchased it. Qin Fei gently patted his mother Zhang Shulan's hand and turned to Shinjiao. Third brother, is there a single truth in your words? I've seen that backpack at the commune. It cost about 10 yuan. How could you possibly afford that? You only earn money carrying bricks on the construction site. Are you moving gold bricks? Shinjiao scoffed, then added, if you really earn that much, don't just spend it on your sister-in-law. Show some filial piety towards our parents and contribute to the family. Second sister-in-law, if you just want to ask for money, then say so. Qin Fei chuckled, pulling out a large denomination bill from his pocket and offering it to her. This should cover a month's worth of groceries, right? Shinjiao stared at the bill, her expression shifting constantly. She refrained from taking it, lifting her chin and curling her lip. I can't accept this money. Who knows if it was stolen or obtained through nefarious means? Jiao, how can you say such a thing? Third brother would never engage in such activities. Lin Yin mustered the courage to interject. Humph, sister-in-law, do you know where Xiao Fei's money comes from? Shinjiao retorted coldly. Lin Yin, are you perhaps involved with third brother? I've noticed something off between you two lately. At her words, everyone in the courtyard fell silent. Shinjiao, you're speaking nonsense. Lin Yin's face turned pale, trembling with anger. Zhang Shulan glanced between her son and daughter-in-law, confusion evident in her eyes. Second family, what are you rambling about? Qin Shinda bellowed. You can't just speak like that. Second brother, quickly take your wife back. Qin Hui, who usually refrained from speaking, stepped forward to pull his wife back into the house. Third brother, come with me. Qin Shinda cast a sharp glance at Qin Fei. Qin Fei was taken aback by his sister-in-law's audacity. If her words were to spread, the Qin family would be drowned in scandal. Once inside, Qin Shinda closed the door. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on his son. Where did you get all that money? Father, I earned it myself, Qin Fei replied, lowering his head, feeling somewhat guilty. I also borrowed a bit from Sun Pongzi. Yaoyao needs a backpack and school supplies. Fine, I'll tentatively believe you for now. Qin Shinda scrutinized his son closely. Is there truly something going on between you and your sister-in-law? What do you mean by that? Qin Fei's anger surged, his voice rising. Sister-in-law has worked tirelessly for our family over the years. She has no one to support her from her own family. She faces constant disdain from second sister-in-law. If you and mother continue to look down on her, how is she supposed to manage raising Yaoyao? Qin Fei's tone softened as he gazed at his father, Qin Shinda, feeling a pang of sorrow. He truly comprehended the reasons behind his parents' enduring distance from his sister-in-law over the years. The fundamental cause lay in their unwavering belief that had it not been for her, his elder brother, Qin Ji, would not have met his untimely demise. Third brother, as long as you maintain a good relationship with your sister-in-law, it is acceptable for you to care for her and her daughter now that you are earning. Just be mindful of your boundaries to avoid any gossip, Qin Shinda sighed. I will speak to your mother to have a word with your sister-in-law. If she finds someone suitable, she should take Yaoyao along. Your mother and I have no objections. Qin Fei sighed inwardly. If his sister-in-law truly wished to remarry, why had she waited until now? Perhaps she felt a sense of guilt towards his brother, choosing instead to remain in this constraining household, fulfilling her responsibilities to him. After dinner at home, Qin Fei placed a large bag of seeds on the table and hurried back to the threshing ground, working alongside Sun Pongzi until the late hours of the night, finally finishing the roasting of 300 pounds of 5-spice melon seeds. Pongzi, let's wake up early tomorrow morning to deliver 200 pounds to Yaoyao town, he said. Sure, I'll be there first thing in the morning. After Sun Pongzi left, Qin Fei counted the money in his possession, which had already exceeded 1,000 yuan. Once the operations in Yaoyao town were on track, and with the opening of the shop in Shilin town, an estimated daily income of 300 yuan seemed feasible. In less than a month, he would surely become a bona fide 10,000 yuan household. There were still many pressing matters at hand, the foremost being the inadequacy of space at the threshing ground. It was imperative to find a more spacious location. Qin Fei had already identified a potential site in the back mountain, where the existing caves could serve as warehouses, and the open land at the foot of the mountain was sufficiently large. He took out paper and pen and began drafting a blueprint based on his recent experiences roasting seeds. The next morning, when Sun Pongzi arrived, Qin Fei was already awake. They each tied 100 pounds to the back of their bicycles and set off towards Yaoyao town. Due to a restless night, Qin Fei found pedaling quite laborious. It was clear that relying on bicycles for deliveries and restocking was far too inefficient. Traversing 100 kilometers was akin to exhausting half his life. He needed to devise a means to acquire a motorcycle. Upon reaching the Zhou family in Yaoyao town, Zhou Liban accepted the goods and paid 160 yuan as per their agreement of 8 mao per pound. After bidding farewell, Qin Fei hurried towards Shilin town, while Sun Pongzi returned to the village for more goods. By the time he arrived in Shilin town, it was already noon. Just as Qin Fei contemplated indulging in a modest meal at the state-run restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered Zhang Liang, Song Yong, and their entourage on the street. Xiao Fei, what brings you here? Selling seeds? Zhang Liang greeted him with a smile. No, just handling some matters in town, Qin Fei replied, nodding with a grin. Once referred to as Fij, he was now called Xiao Fei, a clear indication of how times had changed. Led by Cui Gu, there were a total of 5 individuals, each flamboyantly dressed and striding with an air of confidence, convinced they were the most stylish in the vicinity. Xiaofiage, the boisterous Song Yang, waved cheerfully at Qin Fei. So it turns out your name is Qin Fei, Cui Gu remarked, sizing him up with a smirk. Given a Liang's friendship, let bygones be bygones. Just be cautious moving forward. Understood. Thank you, Cui Gu. Qin Fei replied with a forced smile, then turned to Zhang Liang, adding, thank you as well, Yang Gu. Xiao Fei, my friend, you've made quite a fortune selling sunflower seeds, haven't you? Since fate has brought us together, why not invite Brother Hammer to dinner as a gesture of goodwill? Zhang Liang stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Qin Fei, and whispered in his ear. Cultivating a good relationship with Brother Hammer will benefit you and Fatty in your future small business endeavors in the town. Don't be stingy with your money. If you fall short, I can lend you some. All right, you make the arrangements, and I'll treat him. I've managed to save a bit recently. Qin Fei replied with a smile. If it weren't for his past life experiences, he might have been touched by everything Zhang Liang was doing at that moment. However, he already understood the true nature of Zhang Liang's character from his previous life. At this moment, Zhang Liang was merely seeking to flaunt his current status. No longer the Brother Fei that the locals from Lianhua village would address, but rather a prominent figure known as Brother Liang in Shilin town. Qin Fei pushed his cart, following Brother Hammer and his companions towards the state-run restaurant. Just as fate would have it, a familiar figure approached, her pale yellow dress shimmering under the sunlight. Chapter 19. Teacher Song. Qin Fei observed the girl in the long skirt and discerned surprise, disappointment, and a hint of fear in her eyes. The good news was that she evidently remembered him, the vendor of sunflower seeds. The bad news was that he was now mingling with the unsavory crowd led by Cui Gu, which was unmistakably a poor association. Hey, beautiful, why don't you join me for a movie? Cui Gu called out to the girl, whistling as he did so. The girl hastily stepped back to the roadside, lowered her head, and quickened her pace, not daring to glance back. A bitter pang struck Qin Fei's heart. The girl must think he was just as disreputable as Cui Gu's gang. Upon arriving at the state-owned restaurant, Cui Gu and his entourage settled in and ordered an array of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of white liquor and 2 cases of beer. Showing no restraint and clearly intending to indulge at his expense, Qin Fei maintained a quiet demeanor, offering a faint smile. As the beer was served, the group began to drink heartily. Qin Fei exchanged a glance with Zhang Liang, and they discreetly made their way to the restroom. Liangzi, I fear I might not have enough money on me, Qin Fei admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. No worries, I suspect you don't have much. Selling those pathetic seeds won't yield much profit. Here, take this 50, it should suffice, Zhang Liang said, pulling out a stack of cash and stuffing it into Qin Fei's pocket. He then patted him on the shoulder, adding, you ordered too much food. You won't finish it all. Just pack it up to take home for your family. Oh, and by the way, you need to pay me back. Zhang Liang reminded him. Understood, I'll gather the money and return it to you as soon as possible, Qin Fei replied with a smile and a nod. All right then. I'll head back first. You should come join us for a few drinks with Cui Gu, Zhang Liang waved as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Fei felt a smile tugging at his lips. If he were still the person he once was, perhaps he would have reveled in such a base sense of superiority. He still had over 1,000 yuan on him. He was likely the wealthiest individual in the entire Shilin commune. He had only mentioned his financial status to Zhang Liang for one reason. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially in the company of those who were aimlessly scheming to make a quick buck. You're quite skilled, are you? But what good does that do? It's all about power in this world, a thought surfaced in Qin Fei's mind. After nearly 2 hours had elapsed, Qin Fei settled the bill, and the inebriated group led by Cui Gu had vanished from sight. He was not surprised by Zhang Liang's affiliation with Cui Gu's gang and had no intention of intervening, but he felt a concern for Song Yong, a childhood friend of his who was a simple and honest person. He hoped to steer Yong away from the wrong path when the opportunity arose. having wasted considerable time. He hurriedly mounted his bicycle and headed to the carpenter's shop to reserve the display shelves needed for his store. He then visited Old Song's place, ordering 1,000 jin of raw sunflower seeds and 500 jin of peanuts. Once these errands were completed, the sun was setting. Qin Fei rode his bicycle straight to Lianhua Village Primary School. Yaoyao, what did you learn today? We learned pinyin and addition. Yaoyao, your third uncle guesses your Chinese teacher is named Song Meili, right? Wrong. Teacher Song is Song Wenwen. The young lady in the long dress is named Song Wenwen. Third uncle, aren't we going home yet? Qin Fei asked as he lifted his niece Yao into the car, his gaze lingering at the school gate in search of that familiar figure. Third uncle. Teacher Song took leave today. She didn't come to class, Yaoyao pouted. How do you know I'm looking for Teacher Song? Qin Fei turned in surprise to look at his niece. Because Teacher Song is pretty. Aren't you looking for her, third uncle? Yaoyao blinked her large eyes and inquired. No children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Oh, all right, Yaoyao understands. The next morning, Qin Fei rode his bike toward Shilin Commune. He had worked late into the night with Sun Pongzi to clear out 2 large caves on the back mountain, preparing one as a warehouse and the other to set up 2 stoves for roasting seeds, which would suffice for the time being. Upon arriving at the Song family's residence, he found the elderly couple packing seeds. Xiaoqin, why are you up so early? Didn't I tell you? I know the way to Xiao Su's village. You didn't have to make this unnecessary trip. Old Song chuckled as he set down his work to greet Qin Fei warmly. Brother Song, I have a favor to ask. Do you know anyone who understands bricklaying? Qin Fei offered Old Song a cigarette. Xiaoqin, are you going to build a house? Old Song took the cigarette, lighting it with a twinkle in his eyes. Brother Song, you overestimate me. I don't have that kind of money. Qin Fei replied with a smile. Actually, I want to build a larger stove. It's a simple task, and it shouldn't take more than half a day. Then why look for someone else? I can handle it easily. Old Song winked. If you were building a house, I wouldn't dare make promises, but for a stove, I can manage that. Just leave it to me. Brother Song, you're quite the versatile one, aren't you? Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback and gave a thumbs up. Haha, Xiaoqin knows how to flatter. Old Song laughed heartily. By the way, have you prepared your materials? Not yet. I came to trouble Brother Song first to help find someone. Then I'll go buy the materials. Qin Fei scratched his head. In that case, I'll accompany you to buy them. You probably wouldn't know what to purchase. Brother Song, why don't we do this? Let us find a vehicle to transport the materials along with this batch of goods. It'll be more convenient. All right, let us do that. Following Old Song, Qin Fei quickly gathered the materials, giving the delivery driver at the brick factory 2 packs of cigarettes. They took a detour to Old Song's house to load the goods before heading to Lianhua Village, Xiao Su's home. After laboring until noon, they finally unloaded the goods, and Qin Fei, noticing Old Song and Sun Pongzi drenched in sweat, suddenly recalled something. It was Old Song's first visit, and he hadn't even offered him a cup of tea before they had worked hard all morning without a meal. Pongzi, go to the village store and see what food is available, buy some more, and bring back 2 packs of good cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Qin Fei pulled Sun Pongzi aside. Feej, there's no need. I've already spoken to my dad. Brother Song is here for the first time, and he helped us with work. We should at least show him some hospitality. Sun Pongzi scratched his head and smiled. You take Brother Song inside to sit. I'll head home and bring back the food. Chubby one. You are quite impressive. Now you're even quick to respond, Qin Fei remarked, genuinely surprised as he patted Sun Pongzi on the shoulder. What do you mean? Sun Pongzi inquired, his expression one of confusion. Nothing much. Qin Fei replied with an ambiguous smile. You should hurry there and back. After lunch, Sun Pongzi busied himself for a while before riding to Shilin Commune to sell sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Qin Fei and Old Song continued their tasks, and just before sunset, they managed to construct 2 stoves. Old Song demonstrated commendable craftsmanship. The stoves were well designed, with the bricks fitting together seamlessly. Although Old Song suggested applying some cement for a more polished appearance, Qin Fei dismissed the idea, deeming it an unnecessary hassle. After all, this was merely a temporary setup, and he would eventually need to build a proper production facility. Brother Song, you have truly worked hard today. Thank you for your efforts, Qin Fei expressed his gratitude. While he certainly could have found someone else to help, none would have done it as efficiently and neatly. Come now, why are you being so polite with me? Old Song said with a warm smile, accepting a pack of cigarettes from Qin Fei. He lit one and added, It's getting late. I'll ride your bike back. You can come by my stall tomorrow to pick it up. All right, Brother Song, let me see you off. Oh, I know the way. There is no need for that. Despite Old Song's insistence, Qin Fei insisted on accompanying him to the village entrance, adhering to the ancestral customs of hospitality. It was fortunate that this gesture led him to encounter the girl in the long dress once again. Chapter 20. Greetings. Songwon, when the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the wide road at the edge of the village, casting elongated shadows of a solitary figure and a bicycle. A young woman in a pale yellow dress emerged from the light. Lianhua village consists of 8 hamlets, neither overly large nor insignificantly small. The village primary school is situated near the village committee, and the road leading to it passes close to Shaosu village. Songwon, instead of riding, pushed her bicycle forward with her head bowed, appearing lost in thought. Qin Fei did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. The misunderstanding from yesterday's noon should be resolved sooner rather than later. Hello. He approached and positioned himself in front of her bicycle. The bicycle came to an abrupt halt as Song Wanwen lifted her gaze, only to see Qin Fei. She gripped the handlebars tightly, her expression tense. What do you want? She stammered, taking a couple of steps back. Please don't be nervous. I'm Qin Fei. Do you remember me from the last time you bought 30 kilograms of sunflower seeds? He also stepped back slightly. Song Wanwen nodded in acknowledgement. It's like this. We agreed on a price of 9 yuan per kilogram, which totals 27 yuan for 30 kilograms. However, you gave me 35. Qin Fei retrieved some money from his pocket and handed her 8 yuan. This is the excess amount. A flicker of confusion crossed Song Wanwen's eyes, and she quickly shook her head. And no, it's not necessary. I'm a businessman, and integrity is paramount in our dealings. Altering our agreement unilaterally seems rather disrespectful. Qin Fei stated earnestly, gazing at her intently. Song Wanwen was evidently taken aback by his perspective, her expression reflecting her bewilderment as she stared at him blankly. If you refuse to accept this, it will lead me to believe that you pity me. I am capable of earning my living through hard work. And pity feels like an affront to me, he added with conviction. Reluctantly, Song Wanwen extended her hand to accept the 8 yuan, subsequently lowering her head. Thank you. The village primary school is still 5 miles away. You should ride faster. It's getting dark, and it's not very safe for a girl like you. After delivering his final remark, Qin Fei waved goodbye and turned to leave. Song Wanwen watched his retreating figure, her mind clouded with confusion. How did he know I was headed to the village primary school? And what did he mean by that? Isn't he associated with those ruffians? Yet, he doesn't seem like one of them. As Qin Fei walked home, a sense of glee bubbled within him, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Fortune had favored him once more, granting him another chance encounter with Song Wanwen. Initially, he had intended to clarify the previous day's misunderstanding, but upon observing her anxious demeanor, he swiftly altered his approach. To demonstrate that he was not part of the gang nor a mere drifter, actions would speak louder than words. While the 8 yuan might not entirely alleviate her wariness, it would certainly leave her curious about his true character. This was sufficient. Money must be earned. But winning a partner's affection is paramount. Song Wanwen, you cannot escape the grasp of my intentions. Qin Fei hummed a tune, secretly vowing to himself. In the following days, he relocated his sunflower seed roasting operations to the cave dwellings on the back mountain. The new stove could roast 100 pounds at a time, making it feasible to produce 300 to 500 pounds daily. He successfully experimented with caramel-flavored sunflower seeds and 5-spice peanuts, beginning to supply Sun Paozi and Zhou Libin from Gaoha. Their reactions were remarkably uniform. There was simply not enough to sell. Now, Qin Fei earned nearly 300 yuan each day, and if this trend continued, he would soon become the first 10,000 yuan household in Lianhua village. While the earnings were substantial, Qin Fei found himself busily occupied each day, cycling back and forth to manage roasting, deliveries, and inventory. Particularly challenging was the delivery to Zhou Libin in the neighboring Gaoha town. While he and the fatty could manage to transport 200 pounds of 5-spice sunflower seeds on their bicycles, Zhou Libin's booming business had increased orders to 300 pounds of sunflower seeds and 200 pounds of peanuts, making bicycle transport unfeasible. After much contemplation, Qin Fei thought of someone. Uncle, are you home? Yes, it's Xiao Fei. Come in and sit. On this midday, after having lunch at home, Qin Fei found himself at the residence of Qin Matzi. Qin Matzi was a relative, and according to their lineage, Qin Fei should refer to him as uncle. He had suffered from smallpox in his youth, leaving his face marked with pockmarks, which led the villagers to affectionately call him Matzi. Qin Matzi's health was poor, compounded by the early loss of his parents, resulting in a dismal living situation. Now, at nearly 60 and still unmarried, He barely scraped by driving ox carts from the village to the commune. Uncle, is this all you're having for lunch? Upon entering the main room, Qin Fei noticed that the dining table held only a plate of steamed sweet potatoes and a bottle of loose white liquor from the local shop. Oh, it matters not what I eat alone. Xiao Fei, have you eaten? If not, I can fry you a couple of eggs, Qin Matzi said with a shy smile. I've already eaten, Uncle, Qin Fei replied, waving his hand with a smile as he pulled out a chair to sit down. Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Whatever it is, just say it. We are family. I will certainly help if I can, Qin Matzi responded. It's like this. I need to deliver a batch of goods to the neighboring Yaoyao town, approximately 3 times a week, each time around 100 pounds. I wanted to ask if you could assist me with your ox cart. Qin Fei spoke softly, then added, Uncle, I'll give you 3 yuan for each trip. What? Qin Matzi exclaimed, suddenly standing up in shock, startling Qin Fei. 3 yuan, Qin Fei replied gently. Are you dissatisfied with the amount, Uncle? Not at all, Xiao Fei. It's just that it's too much, Qin Matzi said, visibly excited and somewhat at a loss for words. Where did you get such money? Aren't you just idling away with those boys on the back mountain? What goods do you need me to transport? Qin Fei briefly explained the situation to Qin Matzi, who pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, this can work, but 3 yuan is too much. I cannot take advantage of you. Just give me 1 yuan. Uncle, it's 3 yuan. I don't think it's too much, and you shouldn't consider it too little either. Qin Fei rose to his feet and said, Tomorrow morning, my dear uncle, please drive the ox cart to the back mountain. We shall load the goods. This will be my first time accompanying you, and I hope to familiarize you with the surroundings. Very well, I shall make sure to rise early, replied Qin Matzi, also standing up to see Qin Fei to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Matzi hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, before finally uttering, Little Fei, how has your elder sister-in-law been these past few days? Qin Fei was taken aback, gazing at the weathered face of Qin Matzi, lost in contemplation. Chapter 21. Joining the fold suddenly, Qin Matzi inquired about his sister-in-law Linyin, a question that was undoubtedly laden with implications. Qin Fei instantly recalled the incident of his sister-in-law sneaking out in the dead of night. Not only did he firmly believe that she was not the type to stray from her marital vows, but even if she were feeling lonely, she would not turn to Qin Matzi for solace. There must be a secret lurking beneath the surface. My sister-in-law, she is quite remarkable, Qin Fei remarked earnestly, observing Qin Matzi closely. Indeed, Qin Matzi responded, scratching his head, clearly exhibiting signs of unease. By the way, uncle, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you today. An idea struck Qin Fei, and he leaned in closer to whisper in Qin Matzi's ear. My sister-in-law asked me to inquire about the matter she entrusted you with. How has it progressed? It's all settled. Everything has been sold, Qin Matzi replied, only to realize too late that he had let something slip. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Fei. Xiao Fei, you tricked me into revealing that. Uncle, please don't hold it against me. I was merely curious. Since you've already divulged part of it, why not share the rest? Qin Fei chuckled awkwardly. What exactly did my sister-in-law ask you to handle? What is this about everything being sold? Xiao Fei, I promised your sister-in-law that I wouldn't tell anyone. Please don't put me in a difficult position, Qin Matzi sighed, adding, if you truly wish to know, you should ask your sister-in-law directly. If she is willing, she will tell you. That is fair enough. Qin Fei retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it in Qin Matzi's hand. Uncle, my apologies. I should have tried to outsmart you. Also, uncle, you are aware of my second sister-in-law, right? The matter regarding my sister-in-law seeking your assistance must remain confidential. Qin Matzi pushed back, but ultimately accepted the cigarettes, wearing a wry smile. I understand. I promised your sister-in-law that I would keep it a secret. It's you, Xiao Zi, who is too clever for your own good, managing to extract information from me. After parting ways with Qin Matzi, Qin Fei encountered Sun Pongzi on his way to the threshing ground. Fei Ge, we need to head to the back mountain quickly, Sun Pongzi panted, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Liang Zi and Yong Zi are waiting over there. They can wait. What is the rush? Qin Fei replied, puzzled. Liang Zi mentioned he had something important to discuss with us. I've been searching for you everywhere. How could I not be anxious? Sun Pongzi exclaimed. What could they possibly want? Qin Fei wondered aloud. Zhang Liang and Song Yong had not appeared in the village for some time, and their sudden return today made him suspect they might be after the 50 yuan. They didn't say, but Fei Ge, I have a feeling that they no longer align with us, Sun Pongzi mused. Why do you say that? Qin Fei turned to inquire. Yangzi seems fine, but Liangzi, he has changed his attire and now calls you Xiao Fei. We used to call you Fei Ge, Sun Pengzi lamented. What of it? He is now mingling with Brother Chui and has become quite a notable figure in Shilin Town. To him, I'm just Xiao Fei, Qin Fei chuckled, recalling a certain matter. By the way, what did your father say about the new store opening? The preparations for the grand opening of the first specialty store of fragrant 5-spice melon seeds have long been completed. The counters and shelves within the shop have been installed. Qin Fei intended to proceed swiftly, yet Dr. Sun insisted on consulting a master for an auspicious date. This left Qin Fei in a state of bemusement. But as the shop was originally established by the portly Sun, he refrained from voicing his concerns. My father consulted a master and determined that the 8th of next month is an auspicious day. Sun chuckled, scratching his head. My father is quite superstitious. I hope this doesn't upset you. What could possibly upset me? I completely understand. After all, this is your first venture. And your father naturally wishes for your future to be smooth sailing and prosperous, Qin Fei replied, patting Sun's shoulder and unable to suppress a smile. The 8th of next month falls on the 8th of September, leaving more than 10 days until then. When the following year's September 8th arrives, will it be a time of blooming flowers and blossoming success? Was the master perhaps interpreting the I Ching through Tang poetry? Upon reaching the back mountain, as Qin Fei and Sun entered the cave dwelling, Zhang Liang was earnestly examining the stove used for roasting seeds, while Song Yong sat, munching on melon seeds. The shells flying about. Liang, what a rare guest. It's been a while since you and Yong returned, Qin Fei greeted amiably, patting Song Yong before directly inquiring. Fatty mentioned you had significant matters to discuss. What else on your mind? Xiao Fei, you're now quite the accomplished entrepreneur, Zhang Liang remarked, clad in a leather jacket. His slick back hair gleaming. He offered Qin Fei a subtle smile. Your seed business must be quite profitable. Not particularly. It's a small venture, not comparable to yours. Who in Shilin Town doesn't he know of you, Brother Liang? Qin Fei responded. Nonsense. I'm merely drifting along, Zhang replied, though his expression betrayed his satisfaction with the title of Brother Liang. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Xiao Fei. Here's the thing. You and Fatty toil endlessly for little reward. Why not join me? Yong, tell Xiao Fei how delightful life is now. Delightful. There is meat to eat every day and wine to drink, Song Yong beamed with a broad smile. Liang, although we work hard and earn little, this is still our family business. We can't simply abandon it, Sun interjected. Fatty, how can you speak like that? Brother Liang recognizes our bond, having grown up together. He is extending a helping hand. Others would long for such an opportunity, but find none, Qin Fei retorted, giving Sun a sidelong glance. Turning back to Zhang Liang with a smile, he added, Liang, we just received a fresh batch of stock, and our capital is all tied up in it. We truly cannot disengage right now. Let us put this matter on hold for the time being. Very well. Just know that you and Fatty are always welcome on my side, Zhang Liang chuckled, stepping closer to embrace Qin Fei. Xiao Fei. That Chui Gu is all bravado without strategy. He only knows how to bully others. If you and Fatty come with me, it won't be long before Shilin Town becomes our domain, and we'll have everything we desire. A sudden jolt of realization struck Qin Fei. Zhang Liang had only been following Chui Gu for a few days, yet was already harboring ambitions to usurp him. His invitation was, in truth, a strategic move to strengthen his own forces in preparation for replacing Chui Gu. Understood, Liangzi, I trust you. With Brother Hammer in your hands, he is hardly a threat. With your protection, my business with Fatty can only flourish. Qin Fei smiled gently, still refraining from engaging with Zhang Liang's remarks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Liang led Song Yong away. Fei Ge, what are you doing? We don't need to fear him. Does he really think being a small-time thug makes him impressive? Fatty's son said indignantly after the two had departed. Fatty, it's not about fear. We grew up with Liangzi, and as long as we don't sever ties, he won't be inclined to trip us up, Qin Fei replied, casting a meaningful glance at Fatty Sunday. If you plan to open a shop in town and provoke him, do you believe your business will thrive? Qin Fei harbored an unsettling premonition regarding Zhang Liang. He sensed that this individual would inevitably bring him considerable trouble. Chapter 22. A noteworthy figure emerges from the Qin family at the break of dawn the following day, when Qin Fei arrived at the rear mountain. He found Qin Matzi dozing against a cart, likely having awaited his arrival since before daybreak. Uncle, what brings you here so early? Have you had your breakfast? Qin Fei inquired as he approached. Qin Matzi, roused from his slumber, smiled broadly. Ah, Xiao Fei, I just arrived as well. I've already eaten at home. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Fei opened the warehouse door and commenced loading the goods. After a flurry of activity, they completed the loading and set off on their journey atop the cart. As they traveled, the two engaged in casual banter, with Qin Fei subtly probing Qin Matzi in hopes of uncovering the secrets of his sister-in-law, Lin Yin. However, Qin Matzi, having been questioned the previous day, remained highly vigilant. Qin Fei contemplated directly inquiring Lin Yin, yet he understood her to be a person of stubborn disposition and strong will, unlikely to divulge anything. His curiosity was not merely for the sake of intrigue. The matter at hand held significant weight in the eyes of the villagers. The widow's door was always ajar, and Lin Yin, being a strikingly beautiful widow, attracted many onlookers eager to gossip. Should word slip about her seeking Qin Matzi's assistance under the cover of night, it would be akin to a stain of yellow mud on her trousers, making it difficult for her to live in the village thereafter. Qin Matzi, being a straightforward and earnest man, was aware of the gravity of the situation and likely would not cause any trouble. Qin Fei reassured himself. "Xiao Qin, you've arrived." As the cart reached the Zhou family's entrance, Zhou Libin sprang forth. "Yes, brother Zhou. This is my maternal uncle. Henceforth, he will handle the deliveries. You two should get acquainted. Uncle, this is the brother Zhou I mentioned to you, Zhou Libin." After a brief introduction, the three settled inside, where Zhou Libin's wife promptly brought forth tea and snacks. "Brother Qin, since you are my maternal uncle's relative, I shall call you Brother Qin from now on. Here, have a smoke." Zhou Libin, ever the gracious host, was especially warm towards Qin Matzi, given their familial connection. Unaccustomed to such cordiality, Qin Matzi felt somewhat uneasy. Smiling as he stood, "Xiao Fei, I shall assist with unloading the goods. You two carry on with your discussion. Brother, no need to rush. I'll manage it later." Zhou Libin began to rise, but Qin Matzi had already excused himself. "Xiao Qin, your uncle is truly a genuine person," Zhou Libin remarked. "Brother Zhou, the quantity of goods you require is substantial. I can only rely on my uncle for transportation via bicycle." Qin Fei chuckled, taking a sip of tea as he shifted the conversation to matters of business. His purpose for visiting this time was to discuss opening a store with Zhou Libin. The market in Gaoyao town was undoubtedly to be entrusted to Zhou Libin, who had been managing it admirably. Zhou Libin, though appearing simple, had a knack for business. Having established two outlets in the town, one near the waterworks construction site and another at the town government's entrance, both thriving under the management of his wife, Qin Fei's original vision was to open a specialty store in each town, thereby managing the market gradually to expand his commercial territory. With the opening in Shilin town on the horizon, it was indeed time to prepare for Gaoyao town as well. After Qin Fei expressed his thoughts, Zhou Libin displayed a look of mutual understanding. "Xiao Qin, we are indeed on the same wavelength. I also wish to open the store. Many in the town are already familiar with our fragrant 5-spice melon seeds, and quite a few have made special trips to the construction site to purchase them. Once this store is established, it will be convenient for those who wish to buy, and we will officially have our own brand, marking a legitimate business venture." Qin Fei felt somewhat surprised. Compared to Zhou Libin, the latter's entrepreneurial aptitude was rather lacking. "Brother Zhou, since our ideas align, I shall speak candidly. Cough slightly, you shall be the one to run this store. Henceforth, in Gaoyao town, you will be the sole proprietor, with no branches. I will continue to supply the goods, while you will bear the expenses of opening and operating the store." Zhou Libin listened intently, awaiting Qin Fei's conclusion. "This store will be a specialty shop, which means it will exclusively sell our products. The pricing will be uniformly determined by me, and you are not permitted to alter it at your discretion. Additionally, you will need to pay a security deposit to me." Zhou Libin fell into contemplation, pondering the amount before finally asking, "How much is the deposit?" Without hesitation, Qin Fei replied, 500. Zhou Libin once again lapsed into thought, remaining silent as Qin Fei patiently awaited his response. "Xiao Qin, let me discuss this with my wife first." After a long while, Zhou Libin managed an awkward smile. Qin Fei nodded in acknowledgement. In the backyard of the Zhou residence, Zhou Libin furrowed his brow. "Libin, what is there to ponder? 500 is indeed a bit steep. But consider this, Xiao Qin's melon seeds sell remarkably well. It won't be long before you recoup the investment." In recent days, the couple had earned more from selling fragrant 5-spice melon seeds than they had in the past 6 months. When Sun Yulian, Zhou Libin's wife, heard of the 500 deposit, she contemplated it briefly and agreed, leaving Zhou Libin in a state of inner conflict. "I fully understand this logic, and I recognize that Xiao Qin's request for a deposit is reasonable. One must consider their own interests in business. Yet, I cannot shake this discomfort," Zhou Libin sighed. "What discomfort?" Sun Yulian queried, puzzled. I feel that Xiao Qin does not trust me. Although we have not known each other long, I regard him as a younger brother. How could I possibly betray his trust? Zhou Libin replied. You, honestly, are being ridiculous, Sun Yulian retorted with exasperation. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Business is business. If Xiao Qin were to let emotions guide him, would he do the same with others? How would business be conducted then? Despite his youth, Xiao Qin is astute in both conduct and dealings. Do you truly fear he would misappropriate this 500? Zhou Libin quickly shook his head. No way. Xiao Qin is not that kind of person. Then there you have it. Go discuss the store's details with Xiao Qin. And let us adhere to his terms regarding the deposit, Sun Yulian urged, pulling Zhou Libin along. Libin, I believe that by following Xiao Qin's lead, our future will undoubtedly improve. Hearing his wife's words, Zhou Libin's anxieties eased considerably, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Zhou, there is something I have considered and would like to share with you. At the entrance of the Zhou family's residence, Qin Fei stopped Zhou Libin as he was about to leave. Business is business, but setting aside that, you will always be my brother Zhou. This simple statement warmed Zhou Libin's heart, prompting him to pat Qin Fei's shoulder firmly. Qin Fei's words were not merely an acknowledgement of Zhou Libin's inner turmoil. They stemmed from the striking resemblance Zhou Libin bore to his late elder brother, Qin Ji, sincere, kind-hearted, and warm in hospitality. At last, a remarkable individual has emerged from our Qin family, Qin Matzi suddenly proclaimed during their journey. Uncle-in-law, what do you mean by that? Qin Fei asked, half amused. Little Fei, work diligently. Your uncle-in-law awaits the day you bring honor to our family, Qin Matzi replied, turning with a smile, his face radiating pride and joy. Chapter 23. The sister-in-law's infidelity. Since agreeing to pick up his niece, Qin Yao, from school every day, Qin Fei has remained true to his word, arriving punctually at the village primary school's entrance regardless of his busy schedule. However, despite his consistent presence, Song Wenwen has not appeared for several days. Could it be that their last encounter frightened her, leaving her fearful of encountering him again at the school? Yaoyao, what's wrong? Noticing the tear-streaked face of his niece, Qin Fei felt a pang of disquiet. Have you been bullied? You can tell your third uncle. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yaoyao looked up and said, Third uncle, they called me a wild child, said I have no father, and that anyone can sleep with my mother. With that, she burst into tears. A surge of anger ignited within Qin Fei. Yaoyao was his niece, but to him, she was akin to his own daughter, and he would not permit anyone to mistreat her. Tell me, who has been bullying you? He asked, crouching down to wipe her tears. It was Zhang Zhuang from Daxa village. He led the others and even pushed me, she replied. All right, let us go find your homeroom teacher, Qin Fei said, taking Yaoyao's hand as they walked into the school. Hello, may I inquire if teacher Song Wenwen is available? Qin Fei knocked on the office door. The students had already left for the day, but many teachers remained, several pairs of eyes turning towards him. Upon seeing Qin Fei, Song Wenwen's eyes widened in surprise, her expression filled with panic. Without further ado, Qin Fei led Yaoyao directly to her desk. Hello, teacher Song. I am the parent of Qin Yao. She has just informed me that a classmate named Zhang Zhuang has been bullying her, not only verbally, but also physically pushing her. This is clearly an act of school violence, and I would like to request an explanation from you as her teacher, Qin Fei stated earnestly, enunciating each word with gravity. School violence was a relatively new term, and though the staff in the office had not previously encountered it, its meaning was immediately grasped by all present. Song Wenwen invisibly panicked, her mind racing as she contemplated Qin Fei's visit. Hello, Mr. Qin, could you allow Qin Yao to elaborate on the situation? I am not familiar with the details, she said, glancing around nervously. Qin Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Yaoyao, who recounted her ordeal in a quivering voice. Yaoyao, I will look into this matter. When school resumes tomorrow, I will clarify the situation, and if it is as you say, I will certainly reprimand Zhang Zhuang and ensure that such incidents do not recur. Song Wenwen reassured her, before turning her attention back to Qin Fei. As a parent, it is normal for children to have conflicts. I will verify the facts and take necessary action. The stern expression on Qin Fei's face softened slightly. That is entirely reasonable. I brought Yaoyao to speak with you because I trust that you will handle this matter appropriately. Thank you, teacher Song. Goodbye. Yaoyao said obediently after expressing her gratitude, and the two turned to take their leave. Song Wenwen gazed at the imposing silhouette of Qin Fei. Her eyes filled with an added layer of bewilderment. As August drew to a close, the logistics of delivery had become considerably lighter with the assistance of her uncle-in-law, Qin Matsi, while the supply was managed by Lao Song's initial arrangements. Nevertheless, Qin Fei remained steadfast in his daily task of roasting 300 pounds of sunflower seeds and peanuts, a commitment unwavering in its consistency. Currently, the markets in Shilin Town and Gaoa Town had stabilized, with Sun Pongzi and Zhou Libin performing admirably, ensuring a steady flow of sales. Qin Fei's income had likewise become reliable, and he now possessed over 5,000 yuan in cash, tantalizingly close to achieving the status of a 10,000 yuan household. Yet, his aspirations transcended mere financial milestones. He envisioned gradually expanding his commercial empire, transforming this modest seed-selling endeavor into a thriving enterprise. At present, two significant tasks loomed before him. First, to recruit personnel to delegate the roasting work, thereby liberating himself from the daily grind. Second, to acquire a motorcycle, enhancing his efficiency in business matters. When it came to recruitment, the first individuals that sprang to mind were his sister-in-law, Lin Yin, and his mother, Zhang Shulan. As the current workload was manageable for the two of them, it was time to lay bare the truth to his family. His relatives were oblivious to the fact that he and Sun Pongzi were often absent, engaged in what they deemed trivial business pursuits. Were they to learn that this seemingly trivial venture was netting hundreds of yuan daily, their expressions would surely be a sight to behold. As Qin Fei carefully packed the roasted seeds and secured the door to the kiln, he made his way homeward. However, as he walked, an unsettling silence enveloped the village, and he noted the unusual absence of people, especially with lunchtime approaching. "Uncle Sun, where are you headed?" he inquired, spotting the elderly man, Sun Dajia, precariously leaning on his cane. "Xiaofei, hurry. Something has happened at your home," Sun Dajia exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. "What happened?" Qin Fei pressed, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. "They say your sister-in-law is having an affair and is trapped in the house. Everyone has gone to witness the commotion at Qin Matsi's." A heavy weight settled in Qin Fei's chest as he took off running. "Lin Yin, come out. If you have the audacity to betray, you must face the consequences. I've long suspected your true nature. How could you betray your brother like this? I tolerated your nocturnal escapades for the sake of family, but now, in broad daylight, you crawl into another man's bed? Is your need for men truly that desperate?" Upon his arrival, he found his second sister-in-law, Shin Xiaodi, vehemently hurling accusations at the entrance of Qin Matsi's home, her words relentless. The crowd gathered at the gate parted slightly as Qin Fei approached. Inside, the Qin family was gathered, their expressions grim. His father, Qin Xinda, wore a countenance as dark as a thundercloud, his rage palpable, while his mother, Zhang Shulan, wept inconsolably, dabbing at her tears. His brother, Qin Hui, sat in silence, his head bowed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fei chose not to engage with his sister-in-law's tirade, but instead strode purposefully to the door. "Sister-in-law, it's me, Qin Fei. Please come out. There is nothing to fear with me here." "Uncle, open the door. There is no shame in what you've done. There is no need to hide." As he spoke, the door creaked open slowly, revealing Qin Matsi, flustered and bewildered, while his sister-in-law, Lin Yin, bit her lip, on the verge of tears, swaying unsteadily. Drawing his sister-in-law Lin Yin behind him, Qin Fei cast a glance at the onlookers, his gaze settling upon Shin Xiaodi. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Second sister-in-law, is it not evident that you are merely spewing nonsense? Clearly, you are oblivious to the situation, yet you prattle on in ignorance." Without granting Shin Xiaodi the opportunity to retort, Qin Fei then turned to Qin Matsi, addressing him in front of the gathered crowd. "Uncle, why not enlighten us about my sister-in-law Lin Yin's purpose for seeking you?" The atmosphere became instantly hushed, and the murmurs of the spectators ceased. All eyes now fixated on Qin Matsi. Chapter 24. The break. Lin Yin implored me to assist her in selling the herbs she had dried in the commune to procure some money. That was the matter at hand. Qin Mazai trembled as he spoke, and Shun Zhaodi's countenance darkened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the veracity of his words. Given Lin Yin's figure and appearance, it was implausible that she would seek the company of a man as unappealing as Qin Mazai. However, the situation had escalated to such a degree that retreating would only serve to slap her own face. Deceivers abound. Why would one need to sneak about under the cover of night for such trivial matters? Shin Xiaodi cast a fierce glare at Lin Yin. "Sister-in-law, you must confess. Have you not stealthily ventured out at night? I have caught you several times. Surely, the warmth of Qin Mazai's bed must be quite inviting." The onlookers erupted in laughter, reveling in the spectacle. as the farming season was currently at a lull. Such entertainment was rare, and their interest lay not in the truth, but in the drama unfolding before them. Sister-in-law, why must you sneak around at night to peddle medicine for profit? You think no one knows? Qin Fei maintained a stern demeanor, speaking earnestly. Sister-in-law is busy at home, tending to chores, yet every time she visits someone else's home, you seize the opportunity to unleash your wrath, as you did today. Regardless of whether our family is divided or united, you vigilantly monitor every penny. If sister-in-law does not devise a way to earn some money, how shall she support Yaoyao and fund her education? Sister-in-law, we are family. Do not push matters to the brink. You believe sister-in-law, a single mother, is easy prey. I, Qin Fei, shall not rely on you, nor shall I fear you. As long as I am here, you shall not prevail. Shen Zhaoti's face fluctuated between crimson and ashen, seemingly struck where it hurt most in public. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, flailing her arms and legs, stirring up a cloud of dust. Heavens, I can no longer endure this life. My younger brother and sister-in-law have conspired to torment me. Lin Yin, you vixen. Is it not enough to entice a wild man, but you have also ensnared the souls of your kin? The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, as Qin Fei had not anticipated his sister-in-law's outburst. When reason failed, she resorted to unreasonable antics, throwing a tantrum. Father! Father! Qin Shinda fainted from the commotion, and chaos ensued as several rushed to carry him back home. Thus, the farce came to an end. At that moment, Qin Fei and his sister-in-law Lin Yin paid little heed to anything else and hurried to follow. Uncle Sun, how is he? Upon seeing Dr. Sun emerge, Qin Fei anxiously inquired. Nothing serious, just a case of extreme agitation. He simply needs to rest for a couple of days, came the reply. Qin Fei sighed in relief at this news. Just as he intended to enter and check on his father, Dr. Sun grasped his arm. Xiao Fei, your father has expressed that he does not wish to see you and has requested that you refrain from returning to this home in the future. A tempest of emotions surged within Qin Fei, leaving him momentarily stunned. The events of the day had brought great shame to the Qin family in the village. Yet he bore no culpability. Why was his father acting this way? Outside the Qin residence, sister-in-law Lin Yin also felt relief upon hearing that Qin Shindo was not in grave danger. Lao San, I no longer wish to live at home, Lin Yin finally uttered after much hesitation. Qin Fei nodded slightly, understanding that his second sister-in-law had created such turmoil that she had indeed left no place for herself in the family. Ultimately, she had achieved her goal, driving the eldest sister-in-law entirely out of the household, and the grand house she had long coveted was finally within her grasp. However, if the eldest sister-in-law was no longer living at home, where could she possibly go? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fei devised a rather makeshift solution. Eldest sister-in-law, he began, there are 2 cave dwellings on the back mountain. One of them I have converted into a storeroom, and it's quite tidy. I can set up a bed for you and Yaoyao to stay there temporarily. There's a stove and firewood nearby, so cooking won't be an issue. Lin Yin looked up at Qin Fei, her gaze bewildered, hesitating to speak. Eldest sister-in-law, I know what you're thinking. It's nothing to worry about. You are my dear sister-in-law, and Yaoyao is my cherished niece. I will take care of you both, and no one can say anything against it. After finishing his words, Qin Fei recalled another matter. By the way, eldest sister-in-law, you are aware that I am currently in business with Fatty. I have some work that requires assistance. And if you don't mind, I can pay you a monthly salary. No salary is necessary, Lin Yin replied without a second thought. I've already owed you enough. And if I can help, that will suffice. Qin Fei smiled wryly and nodded. Arranging for his sister-in-law Lin Yin to stay in the cave dwelling on the back mountain was a makeshift solution, but he had already contemplated the subsequent arrangements. He had initially planned to build a house before the new year, as the division of the family would allow him to request a plot of land from the village. Now, following this incident, he would have to expedite those plans. After assisting Lin Yin in gathering her belongings and settling her in the cave, Qin Fei returned home. His father, Qin Shinda, had expressed a desire not to see him again and had instructed him not to return. Naturally, he could not take that seriously. Father, are you feeling any better? Qin Fei inquired softly as he sat at the edge of the bed. Qin Shinda lay with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Father, if you truly do not want to see me, are you prepared to disown me as your son? Qin Fei pressed on. Qin Shinda remained unresponsive. Father, if you genuinely intend to renounce me as your son, you should clarify your intentions so that I may understand my fate. At those words, Qin Shinda opened his eyes, gazing deeply at his son. You shameful creature. I have no son like you. Get out. Leave this home. Qin Fei was both amused and bewildered, struggling to comprehend his father Qin Xianda's reasoning. It was evident that the second sister-in-law was the one who instigated trouble and brought shame upon the family. Father, are you serious? Qin Fei's expression darkened. Leave, and take that shameless woman with you. Go live your disgraceful lives. Qin Xianda retorted vehemently. Hearing this, Qin Fei finally reached a profound understanding. In his father Qin Xianda's eyes, the eldest sister-in-law Lin Yin and Qin Matzi were mere fabrications. Yet the illicit relationship with his uncle was all too real. Qin Fei was unsure of what his father had seen or heard to arrive at such a conclusion. But he was too weary to explain. Very well, father, I shall take my leave, whether you believe me or not. I will reiterate, there is nothing between the eldest sister-in-law and me. With that, Qin Fei turned and exited the room. Lao Song, outside the house. Mother Zhang Shulan clutched her son, tears streaming down her face, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Mom, what is this? Dad is fine. Why are you crying? Qin Fei gently wiped her tears. Lao Song, you must speak to your father again. You cannot forsake your home. Zhang Shulan sobbed uncontrollably. Mom, Dad is in a foul mood. No matter how much I say, he won't listen. Let's wait a bit, Qin Fei replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the doorway, then pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and placed it in Zhang Shulan's hands. Mom, keep this money discreetly. Don't let Ersan know. And don't let Dad find out. It's for emergencies. Mom, I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. If anything happens at home, come find me on the back mountain. As Qin Fei stepped into the courtyard, Ersa, Shinjiaodi, was preparing to sweep the ground with a broom and dustpan. Upon seeing Qin Fei approach, she feigned ignorance, pulling a long face. Ersa, this is my last time addressing you as such. Are you satisfied now? Both Dasa and I have been driven out by you. This home belongs to you from now on. Shen Zhaodi could not tolerate this humiliation and immediately confronted Qin Fei angrily. Go live your shameless days with that little hussy. We don't need you in this family. You two shameless ones, don't dare come back home. Let yourselves rot outside and be the laughingstock. Just because you completed high school, you think you're something special? You wouldn't have food to eat without me, you ungrateful wretch. Chapter 25. Yaoyao faces bullying again, alas. Qin Matzi has jumped into the water. The news spread like wildfire through the village shortly after the farce at the Qin family had concluded. Several strong laborers hurriedly fished Qin Matzi out from the reservoir at the village entrance, patting his back and rubbing his stomach until he coughed up a few mouthfuls of dirty water, narrowly escaping death. The production team leader, Su Qianjin, entered the crowd with a dark expression, his voice laced with anger. Qin Matzi, what in the world are you doing? A grown man seeking death. How shameful. Leader Su, I just thought that Lin Yin is innocent, and I cannot tarnish her reputation, Qin Matzi lamented, tears streaming down his face, filled with grievance. So, you think that seeking death will help? If you die, won't it only make things worse? They will say Lin Yin drove you to it. You are the one harming her. Su Qianjin scolded loudly. Matzi, what has got you so worked up? Everyone knows you and Lin Yin have nothing between you. Indeed, Lin Yin is far too beautiful. How could she ever look your way? It's obvious that she has something with the third son of the Qin family. Everyone saw it today. If there weren't something, why would the third son rush to defend the widow? That's right. Didn't you see how Lin Yin seemed to have a pillar of support when Qin Fei arrived? The way she hid behind him, those eyes. That delicate face, she looks just like a little bride. The most beautiful widow for miles around, yet she has been claimed by none other than the Qin family. As the onlookers exchanged lively remarks one after another, Su Qianjin's face grew darker. He stood up and shouted, Have you all eaten your fill and now have nothing better to do? Qin Fei is a young man. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here. Go home. Upon hearing the news of Qin Matzi's plunge, Qin Fei rushed to the small shop to buy some supplies before heading to Matzi's home. Uncle, what are you doing? No matter what happens, you mustn't resort to such extremes. Qin Matzi lay on the bed, while Qin Fei sat beside him, his expression somber. Thankfully, Matzi had survived this time. Had he truly perished, Lin Yin would have had nowhere to turn, and she would have lost all dignity in the eyes of the community. Xiao Fei, I'm so sorry. I couldn't bear to harm your sister-in-law, Qin Matzi sighed, lowering his head. Uncle, I'm not blaming you. Ultimately, this is our family's burden. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Fei said, pausing midway. He then took out a bill and placed it on the bedside. Use this to buy some necessities, and please, do not act foolishly again. After leaving Qin Matzi's home, Qin Fei headed towards the threshing ground, preparing to ride his bicycle to Shilin Commune. His sister-in-law, Lin Yin, needed to move to the cave on the back mountain, and they had to buy rice, flour, and oil. He had heard that the third son of the Qin family had been conducting business at the commune, collaborating with the old Sun family on some venture in the back mountain. It seemed they were selling food near the entrance of the machinery factory. Ah, this young man is so reckless. He doesn't understand the gravity of his actions. Just wait until the movement begins. Mark my words, they'll all be arrested. In my opinion, your jealousy stems from your own inadequacies. Meanwhile, the third son of the Qin family thrives in business and enjoys the warmth of his sister-in-law's embrace, a truly enviable life. Unlike you, who have merely consumed a few more years of food, still toiling in the fields. How dare you speak to me like that? I earn my living through hard work and hold my head high. Upon hearing the whispers of the villagers, Qin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Having lived through 2 generations, he fully understands what truly matters in life. What others say or think is inconsequential. What is crucial is to lead a better life for oneself. After purchasing rice, flour, and oil from the commune and acquiring 2 pounds of meat, he returned to the back mountain just as the sun was setting. Sister-in-law, I'm going to pick up Yaoyao from school, so don't rush to tidy up the bed. Wait for my return. Lin Yin nodded obediently. Ride carefully and come back soon. Qin Fei waved his hand, mounted his bicycle, and headed towards the village primary school. Upon arriving at the school, after the dismissal bell rang, the children poured out in a rush. Yet, Qin Fei did not spot his niece, Qin Yao, among them. This little girl always dashed out faster than anyone else. What could possibly be delaying her today? Filled with concern, he secured his bicycle and walked into the campus. Yaoyao, why are you still here after school? When he found her, she was burying her head on the desk. Third uncle, I'm scared. Yaoyao lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not fear. Tell me what troubles you. Qin Fei crouched down and gently patted her little head. Zhang Zhuangzhuang bullied me again. He called me a wild child and said he would grow up quickly to sleep in his mother's bed. He warned me that if I told the teacher again, he would hit me next time. Seeing her distressed and frightened, Qin Fei's heart ached. Yaoyao, there's no need to be afraid. With your third uncle here, Zhang Zhuangzhuang wouldn't dare to harm you. Come, let us go find your teacher. As Qin Fei led Yaoyao to the teacher's office, Song Wenwen was just finishing her work, preparing to leave for the day. Goodbye, Qin Fei, she greeted. Her demeanor suddenly stiffening. Hello, Qin Yao's guardian. How may I assist you? Hello, Teacher Song. Last time I spoke with you about Yaoyao being bullied by her classmates. Have you looked into it? Qin Fei asked with a serious expression. Let us discuss this inside, Song Wenwen replied, ushering them both into her office and pulling out a chair for Qin Fei. I have indeed investigated the matter. It was Zhang Zhuangzhuang who was in the wrong for bullying a classmate. I have reprimanded him and made him write a letter of assurance. With that, she leaned over and opened the desk drawer, retrieving a piece of paper and handing it to Qin Fei. Here it is, the letter of assurance. Teacher Song, I trust you and believe your handling of the situation was appropriate, Qin Fei said as he accepted the letter without glancing at it, placing it on the table. However, today Yaoyao was bullied again, and Zhang Zhuangzhuang even warned her that if she reported him again, he would hit her. Qin Yao's guardian. I truly wasn't aware of this, Song Wenwen stammered, lowering her head in thought. But rest assured, while Zhang Zhuangzhuang can be mischievous, I doubt he would resort to physical violence. Teacher, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Qin Fei straightened his posture, speaking with earnest conviction. I am not well acquainted with classmate Zhang Zhuangzhuang, yet he has already threatened my niece, Yaoyao. In my view, I cannot allow any harm to come to her. Niece? So it turns out that Qin Yao is his niece. Song Wenwen found herself pondering this matter at this moment, seemingly without reason. Teacher Song, I understand that as the homeroom teacher, you treat every child equally and impart knowledge without discrimination. In light of such circumstances, there is little you can do, Qin Fei said, gazing intently at Song Wenwen. Thus, my suggestion is that you invite the other students' parents for a face-to-face discussion to resolve this issue collaboratively. Song Wenwen's expression turned troubled. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, as for Qin Yao's parents, what do you think? It is best to avoid escalating the conflict between the children. I will communicate with Zhang Zhuangzhuang tomorrow, and I assure you that I will ensure Qin Yao remains unharmed. After listening, Qin Fei carefully observed Song Wenwen's delicate features, noticing her ears flush with color. He then spoke, Very well, Teacher Song, I place my trust in you. However, I must make it clear that this is the final opportunity. Should Zhang Zhuangzhuang persist in his misbehavior, I will certainly have to contact his parents. With that, Qin Fei stood up, taking Yaoyao by the hand, and bid farewell as they departed. Once they left, Song Wonwen supported her forehead, her lovely face etched with concern. Chapter 26. Dumplings and sister-in-law. Little Song, the parent of Yaoyao, is quite young yet remarkably understanding. In our locality, it is rare to find parents who can appreciate the challenges faced by educators. Song Wonwen, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the commendable nature of this parent from the Qin family. Little Song, you are not still considering having a word with that Zhang Zhuang, are you? Thinking that a mere conversation and some admonishment will resolve the matter? What else can be done? Sighed Song Wonwen, her expression shifting as an idea sparked within her. She rose and approached. Teacher Wang, could you please guide me? Ah, what is there to teach? The seasoned educator, around 50 years of age, turned with a smile. Little Song, you are still new to teaching, and with time, you will encounter all kinds of troublesome students. This situation is quite simple. If he fails to remember what you explain, employ methods that he will remember. Song Wonwen blinked. Teacher Wang, do you mean corporal punishment? Little Song, among the dozen or so teachers at our school who has chastised students, many of these children are spoiled at home. When their parents catch them misbehaving, they receive a beating, and that leaves an impression. Noticing Song Wonwen's bewildered expression, the elder teacher added, Little Song, I understand you are the only college graduate here and have your own educational philosophies. However, no matter how sound your ideals are, they must be contextually appropriate. Here, the more you reason with those unruly students, the more they perceive you as easy to manipulate. Reflect on this, he said as he patted Song Wonwen on the shoulder and departed with his bag. Her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, Song Wonwen clenched her teeth, resolved to make a decision. Qin Fei was taking Yaoyao to the back mountain. Noticing they were not heading home, the little girl turned and asked earnestly, Third uncle, where are we going? This isn't the way home. Yaoyao, our house is currently too cramped. So your third uncle has found a new place for you and your mother. Qin Fei casually fabricated a reason. After a moment's thought, he added, soon. Your third uncle will have someone build a new house, and before the new year, you will be able to move into it. Yay! Yaoyao gets to live in a new house. Yaoyao exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands in celebration. Qin Fei felt relieved that Yaoyao was such a naive child, believing whatever she was told. The matters of adults, regardless of their rightness or wrongness, should not burden the minds of children. He did not wish for Yaoyao to harbor any prejudices against anyone. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Lin Yin was busy at the stove, the aroma wafting through the air. Noticing that dinner was still a while away, Qin Fei went to the storeroom to construct a bed. Using the leftover bricks from the stove and a couple of wooden planks, he quickly assembled a makeshift bed. Testing its stability, he found it quite adequate for temporary use. Old third, dinner is ready. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll be right there. The three gathered around the table, where a large basin of fragrant pork and cabbage dumplings awaited them. Old third, I used a pound of meat, and I have another pound marinated for later. Lin Yin seemed to seek to dispel the awkwardness with idle chatter. All right, sister-in-law. You arrange it as you wish. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Qin Fei nodded, his gaze lingering on the fragrant dumplings on the table and the charming sister-in-law beside it, feeling somewhat uneasy. Mom, these dumplings are truly delicious. Can we have them every day? Yaoyao exclaimed, her mouth smeared with grease, her little face radiating joy. In the past, whenever there was something delectable at home, it was always reserved for her two cousins by her second sister-in-law, Xinjiaodi. Yaoyao could only indulge during festive occasions. Watching her daughter devour the dumplings like a little wolf, Lin Yin felt a wave of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears as she discreetly glanced at Qin Fei, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. After finishing the dumplings, Qin Fei took Yaoyao to the warehouse. Yaoyao, go inside and bolt the door. Okay. Once the door was secured, Qin Fei gave it a firm shove to ensure its sturdiness, finally feeling reassured. Sister-in-law, when you sleep with Yaoyao tonight, make sure to lock the door and stack 2 sacks against it. You and Yaoyao have endured quite a bit these past few days. Tomorrow, I will return to the commune to procure the necessary supplies. Standing by the stove, he pondered before continuing, Sister-in-law, there are many rumors circulating in the village. Do not pay them any mind. We shall remain above reproach. I understand. Lin Yin replied obediently, wiping her hands on her apron. She pulled out a stack of money from her pocket. Oh, and the third brother. This is the money I asked Brother Ma Zi to collect from selling medicine. Please take it. I know this amount may seem trivial to you, but it carries my heartfelt gratitude. Yaoyao and I have troubled you far too much. Without hesitation, Qin Fei accepted the money. All right, I will take it. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will come by for breakfast tomorrow morning. Be careful on your way. Do not worry about me. Everything is fine here. All right, make sure to lock the door securely. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, when Qin Fei arrived at the back mountain, Yaoyao was already awake, and Lin Yin was busy preparing breakfast by the stove. Seeing that the mother and daughter had rested well, Qin Fei felt a sense of relief. The back mountain was not far from the village, and theoretically, there should not be any incidents. Yet he had spent a restless night worrying, even cycling over to check around in the early hours. Yaoyao, if someone insults you again, do not hesitate to retort. If they strike you, you may strike back. Use whatever you have at hand, and do not fear the consequences. On their way to school, Qin Fei advised. Third uncle, I understand. Good. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it either, understood? Yaoyao remembers. After escorting Yaoyao back, Sun Ponzi had already arrived at the back mountain. Brother Fei, what is going on? Why is your sister-in-law staying here? Sun Ponzi pulled Qin Fei aside, his face a mask of confusion. Did you not hear about yesterday's events? Qin Fei inquired. Your sister-in-law and Qin Mazi, right? I heard a mention of it from my father last night. Sun Ponzi's expression was strange. Has your sister-in-law fallen out with your family? Not just my sister-in-law. My father has disowned me as well, Qin Fei replied with a wry smile. Wait, Brother Fei, what on earth happened? Sun Fatty turned his head for a glance. His voice dropping further. Fei Gu, you wouldn't truly. Before Sun Fatty could finish his sentence, Qin Fei delivered a kick to him, exclaiming, What nonsense! That is my dear sister-in-law. One may indulge in various foods, but one cannot speak recklessly. He continued, with my second sister-in-law causing such a ruckus. How can my eldest sister-in-law possibly remain at home? Sun Fatty nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Qin Fei's words. However, he added, but, Fei Good, it's not sustainable to stay here indefinitely, is it? Qin Fei replied nonchalantly, indeed, hence I am preparing to build a house. Impressive, Fei Gu. I, Sun Fatty, may not yield to anyone, but I certainly yield to you. Sun Fatty's expression was one of fervor. I must assist with this endeavor when the time comes. I shall support the beams of your new home. Get lost. I am constructing a brick house. No need for beams. Chapter 27. The homestead sister-in-law, when stir-frying. The heat must be kept low, and your hands cannot stop, otherwise, it's easy to burn, he advised. The freshly cooked seeds were scalding hot, so caution was imperative. These salt grains can be sifted out and reused. Think about it, Fatty, is there anything I haven't mentioned? Sun Fatty, who was tending to the fire behind the stove, poked his head out and replied, No, you've covered everything. Brother Fei, our sister-in-law is quite adept. She'll surely pick it up at a glance. Qin Fei shot a glare at Fatty before turning to Lin Yin. Sister-in-law, you handle this next batch. Lin Yin hesitated, biting her lip. Old 3. Let me observe a couple more times. I wouldn't want to ruin a whole batch and waste it. Don't worry, if it gets ruined. Boss Sun will cover the cost. Qin Fei chuckled, pulling Sun Fatty outside. Fatty, it's almost the 8th. How are the preparations for the shop coming along? He inquired, lighting a cigarette. In his previous life, he had taken up smoking within these walls, and though he had intended to abstain this time, the weight of his worries drove him to light one for tranquility. Sun Fatty took a cigarette from Qin Fei and lit it, all set. My father is more invested than I am. He bought 30,000 firecrackers. When did you learn to smoke? It's not a good habit, Qin Fei questioned. It's nothing to learn. In business, it's important to be sociable, and smoking makes conversation easier. As my father says, Sun Fatty grinned. I'm smoking on official orders. All right, you're quite something. After enjoying a cigarette outside, they returned to the stove, where Lin Yin was drenched in sweat. Her sleeves rolled up, revealing her slender, fair arms. Qin Fei couldn't help but steal a few glances, while Sun Fatty's eyes nearly popped out. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so tense. If it burns, it burns. It's no big deal. He playfully kicked Sun Fatty and stepped closer, his hand reaching into the pot to grab a few seeds for inspection. Wait, old 3, it's hot, Lin Yin exclaimed, throwing down the spatula and grabbing Qin Fei's hand in alarm. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm used to it, he replied with an awkward smile, gently freeing his hand to inspect the seeds. Indeed, as Fatty had said, they were exceptionally well fried. Lin Yin wiped her brow and flashed Qin Fei a gentle smile, her beauty radiant. The sight of his sister-in-law, glowing with sweat and grace, stirred something within him, prompting a few coughs as he hurriedly pulled Fatty out of the room. Brother Fei, I must say, our sister-in-law has both poise and beauty, excelling in every regard. Though she is a bit older than you, she hardly shows it. Son Fatty remarked earnestly, sighing, good fortune should not flow to outsiders, Brother Fei. Without a moment's thought, Qin Fei kicked Son Fatty. What nonsense are you spouting? That's my sister-in-law. If I were to act inappropriately, how would my parents ever recognize me again? If I hear you babbling like that again, consider us no longer brothers. Son Fatty remained undeterred and continued, Fei Ge, ultimately, it's a matter of an unmarried man and an unmarried woman. What does it concern anyone? Fatty, please cease this discussion. I would prefer not to revisit it. Qin Fei replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Son Fatty. I have someone I truly care for. Son Fatty nodded, a look of realization washing over his face. I knew it. The Qin Fei I know is not one to shy away from challenges. It turns out you have found true love. Who is it? Do I know her? Let's not jump to conclusions. It's still in its infancy. Qin Fei mused before adding, you should show my sister-in-law a bit more respect. Your eyes nearly bulged out just now. Fei Ge, I can't be blamed for that. It's just that our sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful, Son Fatty said, his face full of grievance. But I assure you, I harbor no wicked intentions. Fei Ge, there is something I must say. I fear that time may be indifferent. While feelings can be sincere, with your charm, this matter seems almost inevitable. Qin Fei shot Son Fatty a glance of exasperation, yet internally he pondered. She wouldn't he possibly entertain such notions, would she? After their midday meal, Son Fatty collected 2 bags of goods and rode his bicycle to the Shilin commune. Qin Fei visited a small shop to purchase a few items before heading to the home of Su Qianjin, the production team leader. Xiao Fei, why have you brought more gifts? I must scold you. Having money doesn't mean you should squander it. You need to save for your future wife. Uncle Su. As a younger generation, it's only fitting that I express my gratitude for your kindness, Qin Fei replied. Su Qianjin, unable to decline, accepted the gifts and invited Qin Fei inside to sit. With a twinkle in his eye, he asked, Xiao Fei, you've come to discuss the land allocation. Haven't you? Qin Fei lit a cigarette for Su Qianjin, his expression one of surprise. Uncle Su, you truly are remarkable. Your foresight is uncanny. You little rascal. Are you mocking me? Su Qianjin chuckled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. With autumn upon us, it won't be long before the chill sets in. You can't possibly continue living in that single room at the threshing yard. Moreover, your sister-in-law has moved to the cave dwelling on the back mountain. That isn't a permanent solution. Qin Fei nodded with a smile. You're absolutely right, Uncle Su. That is precisely why I'm here. Ah, Xiao Fei. The issue of land allocation is manageable, Su Qianjin said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Qin Fei. However, every household has its own troubles. I cannot interfere in your family matters, but I hope you understand one thing. Even if your parents are at fault, they are still your parents. And you cannot neglect them. Rest assured, Uncle Su. You've watched me grow up. You know my character. I could never turn my back on my parents. Qin Fei sighed. Right now, my father believes there is something between my sister-in-law and me, and he is being stubborn about it. I can't confront him directly. But once I find a wife, he will understand. Yes, you're right. Once you find a wife, it will be beneficial for you, your sister-in-law, and your family, clearing up any misunderstandings. Su Qianjin pondered for a moment before adding, Xiao Fei, don't blame your father. I suspect your second sister-in-law is stirring the pot. Understood. Uncle Su, let us not dwell on my family's issues. It's a complex matter. Qin Fei offered another cigarette to Su Qianjin, saying, Uncle Su, I wish to select the homestead near the back mountain. What do you think? That area has plenty of vacant land, so it is certainly feasible, Su Qianjin readily agreed. All right, tomorrow I will discuss this with the old party secretary and bring some people to meet you for the land demarcation. Upon leaving Su Qianjin's home, Qin Fei wasted no time and swiftly rode his bike towards the neighboring Gao town. He needed to find someone for the construction of his house. Initially, he had intended to seek out Old Song, but recently, Old Song had been exceedingly busy, darting from village to collect goods, making him hard to catch. Thus, he decided to consult Zhou Libin, who was originally a carpenter and likely had connections in this regard. Chapter 28. Old Zheng. When Qin Fei arrived at the Zhou family's residence, Zhou Libin was absent. Xiao Qin, Libin is at the dam construction site overseeing the stall. Are you looking for him? I can fetch him, Sun Yulian said. Sister-in-law, there's no need to trouble yourself. I will go find Brother Zhou, Qin Fei replied. After inquiring a couple of times along the way, he found the construction site without much effort. The flags waved vigorously, and dust swirled in the air. The bustling scene at the site easily stirred a sense of pride and purpose in labor. Brother Zhou, why are you here so early? The work hasn't finished yet, Qin Fei said, spotting Zhou Libin among the small stalls at the entrance. Xiao Qin, what brings you here? Zhou Libin greeted him. Someone ordered a batch of goods yesterday, and I came early to prepare. Is there something you need today? Brother Zhou, are you implying that I can't visit you without a reason? Qin Fei chuckled. You rascal. If you have something to say, just say it. You're making me anxious, Zhou Libin teased. Well, Qin Fei recounted his intention to build a house. Let me think. I know whom to find. Zhou Libin suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Old Jiang, keep an eye on the stall for me. I'll have my wife come over shortly. With that, Zhou Libin pulled Qin Fei along, and they first returned home to inform son Yulian to watch the stall before riding off together out of town. Xiao Qin, Old Jiang, is a peculiar character. He insists on a complete package for his work, with no interference allowed. His skills are unquestionable. It is said that his ancestors served in the imperial court, building the Jiang Palace in our capital. However, his temper is quite foul. A few years back, he angered an official while working for the government and ended up in prison for several years. Listening to Zhou Libin's description, Qin Fei grew intrigued by the master Zheng he was about to meet. In this day and age, it was rare for a master builder to offer a complete package, as most were wary of contractors taking advantage of them. What audacity did this master Zheng possess? Was it inspired by Liang Jingru? After riding for less than half an hour, they arrived at Huangban village, where Zhou Libin skillfully led Qin Fei to Old Zheng's home. You scoundrel! I've followed you through a lifetime of misfortune. You do nothing but clutch that worthless book all day, thinking it will bring in money. If I don't burn those worthless books of yours today, I want to share your surname. A tattered middle-aged man squatted in the yard, gathering the books that had flown out of the house, his face a portrait of despair. The cursing from inside continued, and Qin Fei exchanged an awkward glance with Zhou Libin. Sister Li Hua, what are you doing? Why are you arguing for no reason? Zhou Libin pushed open the door and entered, greeting the inhabitants of the inner room as he pulled up Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, today I have a job to introduce to you. We need a suitable place to discuss it. With a clang, the door to the main room swung open, and Lao Zhang's wife, Chao Liwa, emerged with a smile. It's Xiao Shou. I will boil some water for tea. You two can talk inside. Qin Fei felt a smile tugging at his lips. Lao Zhang's wife was quite astute, adeptly balancing her demeanor. Once in the main room, Zhou Libin introduced everyone before the three took their seats. Lao Zhang scrutinized Qin Fei with a cold stare, not waiting for Zhou Libin to introduce the job. He curtly declared, not taking it. Lao Zhang, what are you doing? I haven't even described the job yet, and you're already refusing. Is your temper flaring again? Let me tell you, Xiao Qin is my brother. You can show your displeasure at the right time, but don't let our years of friendship go to waste. Zhou Libin was clearly annoyed. Master Zhang, let us not discuss whether you'll take it just yet. Can you explain why, before Zhou even introduces the job? You looked at me and said no? Qin Fei asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lao Zhang, in his early 30s, was quite handsome and slender. Despite being scolded by his wife moments ago, he now wore an expression of defiant arrogance, saying, You're so young. What could you possibly need me for? It's probably just to build a simple mud hut. That's far too trivial. I want to take it. Trivial? Trivial my foot. At that moment, Chao Lihua returned with tea, loudly berating him. Zhang, you complain about work offered to you? What's wrong? Do you truly not want to make a living? Turning to Zhou Libin and the young man, she added, Don't listen to him. I'll make the decisions here. This work will definitely be done by my husband. Lao Zhang, with a shift in her expression, she smiled at Zhou Libin. Xiao Zhou, have you explained to this young brother how my husband takes on work? Sister-in-law, I mentioned it before coming. Zhou Libin gestured towards Qin Fei. This is my brother, Qin Fei. You can call him Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, thank you, dear sister. You see, we don't even have money to plant seeds for next year. This year, the village distributed land, and from now on, we must rely on ourselves. With our current situation, we can barely afford food. Chao Liwa grasped Qin Fei's hand, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Xiao Qin, my husband has a terrible temper. Please don't take it to heart. I'll ensure this job is done beautifully for you. All right, I'll take it. You should leave now. What business do you have meddling with men's affairs? Lao Zhang stiffened as an outsider, but once Chao Lihua exited, he turned to Qin Fei, his expression serious. How many rooms do you want to build, and how far is the land for gathering soil? Seeing Lao Zhang maintain his stance, Zhou Libin felt a bit embarrassed and pulled Qin Fei to leave. Xiao Qin, let us go. I'll find someone else for you. Qin Fei, smiling, held Zhou Libin back and looked at Lao Zhang. Master Zhang, here's the thing. Let me outline my requirements for you. If you can provide a blueprint that satisfies me, then I shall entrust this work to you. Lao Song hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Rising to fetch paper and pen from the inner room. You may proceed. At the very least, there should be a secondary bedroom. While the master bedroom must possess an ensuite bathroom, specifically a toilet. Furthermore, both the kitchen and the bathroom should have running water. The master, secondary. And guest bedrooms ought to be separated to ensure undisturbed solitude, with excellent sound insulation. Qin Fei, without prioritizing his thoughts, poured forth his vision for the new home in its entirety. Lao Song, with a pen in hand, moved swiftly, his expression growing increasingly grave. After Qin Fei finished speaking, Lao Song continued to write, not rushing him, instead lifting his tea and waiting in silence. After a quarter of an hour, Lao Song exhaled heavily, presenting the blueprints to Qin Fei. The lines were somewhat hasty, yet the outline of a rural villa had emerged, with the internal structure clear and coherent. Precisely as Qin Fei had envisioned. No wonder Lao Song exuded such pride. He indeed possessed the talent to warrant it. In this impoverished little village, there existed such a remarkable craftsman. However, constructing this house would require a substantial sum. Lao Song's demeanor had shifted. He pondered aloud, estimating. It will cost at least this amount, extending his index finger. Zhou Libin's heart raced. He had anticipated that Qin Fei's construction would be costly. Yet he was taken aback by the figure, an entire 1,000. Money is not the issue, Master Zheng. I have another request. Qin Fei was somewhat surprised himself. His original budget had been under 3,000, and this exceeded it by 1,000. However, since the payment would not be made in a lump sum, it wasn't a significant concern. I want to move in before winter, so Master Zheng, you only have 2 months. That will suffice. 2 months is manageable. Lao Song readily agreed, though normally, the payment structure would involve an initial 30%, 60% upon completion of the roof, and the final 10% upon handover. Yet, given the circumstances, he indicated that Qin Fei would need to pay 50% upfront, 60% upon roof completion, and the last 10% at handover. All right, then tomorrow. Master Zheng, come to Xiaoshu village in Mianhua town, and we will inspect the land. Qin Fei stood and extended his hand. Yes, I will be there early tomorrow. Lao Song replied, standing to shake Qin Fei's hand, his eyes misty with emotion. Chapter 29. An unexpected encounter with Zhang Liang on the following morning. As Qin Fei rose from his slumber at the threshing ground, a rapid series of knocks echoed upon his door. Upon opening it, he found his mother, Zhang Shulan, accompanied by old Zhang, who was pushing a bicycle behind her. Ersan, have you gotten yourself into any trouble outside? Zhang Shulan inquired, gently nudging her son inside while casting a glance at old Zhang, who had come looking for him so early in the day. Mother, it's nothing. He is simply a friend I've invited to assist me, Qin Fei replied, bemused at old Zhang's early arrival. The distance from Huangbin village was over 20 kilometers, suggesting he must have set out in the dark. How has father been these past few days? Is there anything amiss at home? Qin Fei asked. Your father is well, and all is quiet at home. Ersan, when your father's anger subsides in a few days, you ought to return and humbly apologize, Zhang Shulan advised. Mother, I am not ashamed to bow my head to father. But what about my sister-in-law? Qin Fei questioned. Your sister-in-law? Sigh, she truly brings misfortune upon our family. Your elder brother is gone, and now she has latched onto you, Zhang Shulan remarked with a frown upon mentioning Lining. Mother, my sister-in-law has done nothing wrong. Why speak of her so harshly? Qin Fei responded, puzzled, for in the past, his mother had been the only one to understand his sister-in-law's hardships. Have you not heard the gossip around the village? Now, everyone knows of this matter. How will you find a bride in the future? Zhang Shulan said anxiously, her gaze fixed on her son. They say you are entangled with a widow. Regardless of how you and father perceive my relationship with my sister-in-law, I treat her and Yaoyao well, simply because they are family and a remnant of my late brother in this world, Qin Fei asserted. Then turned his attention to old Zheng outside. Mother, my friend is waiting for me. I must take my leave. After a brief wash, Qin Fei led old Zheng towards the home of Su Qianjin, the production team leader. Master Zheng, have you had breakfast yet? He inquired. I have. My wife prepared porridge this morning, old Zheng replied, his demeanor less arrogant than the previous day, yet still maintaining an air of aloofness. Qin Fei was unfazed. It was not uncommon for those with genuine skill to possess peculiar temperaments. After finishing breakfast on the back mountain, Lining rode her bicycle to take Yaoyao to school, while Qin Fei accompanied old Zheng to Su Qianjin's residence. City dweller coming through. City dweller coming through. A group of unruly children clung to the entrance of Su's courtyard, scattering in a flurry as Su Qianjin emerged, accompanied by a stylishly dressed young man with a gleaming head of hair. They soon regrouped around them. Zhang Liang. What business does he have with team leader Su? Qin Fei pondered, yet knowing he must not remain silent upon encountering them, he hastily quickened his pace. Liangzi. Xiao Fei. Zhang Liang greeted warmly. Uncle Su. I entrust this matter to you. I need to speak with Xiao Fei for a moment, he said, waving dismissively at Su Qianjin before turning to Qin Fei. Xiao Fei. How has business been lately? I haven't seen you at the commune. Only Fatty shows up. A small business hardly requires many hands. I've had a lot on my plate at home recently, so I left it all to Fatty, Qin Fei replied vaguely, pulling Zhang Liang aside and retrieving 5 large bills from his pocket. Here's the money I borrowed from you last time. What are you doing? I'm not in a rush for it, Zhang Liang protested, pushing the bills back. Even brothers keep their accounts clear, if money is not returned. What am I to become? Here, take it. Qin Fei forcefully placed the cash into Zhang Liang's hands. All right, I'll accept it. If you need anything else, just let me know. Zhang Liang tucked the money away and winked at Qin Fei, remarking, Little Fei, you're quite impressive. Your sister-in-law is indeed a flower among the 10 miles and 8 townships, and you've managed to win her over. Wherever I go, I hear melodies sung haphazardly. My sister-in-law and I are completely innocent. There is nothing to discuss. Qin Fei wished to avoid further conversation on this matter. He patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder, saying, All right, let us talk later. I have something to discuss with Uncle Su. Upon entering the Su family's main hall, Qin Fei introduced everyone. Su Qianjin was astonished by how quickly Qin Fei had arranged matters. Just yesterday, they had discussed the land issue. And today, he had already found a contractor for the house. They exchanged a few pleasantries before setting out to inspect the land. Little Fei, I visited the site with the former secretary yesterday and marked the boundaries for you. Take a look and see if it meets your approval. If not, we can negotiate further. Before them lay a plot of land outlined with lime powder, roughly the size of a basketball court. Conveniently located beside the main road of the village, only 300 meters from the back mountain. Qin Fei was thoroughly satisfied, more than satisfied, in fact. Uncle Su, you've been a tremendous help. This is not just acceptable, it's splendid. After saying this, he turned to Master Zheng. Master Zheng, what do you think of this land? Master Zheng, exhibiting a professional demeanor, walked around the marked area before responding. Brother Qin, this place is advantageous, with mountains behind and water in front. It's a fine location. Qin Fei then addressed Su Qianjin. Uncle Su, please wait here for a moment. I'll come by your house for lunch later. I need to discuss a few matters with the contractor. All right, go ahead, Su Qianjin replied with a smile. Master Zheng, you mentioned the budget for the house would be around 1,000, correct? Qin Fei inquired as he stepped aside with Master Zheng. Brother Qin, you know my rules, it's all-inclusive. You simply need to pay and await your house. Master Zheng appeared quite anxious, rubbing his hands together as he added, the 1,000 cannot be less. Very well. As we agreed, here are 2,000. Qin Fei wasted no time, pulling out a thick stack of cash and handing it to Master Zheng. Count it, and provide me with a receipt. Master Zheng's eyes widened at the sight of such a large sum, and he accepted the money with slightly trembling hands, carefully counting it. After the amount was confirmed and the receipt written, Qin Fei extended his hand, saying, Master Zheng, I entrust my house to you. Master Zheng's expression shifted to one of relief, a rare smile gracing his face. Little Qin, rest assured, in 2 months, you will see the most beautiful house within 10 miles. Ah, splendid. I trust in Master Zheng's craftsmanship, Qin Fei replied with a smile, pointing at Master Zheng's chest. Take care on your way back with all this money. No worries, my wife is waiting at the entrance of your village. Once the money is in her hands, even a ghost couldn't take it away, Master Zheng said, scratching his head sheepishly. I'll bring a crew tomorrow to level the land. Being close to the main road will make it easier for the delivery trucks. How you manage it is up to you, Master Zheng. I'll follow your lead and await my house. After seeing off Master Zheng, Qin Fei returned to Su Qianjin. Uncle Su, I'll head to the convenience store to buy some liquor. Let us share a drink at noon. Are you not busy with something else? Let us save our drinking for when your new house is completed. I shall have your aunt prepare a couple of exquisite dishes for lunch. Su Qianjin waved his hand and shifted the conversation. Xiao Fei, are you aware of what Zhang Liang from Desu village has been up to in town? I have heard he has made the acquaintance of some influential figure and is now working for him, though the specifics elude me. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fei responded. Su Qianjin's sudden inquiry piqued his curiosity. Had he heard something? Zhang Liang has been associating with Brother Chui in Shilin Town. What else could he be involved in? Most likely petty theft, bullying, and highway robbery. That lad has always made me uneasy. Su Qianjin's tone grew somber as he sighed. Recognizing that the purpose of Zhang Liang's visit today was indeed related to the land issue, he returned to the village yesterday afternoon and made quite a display in Su village, drawing the attention of the entire village to his home to watch television. His father, Zhang Mingzi, now struts about, fearing that others do not recognize his son's grand accomplishments. "Ah, Su uncle, that is their affair, and we ought not to meddle," Qin Fei remarked. "While it may not concern us, I fear that lad may bring shame to our village." As a successor to the village committee, Su Qianjin's concerns were understandable. "Xiao Fei, do you truly intend to pursue business instead of attending university?" "Su uncle, there are countless professions, and excellence can be found in any field. As long as one contributes meaningfully to society and the nation, it matters not the path one takes," Qin Fei replied with a smile, scratching his head. "You speak wisely, I trust you, but do not neglect your studies. Even if you do not attend university, learning remains imperative. One must always seek knowledge." Su Qianjin solemnly patted Qin Fei on the shoulder. Chapter 30. The hero saves the beauty in Lianhua village, Song Wenwen. The Chinese language teacher and homeroom instructor for the first grade class 2 diligently observes the last child departing from the classroom each day after school. Following this, she retreats to her office to prepare lesson plans for the following day. Residing in Shilin Town, she graduated from a teacher training college and was originally meant to be assigned to a school in the town due to her qualifications. However, due to her obstinate father's insistence, she found herself dispatched to Lianhua village as a substitute teacher. Despite this, she harbored no grievances. Teaching was her aspiration, and as long as she could impart knowledge, the location mattered not. To her students, Ms. Song appeared as a beautiful and gracious older sister. Unlike the other classes where students often fell silent in the presence of their homeroom teachers, the children in Class 2 were notably more vivacious. By fostering a friendly and approachable persona, Ms. Song endeared herself to the children, which certainly bore its advantages, yet not without its drawbacks. Every class typically harbored one or two mischievous troublemakers. Other teachers, seasoned in their experiences, often resorted to traditional disciplinary measures, such as a swift reprimand. Yet, Ms. Song was not in favor of corporal punishment. As a result, she endeavored to reform Zhang Zhuang, a particularly unruly student who had shattered 3 windows and wasted 2 boxes of chalk, through patient and constructive criticism. Regrettably, Zhang Zhuang disregarded the kindly intentions of Ms. Song, becoming even more brazen in his mischief and bullying of classmates. Due to Zhang Zhuang's harassment of Qin Yao, Ms. Song had already faced parental inquiries twice in her office. The mere thought of Qin Fei standing before her with an imposing and righteous demeanor filled her with trepidation. Consequently, after heeding the advice of veteran educators, she summoned Zhang Zhuang to her office, exerting her utmost effort to deliver a stern reprimand, followed by a punishment of standing for 2 entire class periods. Surely, she thought, he would now recognize his errors and cease bullying Qin Yao. "Miss Song, there is someone outside, looking for you." After school that day, while tidying her office, Zhou Lily rushed in, her face ashen and pointing towards the door. A sense of dread gripped Song Wenwen. Was Zhang Zhuang bullying Qin Yao again? Was Qin Fei here to seek retribution? Rising and approaching the doorway, her complexion paled even further than her dormitory mate, Zhou Lily. There, a group of 5 or 6 young men, clearly of dubious character, loomed menacingly. Among them stood her student, Zhang Zhuang, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Brother, that's her. She hit me and made me lose face in front of the whole class." Zhang Liang squinted, appraising the seemingly familiar Song Wenwen with a rather lewd smile. "Hello, what brings you here?" Song Wenwen struggled to suppress her fear, adopting a composed demeanor as she inquired. "Miss Song, right? I am Zhang Zhuang's cousin." Zhang Liang stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance. "My brother says you hit him and embarrassed him in front of his classmates." "I did not hit him. I merely made him stand as punishment. He has bullied his classmates, and I have reprimanded him several times. Yet he remains oblivious to his misdeeds." Ms. Song defended herself. "Teacher Song, it is quite normal for children to play and tussle, but as an adult and an educator, it is simply wrong to bully a child," Zhang Liang asserted. He had come to defend his cousin Zhang Zhuang, and the reason was straightforward. During his own school years, he had endured his fair share of scoldings and beatings from teachers. Now, as a prominent figure known as Brother Liang in Shilin Town, no one dared to reprimand him. And naturally, his cousin was not to be bullied either, not even by a teacher. Song Wenwen felt a chill run down her spine. She could not decipher Zhang Liang's intentions. Did he want her to apologize and guarantee that she would no longer resort to corporal punishment on Zhang Zhuang? Or was there something else at play? Previously, she had dreaded the thought of Qin Fei coming to her office, but in comparison to the presence of Zhang Zhuang's relative, she found herself yearning for Qin Fei's comforting presence. Liangzi, what is this all about? Just as Song Wenwen felt on the verge of tears, a familiar voice rang out beside her. Qin Fei, holding Yaoyao's hand, approached Zhang Liang with a smile. Xiao Fei, what brings you here? Zhang Liang asked, his face a mask of confusion. Brother, it's her. This wretched girl reported our teacher. Zhang Zhuang exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Qin Yao. You bullied me first. And that's why I reported you. My third uncle is here, so I'm not afraid of you. Qin Yao retorted boldly, emboldened by the presence of her uncle. Qin Fei and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, suddenly understanding everything. Zhuang, you are not to bully her again. Do you hear? Her third uncle is a good friend of your brother's, Zhang Liang instructed firmly, pressing down on Zhang Zhuang's head. Brother, I understand, Zhang Zhuang replied, deflated like a punctured ball. Liangzi, my niece is in the same class as your brother. This is akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. Qin Fei remarked, ruffling Qin Yao's hair. Yaoyao, make sure to get along well with Zhuang from now on, understood? Qin Yao nodded obediently, and Song Wenwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. All right, Xiao Fei, you continue with what you were doing. I have something to discuss with the teacher. Zhang Liang said dismissively, urging Qin Fei to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Song Wenwen's previously relaxed nerves tensed once more. Liangzi, I am here to see Teacher Song as well, Qin Fei said, glancing at the group of young men behind Zhang Liang. You can state your business. I'll wait for you to finish. Xiao Fei, after all these years as brothers, I do not wish to speak harshly. Zhang Liang's expression darkened. If you have matters to discuss, come back tomorrow. But Liangzi, tomorrow is Saturday. The school will be closed, and the teachers will be on break. Qin Fei replied with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Are you trying to go against me? Zhang Liang shot him a displeased look. Liangzi, it's all about the children. What can't we discuss face to face? Or do you have other matters to address with Teacher Song? Qin Fei inquired, turning to Song Wenwen. Teacher Song, do you know Liangzi? Is there something personal to discuss? Qin Fei asked. Without hesitation, Song Wenwen shook her head. No, nothing at all. All right, Xiao Fei, I'll grant you this favor this time, but if it happens again, our brotherhood will be over. Zhang Liang said darkly before turning away with his companions. After they left, Song Wenwen let out a long sigh of relief and approached Qin Fei. Thank you for your help this time. No need for thanks. If anything, I should be thanking you, as it is all about Yaoyao. I appreciate your assistance. Teacher Song. Qin Fei lowered his gaze to Yaoyao and said, Yaoyao, quickly express your gratitude to the teacher. Thank you, Teacher Song. Qin Yao obediently replied. No. It is my fault, Song Wenwen said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she glanced at Qin Fei, her eyes wide with unspoken words. Teacher Song. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please feel free to ask. Thank you. Could you do me the favor of escorting me home? I fear they. All right, I will wait for you at the school gate, Song Wenwen replied with a radiant smile, nodding her head. Chapter 31. Preparations for opening after picking up Yaoyao. Qin Fei waited at the school gate. Today, being Friday, the teachers were off, and naturally, Song Wenwen was heading home as well. He intended to approach her under the guise of gratitude. However, after waiting for a considerable time, as students and teachers dispersed, he did not catch a glimpse of Song Wenwen. Reluctantly, he decided to enter the school and stumbled upon a confrontation with Zhang Liang. Having grown up together, their paths had diverged distinctly, yet Zhang Liang remained a good brother, presenting a rare opportunity for a heroic rescue. Such chances were not easily sought after. As for Zhang Liang's earlier threatening remark about next time, Qin Fei paid it no mind. Their separation was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time before they chose to confront the reality. After a while, Song Wenwen emerged, adorned in a flowing white dress, capturing Qin Fei's attention. Miss Song, you need not fear what happened earlier. They will not dare trouble you again, he reassured her as they walked alongside the bicycle. Thank you. Song Wenwen replied softly. Yaoyao, you must listen to Miss Song, study diligently, and strive for excellence, understand? Qin Fei gently ruffled Yaoyao's hair. Uncle, I like Miss Song the most. Of course, I will listen to her, Yaoyao exclaimed, shaking her head enthusiastically. Qin Yaoyao is very diligent and excels in all areas. You need not worry. Song Wenwen smiled back. Qin Fei nodded, and they fell silent once more, uncertain if it was due to Yaoyao's presence or simply a lack of conversation between them. Upon reaching the fork near Shaosu, Yaoyao suddenly leaped from the bicycle. "Uncle, I'm running home. You go ahead and see Miss Song off." "Goodbye, Miss Song." The little girl waved and dashed away. With the back mountain less than 500 meters away, Qin Fei felt no concern. "Miss Song, let us ride quickly." "It's getting dark," he urged. "All right," Song Wenwen replied, quickening her pace to push the bicycle. With a leap, she mounted it, her dress fluttering, revealing a moment of springtime radiance. Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback and quickly mounted his bicycle to follow her. Unaware of her accidental exposure, Song Wenwen focused intently ahead. Her expression earnest. Qin Fei stifled a laugh. It was evident she had only recently learned to ride. "Miss Song, relax a bit. The more tense you are, the less stable the bicycle will be." "But I'm afraid of falling," she admitted. "Trust me, it's fine. Relax your arms and your waist." Song Wenwen glanced at him, attempting to loosen her body. After a brief period of wobbling, the bicycle steadied and advanced smoothly. "Indeed, this feels much better," she exclaimed with a radiant smile. "Congratulations, Miss Song, on mastering cycling," Qin Fei declared, raising his hands in a playful salute. "Don't do that, it's dangerous," Song Wenwen exclaimed, her face filled with concern. "Fear not, my riding skills are exceptional," Qin Fei boasted, yet he still gripped the handlebars firmly, continuing, "Teacher Song, I believe we should reintroduce ourselves." Song Wenwen cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fei, her expression noncommittal. "Hello, I am Qin Fei." Hello. I am Song Wenwen." "Song Wenwen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The pleasure is mine as well." After escorting Song Wenwen back, Qin Fei felt an unusual buoyancy in his spirits. Initially, the pursuit of his beloved could unfold at a leisurely pace. But with his family severing ties and rumors circulating in the village, many were quick to cast aspersions upon him and his sister-in-law, Linine. The urgency to find a wife and silence the whispers became paramount. With Zhang Liang's intervention, the misunderstandings with Song Wenwen dissipated. And this splendid twist was certain to elevate his stature in her eyes. Although no formal agreement had been made, the tools for his endeavor were prepared, awaiting the moment to be set in motion. The following morning, Old Zheng arrived at the homestead with a dozen individuals, his wife, Chao Lihua, among them. Upon seeing Qin Fei approach, Old Zheng nodded in greeting, while Chao Lihua expressed an exuberant warmth towards him, the master of the house. "Young Qin, you truly possess remarkable talent, constructing such a grand house at your tender age. You were the first in the 10-mile radius. Sister-in-law, please refrain from spreading such words. I fear attracting unwanted attention," Qin Fei replied. I understand. My husband, Old Zheng, has briefed me. Just focus on the work at hand. And let no one in the village speak carelessly," Chao Lihua said, her face adorned with a grateful smile for the young man who had nearly salvaged her precarious household. "Sister-in-law, how will you manage your lodging and meals?" Qin Fei inquired. I am here precisely to tend to this matter." Chao Lihua pointed to the rainproof cloth on the ground that had yet to be gathered. "We shall use this to erect a shelter, and I will cook. Constructing a stove will be quite simple." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Fei surveyed the surroundings and, finding little that required his intervention, took his leave, mounting his bicycle toward Shilin town. The next day marked the grand opening of the new store, and he had arranged with Fatty Sun to ensure all preparations were in place today, to preempt any unforeseen mishaps. While the term grand opening merely entailed setting off firecrackers and hanging a sign, the process was exceedingly straightforward. Qin Fei had once considered making a grand spectacle of it, perhaps hiring townsfolk to drum and announce the occasion, or even devising ways to create a bustling crowd. Yet, upon reflection, he opted to forego such ostentation. Fame attracts scrutiny, and discretion is the better part of valor, he mused. "Fatty, everything seems well prepared," Qin Fei remarked upon entering, almost failing to recognize the place after some time away. The front hall sparkled, the stone floor reflecting images as if polished to a sheen, and the newly constructed counters and shelves were impeccably arranged. With a price list displayed on the wall, everything was beyond reproach. "Brother Fei, take a look upstairs," Fatty Sun gestured, heeding the suggestion. Qin Fei ascended the stairs to the second floor, which housed 2 rooms, one facing south toward the street. The spacious southern room had been tidied as well. Even the sheets and duvet covers were ready. Qin Fei was pleasantly surprised. "Did you not mention that you might reside here in the future?" "My father insisted that I prepare these as well." A hint of pride flickered across Sun's chubby face. "What do you think, Fei? Aren't we brothers in this endeavor? Let us not get carried away. My gratitude is owed to Uncle Sun, and it has nothing to do with you, my young friend." Qin Fei settled onto the bed, casting a glance at Sunday. Where is your father today? Why did he not come over? Oh, he's at the state-owned factory overseeing the stall. He is more zealous about business than I am. There were few customers this morning, and he remained skeptical, refusing to believe otherwise. Son let out a sigh. Do not be oblivious to your blessings. Your father is merely trying to assist you as best he can. Qin Fei rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. I have no further business here. I shall take my leave. Don't forget to come upstairs this afternoon to help me close the window. What a wonderfully soft bed. It seems a waste to sleep alone. Qin Fei mused silently to himself. Chapter 32. The lone seedling after procuring 10 pounds of meat from the supply and marketing cooperative. Purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes and acquiring some snacks for his niece, Yaoyao, Qin Fei finally returned home. Originally, he intended to visit Old Song's place. But Old Song had been elusive of late, busy with matters unknown. On the last 2 deliveries, it was his wife who had driven the ox cart. Upon returning to the hillside, Qin Fei divided the snacks in half and asked Lin Yin to split the 10 pounds of meat into 3 portions. Sister-in-law, please keep this. Since today marks the first day of work, let's treat everyone to a good meal. Qin Fei first went to the homestead, handing over the 7 pounds of meat and the 2 packs of cigarettes to Chao Lihua. Old Zheng, being responsible for both labor and materials, had no need to inquire further. He could simply await the completion of the house. However, small gestures of goodwill, though requiring little effort, merely cost some money. Yet they could encourage the workers to be more diligent, ultimately benefiting the progress and quality of the project. The head of the household, young Qin, truly knows how to conduct affairs. When have we ever encountered such a generous master? Chao Lihua reflected as she watched Qin Fei's receding figure. This young brother is indeed commendable. Old Zheng agreed. Open the cigarettes and distribute a pack to each. What are you doing? Just because there's a bit of something. You act lavishly. You ought to be more frugal. Chao Lihua's expression shifted unexpectedly. This is the master's gift. Placing it in our hands signifies his trust in us, allowing everyone to share in the benefits. How can you keep it? Hurry, Old Zheng urged. All right, I understand. Qin Fei, carrying 3 pounds of meat and a bag of snacks, reached his doorstep where his 2 nephews, Xiaowen and Xiaowu, were squatting and playing in the mud. Xiaowu, come here. Third uncle. The 2 little rascals hopped over eagerly. This is meat, and inside are candies and peach crisps. Take them home and give them to Grandma, understand? Qin Fei crouched down to explain. Got it, third uncle. But why aren't you living at home anymore? What about Yaoyao? Third uncle has matters to attend to, and Yaoyao is studying now. She needs to focus. When you both start school, you will need to study too, understood? Qin Fei ruffled one of their heads and continued, is everything all right at home? Has your mother quarreled with your grandparents? No. Mama just says she is tired and doesn't want to cook. Grandma is doing all the cooking now. All right, third uncle understands. If one day your mother does quarrel with Grandma and Grandpa, remember to come find me on the hillside, all right? Will remember. And this is a little secret between us. You must not tell Mama. Okay, we want to tell Mama. She is so annoying, always scolding us. Very good. Now go on, deliver the things to Grandma. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu dashed off, shouting, Grandma, we're having meat. Grandma, I want to eat meat. In the Qin family courtyard, the family gathered around the dining table, yet aside from Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu who were eagerly attacking a dish of braised meat, the others had yet to pick up their chopsticks. Qin Xinda puffed on his dry tobacco, his face a mask of worry. Shen Zhaodi and Qin Hui remained silent, engrossed in their thoughts. Father, are you truly planning to disown the third? Zhang Shulan inquired. What nonsense is this? I don't have such a son. Our family only has the second child as a lone sprout. Qin Xinda slammed the smoking pipe on the table, declaring that from now on, if he brought anything home, none of you are allowed to accept it. Father, what are you doing? Why refuse? The third son earns money solely to support that shameless woman and her child. Shen Zhaodi retorted sarcastically. What, is our family going to starve without him? Qin Xinda glared at Shen Zhaodi. Father, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought. Why not take it? We shouldn't let that shameless woman benefit from it. Shen Zhaodi continued. Father, the third son's plot of land has already begun construction today. Many people are working there, Qin Hui said in a low voice. Let them build. It doesn't concern us since the family is already divided, Shen Zhaodi scoffed. It's just a little money. He is so eager to show off, not even knowing if it's clean money. What does it have to do with us? If he wants to build a palace, it's none of our business, Qin Xinda replied. Oh, what are you saying? It's all that harbinger of doom. He is ruining our family, Zhang Shulan sighed. After lunch, Shen Zhaodi and Qin Hui returned to the south-facing room that once belonged to Lin Yin. Shen Zhaodi hurriedly hid the candies and peach crisps that Qin Fei had sent, lest her two gluttonous sons devour them. Zhaodi, what are you doing? Those are offered by the third son to honor his parents, Qin Hui remarked. Honor his parents? He.s. just showing off. Didn't he father say not to accept his things? Shen Zhaodi shot him a glare. Why do you have to make a fuss? The third son has no home to return to. His wife is caught in the middle. Qin Hui couldn't help but complain. What fuss am I making? It's all for you and our son. Shen Zhaodi set down her things and angrily shoved Qin Hui. Our family has so little. One is a good-for-nothing, and the other is a shameless woman with a burden. If either of them has any issues, how will we live? Oh, so you care about that shameless woman now? Huh. I've said for a long time that something's off about you. When that shameless woman was living here, your eyes were glued to her. Now that she is happily with the third son, you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? If you're uncomfortable, you go to him. He'll surely give you. This useless second brother, some face. You two men serving her, she wouldn't know how delighted she would be. Qin Hui, filled with rage, pushed Shen Zhaodi's hand away from him, exclaiming, You've truly lost your mind, saying whatever comes to your head. Qin Hui, you dare to hit me? I won't let this go today. You're insane. You still dare to curse me, you scoundrel. A fierce argument erupted, echoing through the Qin family courtyard, causing a commotion. What is going on now? Can't we have a moment of peace? What are you doing? Stay out of it. Qin Shinda stopped Zhang Shulan, who was trying to mediate, saying, Whose child is whose? Everyone lives their own life, whatever it is. Back at the back mountain, Lin Yin had prepared a meal, waiting for him to return. Though the cave dwelling is modest in size, it exudes a comforting warmth. For a fleeting moment, Qin Fei genuinely felt that if life were to continue in such a manner, it would not be unpleasant at all. Sister-in-law, this afternoon I shall teach you how to prepare that caramel-flavored dish. Once you master it, you will be truly skilled. All right, third brother. I have noticed that the stock in the warehouse is dwindling. When will it be delivered? We mustn't delay the cooking tomorrow. Just as Qin Fei was about to speak, a resounding clatter of the did-do erupted in his ears. Chapter 33, The Unexpected Sister-in-Law. When his true love Qin Fei set down his utensils and stepped outside, where he encountered the long-missed Old Song, who was cheerfully descending from a three-wheeled cargo vehicle. Brother Song, have you upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon? Qin Fei approached, inspecting the cargo vehicle. Isn't it splendid? Old Song replied with a beaming smile. Splendid doesn't he even begin to describe it. Brother Song, where on earth did you acquire this? Qin Fei inquired. What, are you interested? Naturally, Qin Fei was intrigued. In these times, purchasing a vehicle required more than mere wealth. Connections were equally essential. However, he wasn't in a rush for a cargo vehicle. He first needed to secure himself a motorcycle. Of course I'm interested. Do you have any motorcycles? Qin Fei whispered conspiratorially to Old Song. I'll inquire for you. It shouldn't be a problem, Old Song assured him, instilling confidence. Brother Song, where did this come from? Qin Fei pondered but ultimately asked. Rest assured, all the paperwork is in order. The city's agricultural machinery factory is selling off a batch of old vehicles, originally destined for scrap. I leveraged my connections and added a little extra to procure this. And she helped tidy it up, Old Song winked. Qin Fei was undeniably taken aback. He knew of Old Song's extensive knowledge and deep connections in Sherlin Town, but he hadn't anticipated such access to city resources. Brother Song, I'll entrust you with my motorcycle. Please arrange everything, and let me know the cost later. Qin Fei said. No need to wait. Let us settle it now. Old Song held up 7 fingers and added, It's 80 new for 500. Only 700 for something 80 new? Qin Fei questioned, unsure if he had misunderstood. Was Old Song referring to 7,000? Don't worry about the paperwork. It's all in order, and no one will find fault. Old Song reassured him, patting his shoulder. If you're afraid, then don't bother. With resolute determination, Qin Fei nodded. All right, I appreciate your help, Brother Song. Don't be so polite with me, Old Song remarked with a glance over Qin Fei's shoulder. In just a few days, you've got a wife and child? Wow, truly stunning. She looks like a fairy from a traditional painting. Brother Song, please don't jest. That's my sister-in-law and niece. Due to some family matters, I've temporarily settled them here, Qin Fei replied with a wry smile. Oh, I see. What is going on at home? Do you need any assistance? Old Song offered. There is no need to discuss the trivialities at home. I'd rather not trouble you with it, lest you find it amusing. Qin Fei extended his hand. Brother Song, may I have the car keys to give it a try? You know how to drive? Old Song asked nervously. This was no matter for jest. If the vehicle were to be damaged, it was one thing. But if something happened to Qin Fei, fear not, Brother Song. If I were unsure, I wouldn't dare to extend my hand. Qin Fei accepted the keys from Old Song, settled into the driver's seat, and placed his hands upon the steering wheel. Memories from a past life surged forth. After emerging from that world, he had faced numerous rejections in his job search, ultimately obtaining a license to drive a taxi. He turned the ignition, released the handbrake, engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and accelerated, all in one fluid motion. Qin Fei maneuvered his vehicle expertly, deftly reversing it to the entrance of the warehouse, where he came to a steady halt. In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of his niece Yaoyao, her face alight with admiration, and his sister-in-law Lin Yin, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little Qin, you truly possess hidden talents. Your driving skills are remarkable. You must teach me later, she exclaimed. Old Song was genuinely astonished by Qin Fei's driving prowess, remarking, You have no idea. It took old Shi 3 days to teach me before I dared to hit the road. How did you manage to reverse like that? Brother Song, with more practice. You'll understand, Qin Fei replied, his thoughts drifting away from the car. He could not overlook the glimmer in Lin Yin's gaze. If he failed to grasp its meaning now, he would be a fool. Once such thoughts emerged, they were difficult to suppress. Perhaps he should find a reason to stay tonight? Qin Fei could not help but steal a glance at Lin Yin's alluring figure, a film playing in his mind as he swallowed hard. Sister-in-law, would you mind making Brother Song a cup of tea? Brother Song, you must be weary from your journey. Please take a moment to rest. I can manage this cargo alone. With that, Qin Fei opened the cargo hold, hoisting the sacks to begin unloading. He was filled with energy and needed an outlet for it. After finishing the unloading, Qin Fei handed Old Song 700 yuan. Old Song seemed to anticipate his desire for a motorcycle, having already made arrangements to collect it the day after tomorrow. Once Old Song departed, Qin Fei realized, after a busy afternoon, that he had not eaten lunch, his stomach rumbling audibly. Old 3, why not let sister-in-law prepare you something? The food is getting cold. Lin Yin suggested. Sister-in-law, it's late. Let us not bother. Just give me a moment to tidy up, and I'll teach you how to make caramel. Qin Fei replied. As the sun began to set, Qin Fei bid farewell to his sister-in-law Lin Yin and rode off towards Shilin town. Even if he could not stay in the cave on the back mountain, he had no desire to return to the threshing yard that night. Upon arriving at the new shop, twilight had already descended, and the Sun-father and son were preparing a makeshift bed in the main room. Clearly surprised by Qin Fei's unexpected visit. Brother Fei, why are you here at this hour? Were you not coming tomorrow morning? Son Fatty inquired. I feared I might oversleep. Qin Fei casually offered as an explanation, glancing at the bedding on the floor. Uncle Son, Fatty, what are you doing? Aren't there rooms upstairs? Little Fei. I'm the one sleeping on the floor. The rooms upstairs are reserved for you. It would be inappropriate for us to stay there, Dr. Sun explained. Uncle Son, what's inappropriate about it? There are 2 rooms upstairs. Sleeping on this stone floor for a night would surely be detrimental to your health, Qin Fei remarked, surprised by Dr. Sun's stubbornness. Little Fei, the landlord was initially reluctant to let us use this place for our shop. It was solely out of respect for you. We cannot disrupt the arrangement. If word gets out, how will you explain it? Dr. Sun said earnestly. Well, all right then. Fatty, come with me to grab some blankets from upstairs for your father, Qin Fei replied, bemused yet compelled to acknowledge the wisdom in Dr. Sun's words. Later that night, as Qin Fei lay alone in bed, the stars twinkled outside his window while the sound of Sun Fatty's thunderous snoring drifted from downstairs. He recalled when Yaoyao, at the tender age of 3, once inquired about her father's whereabouts. Yaoyao, your father, my elder brother, is a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. He is on an important mission and cannot return for the time being. However, he is far away, safeguarding both you and us, ensuring that no adversaries can bully us. Isn't your father remarkable? Yaoyao would eventually grow up, shedding her belief in such benevolent fabrications, and come to accept the harsh reality that her father, Qin Shi, had already passed away. Would Qin Fei be able to facilitate her acceptance of the fact that her third uncle had taken on the role of her father? As Qin Fei pondered this, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Ah, little Qin, your thoughts dwell only on carnal desires. You are a glutton. The sister-in-law was a mere accident. When is the true love? Chapter 34. Grand opening on the morning of September 8th. A bustling crowd in Shilin town, on their way to purchase groceries, paused as they were captivated by a vibrant splash of red on New Street. Whose new establishment is this? Why is the sign covered with a red cloth? What do they sell? I am not certain. This place has been vacant for some time. but it seems it has finally been rented out. Doesn't it say they will officially open at 8:18 with half-price specials today? Let us buy our groceries first and return later to see the excitement. Fatty, weigh out 30 portions of those sunflower seeds. Today, we'll have a lot of curious customers wanting to try something new. Let us not get overwhelmed, said Uncle Sunday. You handle the unveiling of the red cloth. You shouldn't shy away from it. This is Fatty's shop after all. I'll go wash a cloth and give everything a thorough wipe down. Qin Fei said as he and the son-father-son duo sprang into action, barely pausing for breakfast. They had convinced themselves the night before that they were fully prepared. Yet upon rising, they felt overwhelmed with tasks. In truth, they all understood that the opening of a new shop was a significant affair that demanded meticulous attention. For the Sun family, this shop represented Fatty's earnest first venture into business. For Qin Fei, it marked his transition from minor dealings to a more legitimate path in commerce. Who is the boss here? In the midst of their preparations, a young man swaggered in. I am. What can I do for you? Fatty greeted him. Today is the grand opening, right? You need to pay the management fee, the young man replied, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Management fee? What management fee? Fatty asked, his confusion evident. What management fee isn't something you should be asking. Every shop in Sherlin Town must pay it. It's the rule set by Brother Hammer. The young man exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a sideways glance at Fatty. Brother Hammer, you say? You know Zhang Liang? He is a good friend of mine. We're all part of the same circle, Fatty replied with a grin. Who cares about your circle? The young man flicked away his cigarette, but knowing Brother Liang doesn't mean a thing. Is Brother Hammer bigger, or are you too? Do you want me to enlighten you? Seeing the anger rising on Fatty's face, Qin Fei quickly stepped forward. So, it's the management fee we're discussing. How do we go about paying it? It's $10 a month, paid monthly. The young man assessed Qin Fei with a scrutinizing gaze and spat on the ground. Very well, we'll pay it now. Qin Fei concealed his displeasure and pulled out a bill, handing it over. Good, you're sensible. Don't worry. Once you've paid the management fee, no one will dare to interfere with your business. The young man pocketed the money and whistled as he left. Fatty, seething with anger, turned to Qin Fei. Fei Ge, why should we be afraid of them? I can handle that little punk all by myself. Fatty, we're about to open. If you start a fight now, who will want to come in? Qin Fei replied as he crouched down to clean up the spit the young man had left behind. We're here to welcome customers and conduct business. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Are we just going to let them push us around? $10 a month adds up to $120 a year. Why not just rob them? Fatty exclaimed. Xing Xiao, what are you shouting about? Xiao Fei's actions are justified. Can you stand up to those people? If you refuse to pay them, they will come here to cause trouble every few days. How can you run your shop like that? Dr. Sun gave his son a kick, advising him to learn from Xiao Fei, urging him not to panic in difficult situations. Brother Fei, I understand what you mean, but are we just going to let this go? Son Fatty expressed his frustration. I will go find Liangzi and ask for his assistance. Fatty, you must heed my advice and refrain from doing so, Qin Fei said, cleaning the floor and gazing at son Fatty. This matter is likely known to Zhang Liang, and even if he is unaware, he would not break the rules for your sake. Zhang Liang, isn't the one who grew up playing with you two from Xuzhuang? His father, Zhang Mingzi, spends all day drinking, and that fellow has now turned into a small thug? Dr. Sun remarked. Uncle Sun, let us not get involved in this matter. When you return to the village, do not spread rumors. Let us consider this a way to resolve our troubles, Qin Fei chuckled, patting son Fatty. Now, let's not allow this trivial issue to hinder our greater plans. Today is a day of celebration. Qin Fei was mentally prepared for the recent incident. Brother Chue and his gang could not survive solely on thin air. They must have a way to earn money. The so-called management fee today was likely just a trifling sum. He could surmise the reasons behind their current arrogance, knowing that common folk like him and Fatty could not confront them directly. However, their arrogance would not last long. A rigorous crackdown was imminent. On weekends, Song Wenwen usually slept in until lunchtime, but today, her grandmother abruptly pulled off her covers. Wenwen, hurry and get up. We need to check on our old house. Grandma has rented it out for a shop opening today. Go see how it is. Grandma, if you want to see it, you go yourself. I want to sleep. You child, they know me. You can go in disguise, understand? All right. I'm getting up. Song Wenwen reluctantly rose from bed, her eyes still heavy with sleep. When she arrived at the old house, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, nearly blocking the path. Through a gap, she spotted a familiar figure crouched down lighting firecrackers. As the figure dashed away, the deafening sound of firecrackers erupted. Dear elders and fellow villagers, today marks the grand opening of our fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds. Thank you all for your support. On behalf of fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and welcome. After a series of firecrackers, the familiar figure stood at the center of the crowd, passionately beginning his speech. Our fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds specialize in roasted seeds. During festivals, everyone surely enjoys snacking on seeds, but have you ever tasted 5-spice or sweet sunflower seeds? Today, in our fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds shop, you can find them all. Furthermore, I declare that today's grand opening will feature a half-price sale throughout the store. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their applause resounding. This fellow is quite the orator. Wait, did Grandma rent the place out to him? Song Wenwen was taken aback. Uncle Sun, let us unveil the sign, Qin Fei said, looking at Dr. Sunday Dad. Hurry. Sun Fatty urged, visibly moved. Dr. Sun, overwhelmed with joy, took a couple of steps forward, trembling slightly as he grasped the red silk and gave it a sudden, forceful tug. The crimson cloth fluttered down, revealing the golden sign of fragrant 5-spice melon seeds in all its glory. Splendid. The crowd of onlookers generously applauded once more. Please, come in, everyone. Qin Fei continuously urged the people to enter the shop. As the throng gradually filtered inside, Song Wenwen, clad in a flowing blue gown, appeared before him, exuding elegance and grace. Chapter 35. No children unexpectedly. Despite knowing that Song Wenwen's home was in Shilin Town, it was not as small as Xiaoshu Village. One could not simply circle around in the time it takes to eat a bowl of rice. How did she arrive here in such a good mood? Was she merely here to witness the commotion? Miss Song. Qin Fei paused for a moment, stepped forward, and extended his hand. Hello. Song Wenwen hesitated awkwardly, but eventually reached out her delicate hand. Qin Fei, having been in the habit of welcoming guests, nearly missed the opportunity to apologize. However, seeing her snow-white, tender hand reaching out, he could not let this chance slip away. Miss Song, I truly did not expect to encounter you here. He maintained a serious demeanor, though her soft hand had only brushed against his. Yes, it is quite a coincidence, Song Wenwen replied with a slight smile. Her lips pressed together. Are you here to sell sunflower seeds? Today is the grand opening with half-price offerings. Why not come in and take a look? No, it's too crowded. Perhaps next time, she replied. Fei Ge, what are you doing? Come inside and help out. A voice called from within the shop. Miss Song, it's quite busy today for the grand opening. I can't properly attend to you. Please allow me the chance to make it up to you later. Qin Fei said apologetically with a smile. It's all right. You go ahead and be busy. I was just passing by, she waved her hand, uttering a brief farewell before turning to leave. As Song Wenwen departed, Qin Fei felt a twinge of surprise, but could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Fei Ge, the voice called out again. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of Song Wenwen, Qin Fei hurried back inside to assist. To Qin Fei, the commotion of the grand opening felt relatively minor, as there had been no prior promotion. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. This was a small county town in 1981. And the opening of a new shop was indeed a significant event. The crowd was far larger than anticipated, arriving in waves. And the three of them only found time to rest around noon. Qin Fei stepped out to buy a few buns for lunch. Fatty, I doubt it will be this busy in the afternoon. I need to head to Gaoha. Brother Zhou's shop opens tomorrow, and I'm going to lend a hand. All right, Fei Ge, you go ahead. My dad and I can manage here. You won't be back tonight, right? I won't. It would be tiring to make the round trip. I'll stay at Brother Zhou's place tonight. After finishing the last bite, Qin Fei added, Oh, and Fatty, when you return to the village, remember to tell my sister-in-law that I have matters to attend to and will be back tomorrow afternoon. Understood. I'll make sure to pass it on. Waving goodbye, Qin Fei hopped on his bike and sped away. Originally, Qin Fei had intended for both shops to open on the same day, but Zhou Libin adamantly refused. He insisted that if Qin Fei was not present for the opening, it would be akin to the oath of brotherhood in the Peach Blossom Garden, losing the bond with the second brother Guan Yu. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Qin Fei relented. He arrived at the Zhou household in the afternoon. Zhou Libin was not there, and Sun Yulian was busy by herself. Xiao Qin, you came quite early. Libin just left a little while ago to check on the stall at the dam construction site. Sun Yulian greeted Qin Fei warmly upon his arrival. Sister-in-law, I thought I would come early to see if I could help with anything. Qin Fei parked his bike and walked inside. Where is Andy? I haven't seen her. Ah, my mother is a devout Buddhist. She departed for the temple early this morning, claiming she would pray for Libin's prosperity and his future business endeavors. Sun Yulian remarked with a smile, "This is indeed a fortunate occurrence. With aunt's blessings, our shop shall surely flourish." Qin Fei, not one to stand on ceremony, picked up a cloth from the counter and began to work. "Xiao Qin, do not trouble yourself with such tasks. How could I let you do this? When Libin returns, he will surely scold me for making you work. You are our esteemed guest." Sun Yulian stepped forward to seize the cloth from him. "Sister-in-law, how can you say that? You and Brother Zhou treat me like a younger brother. It is only right that I lend a hand." Qin Fei dampened the cloth and continued. "If Brother Zhou dares to complain, sister, I cannot believe you." "Xiao Qin, are you implying that I am at fault?" Sun Yulian laughed. "Heaven forbid, sister. I would never presume such a thing." Their light banter created a perfectly warm atmosphere as they worked together. Previously, Qin Fei had heard Zhou Libin mention that he was a carpenter, but he had not taken it seriously until he beheld the newly crafted counter and shelves. It dawned on him that he had underestimated his skills. The counter and 3 shelves, without a single nail in sight, were constructed with interlocking joints. Flawlessly assembled, an impressive contrast to the work he had commissioned in Shirlin Town. The craftsmanship passed down through generations is indeed exceptional. A thought crossed Qin Fei's mind. Once his new home was completed, he would commission Zhou Libin to craft all the furniture, selecting quality timber that could potentially become a family heirloom. However, that was merely a fleeting notion, while the counter and shelves were simple and did not require extensive effort. Furniture was an entirely different matter, and once the shop opened, Zhou Libin would hardly have the time. As evening approached, and Zhou returned first. Upon seeing Qin Fei, she greeted him as if he were a long-lost grandson, showering him with warmth before rushing to the kitchen to prepare a feast. Zhou Libin returned only after dusk, carrying a heavy load. "Brother Zhou, we open tomorrow. You mustn't overwork today. Focus on preparations at home." Qin Fei jested. "What rest? There are many workers waiting over there." "I mustn't neglect them," Zhou Libin replied, handing his burden to Sun Yulian and gesturing for Qin Fei to sit. "Knowing you are here today brings me great comfort." "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. I have merely observed, and sister has completed all the tasks. What do you think? Are we ready for the grand opening tomorrow?" "Not just ready, but it shall be nothing short of perfect," Qin Fei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Zhou, your craftsmanship is unparalleled. The counter and shelves you crafted would impress even Liu Ban himself." "Haha, I dare not compare myself to the master. I have only this modest skill." Zhou Libin chuckled shyly. "Xiao Qin, how goes the construction of your house?" "It has already commenced. Master Zheng assured me it will be completed in 2 months." Qin Fei replied. "That is excellent news. Old Zheng may have an eccentric temperament, but his skills are unquestionable. If he says 2 months, it will indeed be 2 months." Zhou Libin suddenly regarded Qin Fei with a knowing look. "Tell me, when you move into your new home, are you also planning to bring home a bride?" "Where would I find one, Brother Zhou? I wish I could, but I have no idea where my bride is," Qin Fei replied with a wry smile. Deep within his heart, he harbored the notion of residing in a new home, embracing a bride, and savoring the joys of life. Yet, he pondered whether Songwoman would share his sentiments. "Surely you are not being entirely truthful. With your tall, handsome stature and your burgeoning wealth, how could you not attract the affections of young ladies? Your sister-in-law is eager to introduce you to someone, though I have refrained from bringing it up. You are destined to marry a maiden akin to a celestial being." Zhou Li's expression was earnest. "Well, there are indeed 2 such ethereal maidens. One is my elder sister-in-law, Lin Yin, who is but a vision from afar. The other, I do wish to take home, yet our fates have yet to intertwine. Brother Zhou, spare me. When the day comes that I find a wife, you shall be the first to know." "Very well, a promise is a promise. When you wed, I shall present you with a magnificent gift." Chapter 36. The opening of the Zhou family. As they conversed, and Zhou leaned out and called, "Libin, dinner is ready. Bring Xiao Qin over to eat." Qin Fei followed Zhou Libin into the kitchen and was taken aback by the sight before him. An octagonal table was brimming with an assortment of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and various meats, more than a dozen in total. Sun Yulian was still busy at the stove, seemingly preparing additional dishes. Qin Fei was certain that even during the New Year celebrations, the Zhou family's dining table had never been this sumptuous. "Auntie, is it a festive occasion today?" Qin Fei asked awkwardly, scratching his head. "Sister-in-law, you needn't trouble yourself further. There is more than enough food here. Even if 3 more people joined us, it would still be too much. It's not a problem if there's excess. Today is a day of joy," and Zhou said. ushering Qin Fei to take a seat and placing chopsticks in his hands. Qin, don't be shy. Just treat this as your own home. Shall we have a drink today, my brother? Zhou Libin winked at Qin Fei as he produced a bottle of Mingguang liquor. What are you talking about? Qin is still so young. Why let him drink? Aunt Zhou shot a disapproving glance at her son. It's all right. I'll join Brother Zhou for a little. Qin Fei replied. Mom, today is a celebration. Let them have a drink. Sun Yulian turned to Zhou Libin, adding, but no more than 1 cup. All right, just 1 cup. Zhou Libin grinned widely. Zhou Libin, eyeing the fine liquor, was quickly overcome by its effects. After half a glass, he began to feel tipsy, and his words flowed freely. Qin, let me tell you, the happiest moment of my life has been getting to know you. In the past, I wandered the streets with my burdens, never feeling like I was in business, just earning a meal. But now, knowing you changes everything. Tomorrow, we officially open our shop, and that means real business. From now on, we brothers will do well together. I may be a bit slow, but I am obedient, and whatever you tell me to do, I shall do. Qin Fei recognized that Zhou Libin was drunk and felt compelled to listen. Libin, what are you saying? You're rambling. Sun Yulian exclaimed, pulling him back to reality. Rambling? No, these are heartfelt words, sincere sentiments. What would you know? You're just a woman. Zhou Libin retorted, shaking off Sun Yulian and raising his voice further. Sister-in-law? It's fine. Brother Zhou is just in high spirits today. Qin Fei smiled at Sun Yulian. Please continue, Brother Zhou. I'm listening. Yulian, let us go check on the front and see if there's any work to be done, leaving the men to chat here, Aunt Zhou suggested. Pulling Sun Yulian away while reminding Qin Fei, Qin, keep an eye on him. He must drink too much, lest it interfere with tomorrow's important matters. Qin Fei nodded in agreement. Qin, as for your sister-in-law, she used to treat me with disdain, but since I started this business with you and made some money, things have changed. That night, she really kept me on my toes. Qin Fei touched his nose, wondering if this was a conversation he should be privy to. Brother Zhou, how did she keep you on your toes? I mean, I have a question to ask, and if it's inappropriate, please forgive me, Qin Fei said, grasping Zhou Libin's hand. Ask away. We are brothers. Feel free to inquire. Zhou Libin gestured grandly, exuding confidence. Why haven't you and your sister-in-law had a child after all these years of marriage? Qin Fei inquired softly. Zhou Libin and Sun Yulian, aware that time was swiftly passing by, found it quite peculiar that they had not yet welcomed a child. Qin Fei's question was not born out of mere curiosity, but rather stemmed from a desire to discern the underlying issue, hoping to offer assistance if possible. Zhou Libin seemed to awaken from a stupor, pondering for a considerable time before responding. Ah, little Qin, since you have asked, I shall not conceal the truth from you. It is my fault. Yulian is in good health. We have visited both the county and city hospitals, explored traditional remedies, yet nothing has yielded results. I have failed Yulian in this lifetime. Many have whispered behind her back, likening her to a rooster that does not lay eggs, and she has endured it all for my sake. Brother Zhou, do not fret. Qin Fei reassured, grasping Zhou Libin's hand. With the rapid advancements in science, perhaps a solution will present itself one day. Qin Fei was acutely aware that his words of comfort were somewhat inadequate, unable to instill true confidence in Zhou Libin. Now that he had inquired and learned of the matter, he was determined to offer assistance. Little Qin, it is all right. My wife and I have come to terms with it, Zhou Libin said with a resigned smile. No children or not, life can still be sweet. Come, Brother Zhou. Let us finish our drink. We must wash up and retire for the night, for we must rise early tomorrow. We cannot delay the opening. The two raised their cups and drank heartily, sharing a night devoid of further conversation. The following morning, Qin Fei and the Zhou family arose simultaneously. The opening hour was set for 8:18, and with the experience gained from the previous day, Qin Fei approached the task with ease. The Zhou family, known for their kind-heartedness and simplicity, had cultivated goodwill in the community. Zhou Libin would offer free assistance to anyone with a broken cabinet or uneven table legs, thus earning the favor of many. As 8 o'clock approached, a crowd began to gather outside the Zhou household. Auntie, your Libin is quite capable. He has progressed from carrying burdens to opening a shop. What do they say? Ah, yes, a bird's gun has been exchanged for a cannon. Indeed. Libin is diligent and hardworking. A small business can grow into a significant one. Prosperity is surely on the horizon for the family. Libin, what will you be selling in your shop? The chatter was lively, with a cacophony of voices as Zhou Libin and his family busied themselves welcoming guests, while Qin Fei kept an eye on the clock, with a resounding crack of firecrackers. Zhou Libin felt a swell of emotion as he pulled away the red cloth covering the sign. The 6 gilded characters spelling fragrant 5-spice melon seeds shone brilliantly in the morning light. Zhou's mother-in-law could not contain her tears, and Sun Yulian looked at her husband with admiration. "Everyone, please come in. Today, everything is half price for the grand opening." Zhou Libin warmly invited the guests inside. Sun Yulian approached. "Libin, little Qin has left." "Ah, why did he not say anything before departing?" Zhou Libin stood up to chase after him, but was halted by Sun Yulian. "You truly are a simpleton. Little Qin merely wished to let you experience the role of shopkeeper fully. If he is here, who is in charge, you or him?" Upon realizing this, Zhou Libin slapped his forehead. "How is it that my younger brother, despite his youth, possesses such wisdom? Xiao Qin is truly a fine young man. Did you inquire yesterday? Does Xiao Qin currently have a partner?" Sun Yulian displayed a look of daydreaming, asking, "Did you speak to my cousin? If this comes to fruition, we would be even closer as family. You should put a stop to that. Is Xiao Qin an ordinary person? His partner must certainly not be an ordinary one," Zhou Libin remarked with a sense of pride. "Why not? Xiulian is quite attractive, and there are plenty of suitors." Before Sun Yulian could finish her sentence, Zhou Libin had already waved his hand and busied himself in the shop. "Alas, it seems Xiulian is not destined for such fortune," Sun Yulian sighed, and turned to enter the shop as well. Qin Fei left the Zhou family, mounted his bicycle, and hurried towards Shilin town, for today was the day he had arranged to pick up the motorcycle from Lao Song. The thought of transforming his bicycle into a motorcycle filled him with exhilaration, and he pedaled furiously, his spirits soaring with a sense of freedom. Chapter 37. From bicycle to motorcycle. Xiao Qin, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Qin Fei showed up, Lao Song emerged from his stall. "Darling, keep an eye on the stall. I need to attend to matters with Xiao Qin." "Brother Song, why the rush? I haven't even greeted sister-in-law yet." "Oh, we are all family. Your sister-in-law won't hold it against you." Lao Song lit a cigarette, paused, and leaned closer to Qin Fei, whispering, "When we get to Old Shi's, let me do the talking." Confused but compliant, Qin Fei nodded. He assumed that Lao Song's 3-wheeled cargo vehicle and the upcoming encounter with the 50 cubic centimeters motorcycle were all procured through his own connections. Little did he know, there were deeper intricacies involving Song Laoshi at play. It seemed complicated. Otherwise, Lao Song wouldn't have felt the need to give such a heads-up. At that moment, Qin Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He desired the motorcycle, yet the prospect of getting entangled in trouble, possibly leading to a stint in jail, was hardly worth it. He was reborn, but not transformed. He lacked the skills to escape from confinement. Having come this far, he resolved to see how things unfolded before making any decisions. Old Shi. Old Shi. Upon arriving at Song Laoshi's repair shop, Lao Song called out loudly, "Big brother." Hearing the call, Song Laoshi emerged from the backyard and waved upon spotting Qin Fei. "Xiao Qin is here." Qin Fei smiled and nodded. "Old Shi, how is my 50 cubic centimeters bike faring?" Lao Song asked, stepping forward to embrace Song Laoshi warmly. "Ah, it was ready yesterday. Just add fuel, and you're good to go." Song Laoshi replied. "Xiao Qin, come. Let us take a look at the motorcycle." Following the two, Qin Fei entered the backyard, where amidst a cluster of bicycles, a striking red and black 50 cubic centimeters motorcycle caught his eye. The bike was evidently freshly washed, looking as good as new. "Excellent. Your craftsmanship is impeccable," Lao Song said, admiring the motorcycle's handle, clearly enamored. "Old Shi, I'll take the bike. I'll settle the payment with you tonight. Just take it. There's no rush about the money." Song Laoshi chuckled. Qin Fei remained silent, absorbing the nuances of their conversation. The implication in Lao Song's words suggested that the 50 cubic centimeters motorcycle belonged to him. Yet, if that were the case, why was he accompanying him? Qin Fei found himself pondering this perplexity. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the three agreed to meet for lunch at the state-run restaurant, and Lao Song wheeled the motorcycle out of the repair shop. "Brother Song, I don't quite grasp the situation," Qin Fei remarked. "Xiao Qin, this matter is not easily explained," Lao Song replied, adopting a cryptic demeanor. "Do you trust me?" "Brother Song, how could I not trust you? If I didn't, I wouldn't have come along." "That's all I need to hear," Lao Song smiled, stepping aside. "Now give it a try." Qin Fei steadied the bicycle, excitement bubbling within him as he accepted the motorcycle from Lao Song. He mounted the bike, turned the key, and began to kickstart it. With a distinctive roar of the single-cylinder engine, the sound captured the attention of many passers-by. In these times, motorcycles were not uncommon. Yet they were still a rarity. Qin Fei, tall and imposing, appeared even more striking atop the motorcycle, attracting curious glances from several young women. Riding around in circles. Qin Fei found the throttle response and brakes to be remarkably sensitive, which left him quite satisfied. Brother Song, the vehicle is in excellent condition, Qin Fei remarked. As long as there are no issues, Old Song chuckled, producing a stack of gasoline coupons from his pocket. These should suffice for about 6 months. Use them sparingly. And come to me when they run out. All right, thank you, Brother Song, Qin Fei said, accepting the coupons with a smile. Old Song was indeed meticulous in his dealings, providing comprehensive service. However, Qin Fei was acutely aware that Old Song was not entirely altruistic. Unlike Zhou Libin, he had his own motives. The favors he owed would eventually come into play. After delivering the bicycle to Fatty for him to ride back to the village later that evening, Qin Fei turned and headed towards the state-owned restaurant. Today, he was the host, and he needed to book a private room first. The Soviet Union is currently unstable. Historically, power transitions are always perilous. You teach language, right? How's your history? Are you familiar with the struggle for succession among the 9 sons? Not really, Song Wenwen replied, dismissing the question and then idly observing the bustling entrance of the restaurant. It was mealtime, and the area was teeming with diverse individuals, which Song Wenwen found far more engaging than the monotonous discourse of her blind date across the table. Miss Song, do you know why the United States is the world's foremost superpower? Miss Song? Song Wenwen snapped back to attention, smiling sheepishly. I don't know. I knew you wouldn't understand. Let me explain. The strength of America hinges on 2 key elements. The words from her companion faded into the background as she caught sight of Qin Fei's tall, familiar figure entering the restaurant, akin to discovering a lifeline. Song Wenwen was startled by the sudden rush of hope she felt. Why did she hold such expectations for this man? He was merely the parent of one of her students. As she watched Qin Fei approach, her heart raced. Wenwen, what are you doing here? Qin Fei came closer, casually taking her hand. Is this your friend? Song Wenwen felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She had just sent Qin Fei a desperate glance, hoping he would understand. To her astonishment, he not only comprehended but exceeded her expectations. When Qin Fei grasped her hand, she felt a jolt, standing up abruptly and stammering, Why yes. She is my friend. Hello, I'm Qin Fei, Wenwen's partner, he said politely, extending his hand to the other individual. The other person stood there, dumbfounded. Partner? Where did that come from? Aren't you supposed to be on a blind date with Song Wenwen today to see if you could become a couple? Wenwen, what is going on? The person questioned with a cold expression. I'm sorry, I have a partner now, Song Wenwen replied, feeling both anxious and frustrated. Yet unable to show it, she forced herself to say, Humph, if you already have a partner, why did you agree to this? I'll have my dad tell Uncle Song when I get home. The person stormed off. Once he left, Song Wenwen yanked her hand away from Qin Fei. Her cheeks flushed as she demanded, What are you doing? Miss Song, didn't you just signal for me to come over and rescue you? Qin Fei scratched his head, pondering whether he had misunderstood the situation. Indeed, he found the earlier individual quite bothersome and sought to enlist your assistance in extricating himself from the predicament. Song Wenwen's face flushed deeper. But how could one extricate themselves in such a manner? How would she explain this to her family? Just as Qin Fei was about to speak, Song Wenwen abruptly slapped a handful of money onto the table in frustration and stormed off without a backward glance. Qin Fei watched her retreating figure, a sly smile spreading across his face, reveling in the success of his cunning ploy. His actions had been quite deliberate, using the pretense of needing assistance to capitalize on the situation. Although Song Wenwen had genuinely been angry, Qin Fei remained untroubled. At worst, he had acted with misguided intentions. And perhaps once Song Wenwen returned home and composed herself, she might even feel a twinge of remorse. Chapter 38. The resilient sister-in-law. The meal with the 2 brothers of the Song family extended until nearly 2 o'clock, primarily due to Old Song's remarkable capacity for alcohol. Despite Qin Fei and Old Song taking turns to accompany him, it was ultimately Old Song's determination to drink on his own that led to his downfall. At the entrance of the state-run restaurant, Old Song supported Old Shi and inquired, Xiaoqin, can you ride your bike? Of course, Brother Song. Is Old Shi going to be all right after drinking so much? He's fine. When has Old Shi ever not been like this after drinking? He just needs a good night's sleep. Old Song waved his hand dismissively. I'll take Old Shi home. You ride carefully. All right, don't worry. As Qin Fei watched Old Song assist Old Shi away, he finally mounted his beloved little motorcycle, revving the engine and speeding off. He had not consumed much during lunch. As Old Song had been considerate, preventing him from drinking excessively, knowing he had to ride home later. Typically, the journey from Shilin town to Shaosu village would take over an hour by bicycle, but this time, riding the motorcycle, he arrived in less than half an hour. This was with Qin Fei consciously controlling his speed, aware of having consumed alcohol. Dressed in a coarse blue shirt, Lin Yin swung a hoe. Her hair dampened by sweat clinging to her forehead, the sunlight glinting off her delicate nose. Qin Fei steadied the motorcycle, his gaze capturing this idyllic scene. Suddenly, another image flashed through his mind, his sister-in-law alone on the mountain at night, foraging for medicinal herbs, surrounded by the lurking dangers of poisonous creatures and feral beasts. Yet she persevered. Her daughter must never be deprived of education, lest she, too, become trapped in the village for a lifetime. In his previous life, Qin Fei had known little about his sister-in-law Lin Yin. He only understood that she was reticent, that their parents were indifferent towards her, and that his second sister-in-law often mocked her. However, deep down, she was a woman of indomitable strength. The roar of the motorcycle engine caught Lin Yin's attention, prompting her to set down the hoe and turn her head. Upon recognizing Qin Fei, a smile graced her face. As Qin Fei parked the motorcycle, Lin Yin approached him, wearing an expression that suggested she had committed a transgression. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you digging up the ground?" Qin Fei could not help but voice his concern. "Old San, I want to cultivate a vegetable patch. We can't rely solely on buying vegetables. It's too expensive." Lin Yin replied, "Sister-in-law, if you're busy with the vegetable patch, doesn't that interfere with preparing the sunflower seeds? Buying vegetables doesn't cost much." No. I will finish this first and then go. It won't delay anything," Lin Yin insisted as she opened the storage room door and looked at Qin Fei. "I've already prepared the quantity for tomorrow." Touched by her words, something within Qin Fei stirred, triggering an outpour of emotions. "Sister-in-law, how about this? You can tend to the vegetable patch, but I'll find someone else to help you with the sunflower seeds." He interrupted her before she could respond, asserting that this matter was non-negotiable. Lin Yin fell silent, the atmosphere turning awkward. "Where's Yaoyao?" Qin Fei inquired. "She went to play with some children in the village." Lin Yin replied, noticing the scent of alcohol on Qin Fei. Tentatively, she asked, "Old San, have you eaten?" Only then did Qin Fei realize that he had hardly eaten anything during lunch, preoccupied with drinking. "I'll prepare something for you." Lin Yin interpreted the expression on Qin Fei's face and turned towards the kitchen. Qin Fei did not hesitate and swiftly finished his meal. After washing his face thoroughly, he proceeded to the land plot. Old Zheng worked efficiently, leveling the ground in just one day, and then began digging the foundation pits. By the time Qin Fei arrived, 6 of the foundation pits had already been excavated. "Little Qin, have you come to inspect the work?" Chao Lihua, Old Zheng's wife, approached him immediately upon seeing him. "Sister-in-law, if you put it that way, I might hesitate to come again. I know nothing about inspections. I'm merely here to take a look." Qin Fei replied with a smile. The foundation pits would be completed today, and by evening, the steel and cement should arrive, allowing the foundation work to commence the following day. Having spent many years alongside Old Zheng, Chao Lihua was well-versed in matters of construction. "Where is Master Zheng?" Qin Fei glanced around but did not see Old Zheng. "Oh, he went to supervise the materials. He doesn't trust others with that." Chao Lihua explained as she stepped closer. "To be honest, little Qin, if it weren't for your willingness to tolerate my stubbornness, this family would be on the verge of falling apart. You needn't worry about the house. I'll keep a close watch on it, ensuring it receives more attention than my own." Chao Lihua spoke from the heart. She was more perceptive than her husband. While Qin Fei might not be considered a benefactor to her family, anyone who could invest 1,000 yuan in building a house held significant weight in her eyes. "All right. Sister-in-law, if there is anything you need, feel free to reach out." After exchanging a few casual words with Chao Lihua, Qin Fei did not linger and headed home. Though he had effectively severed ties with his family, Qin Fei could not ignore them entirely. Since ancient times, regardless of a father's unreasonable demeanor or a son's capabilities, the father would always hold the upper hand. The courtyard gate was ajar. Upon entering, he found no one in sight but heard noises coming from the kitchen, so he made his way there. "Mom." In the kitchen, his mother, Zhang Shulan, was preparing dinner. "Where have you been these past couple of days? I looked for you on the back mountain yesterday, but didn't find you," Zhang Shulan said, taking a moment to scrutinize her son. "I was at a friend's place for a bit," Qin Fei replied. "Is there something going on at home?" "No, nothing at all." Zhang Shulan's eyes darted away. "Mom, please tell me. What is going on?" Qin Fei pressed, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Well, yesterday afternoon, I went to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables and took them to the back mountain. Zhang Shulan realized she couldn't evade her son's inquiries and recounted the events of the previous afternoon. Your second sister-in-law is being unreasonable. It's not like the vegetables are anything precious, yet she made such a fuss about it. And Lin Yin, too, she has become quite formidable. I had no idea she could be so outspoken. Your second sister-in-law caused quite a scene last night. Oh, little three, you mustn't marry such a strong-willed wife. I can hardly cope. No wonder the eldest sister-in-law wanted to dig up the vegetable garden. It turned out there was quite a backstory. By the way, little three, you aren't living on the back mountain, are you? Zhang Shulan asked suspiciously. Mom, what are you thinking? How could I possibly live there? Qin Fei replied, somewhat irritated. Well, as long as you're not, that's good. You mustn't act recklessly. Otherwise, our family will have a hard time living in the village. And your father would be furious, Zhang Shulan added. Mom, I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter, Qin Fei said, glancing at the stove. Mom, if Shinjiao isn't cooking, why are you doing it? At present, there is little work to be done in the fields. What is she doing? She has gone back to her family with your second brother and will return only in the evening. Usually, she handles everything herself and does not allow me to interfere. Zhang Shulan remarked. Qin Fei sighed internally, sensing that his mother, Zhang Shulan, was not entirely truthful in her expression. However, it is a matter of mutual consent. And even if he wished to intervene, he could not. Where is Dad? Qin Fei pondered before asking. Your father has gone to the fields, Zhang Shulan replied. Her face clouded with worry. He seems to be troubled. Whenever your name is mentioned, he becomes anxious. It's all right, Mom. It will get better after a while. Qin Fei could only offer such words of comfort, both to soothe his mother and himself. Chapter 39. The Thoughts of Shun Zhaodi Xiaowen, Xiaowu. Come here and see what delicious treats I have brought you from your grandmother. In the center of Shaosu village, there stood a majestic century-old elm tree. Its branches thick with foliage. This was a favorite spot for village tea gatherings and a playground for the children. Shinjiao and her husband Qin Hui, riding their bicycles, spotted their twin sons playing marbles beneath the elm and called out to them. Xiaowen and Xiaowu sprang up in a hurry, abandoning their friends. Look, jujubes, jujubes. Without even washing their hands, the boys eagerly began to grab the fruits from the basket, stuffing them into their pockets. Careful now, if you eat too many. Will you still have room for dinner? As Shun Zhaodi began to zip up the bag, Qin Hui's hand reached out. What are you doing? Yaoyao is right there. So what if she is? She's grown up and turned out just like her mother. You really are stubborn, even with the kids. Qin Hui, I am in a good mood today and do not wish to quarrel with you. Do not provoke me. Without further ado, Shun Zhaodi pushed her bicycle and continued on. Qin Hui, glancing helplessly at his niece Qin Yao, followed suit. Here, have some jujubes, Xiaowen said, as he noticed his parents walking away, offering a handful to Qin Yao. Thank you, Xiaowen and Xiaowu. Let's wash our hands first. Eating without washing can make us sick. Not far along their path, Shinjiao and Qin Hui encountered a group of village women engaged in a tea gathering. Zhaodi, you just returned from your mother's house? Yes. I must hurry back to prepare dinner, Shinjiao replied with a smile. Your third son returned this afternoon, riding a motorcycle. Your third son is doing quite well. Building a house and buying a motorcycle. Where did he earn all that money? Oh, I have no idea where he gets his money. He is no longer a member of the Qin family. He is living his own life with that widow surnamed Lin. Shun Zhaodi said this with a hint of sarcasm, disregarding her husband's subtle gestures, and continued, as for me, I am focused on taking care of my two elders and my two little ones, living my own life. I am not envious of others' wealth. If he were to encounter a downfall or trouble with the law, it would not concern me at all. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, indeed. That's why we say Zhaodi is the strongest in our area. Qin Hui, you truly married a remarkable wife. Zhaodi, if I may say, you are being foolish. Why create such a rift? Just let bygones be bygones. It's better to leave some room for reconciliation. If your third son truly succeeds one day, it would be beneficial for both of you. I do not expect anything from him. When has Qin Fei ever regarded me as his second sister-in-law? I lack the beauty and charm of my elder sister to win over men, Shinjiao laughed. But enough of that. I have a mountain of chores awaiting me at home. Please continue your conversation. As they walked a short distance further, Qin Hui could not contain his grievances. What nonsense are you speaking? How could you say that the third son is off living his own life with the eldest sister-in-law? Let the villagers gossip. But our family should not add to it. Am I wrong? Are they not living together on the back mountain? It's shameless, and they still fear gossip. Shinjiao turned to her husband and asked, which side are you on? Is what I did last time not enough for you? All right, all right. I won't say anything more. After all, you make all the decisions in this household now. Qin Hui waved his hand dismissively and walked ahead. As dusk approached, the Qin family sat around the dining table, each lost in their own thoughts, silently eating their meal. Dad, Mom, have you heard? The youngest bought a motorcycle. Shinjiao finally broke the silence after much contemplation. So what if he did? What does that have to do with our family? Qin Xinda looked up at Shun Zhaodi and replied, the second son's family is not our concern. Their matters do not pertain to us. Dad, are you really going to ignore the youngest? Upon hearing Shin Zhaodi's words, Qin Hui and Zhang Shulan exchanged incredulous glances. Mom, I think the youngest might have been bewitched by that vixen. If we want to help him, we must urgently find him a suitable match. We can't just stand by and watch him be labeled as involved with a widow. That vixen is shameless, and the youngest is a young man. He cannot afford to lose his reputation. Shin Zhaodi spoke earnestly, her tone serious, prompting Qin Xinda to set down his chopsticks and await her next words. Look, now that the youngest is making money in business, building a house, and has even bought a motorcycle, he can certainly find a suitable family. Shin Zhaodi confidently asserted. The youngest is quite handsome. There is no one in the vicinity who matches his qualities. Qin Hui was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. How could such words come from his wife, who had only this afternoon condemned the youngest for his association with the widow? Zhaodi, I believe you mean that the youngest cannot remain entangled with her. It simply does not look right, Zhang Shulan said, her heart stirred. Yet, she pondered where they could find such a match. Most likely, the youngest would not be interested in an ordinary girl. Mom, I know just the person to find. Shin Zhaodi shot a glance at Qin Xinda. My maternal family has a distant cousin, whose eldest daughter is the same age as the youngest. And she is even more beautiful than that vixen. Really? That sounds promising. Have you asked if she is available? Zhang Shulan inquired, but before she could finish, Qin Xinda slammed his chopsticks down. How many times must I say it? His matters have nothing to do with our family. Anyone who meddles should leave this house. Shin Zhaodi's expression darkened, and she hesitated to speak further, ultimately choosing silence. After dinner, back in their room, Qin Hui could no longer contain his curiosity and pulled Shin Zhaodi aside. What are you planning? Why are you suddenly trying to arrange a match for the youngest? You are such a blockhead. The youngest is building a house and buying a motorcycle, though I don't know how he earned that money. If he truly made it through his own efforts, then our whole family could enjoy a better life. Shin Zhaodi exclaimed, her face filled with exasperation. You know what kind of person the youngest is. You have had your disagreements with him. Do you really expect him to treat you well? Qin Hui scoffed. You understand nothing. He may not treat me well, but that does not matter. Our parents are with us, and he has his nephews, Xiaowen and Xiaowu, to consider. He cannot simply turn a blind eye. Shin Zhaodi, brimming with confidence, remarked that it was perplexing what her father was thinking. She initially believed his anger was fleeting, yet he seemed unable to relent. You should abandon this futile hope. The current state of our family is a result of your actions. Now you wish to cling to the third child, reaping all the benefits for yourself? Is that so? Qin Hui interjected, unable to contain himself. What chaos have I caused? I act solely for the sake of our little family, relying on you, am I not? Depending on you to survive on meager rations. Shin Zhaodi retorted, enough, I shall not discuss it further. I won't concern myself any longer. Everything is as you wish. As Qin Hui prepared to leave, he was halted by Shin Zhaodi, who urged him to bring Xiaowen and Xiaowu over to check if their parents were asleep. What do you intend to do? He questioned. What do you mean, what do I intend? We have yet to consume the half chicken brought from my mother's home. It is essential for nourishing Xiaowen and Xiaowu. Then why did you prevent me from taking it earlier, insisting we wait until tomorrow? What is the rationale now? Sneaking food from our parents? If you cannot eat, then do not. Shin Zhaodi shot him an exasperated glance. I will share it with our son. You may choose to partake or not. Anger surged within Qin Hui as he turned away in frustration. Chapter 40. Looting town on this particular morning. Qin Fei rode his motorcycle, delivering Yaoyao to school, momentarily indulging the little girl's vanity before heading straight to Looting Town. Nestled near the urban area of Qinghe City, Looting Town stands as the largest town in Huaning County. The state-owned daily chemical and food factories are located here, rendering Looting the most affluent area within the county. Opening up the market here would pave the way for a forthcoming venture into Qinghe City. Approaching 10 o'clock, Qin Fei arrived at the bustling market of Looting Town. The sound of his motorcycle instantly capturing the attention of numerous vendors. Persimmons for sale, sweet persimmons. Young man, these are homegrown. Come and have a taste. Dried mushrooms. Young man, Freshly picked from the mountains, they're delicious. To the onlookers, Qin Fei appeared to be a lucrative opportunity, and the vendors enthusiastically beckoned him. With a courteous smile, he declined their offers, eventually stopping at a stall selling roasted snacks. "Young man, what would you like?" "The sunflower seeds and peanuts were just roasted this morning. They're crispy. Give them a try." The vendor, a seemingly capable woman, immediately stood up and offered a handful of seeds as Qin Fei paused. Smiling, Qin Fei inquired, "How much for these seeds?" 22 cents per pound. "And I'll give you a little extra. I want to be purchasing. I have my own roasted seeds. I'd like you to try them," Qin Fei replied, preparing to leave. "Your own roasted seeds? Nonsense. What is there to try? They're all sunflower seeds. Can you truly make them any better?" The vendor's disdain was palpable, and Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Remaining patient, he responded, "Madam, my roasting method is different. You should give it a taste." "Not interested. Not interested." Perhaps having had a slow morning, her mood soured further at his refusal to buy. "If you're not buying, don't linger. You're hindering my business." With a wry smile, Qin Fei twisted the throttle and moved his motorcycle forward, stopping in front of a young girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in a patched coarse cloth shirt, with 2 burlap sacks before her, filled with peanuts still caked in soil. Upon noticing Qin Fei's gaze, she timidly stood up. "Hello, would you like to buy some peanuts?" "How much are they?" he asked. 15 cents. No, wait. 12 cents per pound." The girl shyly held up 2 fingers. "How old are you?" Qin Fei inquired. 16, she replied. "Why aren't you in school, selling peanuts here?" A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, but she remained silent. "How about we make a deal, little girl?" Qin Fei suggested thoughtfully. The girl continued to stay quiet, her gaze evasive, clearly apprehensive. Qin Fei turned off the engine, pushing the motorcycle closer to her, and unloaded a sack from the back. "Can you tell me your name?" "Yaoyao." "All right, Yaoyao, would you like to watch how I conduct business? You can learn from me." "Yes?" Qin Fei crouched down, smiling warmly at her. Yaoyao was perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. "Delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, there's no charge." Qin Fei had not pedaled for some time. Yet as soon as he spoke the first line, the familiar sensation returned. The catchy phrase, "If it's not delicious, it's free," was always quite captivating. Before long, a middle-aged man approached. "Young man, are these seeds really free if they aren't tasty?" The man inquired, scrutinizing Qin Fei. "Yes, my friend, please give them a try. If they don't please your palate, there will be no charge," Qin Fei replied with enthusiasm, handing him a generous handful. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, clearly amused. Upon tasting a seed, his expression brightened instantly. "Indeed, these seeds possess a delightful flavor. The essence has permeated the kernels. No wonder you dare to proclaim if it's not tasty. It's free. You have the goods to back it up." "You flatter me, sir." "It's not easy to run a small business. It's a necessary tactic," Qin Fei remarked. The man, clad in a black Jiang Cheng suit with gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase, exuded an air of seriousness that suggested he was no ordinary individual, prompting Qin Fei to take special notice. "How much do you sell these seeds for?" the middle-aged man asked. 1 yuan per gene, Qin Fei replied with a smile. "That's rather steep. The cooperative's roasted seeds are just over 20 cents. Yours are several times more expensive," the man assessed. "Sir, the method of roasting is different, and thus the costs vary. Just look at these seeds. Each one is plump. I can assure you, there isn't a single bad one here," Qin Fei declared, reminiscent of a vendor proudly promoting his wares. "You'll take them home, and your children will love them. They also make a fine accompaniment to drinks." "Ha. Well said, young man. You certainly know how to do business." The middle-aged man chuckled. "I'll take 3 gene." "Excellent. I'll throw in an extra handful for you," Qin Fei replied, then took the scale from Yaoyao to weigh the seeds. Once the man departed, Qin Fei turned to Yaoyao. "Did you understand?" At this moment, Yaoyao realized that the charming older brother before her meant no harm, and she nodded in a daze. "Come here and sell like that brother just did." "Are you up for it?" Qin Fei suggested. Seeing her large eyes blink in uncertainty, he added, "You'll get half of the earnings." "Really?" Yaoyao asked, teeming with excitement. "If it's true, you'll find out if you give it a try," Qin Fei smiled. With her determination growing, Yaoyao approached Qin Fei and began to call out, "Delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, there's no charge." "Your voice is too soft," Qin Fei reminded her. "Delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, there's no charge." Yaoyao shouted this time, her voice more robust. "That pitch is off." "What if you frighten the customers?" Qin Fei critiqued. Delicious 5-spice melon seeds. If they aren't tasty, there is no charge. This time, it sounded more convincing. And Qin Fei leaned against his motorcycle, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Is it really true? If it's not tasty, it's free? A young man approached. Intrigued by her call, Yang Yu felt quite nervous, glancing back at Qin Fei in a fluster. Qin Fei pulled out a cigarette and lit it, feigning indifference. It's true, Yang Yu imitated Qin Fei's earlier demeanor, grabbing a handful and offering it to him. Please give it a taste. The young man took a taste, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. It's both fragrant and crispy. How much are you selling it for, little sister? 1 yuan per jean, Yang Yu replied, feeling quite guilty. Isn't that a bit pricey? The vendor ahead is selling roasted seeds for only 22 cents, he remarked, munching on the seeds continuously. My method of roasting is unique, and the cost is different. Just take a look. Each seed is of excellent quality. Yang Yu summoned her courage to respond. If you decide to buy, I can give you an extra couple of scoops. All right then, I'll take a jean. The young man said, gritting his teeth. Great. Yang Yu exclaimed with joy, beginning to weigh the seeds. Qin Fei observed closely, noting that Yang Yu's technique revealed her inexperience in business. However, the young girl exhibited commendable insight and courage, successfully closing her first sale so quickly. He had come to looting today in search of a partner and set up his stall to compete with the older sister selling similar snacks, while also testing the market for discerning customers. If Yang Yu weren't so young, she would be quite suitable. As noon approached, the street began to quiet down. And Yang Yu had sold a total of 10 jeans of seeds. Here you go. This is 5 yuan as we agreed. Half for each of us, Qin Fei said, handing over 5 bills. Thank you, brother. Yang Yu accepted it with the utmost care, oblivious to the fact that Qin Fei was standing right in front of her. As she unbuttoned her clothing and tucked the money into her inner pocket. Hey, young man. The older sister who had been selling snacks earlier approached, warmly greeting Qin Fei. Yes, what is it? Qin Fei replied coolly. Didn't you ask me to try your seeds earlier? Is there something on your mind? She leaned in closer. You're not from around here, are you? Looking to do business and seeking a partner? Indeed, Qin Fei nodded. That is wonderful. How about I treat you to lunch? We can discuss it more thoroughly, she offered with a smile. Just as Qin Fei was about to respond, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. Sister, it seems we aren't destined to dine together. I'll pass on the meal. Please, young brother, I was wrong this morning. I didn't recognize your talent. You see, my family is the only one here dealing in roasted snacks, and I would be the perfect partner. Let us have a meal. I owe you an apology, she insisted, firmly grasping Qin Fei's arm, fearful he might escape. Yang Yu, gather your things. I'm going to your house for dinner, Qin Fei said, shaking her off as he mounted his motorcycle. Chapter 41. Yang Yu loaded 2 sacks of unsold peanuts onto a handcart, securing the rope around her slender shoulders. With a flushed face, she looked at Qin Fei and said, My home is just down this road. After you go straight, take a right, and you will see a stone bridge. Cross the bridge, then turn left, and you will find a small hill. Wait for me there. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. I will be there shortly. Qin Fei felt a stir of emotion within him. Life in the countryside was arduous, and many families struggled to have enough to eat. Children of Yang Yu's age often had to contribute to their households as laborers. All right, I will head over and wait for you, he replied, revving his motorcycle and departing. He recognized Yang Yu's courage, as well as the fragile pride that lay beneath her exterior, and he resolved to offer her a chance. Earlier, when the older woman mentioned partnership, Yang Yu tugged at his sleeve. Yet, Qin Fei dismissed the notion not because of Yang Yu, but because he deemed the woman unfit as a partner, and he believed Yang Yu was not ready either. Initially, he had intended to invite Yang Yu to lunch to conclude their brief encounter, but upon witnessing her determined stance while tending to the handcart, he changed his mind. Yang Yu's directions were clear, and within a mere 10 minutes, Qin Fei arrived at the small hill she had mentioned. A village nestled against the southern mountain was not far off, which he surmised to be her home. The motorcycle ride took over 10 minutes, covering no less than 5 kilometers, making it evident that it would take her much longer to push the handcart alone. After waiting nearly an hour, Yang Yu finally arrived, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Upon seeing Qin Fei still there, her eyes reflected a sense of relief. My home is just ahead, she pointed. Qin Fei nodded. You lead the way. The village resembled Shaosu village, dominated by earthy tones, with wisps of smoke rising from every household. Yang Yu trudged ahead with her cart, navigating the uneven village paths that were far from smooth. When they reached a small incline, Yang Yu, fearing Qin Fei might grow impatient. Found herself lacking the strength to push the handcart up the slope. Qin Fei parked his motorcycle and dismounted to assist her. His intention was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he wished to gauge the extent of this young girl's resilience. "We made it," Yaoyao panted, pointing to a dilapidated earthen house with a crooked courtyard wall. She opened the courtyard gate, carrying the 2 sacks of peanuts inside in turns, before pushing the cart in as well. Qin Fei followed suit with his motorcycle. And upon entering the small courtyard, a sense of desolation enveloped him. This home lacked vitality. "Yaya, have you returned?" A frail voice called from within the house. "It's me, Grandma. We have a guest," Yaoyao replied, shyly inviting Qin Fei inside. "Please, sit inside. I will start a fire to prepare dinner." Upon entering the main room, he noticed it had been tidied up meticulously. In the center stood an altar adorned with 2 portraits, one male and one female. Both appearing to be in their 30s, their features reminiscent of Yaoyao's. Qin Fei understood immediately, pulling out a chair to sit down. "Hello, would you like some water? I will prepare the meal shortly." Yaoyao trotted in with a thermos and a teacup, and before Qin Fei could utter a word, she dashed out again. At this moment, Qin Fei had already condemned any notion of collaboration with Yaoyao to death. Were there even a single responsible adult in her family to lend a hand, he would have been willing to give it a try. However, she was far too young. Her parents were absent, and she had to care for her elderly grandmother. A solitary child could not possibly sustain a business. Sympathy was one thing, but business was another. He could leave behind a sum of money when he departed, yet he could not treat the enterprise as a trifling matter. "Who are you?" An elderly figure, face lined with wrinkles, eyes clouded and hair as white as snow, trembled forth from the inner room leaning on a wooden stick, gazing at Qin Fei with inquiry. "Good day, grandmother. I am a friend of Yaoyao." Qin Fei rose and smiled. "A friend of Yaoyao? Since when did my Yaoyao have friends?" The old woman murmured, fumbling to find a chair to sit down, her eyes fixed on the brightly lit doorway. "What do you do?" "Grandmother, I am in business." Qin Fei replied. "In business? Did you meet my Yaoyao at the market?" The old lady, though unable to see, was not entirely bewildered. "How old are you?" "Grandmother, I am 22 this year." 22? That makes you 6 years older than Yaoyao. Quite a difference. The old woman grew suddenly anxious, her voice rising. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Are you bullying my Yaoyao?" Qin Fei felt helpless, unsure how to clarify the misunderstanding, but fortunately, at that moment, Yaoyao rushed in from the kitchen. "Grandmother, no one is bullying me. He is a good person. I apologize. My grandmother cannot see. Please do not take offense." Yaoyao looked at Qin Fei, her expression filled with regret. "It's quite all right. You tend to your tasks. I can keep your grandmother company." Qin Fei smiled. "Yaoyao says you are a good person, so you must indeed be one." The old woman coughed a few times, and due to her blindness, her speech seemed like a soliloquy. "My Yaoyao suffers so much. She has lost her parents and is burdened with a blind old woman like me. I wish to die, feeling I am a burden to such a small child, yet I fear for her survival if I were to pass." "Grandmother, life is improving day by day, and Yaoyao is working diligently. You need not worry," Qin Fei reassured her. "Since you know many people in business, could you assist my Yaoyao in finding a suitable match?" The old woman turned to Qin Fei. "As long as the person is good and treats you kindly, and can provide enough to eat, that would suffice." A wave of sorrow washed over Qin Fei. "Grandmother, I cannot assist with that. Yaoyao is still so young. How could she marry? In just 2 more years, she will be 18. She is no longer a child. In olden times, she could already bear children." The elderly woman replied, lowering her head and then raising it again. "Please have some water. We are poor and have little to offer, so do not mind." "Yaoyao, have you killed that old hen? We cannot neglect our guest, despite our poverty." The old woman rose with great effort, brandishing her stick as if to head to the kitchen. "Yaoyao, did you hear? Kill the chicken." "Grandmother, it has already been done. It is simmering now." Yaoyao peeked in from the doorway. "Grandmother, please sit still. I will go to the vegetable garden to pick some greens." She blushed as she turned to Qin Fei. "Please stay a little longer. The meal will be ready shortly." Qin Fei nodded. "There is no rush. Take your time." After half an hour, the meal was finally served. A bowl of chicken soup, a plate of braised chicken pieces, and a dish of greens. In order to prepare a modest meal consisting of 1 chicken and 2 roasted dishes, Yaoyao gathered what little she could, which, though not sumptuous, represented the entirety of what this weather-beaten household could offer. "Please, eat," she urged, as she extracted the chicken legs from 2 plates and placed them into Qin Fei's bowl. Before taking a bowl of chicken soup to nourish her grandmother, After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fei ultimately picked up his chopsticks. Chapter 42. Be careful. Teacher Song. After dinner, Yaoyao assisted her grandmother into the inner room to rest and awkwardly sat opposite Qin Fei. She was uncertain how to initiate the conversation. Earlier that morning, she had overheard Qin Fei discussing a partnership with an older woman, which instinctively prompted her to consider her own aspirations. The sunflower seeds that Qin Fei brought were selling remarkably well, representing a lucrative business opportunity. This was something not only the older woman had recognized, but Yaoyao had discerned it as well. She desperately needed this chance. If she could earn money, she could afford treatment for her grandmother's illness, allowing her only remaining family member to live a little longer, thus preserving her sense of home. Do you wish to partner with me in business? Qin Fei eventually broke the silence. Yes, Yaoyao replied, raising her gaze with determination. You are still quite young and have a grandmother to care for. Managing a business might be overwhelming for you. Qin Fei replied thoughtfully. I am 16 now, and taking care of my grandmother won't hinder me. I can manage. Yaoyao insisted, her eyes filled with longing. I know I still have much to learn, but I am eager to study. I truly wish to assist you. But Yaoyao, business is business. You are simply not suited for it at this moment. Qin Fei sighed. Your cooking is delightful. Here is 100 yuan. Take it to seek medical attention for your grandmother. It should suffice. Yaoyao glanced at the 100 yuan placed on the table and resolutely shook her head. No. I wish to learn how to conduct business. I can teach you, but not now. Wait until you mature a bit more, and I will grant you that opportunity. As Qin Fei rose to leave, Yaoyao suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face. I am strong. I can endure hardships. I fear nothing. Please, teach me. The scene Qin Fei dreaded unfolded before him, prompting him to hasten toward the door, only to turn back once more. Very well, I will teach you. He helped Yaoyao to her feet. I can offer you this opportunity, but if you fail to meet my expectations, I shall seek another. I will accept no excuses. Do you understand? Yaoyao wiped her tears and nodded resolutely. Qin Fei gently patted her head. Do not kneel again. You may kneel to the heavens, the earth, and your parents, but others do not merit such reverence. I have matters to attend to. Take the remaining sunflower seeds and sell them tomorrow. I will find you at the market. With that, Qin Fei turned and walked toward the gate. Yaoyao hurried after him. What is your name? Qin Fei. He replied with a smile. After leaving Yaoyao's home, Qin Fei rode his motorcycle to the Elting commune to refuel before heading home. That morning, he had promised little Yaoyao that he would return to pick her up after school on his motorcycle. Upon arriving at Lianhua village, he found that the school bell had already rung, and most students had departed. Qin Yao and Song Wenwen stood by the school gate, with Song Wenwen supporting her bicycle. Uncle, you're late, Yaoyao called out. I apologize. I was held up by some matters, Qin Fei responded, glancing at Song Wenwen. Teacher Song. I am sorry to trouble you. Song Wenwen, clearly still irked, nodded but refrained from further conversation. Where are you off to, Teacher Song? He inquired. Noticing that she only rode her bicycle back to Shilin Town on weekends, typically residing in the school dormitory, yet today she was pushing her bike. I have something to attend to. Song Wenwen replied and pushed her bicycle away. Yaoyao, do you know what your teacher Song is up to? Qin Fei inquired on their way home. I know. Zhao Xiuxiu didn't come to school today, and teacher Song is headed to her house, Yaoyao responded. Where does Zhao Xiuxiu live? Saojia village, the farthest from our class, Yaoyao explained. Indeed, Saojia village was 5 kilometers away from the village school, with a narrow and winding path along the riverbank in between. After seeing Yaoyao back to the hillside, Qin Fei hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to ride his motorcycle to catch up with Song Wenwen. On her bicycle, Song Wenwen inquired of passers-by and finally located Zhao Xiuxiu's home in Saojia village just as darkness began to fall. Zhao Xiuxiu, why didn't you come to school today? Zhao Xiuxiu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Song Wenwen, lowered her head and remained silent. Xiuxiu, who is it? Mom, it's teacher Song from school. Observing the impoverished home at a glance, Song Wenwen felt a profound sense of melancholy. Hello, teacher Song. Is there something you need? Zhao Xiuxiu's mother, Cheng Miling, emerged from the kitchen wielding a spatula. Actually, Mrs. Xiuxiu, I came to check on her since she didn't attend school today, Song Wenwen politely explained. I apologize, teacher Song. But my Xiuxiu will no longer be attending school, Cheng Miling said with a smile, stepping forward before Song Wenwen could respond. I would like to ask you for a favor. Would it be possible for the school to refund us a portion of the tuition since my Xiuxiu has barely attended? Cheng Miling, in her 30s but appearing older than Song Wenwen, continued. My husband recently injured his back while chopping wood in the mountains and needs medical treatment. Our family is truly struggling. Well, I can ask the school about that, Song Wenwen replied. Xiao is very diligent and intelligent. Teacher, if it weren't for dire circumstances, no one would want to burden their child. I understand what you mean, but I genuinely have no other option. Cheng Miling interrupted with a sigh. Once my husband recovers, next year, when our situation improves, I will certainly send Xiao back to school. Teacher, you haven't eaten yet. Please stay for dinner. There's not much, but I hope you won't mind, Cheng Miling added, her words laced with sorrow. Song Wenwen, unsure of what else to say, politely declined the meal and took her leave. After departing from Zhao Xiaoxiu's home, the night had completely engulfed the surroundings. It was only then that Song Wenwen realized she had a long, dark journey back to school ahead of her, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She flicked on the flashlight she carried, too frightened to ride her bicycle, and instead pushed it slowly forward. It was deep autumn, and the sounds of insects and frogs were still vibrant, occasionally interrupted by unidentifiable noises from the grass and trees lining the path. Despite her attempts to bolster her courage internally, fear continued to spread uncontrollably. Navigating her way out of Tsaojia village, she trembled internally. Ahead lay only darkness, devoid of any signs of civilization. As she turned a corner, a beam of light suddenly appeared. As Song Wenwen gazed into the distance, she discerned the illuminating beam of a motorcycle, beside which stood a figure that struck her as somewhat familiar. In an instant, she recognized who it was. Though she harbored a deep reluctance to engage with that audacious individual again, she found herself with little choice at that moment. Miss Song, you truly possess remarkable courage. Wandering so far alone at this hour, Qin Fei chuckled. I brought a flashlight, Song Wenwen murmured in response. Oh. I happened to be here on business and paused for a smoke. I never expected to encounter you here, Qin Fei remarked as he extinguished his cigarette and mounted his motorcycle. Well, Miss Song, I shall take my leave now. Do exercise caution on your way back. Song Wenwen was left in a state of disbelief. Was Qin Fei not there specifically to escort her? Was it merely a coincidence that he was attending to business in the area? However, she had no time to ponder these questions, as Qin Fei's motorcycle roared to life, and she was not keen on traversing the lengthy, solitary road in the dark. Qin Fei, would you be able to give me a ride back to school? Song Wenwen asked, her voice lacking confidence. Chapter 43. Uncle becomes a father. Sure, Qin Fei replied readily. Miss Song, how about we tie your bicycle to the motorcycle? This way, we can expedite our journey, given that time is of the essence. Song Wenwen's bicycle was a women's model, no match for a sturdy two-wheeler, but it fit perfectly on the back rack of his motorcycle designed for carrying loads. All right, Song Wenwen hesitated but nodded in agreement. Once the bicycle was secured, Qin Fei mounted the motorcycle again. Miss Song, please hop on. In the dim light, Song Wenwen scrutinized Qin Fei for a moment before approaching the motorcycle. She steadied the secured bicycle and swung herself onto the back seat. She felt a wave of relief for having changed her clothes before leaving her dormitory that day. Had she worn a skirt, she would have lacked the courage to climb aboard. As the motorcycle roared to life, Qin Fei deftly controlled the throttle, maintaining a moderate speed. Not only was safety a priority due to the dark and narrow road, but also this was his first intimate encounter with Song Wenwen, and he could even sense her slightly anxious breaths against his back. Miss Song, what brings you to Tsaojia village? Qin Fei inquired amidst the engine's growl. Home visit, Song Wenwen called out. Is something wrong with one of Yaoyao's classmates? A student has suddenly stopped attending school. I'm going to her home to check on her, she explained. What is going on? The school year has barely begun. Qin Fei slowed down a tad. After pondering for a moment, Song Wenwen provided a brief overview of Zhao Xiaoxiu's situation. What are you planning to do, Miss Song? Qin Fei asked. I haven't figured it out yet, she admitted. However, she already harbored a preliminary idea in her mind since leaving Zhao Xiaoxiu's home, organizing a fundraiser at school to assist her family through this hardship. Qin Fei chuckled wryly. Song Wenwen was still too naive, viewing the situation too simplistically. Miss Song, if I were in your shoes, I certainly would proceed in that manner, he remarked. Why not? Song Wenwen queried, puzzled. Isn't money exactly what Zhao Xiaoxiu's family needs most right now? Allow me to analyze this for you, Qin Fei suggested, slowing the motorcycle further as he turned to face her. Firstly, the family situations of the students are quite similar. None are affluent. While they may empathize with Zhao Xiaoxiu, their ability to contribute is limited. Secondly, children are sensitive. If you openly organize a fundraiser at school, won't Zhao Xiaoxiu's self-esteem be affected when she returns? Song Wenwen looked up at Qin Fei and nodded slightly, acknowledging his point. You're right. In that case, I could secretly give the money to Zhao Xiuxiu's mother. That should work. Miss Song. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. How much is your monthly salary? 21. Song went and blurted out. 21? That means your total annual income doesn't exceed 300. Qin Fei continued. You have dozens of students in your class. What if a similar incident occurs in another family? How many can your salary truly help? Moreover, upon hearing that Zhao Xiuxiu's father has sustained a back injury, which would require a substantial sum for treatment, you have only offered a meager assistance. If you were to take responsibility for this matter, can you truly bear the weight? Song Wenwen's gaze dimmed, and she suddenly felt as though she stood before Qin Fei as a child, woefully ignorant. So what should we do? She asked, immediately regretting the tone that slipped from her lips, reminiscent of a young girl playfully coaxing her partner. Teacher Song. It is better to teach a person to fish than to merely provide them with fish, Qin Fei remarked with a smile. He had already contemplated how to assist Song Wenwen in this situation, as he intended to find a helper for his sister-in-law, Lin Yin. And Zhao Xiuxiu's mother would be an ideal fit. However, he could not broach the subject directly, as that would appear overly eager. Instead, he needed to devise a way for Song Wenwen to seek him out, or rather, to implore him. After escorting Song Wenwen back to school and returning to the hillside, Lin Yin had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting Qin Fei's return. Yaoyao was diligently working on her homework at the dining table. Qin Fei leaned over to take a glance and inquired, Yaoyao, are you doing your homework? Yes, I'm writing in my diary, she replied, lifting her head with bright eyes. Teacher Song encourages us to cultivate the good habit of diary writing, as it will aid us in composing essays in the future. An idea suddenly blossomed in Qin Fei's mind. Yaoyao, might I see your diary? Of course, she readily agreed, pushing the notebook towards him. Uncle bought a motorcycle. He is the first person in the village to own one. He's so impressive. He promised to take me to school on it. She continued, today, my second uncle and aunt saw me. They brought back jujubes from somewhere, and I really wanted to eat them, but my aunt doesn't like me. The diary of a first-grade student was simple, concluding in just a few sentences. Qin Fei flipped through the pages and reached the latest entry, today. Zhao Xiuxiu did not come to school. She is a very good friend of mine. I heard from my classmates that her father was injured and can no longer attend school. Yaoyao, your diary entry is too brief. You should write a bit more, Qin Fei gently suggested, ruffling her hair. Uncle, what more should I write? Yaoyao asked with innocent eyes. Let us do this. I will read, and you can write, Qin Fei proposed, drawing the attention of Lin Yin, who was busy at the stove. Mom works so hard every day. Uncle said he wants to find her a helper, but he hasn't yet found anyone suitable. I want to help Uncle, but I don't know how, Yaoyao wrote with great seriousness, as if accomplishing a monumental task. When she finished, she proudly held out the diary. Uncle, I'm done. Take a look. Qin Fei took it, glanced at the content, and nodded in satisfaction. Old third, I can truly manage this alone. Hiring someone would mean paying wages, which is quite costly. Lin Yin hesitantly voiced her thoughts after several attempts to speak. Sister-in-law, with the current workload, you can manage, but soon it will increase. You cannot handle it alone, Qin Fei stated. Yes, I understand, Lin Yin replied softly. Uncle, Yaoyao wants to eat dumplings. She suddenly looked up at Qin Fei. Tomorrow, Uncle San will go to buy meat, and Mother will make dumplings for you. Qin Fei gently stroked Yaoyao's forehead and readily agreed. Lin Yin shot a glare at her daughter, but with Uncle San present, how could Qin Yu feel afraid? After dinner, Qin Fei returned to the threshing ground, while Lin Yin tidied up the dishes with Qin Yao assisting her. Mom, Uncle San is truly wonderful, Qin Yao suddenly remarked. If only Uncle San were my father. The porcelain bowl Lin Yin was scrubbing fell from her hands, crashing into the pot with a resounding thud. She shouted in anger. Who told you to say such things? Mom, no one did. It was my own thought. I like Uncle San and wish for him to be my father. Qin Yao held back her tears, saying, I know. Dad has already passed away and can never return. Lin Yin stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, gazing at her pitiful daughter, rendered speechless. Chapter 44. Yang Yu's chopper at the break of dawn the following day. Qin Fei fetched 100 pounds of sunflower seeds from the storeroom on the back mountain and set forth on his motorcycle towards looting town. Having promised Yang Yu that she would become his partner in the town, he felt compelled to guide this remarkably resilient yet inexperienced girl in the business realm swiftly. Upon reaching looting town before 10 o'clock, he found the market sparsely populated. He had instructed Yang Yu to set up her stall in the same spot as the day before to sell sunflower seeds. What are you doing? By midday, she had sold nearly 20 pounds of seeds, earning a profit of 6 yuan. a sum she had never dared to dream of before. Filled with joy, she eagerly awaited Qin Fei's arrival, longing to prove her capabilities. However, her moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted as three burly men approached, their expressions menacing, clearly not there to purchase seeds. "You little brat, who allowed you to set up shop here? Don't you know this territory belongs to Brother Dao? Not just anyone can do business here." The leader growled, glaring fiercely at Yaoyao. "What? Who is Brother Dao?" "I don't know," Yaoyao stammered in fear. She had been selling peanuts in this market for some time and had never heard of anyone named Brother Dao. "Whether you know or not is irrelevant. Hand over the money you made today," he demanded, extending his hand. "Why should I give you my earnings?" Yaoyao protested, clutching her chest protectively. "You stubborn girl. Talking to you is futile. I'll resort to force." The man shouted, signaling his companions, "Get her stall dismantled." One of them stepped forward and kicked over the makeshift stall made from a unicycle, while another seized the bag filled with sunflower seeds, scattering them across the ground with a resounding crash. "Ah!" Yaoyao screamed, her eyes ablaze with desperation and courage. In a sudden act of defiance, she drew a short-handled chopper from her waist and began to wildly swing it at the three men. Just then, Qin Fei arrived and witnessed this alarming scene. The petite Yaoyao brandished the chopper, chasing the three men down the street. Despite their size and strength, they had not anticipated that the seemingly vulnerable girl would turn out to be a fearless fighter, brandishing her weapon with reckless abandon until they vanished from sight. "Yaoyao, put down the knife," Qin Fei exclaimed, hurriedly parking his motorcycle and grasping her wrist. Yaoyao struggled violently, her eyes red and filled with a fierce determination. "Yaoyao, it's me, Qin Fei." His loud call finally broke through to her, and she released her grip, the chopper clattering to the ground as she collapsed into his embrace. Trembling and weeping, Qin Fei consoled her, gesturing to the crowd that had gathered. "Everyone, please disperse, nothing to see here." As he scanned the area, he noticed a flustered woman selling fried snacks. In that instant, he understood why the three men had targeted the small girl so suddenly. Leading Yaoyao to a nearby noodle shop, they ordered 2 bowls of noodles and sat down. By now, Yaoyao had regained her composure, although traces of tears still lingered on her face. "Why do you carry a chopper with you?" Qin Fei inquired. "Brother Fei, my grandmother asked me to bring this. If bad people bully me, I must protect myself," Yaoyao said, lowering her head. "Protecting yourself is indeed important, but you must be cautious. Do not resort to violence indiscriminately. If you were to seriously injure someone, you would find yourself in police custody, and what would happen to your grandmother then?" Qin Fei said, pouring a cup of tea for Yaoyao, his eyes filled with concern. "A stall lost can be regained, but one must not gamble with their life." Just moments ago, had the three burly men moved even slightly slower, it could have ended tragically. Given the current legal climate, self-defense would not be a viable excuse, and Yaoyao would certainly face imprisonment. "Brother Fei, I understand," Yaoyao nodded, unfastening her clothing to retrieve a stack of money from her inner pocket. "This is the money I earned from selling sunflower seeds this morning. Keep it. The sunflower seeds you sold yesterday were merely practice for you, so they don't count." Qin Fei replied. "Today, I brought 100 kilograms. Our partnership officially begins." If yesterday's agreement to collaborate with Yaoyao stemmed from sympathy, after witnessing the recent incident, Qin Fei genuinely believed that this malnourished young girl could carve out a path for herself. "Thank you, Brother Fei." Yaoyao hesitated for a moment before placing the money back. "No need for thanks. Our relationship is one of partnership, and my kindness towards you is rooted in the belief that you will help me earn in the future," Qin Fei reassured her, wishing to alleviate any psychological burden she might carry. Yaoyao nodded, and at that moment, a bowl of noodles brimming with ingredients was served before her, as Qin Fei had specifically instructed the vendor to add more toppings. Stealing a glance at Qin Fei, Yaoyao swallowed hard, unable to resist picking up her chopsticks. After finishing her meal, Qin Fei led Yaoyao back to the market, directly approaching the stall of the woman selling fried snacks, observing her silently. The vendor felt uneasy under Qin Fei's scrutiny. "Little brother, what brings you here?" she asked. "Madam, as the saying goes, business thrives on goodwill. We are all in this trade. It is harmony that brings prosperity, I assenti it?" Qin Fei replied with a smile. Yes, yes. Harmony brings wealth." She echoed. "About what happened earlier, we both understand. I don't wish to see any further mischief from you." Qin Fei's demeanor shifted, his tone firm as he spoke. "Yaoyao is not only my business partner, she is like a sister to me. My business may be modest, but I have many friends. Should you choose to harm my sister again, I will ensure that you face consequences as well. Do you believe me?" The vendor's gaze darted around nervously as she nodded repeatedly. I believe. That incident had nothing to do with me, truly. Whether or not it is related is not for you to explain. Just know that if my sister faces any trouble again, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? The vendor, clearly intimidated by Qin Fei's imposing presence, nodded vigorously. I understand. She then turned to Yaoyao, child. If you encounter any issues here in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. Let us go, Qin Fei said, disregarding the vendor's attempts at familiarity as he took Yaoyao by the hand and walked away. After ensuring Yaoyao was settled and her stall was set up properly, Qin Fei mounted his motorcycle and began his journey back. He first visited the Shilin commune, making a round in Fatty S' shop. This was his first visit since it had opened. Son Fatty has subtly begun to exude a semblance of a boss's demeanor, shedding much of his rustic mannerisms in both speech and behavior. After engaging in casual conversation with him for a while, Qin Fei deemed it an appropriate time to procure 10 pounds of meat from the supply and marketing cooperative. He then mounted his motorcycle to fetch his niece, Qin Yao, from school. At the entrance of Lianhua village, following the school bell, it was no surprise that his niece, Qin Yao, emerged alongside her Chinese teacher, Song Wenwen. After their eyes met, Song Wenwen glanced at Qin Fei, hesitating as if she wished to speak. Qin Fei, understanding her intention, remained patient and waited. Chapter 45, Ms. Song's heart stirred. Miss Song, do you have something to discuss? As the crowd dispersed at the school gate, noticing that Song Wenwen remained silent, Qin Fei took the initiative to shatter the awkwardness. Are you looking to hire someone? Song Wenwen inquired softly. She had pondered Qin Fei's analysis from the previous day and found it quite reasonable. However, the challenge of imparting skills left her perplexed. As a mere substitute elementary school teacher without a permanent position, she wondered how she could assist Cheng Miling in securing employment. Her father, indeed, possessed the influence. Yet Song Wenwen had long resolved not to let her personal matters interfere with his professional integrity. While she was lost in thought, distractedly grading her students' diaries, she stumbled upon Qin Yao's entry. Mom works very hard every day. Uncle San says he wants to find a helper for her, but he hasn't found the right person. Yet the moment she read those words, a sense of conspiracy wafted through the air. What a remarkable coincidence it was. She intended to aid Zhao Xiuxiu's family by finding Cheng Miling a job, allowing Zhao Xiuxiu to return to school, and here was Qin Fei, seeking to recruit someone for his sunflower seed business. What was he truly contemplating? The notion that he might be orchestrating something crossed her mind, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Indeed, as you know, I engage in a small business, and it has become quite busy. My sister-in-law is overwhelmed and needs a helping hand, Qin Fei stated earnestly. Song Wenwen felt a surge of frustration. Qin Fei's expression was unmistakably one of knowing what she was about to say while feigning ignorance. It was akin to her usual reprimands of mischievous students aware of their misdeeds. Yet she would maintain a stern demeanor until they confessed. In this scenario, Qin Fei assumed the role of the teacher, while she felt like the student guilty of transgression. Well, I wanted to ask if you could let Zhao Xiuxiu's mother give it a try? Song Wenwen ventured. That could be arranged, but Qin Fei paused. I need to conduct an interview first. Could we go in a bit? Song Wenwen's beautiful eyes sparkled. You can drop Qin Yao off at home, and I'll wait for you here. Then we can head to Caojia village. Miss Song, are you in such a hurry? Qin Fei immediately responded. In that case, please hop on. I'll take Yaoyao home, and we can set off together from there. There's a shortcut to Caojia village from our place. All right, Song Wenwen, anxious that Qin Fei might change his mind, readily agreed and climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. Yaoyao, who was that? As Qin Fei's motorcycle sped away, Lenin inquired, gazing at the striking figure on the back. Mom, that's Miss Song, my Chinese teacher and homeroom instructor, Yaoyao replied. Does she know your Uncle San? Where are they going? Lenin pressed for more details. They're going to Zhao Xiuxiu's home. Uncle San wants to find someone to help Mom, and Miss Song thinks Zhao Xiuxiu's mother is suitable. Lenin nodded, feeling a sudden pang in her heart. When Cheng Miling opened the door and saw Miss Song, who had just visited the day before, her expression faltered. In her eyes, the young and beautiful teacher before her seemed utterly oblivious to the hardships of the world. If she had any solutions, she would not have prevented her daughter from attending school. The constant chatter only served to hinder her work and further aggravate her. Teacher Song, Cheng Miling managed a reluctant smile and cast her gaze upon the tall figure of Qin Fei. Instantly, she surmised that he was Song Wenwen's partner, as she had called upon him to accompany her during the dark, fearsome night. This must be your partner, she stated, and it was evident that they were a pair. Chiang Miling's first words after greeting them caused Song Wenwen's face to flush a deep crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, Su's mother, you misunderstand. He is not my partner. He is a friend. His name is Qin Fei, and he is in business. He is currently busy and needs someone to assist him. I wanted to know if you would be willing." Qin Fei stepped forward with a bright smile. "Hello, Su's mother. I am Qin Fei from Shaosu Village." "From Shaosu Village?" Chiang Miling was somewhat surprised. "Your production team leader is Su Qianjin, right? Many years ago, during the Great Battle. He worked on the same site as my husband, with Su leading the earthworks while my husband pushed the cart. What a coincidence." "Yes. Soon Su team leader will become our village director," Qin Fei replied. Feeling a newfound warmth in their shared connection as fellow villagers, Chiang Miling promptly ushered them inside. As the three entered the main room, Zhao Xiuxiu was seated at the table, engrossed in her studies. Seeing this, Song Wenwen felt a pang of sympathy and recognized that her involvement was now minimal, so she approached Zhao Xiuxiu to provide tutoring. "Qingjia, here's the situation. I am engaged in a small business and need someone to assist my sister-in-law. The work is not strenuous, but it does require attention to detail. I was wondering if you would be interested." Qin Fei straightforwardly stated his intentions. "Xiao Qin, the thing is, my husband has sustained an injury and requires assistance with daily activities. I worry that you might be too busy." Chiang Miling expressed her concerns. "Qingjia, our homes are not far apart. If you come over around 9 in the morning, you can return home for lunch. And as long as you return by the latest in the evening, it will work out. If there is an urgent matter, you are free to leave at any time." "There are no strict rules," Qin Fei reassured her. "That sounds wonderful," Chiang Miling thought, feeling a flutter of hope. With the only labor force in her home incapacitated, having a job to earn money would be a boon. She then posed her most pressing question. "Xiao Qin, as we are fellow villagers, may I inquire about the pay?" It will be calculated monthly, at 25 a month. If business is good, there may even be bonuses," Qin Fei replied with a light-hearted smile. 25? Chiang Miling gasped. Her mouth agape in astonishment, her expression quite exaggerated. Her husband toiled outside, often exhausting himself for merely 1 yuan a day, and he frequently found himself without work, laboring for a day and resting for 3. Song Wenwen, too, was taken aback by the figure, and she found herself contemplating whether Qin Fei, having profited from his business, was deliberately offering such a generous wage, perhaps with ulterior motives concerning her. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a flicker of delight. "Sister Cheng, you will work 25 days a month, with 2 days off each week. During festivals and holidays, you will have regular leave, but should the workload become overwhelming, you are expected to continue working, even if that means overtime, for which additional compensation will be provided." Qin Fei then inquired, "Sister Cheng, what do you think? If you find it agreeable, perhaps you could begin tomorrow with the trial." Yes, yes, yes." Chiang Miling awoke from her reverie, repeating her affirmations thrice. "Xiao Qin, and what about Teacher Song? Let us not have you both leave tonight. Stay for dinner. I will prepare the meal right away. It won't take long." Chiang Miling did not afford Qin Fei and Song Wenwen an opportunity to decline her kind invitation. Turning on her heel, they soon heard the frantic flapping of a chicken attempting to escape, unable to resist Chiang Miling's warm hospitality. Qin Fei and Song Wenwen had no choice but to stay for dinner. After emerging from Zhao Xiuxiu's residence, the sky had darkened entirely. Qin Fei revved the motorcycle, and as the headlights illuminated the path ahead, Song Wenwen hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. Chapter 46, the first builder of Lotus Village. Qin Fei, with such generous wages, won't you end up at a loss? Initially taken aback, Qin Fei soon smiled, appreciating that even before his bride had crossed the threshold, she was already looking out for his finances. "Teacher Song, you must know the saying, to succeed in business, one must be cunning. From my perspective, this adage often reflects the bitterness of those who cannot attain what they desire. I believe that cunning is synonymous with being astute, capable of recognizing and seizing opportunities to create wealth. In other words, those engaged in commerce are never inclined to suffer losses. The wages I offered Qingjie were thoroughly considered. It was not due to her family's hardships, nor merely because of your connection, but rather because I trust that this remuneration will inspire her to work diligently and with precision." Teacher Song, do you harbor any further doubts? As Song Wenwen gazed into Qin Fei's eyes, she felt an unprecedented radiance emanating from this young man. He spoke with a gentle smile, exuding confidence and wisdom, skillfully balancing emotions and reason. In him, she discerned a faint reflection of her most admired father. And no, none at all. With her head lowered, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced. A nameless sensation surged within her. As they returned to Lianhua Village Primary School, the two remained silent, the autumn night whispering softly around them. Yet, Qin Fei felt assured. The dynamic between him and Song Wanwen had evolved beyond that of teacher and parent, transcending the simplicity of mere friendship as described by Cheng Miling. Even if she were not the bride at the completion of the new house, he was determined to make her his beloved. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Qin Fei awoke from his slumber, puzzled about who might be seeking him at such an early hour. "Brother Qin, we have a problem." The one at the door was old Jiang, his expression fraught with urgency. "Master Jiang, what is it? Please, take your time." Qin Fei stepped aside to invite old Jiang into the house. "The foundation of the house will be completed in a couple of days, so I intended to order the bricks in advance to avoid any delays once they arrive," old Jiang explained as he sat down, looking intently at Qin Fei. "The bricks were supposed to arrive yesterday afternoon, but when I checked at the brick factory, they informed me that they couldn't deliver to Lotus Village." "Why not?" Qin Fei's mind sharpened at this news. The truck from the brick factory was stopped on the road, with demands for a road management fee. The workers were familiar with the group blocking the way and were prepared to pay to resolve the issue. However, upon learning that the bricks were destined for Lotus Village, they refused to proceed. Old Jiang continued, his expression bewildered. "This group is known to be affiliated with a local tough named Liang Ge, who is also from Lotus Village and is in the process of building his own house. They insisted that the delivery must wait until his bricks arrived. That Liang Ge aims to be the first to construct a brick house in Lotus Village." Qin Fei couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How had Zhang Liang become so brazen? During my last conversation with Su Qianjin regarding the homestead issue, he mentioned that Zhang Liang was also planning to build a house. However, this situation has escalated to the point of branding him as the first person in Lianhua Village to construct a brick house. "Master Zhang, I am aware of this matter. I know that Brother Liang. You carry on with your tasks, and I shall pay him a visit today," Qin Fei asserted. Old Jiang nodded, offering a few more words of caution, stating, "If the bricks do not arrive promptly, completing the construction within 2 months will be impossible." Before taking his leave, after having breakfast on the back mountain, Qin Fei mounted his motorcycle, intending to seek out Zhang Liang for a discussion, only to realize he had no idea where to locate him. After some contemplation, he decided to first head to Shilin Town to inquire with Sun Pongzi. "Boss Sun, are you busy?" "Fei Ge, what brings you here again? Has something happened in the past few days that has made you so concerned about me?" Sun Pongzi greeted him with a beaming smile. "I couldn't care less about you. You're not a young maiden. Where's your father?" Qin Fei inquired. "He went to set up a stall at the state-owned factory early this morning," Sun Pongzi replied. "By the way, not long after you left yesterday afternoon, the landlady came by. What was the matter?" "She didn't mention anything specific. She just took a tour around, complimenting me on how well I maintained the place before leaving." "That's good. She's merely worried about us young folks, fearing we might ruin the house," Qin Fei remarked, then shifted the conversation. "Do you know how to find Zhang Liang? What do you need him for?" Sun Pongzi's expression grew serious. "Fei Ge, is there a problem?" Qin Fei nodded and briefly recounted what old Zhang had said. "Is this a joke? There's a hierarchy to building houses now? What's next? Will the first to build a house be crowned a lord?" Sun Pongzi exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Fei Ge, leave this to me. I'll go find him. We grew up playing in the mud together. We can handle this." "No, you should stick to managing your shop," Qin Fei insisted, wary of Sun Pongzi's temper. He did not wish to confront Zhang Liang and felt confident he could handle the situation himself. He was about to lose face over something trivial. He did come by once, with a girl in his arms, and he mentioned that if there's anything, I should look for him on Hochang Street. Sun Pongzi added. "All right. Then I shall go," Qin Fei said, rising to pat Sun Pongzi on the shoulder. "I'll let you know how it goes. Focus on your business." Hochang Street was once a bustling area in Shilin Town for antique sales, but it had since been shut down, with shops demolished haphazardly, leaving behind crumbling walls and roofs. It was generally deserted. Qin Fei secured his motorcycle at the entrance, then ventured into Hochang Street. Though referred to as a street, it was more akin to an alley. With most of the old houses dilapidated and uninhabited, only a few remaining intact. After walking a short distance, he spotted a young man leaning against the wall, smoking. With his eyes closed in contemplation, "Young man," Qin Fei called out, but the youth jolted awake, scanning his surroundings cautiously. Upon realizing that Qin Fei was alone, he focused his gaze on him. "What do you want?" "Who are you?" "I'm from the same village as you two. I have business with him," Qin Fei replied. pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and offering him one. "My name is Qin Fei." The young man scrutinized Qin Fei for a moment before responding, "Wait here. Don't wander off." With that, he turned and walked inside. Before long, the young man returned, instructing him to enter the second room on the right at the end of the alley. Qin Fei nodded, sensing an air of peculiarity about the young man. Following the directions, he arrived at a dilapidated old house constructed of blue stones, which in ancient times would have been the residence of a wealthy family. The door was ajar, so Qin Fei entered without knocking. Upon stepping inside, he was enveloped in a haze of smoke. 2 tables were occupied with players engaged in poker, accompanied by a dozen onlookers. Noticing Qin Fei's arrival, someone gestured towards the interior. Following the indication, he approached a newly installed door, the scent of fresh paint still lingering in the air. He knocked gently. "Come in." A voice called from within. It was Zhang Liang. Qin Fei pushed the door open, revealing Zhang Liang seated in an imposing armchair, engrossed in a piece of paper. "Xiao Fei," Zhang Liang exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he stood to greet him. It had not been long since their last encounter. Yet Zhang Liang now possessed an unmistakable air of astuteness. Qin Fei mused to himself. Chapter 47. Meeting Brother Dao. Zhang Liang's attire was reminiscent of the charismatic figures from the gangster films Qin Fei had watched in his previous life. Clad in a black leather jacket with slick-back hair, he exuded a certain bravado. "Please, take a seat. It's a rare occasion to have you here. How did you manage to find your way?" Qin Fei chuckled. "I had to ask Fatty. Otherwise, how would I have known? You're doing quite well for yourself now. Soon you'll be calling me Brother Liang," Zhang Liang remarked. "Ah, why should we bother with such formalities among brothers?" They settled down, and Zhang Liang poured a cup of tea for Qin Fei. "You must be here for a reason. Go ahead and speak. Then I shall be the first to speak." Qin Fei took a sip of tea. "I'm in the midst of constructing a building, but my foreman informed me that the bricks from the factory are delayed. My foundation is nearly ready, but without bricks, I can't proceed." "What is going on?" Zhang Liang feigned ignorance. "As long as the management fee is paid, my people won't cause any trouble." "I found it strange too. I heard from one of your men that you're also building, and that I must wait for your bricks to arrive. They mentioned that you would be the first to construct a building in Lianhua village." Qin Fei spoke earnestly, studying Zhang Liang's reaction. "Isn't that ridiculous? The first to build a house? Who would believe such nonsense?" "Xiao Fei, don't worry about it. I assure you, your bricks will arrive today," Zhang Liang proclaimed with an air of righteousness, appearing genuinely unaware of the situation. "That's great. I appreciate it, Brother Liang." Qin Fei smiled. "Xiao Fei, your business is thriving. I hear you're even getting a motorcycle." Zhang Liang refilled Qin Fei's cup. "Oh, I can't compare to you. I've just made a bit of pocket change," Qin Fei laughed. "The house construction is a necessity. My father won't let me return home. I can't keep living in a grain threshing yard, and I borrowed quite a bit from Fatty for the building funds. As for the motorcycle, I got a used one through a connection. Luckily, I managed to fix it up. We grew up together, and you've always been the clever one. You excelled in school, and it seems you'll fare the best among us," Zhang Liang observed, his expression playful, as he scrutinized Qin Fei. "Brother Liang, you flatter me too much. Just look at you now. You support dozens of people. In ancient times, you'd surely be a lord or a minister. In the future, as Fatty and I conduct business in Shilin Town, we'll rely on your support." At that moment, Qin Fei fully grasped Zhang Liang's motivation behind the brick-related incident. It was a way for him to make amends for the minor issue in Lianhua village. It seemed that once Qin Fei mentioned the problem, Zhang Liang had readily agreed to resolve it, but the underlying message was clear. Zhang Liang had transformed into Brother Liang, a figure whom Qin Fei must now address with respect. If Brother Liang were displeased, Qin Fei's plans for construction could very well fall through. Qin Fei needed to recognize his position. There could be no more incidents like the one in Lianhua village. This was both a demonstration of power and a warning. "Xiao Fei, you're thinking too simplistically. My life isn't easy either. The people I manage are mostly uneducated and impulsive, and the situation with the brick factory was utterly unacceptable." Zhang Liang waved his hand, leaned back against the chair, and sighed. "I truly wish for you and Fatty to come over and assist me. It would be splendid for us brothers to venture together." "Brother Liang, it's not that Fatty and I are unwilling. Consider Fatty's temperament. He gets riled up at the slightest provocation and is rather boisterous in his actions," Qin Fei replied. A smile plastered across his face. "As for me, my courage is scarcely larger than a sesame seed, always hesitating. If we were to join you, we would only be a burden." "Haha, you speak the truth. Fatty's temperament is indeed quite troublesome." Zhang Liang erupted into hearty laughter, rising to pat Qin Fei on the shoulder. But fret not. Even if you do not come, we remain good brothers. In Shilin Town, with me around, no one would dare trouble you. Thank you once again, Brother Liang, Qin Fei said. I have matters to attend to. Please relay to Fatty when you return to the village that we should have a good drink together. It's been ages since our last gathering. Agreed. It's settled then. Zhang Liang nodded, escorting Qin Fei to the door. As Qin Fei turned away, the smile on his face vanished in an instant, mirroring the expression of Zhang Liang as he watched him depart. They were not of the same ilk. Ultimately, they could not become brothers. Emerging from back Factory Street, Qin Fei made his way to New Street to inform Sun Fatty that matters had been resolved, before hastening towards Looting Town. Yaoyao had just begun her day, and after yesterday's events, she could not shake off her concerns. She needed to check on things again. At the market in Looting Town, Yaoyao had eagerly arrived early, pushing her unicycle to set up her stall, proudly displaying the sign that Qin Fei had helped her create, and commenced her daily sales. When she was 13, her father passed away from illness, and last year, her mother followed suit. Now, only a blind grandmother remained, who was also on the brink of death. Yaoyao often pondered, why did the heavens bestow such suffering upon her, a bitterness that was insufferable and unpalatable? Yet life must go on. She had to care for her grandmother, devise ways to earn money, and sustain this fractured household. Then came Qin Fei, that tall, warm figure, akin to a ray of light piercing through the murky skies of her desolate existence. The three burly men who had overturned her stall the previous day appeared to her as extinguishers of the fragile hope she had managed to cultivate. Thus, she grasped the hatchet, determined to defend her last glimmer of hope. Was it truly her? Yaoyao believed that following Qin Fei's warning, such incidents would not recur. However, 5 imposing figures with thick brows and large eyes reappeared before her, 3 of whom she recognized from the previous day. Her heart raced. Today, she had not brought her hatchet. Roasted sunflower seeds, delicious 5-spice seeds. If they're not tasty, you don't have to pay. The 3 men, with expressions resembling those mourning a loss, pedaled along the street, evoking an unsettling image akin to Zhang Fei embroidering flowers. When Qin Fei arrived, he beheld this peculiar scene. Yaoyao, he called out, glancing at a bald man seated beside her. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a broad face and big ears, exuding a vigorous spirit. Brother Fei, Yaoyao exclaimed upon spotting Qin Fei, as though she had found a savior, her face reflecting an expression of silent despair. Is there something I can assist you with, brother? Qin Fei inquired. You must be the Brother Fei that the girl mentioned, am I right? Greetings, I am Qian. And around here, they call me Brother Dao. The man rose and extended his hand towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei sensed no malice as he extended his hand to shake with Brother Dao. He pointed at the 3 burly men hawking their wares and inquired, Brother Dao, what is the situation here? These 3 fools came yesterday to bully a little girl, so I asked them to help sell sunflower seeds as an apology, Brother Dao replied, giving one of them a kick. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? You've really grown bold, picking on a little girl. Qin Fei stifled a laugh. Brother Dao exuded righteousness and did not appear to be a villain. Brother Dao, perhaps we should let it go. With them selling like this, no one will dare to buy, Qin Fei suggested. Is that so? Brother Dao surveyed the scene, scratching his gleaming bald head. In that case, you 3. Carry these seeds back. I'll take them all. Little girl, how much do you want? Brother Dao beamed at Yaoyao. Yaoyao looked up at Qin Fei, and upon seeing no objection from him, timidly replied, 90. How much? Brother Dao exclaimed, wide-eyed. It was originally 100 jin. I sold 10. So there are 90 left, priced at 1 yuan per jin, Yaoyao explained. Brother Dao was clearly astonished, but did not linger on the matter. He retrieved money from his pocket and handed Yaoyao 9 crisp bills. Qin Fei observed in silence until the transaction concluded. Brother Dao, do you have time? I would like to treat you to a meal. Sure, Brother Dao replied after a moment's thought. I'll head to the state-run restaurant up ahead. Chapter 48. Shinjiao's peculiarities in a state-owned restaurant. 2 foreigners sat across from each other. Brother Dao brought someone along, while Qin Fei was accompanied by Yaoyao. Young brother, you're not from around here. Where do you hail from? Brother Dao inquired, observing Qin Fei. From Shilin, Qin Fei replied. He had invited Brother Dao to dinner, not for any ulterior motive, but because he sensed a certain chivalrous spirit in him, distinctly different from the petty thugs like Brother Hammer Zhang Liang. Such a person from the underworld was worth befriending. Shilin, you must have heard of that Sun Dachui fellow? Brother Dao remarked, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Brother Hammer, yes. I know. He's the boss of Shilin Town, Qin Fei chuckled. Boss, my foot. I can't be bothered with him. That dog is too ruthless in his dealings. He won't last long, Brother Dao scoffed, casting a glance at Yaoyao. This girl isn't bad. She's brave enough to wield a knife at such a young age. I like that. Brother Dao, let's establish some order here. Yaoyao is my sister now. She needs to learn the business from me. Qin Fei interjected, glancing at Yaoyao. What is this? Am I supposed to compete with you for her? Brother Dao assessed Qin Fei. You invited me to dinner. What is your intention? No hidden agenda, just a desire to meet a true hero of the underworld like you. Qin Fei replied with a smile. Hero of the underworld? This isn't water margin. I have a few brothers under me, but I'm not one for grand ambitions. You might be disappointed, Brother Dao said. If you were like Brother Hammer from Sherlin, always thinking big, I wouldn't dare invite you to dinner. Qin Fei and Brother Dao exchanged amused glances, both chuckling. Yaoyao observed uneasily from the side, unable to comprehend Qin Fei's reasoning for dining with a thug like Brother Dao. The meal progressed swiftly, plates emptied and bowls licked clean. No one ordered alcohol. Brother Dao had a hearty appetite, finishing several large bowls. Qin Fei kept pace, devouring 3 bowls himself, while even Yaoyao managed to eat 2 substantial bowls. After settling the bill, Qin Fei knew he had established a connection with Brother Dao, one that would allow for further conversation. How their relationship would evolve was yet to be seen. With Brother Dao consuming all the sunflower seeds, Yaoyao had nothing left to sell. Qin Fei escorted Yaoyao home, promising to bring her sunflower seeds the following morning before heading back. Today, Cheng Miling was scheduled to come by for a trial job. And as the boss, he felt obliged to return and check in. In Lianhua village, at Xiaosu's residence, the rear mountain, Cheng Miling arrived around 9 in the morning. Astonished to find Lin Yin, a woman of such remarkable beauty, with skin as fair as snow, in this rural area. Lin Yin, aged 29, and Cheng Miling, 31, shared a modest age difference. Thanks to Qin Fei's prior introduction, Lin Yin quickly warmed up to Cheng Miling, knowing they would be working together for the foreseeable future. Lin Yin, this task is quite simple, isn't it? Cheng Miling said, following Lin Yin around as she familiarized herself with the duties. Discovering that her job was merely to sift through sunflower seeds, removing stones and bad seeds, and then assisting in drying the roasted seeds. She had not anticipated the work to be so straightforward and effortless. Indeed, the work is not heavy, it simply requires a bit of meticulousness. You must be thorough. Lin Yin advised with a smile. Understood, Brother Qin holds me in high regard, and I shall be meticulous, more meticulous than embroidery. Cheng Miling assured, patting her chest. By the way, Lin Yin, are you also here at Brother Qin's behest? After becoming somewhat acquainted, Cheng Miling inquired. I am not. I am his sister-in-law. Lin Yin replied. Indeed, Qin Yao is your daughter, correct? Xiu often tells me that Qin Yao is her closest friend at school. Cheng Miling exclaimed, slapping her thigh. How did I not realize that Qin Yao shares the same surname? Lin Yin responded with a slight sound, her desire to continue the conversation with Cheng Miling waning. Sister Lin Yin, where is your husband? Cheng Miling, having just arrived, quickly discerned that Lin Yin resided here, yet she had not laid eyes on Lin Yin's husband, which struck her as peculiar. My husband, he has been gone for many years, Lin Yin stated, turning away deliberately. Cheng Miling felt a touch of awkwardness, recognizing that she had asked an inappropriate question. Qin Fei returned from the back mountain in the afternoon. Cheng Miling had gone home at noon to feed her bedridden husband and promptly rushed back. After a morning of guidance from Lin Yin, she was now fully engaged in her tasks. Little Qin, you're back. Upon seeing Qin Fei's return, Cheng Miling greeted him warmly. Cheng Jia, how is it? Is the work too strenuous? Qin Fei smiled. Not at all, not at all. It is quite manageable. Cheng Jia, do remember to be attentive. All right, rest assured. I will be diligent. Qin Fei entered the kitchen, where his sister-in-law Lin Yin was stir-frying sunflower seeds at the stove. Sister-in-law, how is Cheng Jia performing? Qin Fei asked. He had invited Cheng Miling to assist Song Wanwen, but if her work was half-hearted and careless, he would not retain her under any circumstances. Fortunately, she is quite earnest in her work, Lin Yin replied, wiping away a bead of sweat and turning to smile at Qin Fei. Sister-in-law, if Cheng Jia falters in her tasks, please do not hesitate to inform me, Qin Fei advised, contemplating. Do not feel embarrassed simply because she was brought by me. I understand, Lin Yin nodded. The steam rising from the pot caused beads of sweat to form on Lin Yin's forehead. And Qin Fei inadvertently noticed that heat rashes had appeared on her once flawless skin. He mentally noted this observation. Also realizing that the blue garment Lin Yin wore had faded and lost its luster, it seemed that ever since elder brother Qin Shi had departed, no new clothes had been made for his sister-in-law. Seeing Qin Fei silent, his gaze fixed upon her, Lin Yin felt a flush rise to her cheeks and cleared her throat. Sister-in-law, I shall go check on the homestead. Qin Fei, coming to his senses, turned and exited the kitchen. Upon reaching the homestead, old Zheng was measuring something on the vacant land with a tape measure, and upon noticing Qin Fei's arrival, he promptly approached. Little Qin, how is it? What did you decide about the bricks? Old Zheng inquired. I have made the arrangements. They will definitely be delivered before dusk today, Qin Fei replied with a smile. Master Zheng, what are you measuring? The dimensions for the water tank, old Zheng gestured. You wanted to connect water to the bathroom and kitchen. Since we lack running water, we can only install a water tank to pump water up. Qin Fei nodded, preparing to take his leave, when old Zhang stopped him. By the way, it seems your second sister-in-law visited today, accompanied by a young lady. They were quite animated, suggesting that the girl would undoubtedly enjoy a prosperous life should she marry you. Shenjiaodi, what mischief are you up to now? Qin Fei was taken aback, and after bidding farewell to old Zhang, he hurried home. Chapter 49. Missing Zhao Jinji at the threshold of his home, Qin Fei unexpectedly encountered his anxious mother, Zhang Shulan, who was on her way to find him. Finally, you are back, my dear. Zhang Shulan's expression was fraught with concern. Mom, what is the rush? Why are you so flustered? Qin Fei inquired. You see, I have arranged a meeting for you with a girl. She is quite charming and is currently at home. You must go in and meet her shortly, Zhang Shulan urged, emphasizing her seriousness with a stern reminder. Take this seriously. No foolishness. Mom, why are you introducing me to someone all of a sudden? Qin Fei scrutinized his mother, suspecting this was Shenjiaodi's idea and wondering about her intentions. It was my decision. You are no longer a child. It is high time for you to settle down, Zhang Shulan asserted, glaring at her son. Once you marry, no one in the village will dare to gossip. Fine, I will see how charming she truly is. Why the hurry? As Qin Fei took a step forward, Zhang Shulan firmly grasped his arm. Let me speak with the girl first. I will call you when it's time. Qin Fei, both amused and exasperated, nodded in agreement. He was certain Shenjiaodi had a hand in this, and even if she didn't, he harbored no interest in his mother's notion of a charming partner. How charming can she be? He thought of Song Wanwen, whose time was nearly ripe. With just a little more fuel, their relationship could ignite. In a world filled with countless choices, he desired only Song Wanwen, the one who could not be replaced. Before long, Zhang Shulan's voice echoed, Xiao Fei. You may come in. Reluctantly, Qin Fei acknowledged that his mother had not exaggerated. In fact, her limited vocabulary failed to capture the true beauty of the shy girl before him. There exists a beauty that cannot be concealed, even by the coarsest of garments. The girl, despite her humble background, donned a simple outfit of worn fabric with a mismatched color scheme of red and green, yet none of that mattered. Her youthful visage, adorned with gentle features, radiated warmth akin to polished jade. Zhao Jinji had little desire to attend this blind date. Having missed university entrance by a mere 5 points and facing financial constraints at home, she felt no resentment. However, she was resolute in not allowing her life to be confined to the predictable fields of farming, marrying someone who lacked basic literacy. Pressured by her parents and influenced by a distant cousin's success, who had graduated high school, started a business, acquired a motorcycle, built a home, and enjoyed a flourishing life, she reluctantly agreed to give this meeting a chance. When Qin Fei entered her line of sight, she instinctively formed a judgment. The tall and handsome man exuded intelligence and independence. Zhao Jinji was not surprised by his gaze. She was confident in her own appearance and figure, knowing any man, including Qin Fei, would be unable to resist stealing a second glance. Zhang Shulan, observing the tender exchange between her son and Zhao Jinji, felt a surge of joy. They appeared to share a mutual attraction. Quietly, she withdrew, granting the two young individuals the space to connect. Hello, Qin Fei, he greeted with a smile. Hello, Zhao Jinji. She replied, lifting her head and returning his smile. In that moment, Qin Fei inexplicably recalled a phrase he had encountered in a previous life. Missing is not a mistake, but merely a passage of time. Zhao Jinji evokes a profound impression upon him, although they have yet to spend time together. Some individuals reveal their essence at a mere glance. The young woman before him embodies the qualities of a perfect partner. Alas, the moment has passed. Almost instantaneously as this thought crossed his mind, the image of Song Wanwen in her flowing dress swayed gracefully in his imagination. According to my cousin, you are engaged in business? Qin Fei broke the silence. Yet Zhao Jinch was not merely passive. She took the initiative to inquire further. Yes, a small venture. Selling roasted melon seeds. Melon seeds? That can't be right. How could selling seeds generate enough profit for a motorcycle and a house? You must be selling something extraordinary. To Qin Fei's surprise, Zhao Jinch responded with unexpected candor, dispelling the image of a shy woman who would remain reticent during a matchmaking encounter. You guessed correctly. Ordinary roasted seeds lack flavor. I sell spiced varieties. Qin Fei, too, was forthcoming, providing Zhao Jinch with a brief overview of his seed business. What inspired you? Zhao Jinch inquired, visibly impressed, her face alight with admiration. The seeds that fetch low prices, once you roast them, transform entirely. At that moment, Qin Fei realized that Zhao Jinch possessed a keen interest in business and a sharp acumen. From the moment the conversation turned to the seed trade, both found themselves engaged in a delightful exchange that was impossible to halt. For the first time, Qin Fei believed in the notion of instant rapport. Zhao Jinch, warm and gracious, independent yet thoughtful, articulated her thoughts with clarity and insight, stirring within him a sense of mutual appreciation. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaodi and Zhang Shulan were peering from the wall, observing the animated discourse between the two. Mother, I told you so, the third son undoubtedly favors Jinch. Shen Zhaodi whispered with delight. I like her too, but I wonder what Jinch thinks, Zhang Shulan replied, equally pleased. Suddenly recalling a concern, she added, when will the second son and your father return? I fear an encounter may upset your father. Rest assured. I have arranged with Huizi that he won't bring Dad back until after dark. There is still some time, Shen Zhaodi assured. Well then, let us not linger here. Lest the third son discovers us, Zhang Shulan suggested, pulling Shen Zhaodi away. In the main room, the sounds of their conversation ebbed and flowed. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Qin Fei glanced upwards. It's getting late. Shouldn't he be heading back? Zhao Jinch looked outside and nodded. Indeed. Would you mind escorting me to the entrance of your village? Of course, Qin Fei replied as he rose. As they walked side by side, they appeared to be a match made in heaven, drawing the attention of many villagers. You don't mind, do you? After all, I've come to your place. And as a girl, I do have my pride, Zhao Jinch said with a playful smile. I have no objections, my reputation in the village is already tarnished. Being known as a man entangled with the elder sister-in-law, Qin Fei chuckled. Will your teacher, Song, be displeased if she finds out? She? I doubt it. We are still friends, and she is likely busy with her class and unaware of this. Before I arrived, I had little hope. But now that it's time to leave, I feel a tinge of disappointment, Zhao Jinch remarked, turning to look at Qin Fei with a smile. Qin Fei found himself at a loss for words when meeting Zhao Jinji's gaze. Haha, do not overthink it. I am genuinely pleased to have met a friend like you. Zhao Jinji chuckled softly, playfully nudging Qin Fei. I too am delighted to have made your acquaintance. Qin Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness, recalling that he had prepared numerous scathing remarks, especially considering the tumultuous relationship he shared with her cousin, his second sister-in-law. So, what held you back from expressing any of that? Zhao Jinji pressed him again. Once more, Qin Fei found himself speechless. All right, I shall not tease you any further. Zhao Jinji halted, extending her hand. Let us leave it at this. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Indeed, may fate allow our paths to cross once more. Qin Fei reached out, clasping Zhao Jinji's somewhat trembling hand. Do not speak too harshly of me. I am a boy after all, and I value my dignity. That is not guaranteed, Zhao Jinji replied with a mischievous grin, waving her hand as she turned to depart. Chapter 50, Yaoyao's diary that night. Qin Hui successfully fulfilled the task assigned by his wife, accompanying his father, Qin Shinda, for a stroll until dusk. I must tell you, the third one has taken a liking to Jinji. Shen Zhaodi exclaimed, her excitement barely contained, as if seeking praise. Really? Qin Hui couldn't help but shake his head. I'm not so sure. The third one has always been clever. Surely he must sense your meddling in this matter? And if he does, what of it? Shen Zhaodi dismissed him with disdain. Jinji is the most beautiful girl from my hometown. Suitors have worn down the threshold of her door. The third one is still the same. They chatted for an entire afternoon. If it weren't for the approaching night, they would have talked longer. This is a classic case of a heroic man faltering before a beauty. You wouldn't understand. I advise you not to celebrate too early, Qin Hui retorted, dousing her enthusiasm. Even if the third one and your cousin are fond of each other, it doesn't guarantee his affection towards you. It doesn't matter if he doesn't reciprocate. As long as Jinji appreciates my efforts, that's enough, Shen Zhaodi replied, somewhat wistfully. The Qin family owes me a debt. I bore 2 chubby boys to continue the lineage, and now I've found a wife for the third. Lin Yin, you think currying favor with the third will suffice? Now that he has Jin Ji, let us see how you fare. Early the next morning, under the urging of Zhang Shulan, Shen Zhaodi returned to her maternal home once more. Cousin-in-law, what is going on? Why won't you let me in? Shen Zhaodi thought she would be a guest of honor today, yet was taken aback when her cousin and her husband barred her entry. What do you think is happening? Her cousin-in-law glowered. What kind of person did you introduce to Jin Ji? What did you say yesterday? Someone cultured and capable, who runs his own business, bought a motorcycle, built a house, and is quite handsome, made your brother sound like a deity. Cousin-in-law, indeed, I didn't exaggerate too much, Shen Zhaodi replied, confused by the unexpected hostility. I even took Jin Ji to see the land for the house yesterday, and they chatted for half the afternoon. Weren't they getting along well? Good heavens, what a joke. Her cousin-in-law erupted. Jin Ji came back in tears, claiming your brother is unscrupulous and took advantage of her. What a start. What kind of decent person would behave like that? No wonder he ended up with a grieving sister-in-law. Get lost. Leave me be. If you come back, I'll hit you with a ladle. Shen Zhaodi was utterly bewildered, as though she had been struck hard on the head. The third one made a move on Jin Ji yesterday? It wasn't impossible. Jin Ji was indeed captivating. Otherwise Lin Yin wouldn't have been able to manipulate the third one so easily. Ah, Qin, why the rush? Aren't you destined to be hers in due time? Shen Zhaodi lamented bitterly as she retreated in frustration. At that moment, just a wall away, Zhao Jinji sighed and turned back into her room. Song Wenwen, the first-grade homeroom teacher of Lianhua Village, stood at the podium, gazing out the window, her mind seemingly elsewhere. The classroom was enveloped in a serene silence. With students diligently engaged in their writing, the soft rustling of pen tips gliding across paper creating a harmonious backdrop. This was the final class of the afternoon. With merely 15 minutes remaining until the bell would signal the end of the day, Song Wenwen found herself preoccupied with an important consideration, whether to escort her student, Qin Yao, to the school gate upon dismissal. She pondered what excuse might appear reasonable and not overly contrived. Perhaps gratitude? Thank you for your assistance. It allowed my student Zhao Xiuxiu to return to school. Or concern. How is Zhao Xiuxiu's mother faring at your workplace? Yet, Song Wenwen could not help but bite her lip. No matter which excuse she contemplated, it felt flimsy and easily discernible. Dingling. The bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Ultimately, Song Wenwen relinquished the idea and returned to her office, textbooks clutched in her arms. Qin Fei awaited at the school gate. Picking up Qin Yao, after a brief glance at the entrance, he smiled and departed. With Cheng Miling's assistance, Lin Yin found herself with much more leisure time. And dinner was more sumptuous than usual. However, this evening, an additional guest graced the table, Qin Fei's uncle, Qin Matzi. He had just returned from delivering goods to Gaoa Town in the afternoon and, upon handing over the payment to Qin Fei, was invited to join them for dinner and drinks. In preparation, Lin Yin had prepared several extra dishes, making it the most lavish meal at their simple dining table in the cave on the hillside. Uncle, please don't stand on ceremony, dig in. Qin Fei, the undisputed host of the evening, encouraged Qin Matzi to start eating while also observing Lin Yin's expression. Following the incident that had transpired before, both Lin Yin and Qin Matzi had shown reluctance to encounter one another again. Thus, during each delivery, Qin Fei would be present while Lin Yin would discreetly fade into the background. Qin Fei felt that this arrangement was unsustainable, since both were innocent. There was no need for perpetual avoidance. Xia, I can manage on my own, Qin Matzi said, visibly awkward, holding his chopsticks but unsure how to proceed. Noticing this, Qin Fei assisted him by serving food. Sister-in-law, your cooking has become increasingly delectable, Qin Fei praised, glancing at Qin Yao. Yaoyao, isn't that right? Yes. Mommy's cooking is the best. Qin Yao beamed in response. Lin Yin smiled, poured a glass of wine for Qin Fei, and filled Qin Matzi's cup as well. Qin Matzi stole a glance at Lin Yin, raised his glass, and clinked it with Qin Fei before downing the contents in one go. Lao Song, take it easy. You have business tomorrow, Lin Yin chided playfully, looking at Qin Fei. He was somewhat taken aback, as his sister-in-law had never spoken to him in such a tone before. However, upon observing the expression of his uncle, he instantly comprehended Lin Yin's intent. As darkness descended, the meal came to a close. Qin Fei accompanied Qin Matzi to the roadside. Xia, thank you, uncle, Qin Matzi said, his face flushed and the signs of inebriation evident. Now, he would surely sleep well tonight. Qin Fei was reluctant to delve into the deeper implications of this comment, merely nodding. Uncle, take care on your way back. It's nothing, just a few steps, Qin Matzi waved off as he walked away. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Fei strolled around the homestead, conversing with the old Zheng couple before returning to the hillside. As Yaoyao diligently worked on her homework at the dining table, Qin Fei leaned in to take a glance, discovering that she was once again pinning a diary entry. "Yaoyao, have you completed your diary?" he inquired. "Uncle San, it will be finished shortly," she replied. "Once you're done, may I have the pleasure of reading it?" he asked. "Of course," the little girl responded eagerly, her pen flying across the page until she handed over the diary. Qin Fei cast a brief glance and remarked, "Yaoyao, your diary is rather brief. It could benefit from a couple more sentences." "What should I add, Uncle San? Should I write what you suggest?" Qin Yao blinked her large eyes, questioning him. "Precisely. Yaoyao, you were quite astute." With a slight haze of inebriation, Qin Fei pondered, "At these 2 lines, the season has already deepened into autumn. With each step I take, I feel the leaves clinging to me. Each time I glance back, I find no trace of your gaze. Uncle San, please write slowly. There are many characters I cannot decipher. And I am unfamiliar with pinyin," Qin Yao protested, holding her pen defiantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who was washing the dishes, turned her head to observe Qin Fei lost in contemplation. Chapter 51. Diary of Emotions as a Language Teacher. Song Wenwen understands profoundly that mastering the Chinese language hinges on daily experiences and accumulation, and writing a diary is undoubtedly the most effective method. Therefore, she encourages her students to cultivate the habit of journaling every day, even for first-grade children who may have a limited vocabulary. Their daily entries often consist of just a few sentences, primarily recounting what they ate or where they played. The essence lies in the habit. The cultivation of good habits will undoubtedly benefit the students in the long run. Each day, after the morning reading session, the students' diaries are collected. Songwon diligently corrects them before class in the afternoon and returns them thereafter. As autumn deepens, each step feels like a leaf's reluctant farewell, and every glance back reveals only the absence of familiar eyes. When Songwon reads this line in Qin Yao's diary, her face suddenly flushes, and her heart resonates as if summoned by a war drum. The handwriting remains the same, crooked and uneven, many strokes disordered, clearly indicating Qin Yao's unfamiliarity with the words as she copied them. This is indeed Qin Yao's diary, but this particular line was intentionally crafted for her by Qin Fei. Is this a confession? A question arises in Song Wenwen's heart, immediately filled with thoughts of Qin Fei's tall figure. After much hesitation, a smile graces her lips as she picks up her red pen to leave a comment. "Your insights are remarkable, and your writing is exceptional. I hope you will continue to strive." After a long day in looting town, upon returning to the mountains, Qin Fei eagerly seizes his niece's backpack. Opening the diary, he stares at the comment for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Third uncle, what does Teacher Song's comment mean?" Qin Yao asks, perplexed as previously. Song Wenwen merely marked assignments with a check. This time, however, she has written a sentence. When the assignment books were returned, she proudly boasted about it. "Well, it means she praises your excellent diary writing," Qin Fei replies, gently pressing his hand against Yaoyao's forehead. "Yaoyao, hurry and finish your homework. Remember to tell your third uncle once you complete your diary." Okay. Thus, Qin Yao's diary becomes a carrier pigeon for 2 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. The weather is splendid, with a solitary cloud in the sky. I gaze upwards, longing to ask it if it feels as lonely as I do, Qin Fei writes. Indulgent lamentation is to be avoided, Song Wenwen comments. The first rain after winter arrives silently, soaking me completely, yet my heart remains untouched, for it holds only you. Qin Fei writes. Please take care to keep warm, Song Wenwen remarks. As time swiftly passes to the 11th month of the lunar calendar, Qin Fei remains busy. Yaoyau's business in looting town gradually finds its footing. The young girl is diligent and perceptive, now capable of managing things independently. With sales surpassing those in Shilin and Gaoha, Qin Fei assists Yaoyao in renting a room in looting town, successfully establishing the Xiangxiang Wuxiang sunflower seed specialty store. With a shop in the front and their home in the back, Yaoyao brings her grandmother to the town, ensuring the elderly woman's health is attended to. And after undergoing eye surgery, she regains her sight. At last, their modest household finds stability. The elderly gentleman was acutely aware that his liberation from the depths of suffering was entirely reliant on Qin Fei's assistance. Thus, he regarded Qin Fei as a savior, akin to a bodhisattva, leading Qin Fei to avoid Elting whenever possible. The businesses at the 3 stores were flourishing, and naturally, Qin Fei's income had seen a substantial increase. He had long since become a 10,000 yuan household, and now his funds had amassed to over 13,000. With such a considerable sum, it had become increasingly difficult for him to carry it on his person. Hence, he had excavated a pit beneath the bed in the threshing ground, concealing the money in a box buried below. Nevertheless, even this precaution left him anxious, for there were still occasional visitors to the threshing ground, rendering it less than secure. One afternoon, as Qin Fei returned from Shilin Commune on his motorcycle, he summoned his sister-in-law Lin Yin and Cheng Miling. Sister Cheng, you have been working here for nearly a month, and your performance during this time has been commendable. I wish to express my appreciation, Qin Fei said with a smile, handing an envelope to Cheng Miling. In recent days, Cheng Miling had indeed harbored doubts regarding her salary. Nearly a month had passed, yet neither Qin Fei nor Lin Yin had mentioned the matter, and she felt hesitant to bring it up herself. Eagerly, she opened the envelope, her eyes widening in astonishment. Little Qin, is this not too much? Inside, there were 5 crisp bills of the highest denomination. Sister Cheng, aside from your salary. The rest is a bonus, Qin Fei replied. If you feel it is excessive, you may return it to me. No, Cheng Miling exclaimed joyfully. How could I possibly think it too much? Thank you so much, little Qin. No need for thanks. This is all your hard-earned money, Qin Fei said, gesturing toward 3 pounds of meat wrapped in oil paper on the table. Sister Cheng, that is 3 pounds of meat. You should finish work early today and prepare a nice meal for your family. Perceiving that Qin Fei had matters to discuss with Lin Yin, Cheng Miling expressed her gratitude once more and departed with the meat in hand. Qin Fei then turned to Lin Yin, offering her an envelope as well. Sister, this is your salary. Lin Yin hesitated before accepting it, only to discover 10 bills of the highest denomination inside. Sister, even among brothers, we must keep accounts clear. Do not overthink it. This is all your diligent earnings, Qin Fei reassured her. Lin Yin's hand felt heavy as she held the envelope, her emotions complex. And she nodded silently. Sister, those items on the table are for you, Qin Fei added. Lin Yin glanced at them and smiled, saying, thank you. Noticing the weight of Lin Yin's feelings at that moment, Qin Fei hesitated before retrieving a tin box containing peach crisps from his canvas bag. Sister, I truly have no place to store this money. Could you assist me in keeping it safe? He opened the tin box. Once the new house is completed, I will come to retrieve it. Lin Yin gazed at the substantial sum within the box, her surprise causing her to tense up. She quickly rose to close the door. Little 3, this is far too much money. I fear it might get lost, she gasped. Sister, are you suggesting I leave it at the threshing ground? Qin Fei chuckled. Absolutely not. That place is not secure. Lin Yin shook her head vigorously, grappling with the decision as she looked at the tin box in Qin Fei's hands. Very well, sister will help you keep it safe. Just let me know whenever you need it. Thank you for your assistance, sister. Qin Fei nodded slightly, rising to hand the iron box to Lin Yin before he opened the door and stepped outside. Once he had departed, Lin Yin began to rummage through the room, ultimately discovering a place she deemed discreet and secure to conceal the iron box. Subsequently, she approached the table and unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing a brand new set of women's cotton fabric and 2 bottles of snowflake cream. A wave of poignant emotion surged within her, and in that moment, Lin Yin felt an overwhelming urge to weep. At merely 29 years of age, she was a woman who craved tenderness. She was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family, the mother of Qin Yao, and the enchanting widow of Shaosu village in Lianhua. It was only in this fleeting moment that she truly felt a sense of self. Chapter 52. Zhou Lily's partner. Ever since the diary of Qin Yao served as a bridge, Qin Fei and Song Wenwen have not met again. The situation could have been easily resolved had either of them taken the initiative, yet both seemed reluctant to disrupt the delicate, ambiguous romance that had blossomed between them. As per usual, Song Wenwen was in the office preparing lesson plans for the following day. After the school bell rang, she found herself alone in the office. Wenwen, Zhou Lily called from the doorway. Looking up, Song Wenwen saw her dormitory mate, Zhou Lily, who was one of the 2 new female teachers at the school, teaching first-grade mathematics. Lily, why haven't you left yet? Song Wenwen inquired. Although they shared a dormitory, Lily rarely stayed there recently. Typically, as soon as her afternoon classes concluded, she would vanish. Come on, join me for dinner. My boyfriend is treating me to a meal at the state-run restaurant in Shilin tonight. I'd love for you to accompany me. Zhou Lily exclaimed, pulling Song Wenwen along. But if you're dining with your boyfriend, wouldn't I be a third wheel? Song Wenwen laughed. Oh, it's fine. I just want you to observe. I haven't made a decision yet, Zhou Lily replied, a hint of shyness gracing her features. If you think he is good after meeting him, then I'll agree to be his girlfriend. Song Wenwen instinctively wanted to decline. She truly did not wish to get entangled in such matters, as it was not her place to help determine what was right or wrong. More importantly, she felt that her relationship with Zhou Lily had not yet reached a level of intimacy that warranted such involvement. Come on, Wenwen, just accompany me. Zhou Lily began to plead. All right then, Song Wenwen relented, finding it difficult to refuse someone she lived with. The two of them hopped onto their bicycles and set off towards Shilin town. The journey would take nearly an hour, and they would surely be late returning to school after dinner. Song Wenwen had already decided to spend the night at home and return to school early the next morning. She had grown quite adept at riding her bicycle, and sometimes even attempted to mimic the carefree riding style of the young men she observed. Wenwen, did you know that you know my boyfriend too? Zhou Lily teased. I know him? Song Wenwen was genuinely puzzled, unable to think of any eligible young man she knew who could possibly be linked to Zhou Lily. Who is it? Hurry and tell me. Oh, you'll find out when we arrive. Zhou Lily giggled, speeding ahead. Song Wenwen was not the type to lose sleep over half-finished conversations. Dismissing the matter from her mind, she looked ahead, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the scene. It reminded her of the time Qin Fei rode her back to Shilin, along this very road. At this very hour, she couldn't help but smile. Back then, she had barely mastered riding a bicycle. It's time to meet him. Why has T said anything? She pondered. Upon reaching the state-run restaurant, Song Wenwen was utterly taken aback to discover that Zhou Lily's boyfriend was none other than Zhang Liang, the once intimidating delinquent who had pressed her during their school days. Hello, teacher Song, Zhang Liang greeted warmly as he embraced Zhou Lily, then turned to smile at Song Wenwen. At this moment, Song Wenwen harbored deep doubts about whether Zhou Lily was deceiving her, orchestrating this dinner at the behest of Zhang Liang. Teacher Song, we had some misunderstandings before, and I sincerely apologize. Please, do not take offense, Zhang Liang said, pouring a cup of tea with utmost respect and offering it to Song Wenwen. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it, mindful of Zhou Lily's presence and unwilling to create an awkward atmosphere. Wenwen, regarding the previous matter, I've spoken to Liangzi about it. Please do not hold it against him. Zhou Lily cooed while nestled in Zhang Liang's embrace. Song Wenwen smiled and nodded, her mind racing with speculation about Zhang Liang's intentions. Soon, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes, clearly reflecting Zhang Liang's earnestness regarding the meal. Song Wenwen picked at her food, remaining silent while Zhou Lily and Zhang Liang exchanged sweet nothings, treating her as if she were one of their own. Teacher Song, are you familiar with Qin Fei? Zhang Liang inquired suddenly. Not particularly, Song Wenwen replied vaguely after a moment's thought. Qin Fei and I grew up in the same village. We are quite good friends. Zhang Liang explained. Liangzi, the Qin Fei you mentioned, he's the one from your village who is involved with his brother's wife, isn't he? Zhou Lily asked. Yes, but the truth is often elusive. Xiao Fei is a decent person, Zhang Liang remarked, all the while observing Song Wenwen's expressions. He had lost his elder brother early on, leaving behind a family of orphans and widows. Without Qin Fei's support, their lives would have been quite challenging. In my opinion, that man is not to be trusted. As the saying goes, one must not betray a brother's wife, especially when it's his own sister-in-law, Zhou Lily critiqued. I've heard that his sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, she is the most beautiful in our area, Zhang Liang chuckled, adding, had their family been more accommodating, she would have remarried long ago. How beautiful can she be? Zhou Lily scoffed. Is she more beautiful than Wenwen and me? Naturally, that is beyond comparison, Zhang Liang replied without a hint of embarrassment, taking Zhou Lily's hand and declaring, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Now that is more like it. Here, a token of my appreciation, Zhou Lily unabashedly pecked Zhang Liang on the cheek. The two seemed to be performing a duet, while Song Wenwen remained silent throughout. She was aware that Qin Fei's sister-in-law was Qin Yao's mother, but she only knew that Qin Yao's father had passed away early, leaving her as a single parent. The exchanges between Zhang Liang and Zhou Lily left her perplexed, and she could not discern whether Zhang Liang's words were intentionally directed at her. Regardless, she found the entire situation rather unsettling. Zhou Lily's choice of the word involved raised doubts in Song Wenwen's mind. She could not believe that Qin Fei was that kind of person. The meal concluded swiftly, and Zhang Liang did not exhibit any overt intentions, seemingly content to simply endear himself to his girlfriend's colleague and friend, enhancing his impression. Wenwen, will you be all right going back alone? Zhou Lily asked at the restaurant's entrance. I'm fine, my home isn't far. What about you? Despite her reluctance, Song Wenwen extended an invitation, suggesting, "Why don't you come back with me and stay the night at my place?" Zhou Lily began, but Zhang Liang interjected. "Teacher Song, I would appreciate it if you could take care of Lily." Zhou Lily cast a glance at Zhang Liang, understanding the unspoken cue, and approached Song Wenwen, embracing her warmly. "Wenwen, we shall share a bed tonight." "All right." Song Wenwen nodded in agreement. "Liangzi, we are off now. Take your time returning." Zhou Lily reluctantly waved goodbye to Zhang Liang. "It's fine, no worries. I haven't had any alcohol," Zhang Liang reassured her, dismissively waving his hand. As the two young women pedaled away on their bicycles, Zhang Liang retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and gazed at Song Wenwen's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a young man rushed to Zhang Liang's side and leaned in close, whispering, "Brother Liang, Chui Gu has brought someone back." Zhang Liang extinguished the cigarette but underfoot, his expression darkening instantly, resembling a furious wolf. Let us go take a look. Chapter 53. The Love of Mount Lu. Most men, throughout their lives, pursue three primary desires: power, wealth, and beauty. In this narrative, we find Sun Dachui, the notorious figure of Shilin Town, who was not particularly enamored with power or money, but rather captivated by beauty. Approximately 3 years prior, weary of the backbreaking toil of farming, Sun Dachui fled his home and ventured to Shilin Town, where he secured employment at a blacksmith's workshop. However, the life of an apprentice quickly became tedious. Under the relentless demands of his master, he received no wages. Thus, he absconded once more, this time armed with a hammer. He aspired to seek opportunities in a larger city, yet he lacked the necessary funds. One fateful night, he intercepted a drunken man with his hammer. The man, collapsing to his knees in a pitiful display of desperation, wept and pleaded for mercy, relinquishing all the money he had on him. $30, an epiphany for Sun Dachui. Why venture to a big city? With a hammer in hand, Shilin Town was his domain. With audacity and fearlessness, Sun Dachui thrived in Shilin Town, amassing more followers and various lucrative ventures. Henceforth, his life philosophy became, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single blow of the hammer. If there is, then 2 blows shall suffice. When Zhang Liang arrived at the back street, Sun Dachui had already concluded his business. Zhang pushed open the door he had installed himself, revealing a girl curled up in the corner, a stark white figure in the dim light. "Liang, didn't you go out with your girlfriend today? Why are you back so soon?" Sun Dachui remarked, embracing Zhang Liang with a smug expression. "Brother Hammer, we must refrain from causing trouble these days. The new county committee secretary is coming, and the chief has given us a heads up," Zhang Liang replied, his patience waning, suppressing his anger. To him, Sun Dachui was merely a brutish man, forever embroiled in violence, who would inevitably lead them all to ruin. "What's the big deal?" Sun Dachui adjusted his trousers, dismissing the matter. "She won't," he reported. "Don't worry, I'm well versed in these situations. For these girls, their dignity is paramount." His confidence was unwavering, after all. He had engaged in such affairs countless times, and not once had a girl dared to report him. "All right then, I'll tidy up. You go ahead and enjoy yourself." "Brother Hammer," Zhang Liang replied with a smile. "Thanks, Liang. You're a trooper." Sun Dachui clapped Zhang Liang on the shoulder. "Come, let us continue our card game." Zhang Liang entered the room alone, closed the door, and switched on the light. The sudden brightness startled the girl in the corner, causing her to shrink back, her disheveled hair failing to conceal the terror in her eyes. "Here's $100. Take it," Zhang Liang said, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. Without acknowledging the visible scars on the girl's bare body, he expressionlessly tossed the money onto the floor. After exiting, he chose to act as if nothing had transpired. "If you wish to report this, you are free to do so, but consider your reputation and your family carefully. I know where you reside." Having uttered these words, without awaiting a response from the young woman, Zhang Liang gathered the scattered garments on the floor and tossed them aside. He then settled into a grand chair, lighting a cigarette for himself. Outside, the raucous sounds of Brother Hammer's group playing cards grated on his nerves. After a while, the delicate sounds of dressing filled the room as the young woman in the corner donned her clothing, carefully retrieving the scattered items. "Let's go. I will escort you home." "It's getting late," Zhang Liang declared, rising to his feet. "Do you know what to say when we get back?" The young woman trembled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Brother Hammer, I'm stepping out for a moment," Zhang Liang said, wrapping his arm around the startled young woman, casting a glance at Sun Dachui. "All right, take care." Sun Dachui replied, waving his hand dismissively. He held a favorable opinion of Zhang Liang, intelligent and meticulous in his actions, he alleviated many of Sun Dachui's burdens, which was why he had entrusted such a significant role to a newcomer. Brother, we haven't had our fill yet. What does Liang Gu mean by this? One individual complained. Typically, after the boss had indulged, they could partake in some enjoyment as well, but with Zhang Liang's sudden arrival, no one dared to broach the subject again. Enjoy your game. You have no standing to compare with the likes of me. Sun Dachui retorted fiercely, delivering a slap to the complainant. Focus on your game. Speak out of turn again, and I'll deal with you. After escorting the young woman to her doorstep, Zhang Liang did not return to the factory street immediately, but instead ventured into the night towards another destination. Meanwhile, Zhou Lily, sharing a bed with him, had already succumbed to a gentle snore, while Song Wenwen lay restlessly, unable to find sleep. She turned her head to gaze out the window. The moonlight cast a bright glow over the tranquil little town. Two matters swirled within her mind. First, why had Zhang Liang invited her to dinner today? Was it a genuine apology? Song Wenwen found it hard to believe. Second, were Qin Fei and his sister-in-law truly as ambiguous as Zhou Lily suggested? After much contemplation, Song Wenwen ultimately made a decision. She would meet Qin Fei at the school gate after class tomorrow, for only he could provide answers to both queries. That afternoon, the final class for the first graders was Chinese. After class, Song Wenwen called out to Qin Yao. Qin Yao, wait a moment. I'll walk with you, she said. Qin Yao, unaware of the reason behind her teacher's desire to accompany her, nodded obediently. Yaoyao, does your mother have some time lately? Song Wenwen inquired, holding Qin Yao's hand. I don't know, Teacher Song. Is there something you need to discuss with my mother? Qin Yao asked earnestly, looking up. Yes. Please tell your mother that I would like to visit when she is available, Song Wenwen replied. Okay, I will tell my mother right away, Qin Yao affirmed eagerly. Upon reaching the school gate, Qin Fei was indeed waiting by his motorcycle. His surprise at Song Wenwen's sudden appearance was palpable. He had anticipated that their meeting would require more time to develop, with him taking the initiative. Teacher Song, Qin Fei acknowledged her presence. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Song Wenwen said softly. Yaoyao, wait here for your uncle and don't wander off, Qin Fei instructed, fixing his gaze on Qin Yao before stepping away with Song Wenwen. Teacher, what is it you wish to say? Song Wenwen nodded and briefly recounted how she had been dragged by Zhou Lily to dinner yesterday, where she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Liang. Qin Fei fell into deep contemplation. The implication of Song Wenwen's words was unmistakable. Their encounter with Zhang Liang was not merely a coincidence instigated by Zhou Lily, but rather a deliberate act on Zhang Liang's part. What could Zhang Liang possibly desire? Qin Fei found himself at a loss. Could it be that he was aware of my pursuit of Song Wenwen and sought to intervene, thus satisfying his competitive spirit? Qin Fei was reluctant to accept this explanation, yet it appeared to be the only plausible one. Song, how would you describe your relationship with Zhou Lily? Qin Fei inquired after a moment of reflection. It's quite ordinary. We share a dormitory, and it's difficult for me to refuse her, Song Wenwen replied thoughtfully. That's all right, Song. Just be mindful of Zhou Lily. There is no need to concern yourself with Zhang Liang, Qin Fei smiled, attempting to alleviate the tension that seemed to envelop Song Wenwen. By the way, this Saturday, the cinema in town will be screening Lushan Love. I have 2 tickets. Would you like to join me? Song Wenwen was taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Fei's abrupt shift in conversation. They had been engrossed in analyzing that ruffian Zhang Liang. And now he was suddenly extending an invitation to watch a movie together. Chapter 54 6,000 Yuan Teacher Song. Shall we go together? Observing that Song Wenwen had been silent with her head lowered for an extended period, Qin Fei continued speaking. What time is it? Song Wenwen finally lifted her head. Her eyes filled with anxiety. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, all right then. I will wait for you at the cinema entrance, Qin Fei replied with a smile. Song Wenwen's response was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Third uncle, Teacher Song asked me to check with Mom if she has time to visit our home. Qin Yu said on their way back. Is Teacher Song planning a home visit? The first thought that crossed Qin Fei's mind was this. Yet he quickly sensed something amiss. Yaoyao was not Zhao Xiuxiu. Why would she need to visit their home? Upon returning to the hillside, Cheng Miling had yet to finish work and was busy drying the last batch of sunflower seeds. With the weather turning colder, more people were staying home, leading to a significant increase in sales across the 3 towns, and production was already struggling to keep up. Qin Fei had become aware of this issue and was preparing to set up a stall outside, along with 2 cooking stations, and hire additional help. Qingjia, I have something to ask of you. Qin Fei parked his motorcycle and approached Cheng Miling. I would like to find 2 more helpers. Do you know anyone you could recommend? He was reluctant to recruit from his own village. Firstly, familiarity often complicated matters, and secondly, he understood that a monthly wage of 25 yuan would certainly stir up quite a commotion in the village. Recruiting people? Cheng Miling perked up. Leave it to me. Xiaoqin, I will arrange everything for you. Cheng Jia, it's essential that the people are reliable and diligent, Qin Fei emphasized. Understood, I got it. You can rest assured. Cheng Miling assured him, patting her chest. Seeing Cheng Miling so confident, he felt reassured. Next was the matter of setting up the cooking stations. He had bought extra materials last time, but who could assist him? It was impossible to approach Lao Song, who was currently busy driving his truck across the country to meet supply demands, leaving him with no time at all. Old Jiang, Qin Fei smacked his forehead, questioning whether he had become forgetful due to thoughts of romance lately. Old Jiang would be a perfect fit for this task. After nearly a month of hard work, the framework of the house on the homestead had already taken shape. Master Jiang, are you busy? When Qin Fei arrived at the homestead, Old Jiang was working with the mortar. Xiaoqin, you're here. Old Jiang glanced up at Qin Fei without pausing his work, appearing somewhat unenthusiastic. Master Jiang, why don't you take a break? I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Fei pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered him one. Old Jiang brushed off the dust from his hands, accepted the cigarette, and lit it. Speak. What is it? I need to set up 2 cooking stations. All the materials are ready, and I was hoping you could arrange for a worker to help out. Qin Fei lit his own cigarette, having grown accustomed to smoking while discussing business. This is simple, Old Jiang replied in a deep voice. I can come by tomorrow. At this moment, Qin Fei became acutely aware that something was amiss with Old Jiang today. He seemed to harbor some unspoken concern. His wife, Liwa, was also absent. Typically, whenever he visited, she would be the most enthusiastic host. Master Zhang, is something troubling you? Qin Fei inquired. It's nothing. Rest assured about the stove issue. I will take care of it tomorrow, Old Jiang replied, but after uttering these words, he picked up a shovel, appearing exceedingly weighed down by an invisible burden. Qin Fei was convinced that something must have transpired in Old Jiang's household. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Rising, he moved away and approached a worker who was loading bricks onto a small cart. Master, has something happened at Old Jiang's home? Qin Fei was a familiar face around here, and everyone knew him to be a generous and amiable patron. Indeed, it's concerning the young girl in Jiang's family. She has fallen ill, and it seems quite serious. Sister Lihua hasn't been around for 2 days. She went home to take the child for treatment, the worker responded. Grateful, Qin Fei returned to inform his sister-in-law, Linine, that he would not be home for dinner that evening, then rode his motorcycle towards Yaoyao. Having visited Old Jiang's home only once before, he was somewhat familiar with the route, but it was already dark by the time he left Shilin town. After fumbling around, he finally located the house just before 8 o'clock. The lights were on. There were people inside. He knocked on the door. Liwa appeared, looking as though she had aged a decade in just a few days. Surprised to see Qin Fei, she exclaimed, Little Qin, what brings you here? Sister, I heard you haven't been to the construction site for several days. I came to check on you. Is everything all right? Has something happened at home? Qin Fei asked. With a deep sigh, Liwa replied, Oh, little Qin, please come inside. It's quite cold out here. Once inside, she poured him a cup of hot water, her expression laden with sorrow, yet she remained silent. Sister, please tell me what's wrong. Since I'm here, perhaps I can help, Qin Fei urged. My daughter collapsed at school. The hospital says it's a congenital heart defect, and she needs surgery to be treated, Liwa said. Wiping away a tear as she looked at Qin Fei. The local clinic said they can't handle it. We need to go to a larger hospital in the city. And it will cost quite a bit. How much is quite a bit? Qin Fei pressed for specifics. The doctor said the surgery will cost over 5,000 yuan. Liwa sobbed. Qin Fei was bewildered as to why Old Jiang continued to toil at the construction site instead of coming home. How can he still be working at the site with such a significant issue at home? He can't come back. I want to allow him to. With such a grave matter at hand, he needs to earn money, Liwa explained. He promised to finish the house in 2 months, and we cannot afford any delays. As for the child, I can manage that on my own. Suddenly, Qin Fei found himself at a loss for words to comfort Liwa. In these times, rural families facing serious illness often find themselves without the means to seek proper treatment. Many resort to folk remedies and talismans, hoping that fate will be kind. While he might have remained oblivious to the situation, now that he was aware, he could not turn a blind eye. Sister, I will have Old Jiang return tomorrow. Nothing is more important than the child, Qin Fei declared, rising to take his leave and hastily returning to Shilin that very night. The following morning, as Qin Fei was having breakfast on the back mountain, old Zhang arrived, carrying a tool bag. Qin Fei quickly set down his bowl, directed old Zhang to the appropriate location, and handed him the blueprints that old Song had drawn previously. Old Zhang cast a glance at the blueprints and immersed himself in his work. It became evident that true professionals excel in their craft. He single-handedly assembled 2 stoves in the span of a morning, surpassing old Song's efforts by a considerable margin. Master Zhang, here you go, this is 6,000. Qin Fei said as he presented a thick package wrapped in oil paper to old Zhang. The latter's face was a picture of disbelief, hesitating to reach out. Take it. Qin Fei insisted, pushing the money into old Zhang's arms. Consider this a loan. We can postpone work for a few days if necessary to save the child. Old Zhang had contemplated seeking Qin Fei's assistance, for among those he knew, only Qin Fei had the means to help him in such dire circumstances. Yet he remained silent. 6,000 yuan was no trifling sum, and he and Qin Fei were hardly friends. What kind of trust would it take to lend such an amount so casually? Thank you, old Zhang stammered, his throat tightening as it took him a moment to utter those words. Chapter 55. Mother Qinlan on a Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, outside the cinema. This time and place had lodged itself in Song Wenwen's heart like a signpost from the moment Qin Fei extended the invitation. She felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. As if, upon reaching that moment, her life would embark on an entirely different path. Wenwen, you're back. As Song Wenwen pushed her bicycle into the house, her mother, Qinlan, rushed out from the inner room at the sound of her voice. Mom. Wenwen barely had time to steady her bicycle before she leapt into her mother's embrace. It had been nearly 3 months since the mother and daughter had seen each other. Qinlan, the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department at the People's Hospital of Xinjiang City, was exceedingly busy. So much so that she scarcely had time for her husband and child. While her husband was also quite occupied, she felt no guilt over that. However, the situation with her daughter was different. She had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother to the best of her ability and felt a lingering sense of indebtedness. As Qinlan gazed at her beautiful daughter, who stood before her like a graceful swan, she was momentarily transported back to her own youth. She recalled the little girl who would eat, attend school, and complete her homework without fuss, a child who was so mature it tugged at her heartstrings. How quickly she had grown. Mom, how many days can I stay this time? Woman inquired at the dinner table. Leaving Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow. I'll accompany you on a nice outing. No, you shall accompany me. It's been years since I visited Shilin, and I barely recognize it, Qinlan said. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at her daughter. Mom, I have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, Wenwen said, lowering her head shyly. Both Qinlan and her grandmother simultaneously set down their chopsticks and turned their attention to Wenwen. Wenwen, have you fallen in love? Qinlan asked with a smile, encouraging her daughter to share. No, Wenwen replied softly. Understanding her daughter's reluctance, Qinlan stifled a laugh and refrained from pressing further. Wenwen, what was the name of that colleague you brought home last night? You're not seeing her, are you? Grandmother suddenly interjected. Zhou Lily, she shares my dormitory. Wenwen lifted her head. I'm not very familiar with her. Why would I invite her? Wenwen, don't get too close to her, grandmother said sternly. I don't like that girl. She doesn't seem reputable. Mom, that's not fair, Qinlan interjected. She's still a colleague and lives in the same dormitory as Wenwen. We're not outside the home. Grandmother looked at Qinlan. You and your husband are both so detached, scarcely concerned about Wenwen, always busy. Turning back to Wenwen, she added, if you ever do fall in love, you must tell Grandma, so I can see what kind of person he is. Qinlan winked at her daughter, and Wenwen playfully stuck out her tongue. This was a silent understanding the two had developed in the face of grandmother's admonitions. After dinner, Qinlan entered Wenwen's room with a blanket. The two of them leaned against the headboard, appearing more like sisters than mother and daughter. Wenwen, tell me about that young man. Who is he? Qinlan asked eagerly as she embraced her daughter. Mom, I'm not sure yet, Wenwen replied, her face flushed. I don't know how to explain. What do you mean? Not sure. Qinlan gently cupped her daughter's face in her hands. What are you two planning to do tomorrow afternoon? Going to the movies? Mom, how did you know? Song Wenwen's face was comically squished, her lips pouting in surprise. I was young once too. Your father pursued me in much the same way, Qinlan replied, releasing her grip and teasingly commenting, men are all alike. Their methods of courting are strikingly similar: movies, shopping, dining, strolling, holding hands, and so forth. Even 100 years from now, I dare say it will remain unchanged. Mom, when Dad first asked you out to the movies, did you agree immediately? Song Wenwen, curious about her parents' romantic history, inquired. Not at all, Wenwen. The art of pursuit involves a delicate dance of push and pull. You know. Qinlan's face lit up with a nostalgic smile as she reminisced about her youthful days. Your father persistently asked me out 3 times, at least 3, before I finally acquiesced, simply because he was so annoyingly persistent, lingering outside my dormitory. Wow, Dad was like that? Someone couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I can hardly picture him that way. However, her amusement quickly faded as she recalled her own experience. She had agreed to Qin Fei's invitation without much thought. Mom, I agreed to go with him on his first invitation. What should I do? Isn't that a bit too forward? She expressed anxiously. Qinlan, observing her daughter's expression, realized that she had genuinely developed feelings. She was intrigued to learn about the person her otherwise aloof daughter had become fond of. Wenwen, tell me how you two met. I'll help you analyze the situation. Qinlan encouraged. Song Wenwen nodded and recounted the tale, beginning with how she met Qin Fei while he was selling sunflower seeds on the street. Leading up to their recent exchanges in Qin Yao's diary, she shared every detail with her mother. Clever boy, Qinlan exclaimed after hearing the story, clapping her hands in frustration. He knows you're a Chinese teacher, so he must have aimed to impress you with his poetic words in the diary. She regarded her daughter with a look of concern. I'm afraid, Wenwen, that you might not be a match for him. Really? Song Wenwen's eyes widened in confusion. So, should I still go tomorrow? Don't go. Qinlan playfully insisted. Let him stew for a bit. Mom, we've already made plans. It wouldn't be right to cancel, Song Wenwen said, pursing her lips. Oh dear, it's truly a disaster. Qinlan sighed repeatedly. My foolish daughter. You've truly fallen for him. After listening to her mother's analysis, Song Wenwen pondered why she felt differently about Qin Fei. She was convinced it was merely the poetic words in the diary that had captivated her, yet she couldn't articulate the reasons behind her feelings. Wenwen. He's a businessman, just a small entrepreneur, Qinlan suddenly said after a moment of contemplation. I fear your father won't approve. Qinlan's concerns were not unfounded, as societal perceptions of individual entrepreneurs in their time were often colored by a general skepticism towards private enterprises. However, it is of no concern. As long as that troublesome boy possesses a good heart, your father will be managed on my end. Qinlan discerned the worry lurking in her daughter's eyes and embraced her tightly. Wenwen, shall I accompany you tomorrow? Song Wenwen instinctively shook her head. She was utterly inexperienced in matters of love, yet she understood that no one would bring their mother along on a date. Worry not. I shall follow discreetly and ensure he remains oblivious, Qinlan said with a smile. I am quite curious to see what charm this rascal possesses that has captivated my daughter so completely. Chapter 56. A date with Mother. Qin Fei harbored great anticipation for the film Lushan Love. Although he had lived a second life, he had never actually seen the movie, merely hearing about it through others. However, what excited him even more was the prospect of his first date with Song Wenwen. On Saturday morning, he arrived early at Shilin, dining with Sun Pengzi before heading to the cinema. He left his motorcycle at the shop's entrance and took bus number 11, reaching the cinema by 1:30. He had prepared caramel sunflower seeds and 5-spice peanuts, for popcorn was not available in theaters during that time. For this date, Qin Fei had made a special effort to dress well, donning the trendiest jeans and a leather jacket, his hair slicked back with pomade, exuding an energy reminiscent of the vibrant morning sun. As the crowd gathered at the cinema entrance, mostly young couples, Song Wenwen approached, lost in her thoughts, momentarily failing to recognize the tall, handsome figure before her as Qin Fei. Miss Song, Qin Fei greeted, stepping forward. The cinema had begun checking tickets. The attendant calling out through a megaphone, the screening of Lushan Love is about to commence. Those with tickets, please enter promptly. Have you been waiting long? Song Wenwen inquired, her heart racing as she glanced back nervously. We've only just begun the ticket check. Let us head inside, Qin Fei replied with a smile. Today, Song Wenwen wore flared pants and a black leather jacket, a pink silk scarf adorning her neck, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a subtle shade of lipstick gracing her lips, an ensemble quite unlike her usual understated attire. Nodding, she followed Qin Fei into the theater. Other couples either held hands lightly, or the girls linked their arms with their partners, while Qin Fei and Song Wenwen walked one behind the other. However, a curious onlooker also slipped into the crowd behind them. At that moment, Qinlan's emotions mirrored that of a mother rabbit observing her little white bunnies embarking on their first independent venture into the wilderness. To her, the spirited and striking Qin Fei resembled a robust wolf, and she feared her naive bunny would soon be ensnared. As the film commenced, the theater was filled to capacity, with Qin Fei and Song Wen seated in the third row. "Miss Song, here are some sunflower seeds and peanuts," Qin Fei offered, placing the oil paper-wrapped snacks on his lap and gesturing toward them. Song Wen nodded, feeling quite anxious and unable to focus on the snacks. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Lan was seated somewhere in the theater, watching them intently. The thought made Song Wen squirm in her seat. Fortunately, as the movie began, her attention gradually shifted to the romantic film she had heard so much about. In truth, Qin Fei was not much less nervous than Song Wen. Despite his second life, he had little experience in romance. He glanced around, observing that most couples were nestled closely together in the dim light, while he sat upright, akin to a student attending a lecture. Should I attempt to hold her hand? Qin Fei pondered. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to relinquish his intentions. The abruptness of it rendered him akin to a famished specter. He turned his attention to the film instead. As the screen portrayed Zhou Jun weeping in anguish over her entanglement with Geng Hua, Qin Fei observed tears glistening in Song Wen's eyes. He felt a stirring within him, though it was more profound than the unfolding narrative. Lushan love was far more liberal than he had anticipated. The attire of the leading lady, Zhou Jun, prompted many young women to shield their partner's eyes, forbidding them from watching. It was an era gradually shedding its shackles, with this ancient land poised for ascendance. When Zhou Jun and Geng Hua sprinted towards each other by the artificial lake, unable to contain their yearning embrace, plunging into the water to swim towards one another, Song Wen wept softly, stifling her sobs. Qin Fei patted his pockets, finding neither handkerchief nor napkin. He glanced around, attempting to borrow some tissue, but the sight was filled with young women dabbing at their tears, and even if there were some, it would likely be insufficient. Yet, he perceived something else. A striking woman in her 30s had been gazing at Song Wen and him, and upon their eyes meeting, she quickly averted her gaze, clearly flustered. A flicker of caution arose in Qin Fei's heart, though he soon dismissed it as a misjudgment. Song Wen was on the verge of dissolving into a puddle of tears. He felt that to do nothing in this moment would be unmanly. He extended his arm, gently wrapping it around Song Wen, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. Immersed in the film, she remained oblivious to his gesture, simply relishing the comfort of a shoulder to lean on. When Zhou Jun, with her suitcase in tow, was embraced by Geng Hua's family, the cinema erupted in laughter, tears giving way to joy as lovers found their happy endings. Song Wen too smiled, and in that fleeting moment of covering her mouth, she realized she was nestled in Qin Fei's embrace. A warmth surged from her ears to her cheeks, ultimately igniting a fire within her heart. An indescribable warmth coursing through her being. She subtly adjusted her position, pretending to be unperturbed. As the nearly 1.5-hour film concluded, couples began to disperse, their love elevated by the poignant cinematic experience, the air thick with a heady blend of hormones. Qin Fei naturally took Song Wen's hand, leading her out of the cinema. The sky was overcast as they approached the pastry shop. "Shall we stroll a bit, and then dine, Miss Song?" he suggested, glancing sideways at her. At that moment, Song Wen felt like a small rabbit pinned beneath the claw of a great gray wolf. Her heart raced more fiercely than ever before, the cool breeze brushing against her. Yet her face felt aflame. She nodded, acutely aware of the sweat pooling in her palm where Qin Fei grasped her hand. Neither spoke, savoring the leisurely pace along the street, both seemingly wishing to prolong this path, stretching it longer than the heavens themselves. The streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Qin Fei felt as if he held a powerful weapon in his palm, granting him the courage to confront all of life as challenges. Suddenly, Song Wen recalled something. Halting in her tracks, her demeanor shifting to one of frantic searching. Qin Fei, perplexed, turned around as well. Qin Lan had initially lagged behind, but as the two walked hand in hand, akin to patients exhibiting post-stroke tendencies she had observed in the hospital, they unwittingly drew closer. Suddenly, Song Wen spun around. Catching Qin Lan off guard, there was no time for pretense. Their eyes met, and Qin Lan felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her foolish daughter, even though she had never laid a finger on her in all these years. With a mere glance, Qin Fei discerned the situation. Trailing behind the two women while appraising his lovely companion, who was acquainted with Song Wen. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness and unrelenting discomfort. Abandoning her thoughts, Song Wen mused that perhaps the end of the world would not be so dreadful at this moment, as it would spare her the need to explain to Qin Fei why her mother was accompanying them on their first date. Qin Lan longed to smile, to present a welcoming impression as a mother-in-law to her seemingly promising future son-in-law. Yet despite her efforts, she could not muster the appropriate expression. Qin Fei's gaze flitted between the two, and he began to form an inkling of understanding. Chapter 57A Family Reunion Greetings, Qin Fei. I am Wenwen's mother, Qin Lan. Qin Lan graciously extended her hand to Qin Fei, recognizing her role as an elder and the necessity to take charge of the situation. Hello, Andy. Qin Fei replied with a smile as they shook hands. Song Wenwen felt this was the most embarrassing day of her life. On her very first date, she was discovered in the company of her mother, as if she were still a child in need of nurturing. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure of whom to address, her hand trapped in Qin Fei's grasp, yearning to break free. Auntie, Wenwen and I were just about to go for a meal. Would you care to join us? Qin Fei generously offered. Sure, Qin Lan answered without hesitation. Noticing her daughter's discomfort, her gaze fixated on the two hands entwined. It was only then that Qin Fei remembered to release his hold, liberating Song Wenwen. He found the situation somewhat absurd. After all, this was their first date, and he had yet to utter a single I like you. Yet here was her mother joining them. Upon reflection, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of delight. Song Laosher must have some affection for me. Otherwise, why would she bring her mother along? This was her eagerness for me to pass the mother-in-law test, he mused. The trio walked side by side, with Qin Lan in the middle, effectively separating the timid little rabbit from the bold big bad wolf. Xiao Qin, how many members are there in your family? Qin Lan inquired. I have 2 older brothers. I am the third in line, Qin Fei replied, summoning his spirits, prepared to face the scrutiny of his future mother-in-law. And how old are you? 22. Do you still live with your family? No, my family has split. I am currently building my own house, which I expect to move into before the new year. Has anyone in your family suffered from a serious illness? No, not that I know of. Song Wenwen felt her mother was asking too many questions and was desperately trying to convey her disapproval through furtive glances, but Qin Lan remained oblivious. With such a precious daughter, of course, she needed to ascertain the details. She did not wish for her daughter to marry into a rural family, only to be burdened by domestic trivialities and become a resentful wife over time. Thus far, she could somewhat accept the notion of living separately, as it would alleviate many potential troubles. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Qin Fei found himself seated opposite the mother-daughter duo, feeling somewhat anxious. Qin Lan scrutinized him intently, surveying him from head to toe. Mom, please don't stare so fixedly at him, Song Wenwen whispered shyly into her mother's ear. Qin Lan sighed inwardly. Her daughter's extroverted nature was indeed correct, and she was already turning her attention toward her suitor. Xiao Qin, you like my Wenwen, don't you? Qin Lan asked knowingly. What a question from the future mother-in-law. Of course, I like her. If I didn't, would I have gone through all this trouble to invite her to a movie? Do I look like the kind of person who would seduce a respectable family's daughter? Qin Fei couldn't help but internally scoff. Upon hearing her mother's question, Song Wenwen felt her face could serve as an iron to help her grandmother smooth out clothes. As she bowed her head, eagerly awaiting his response. Yes, I like her. I was drawn to her from our very first meeting, Qin Fei admitted, scratching his head. Wenwen, do you like Qin Fei? Qin Lan turned to her daughter, her expression earnest. From a young age, Song Wenwen's relationship with her mother, Qin Lan, resembled that of sisters. Her mother was often busy, leaving little time for companionship, yet whenever they were together, their conversations flowed effortlessly. She believed she understood her mother well. But when Qin Lan posed a particular question, her mind momentarily faltered. After a prolonged silence, Song Wenwen furtively glanced at Qin Fei, and upon meeting Qin Lan's gaze, she gently nodded in affirmation. Satisfied with this response, Qin Lan's inquiry held deeper significance. Having experienced youth herself, she was aware of the essence of love. She also recognized that, given her daughter's temperament, articulating the words I like you would be a challenge. Love is a beautiful journey, and regardless of the outcome, she wished for her daughter to fully embrace her first experience of romance. As a mother, she felt compelled to foster this budding relationship. Xiao Qin, I support your romance, Qin Lan said with a smile, before shifting her tone. However, you must exercise discretion. Do you understand what I mean? Suddenly, Qin Fei was enveloped by a sense of guilt, nodding in understanding. If I discover that you mistreat Wenwen, regardless of her affections for you, it will not come to pass, Qin Lan stated with a resolve reminiscent of one determined to dismantle 100 temples to thwart a marriage. The meal was a relaxed affair. As the head of a department at the municipal hospital, Qin Lan was warm and personable, earning Qin Fei's admiration. Having such an emotionally astute and rational mother-in-law was a stroke of fortune, vastly preferable to the inquiries of a previous generation that revolved around material possessions. After dinner, Qianlong graciously declined Qin Fei's offer to escort them home, instead linking arms with her daughter and strolling leisurely back. When Qianlong smiled. With my extensive experience in assessing people, I can say that Xiao Qin is quite commendable. Mom, why did you ask that just now? Song Wenwen queried, her face partially obscured by her hands. A mother has her reasons, Qianlong replied. Wenwen, love is enchanting, and you should immerse yourself in it wholeheartedly. However, I must remind you not to disclose anything regarding your father or your maternal grandfather to Qin Fei. I understand, Song Wenwen nodded. I might be returning with your father soon, Qianlong added. Returning where? To Shilin. Mom, what is the point of coming back if you and Dad are just fine? Song Wenwen paused, confusion etched on her face. Nothing is certain yet, but it seems likely. Your father wishes to step away from the bureaucracy and pursue other endeavors. Qianlong explained. And what about you? There is only a small clinic in Shilin, and I am the head of obstetrics and gynecology at the municipal hospital. What would I do there? The city plans to establish a branch in Shilin, and I will be the director of that branch, Qianlong said affectionately, ruffling her daughter's hair. Our family can reunite in Shilin. Yes, Song Wenwen beamed with joy. By the time Qin Fei arrived at Fatty's place, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and he intended to stay the night. How's it going, Fei Ge? Son Fatty asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The results are remarkable. I am officially taken. Qin Fei replied, beaming with pride, having even met his mother-in-law. Impressive, Son Fatty exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Just make sure my old man doesn't catch wind of this. If he does, he'll be all over it. I now regard you as a model to emulate, urging me to learn from your every action. Pray tell, when shall I have the pleasure of meeting your sister-in-law? This matter is not pressing. Given the opportunity, you shall undoubtedly encounter her. Qin Fei pondered for a moment and inquired about the state of business in recent days. Brother Fei, I was just about to discuss this with you. Son Fatty replied earnestly. I need to procure a larger quantity of goods. Tomorrow, please have Uncle Ma deliver 1,000 jin of sunflower seeds to me. What is the reason for such a hefty order? Qin Fei questioned, perplexed. There is a businessman in the city who sampled our sunflower seeds and found them delightful. He wishes to purchase 1,000 jin to distribute as holiday gifts to his workers come New Year, Son Fatty exclaimed with enthusiasm. I offered him a discount of a dime per jin. What do you think? This transaction is certainly profitable. Qin Fei nodded with a smile. Yet a sense of unease nagged at him, as if this situation concealed an unseen peril. Chapter 58. Song Yuanchao on Sunday afternoon, before 5 o'clock. Qianlong returned to the municipal community. As she entered, her husband, Song Yuanchao, was bustling in the kitchen, skillfully preparing dinner. I'm back. Upon hearing the door, Song Yuanchao emerged from the kitchen, taking his wife's coat and hanging it up. How's Wenwen? Is everything well at school? Your daughter is in a relationship. Qianlong raised her voice, a hint of mischief in her tone. What? Song Yuanchao felt as if struck by lightning. It had only been a few months since he started working, and now she was dating? It's your fault, Qianlong teased. You insisted on finding Wenwen a school in the city, but instead, you let her go to the countryside to teach as a substitute. Now look. She has found herself a suitor out there. Wait, you need to explain this to me in detail, Song Yuanchao said, hurriedly turning off the gas in the kitchen and pressing Qianlong onto the couch. What is going on? Have you met her boyfriend? I have indeed met him. They went on their first date yesterday to watch a movie, and I tagged along, Qianlong replied, a smile playing on her lips. How was it? Song Yuanchao asked. Anxious. What do you mean? How was it? What do you think of Wenwen's boyfriend? Qianlong couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning her husband, now her dear little cotton-padded jacket, being stripped away by some cheeky lad while he was asleep. He's quite decent in appearance and character, based on my experience, Qianlong stated. Song Yuanchao let out a sigh of relief, a fleeting image crossing his mind, when he would next see his daughter, and she would tell him, Dad, I'm pregnant. What does he do? Song Yuanchao inquired again. He runs a small business. Wenwen mentioned he sells sunflower seeds. Qianlong added thoughtfully. The young man is quite clever and has plans for his future. No way. Song Yuanchao shook his head vehemently. Wenwen cannot marry someone who sells seeds at a stall. Comrade Song Yuanchao, mind your language. You are a servant of the people. How can you look down upon them? Qianlong interrupted. Don't take it too far. You know that's not what I mean, Song Yuanchao replied, a look of distress on his face. Wenwen has always been sensible, never causing us worry. We must intervene regarding her marriage. Are we to let her follow that boy around selling seeds in the wind and rain? Qin Lan had anticipated her husband's reaction. She settled beside him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. You're overthinking it. They are just dating for now. What happens in the future is still uncertain. That is still unacceptable. Dating is out of the question, Song Yuanchao exclaimed passionately. What if that boy mistreats Wenwen? What will we do then? Rest assured, I've had a word with him, Qin Lan replied, looking into Song Yuanchao's eyes. Trust me, and have faith in your daughter. Such things will not occur. All right, if you say so, mother, Song Yuanchao sighed. Cheer up, your daughter still thinks of you. Qin Lan rose and retrieved a scarf from the bag she had brought back. It was a gift knitted by Wenwen. Song Yuanchao held the scarf in his hands, a paternal smile gracing his face. Have you finalized your matters? Qin Lan inquired. Yes, the organization has already had a conversation with me. The official notice will likely take a few more days, Song Yuanchao responded as he stood up. You should wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. The couple, both exceptionally busy in their daily lives, cherished the rare opportunity to share a meal together. At the dining table, Qin Lan tentatively suggested, perhaps I should call my father and remove that. No need. I will comply with the organization's arrangements, Song Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to discuss work matters with his wife at this moment. What is the name of Wenwen's partner? Qin Fei, Qin Lan replied. He lives in the village near Wenwen's school. Song Yuanchao silently repeated the name in his mind, committing it to memory. With the beginning of the new term on Monday, Song Wenwen had recovered sufficiently to accept the reality that she was now in a relationship. Everything felt surreal to her. Just last week, Qin Fei had been a parent of one of her students, and within a weekend, he had transformed into her partner. Wenwen, you seem different somehow, Zhou Lily remarked, sitting beside Song Wenwen's bed. What is different? Wenwen's gaze flickered. I can't quite articulate it. It's just a feeling, Zhou Lily said, resting her chin on her hand. You're not in love, are you? Coughing, Song Wenwen, who was sipping water, suddenly choked. Am I that obvious? She thought. Insisting to herself that nothing had changed, she still followed her morning routine of drinking a cup of warm water upon waking. Wenwen, are you really in love? Zhou Lily pressed. No, I'm not, Song Wenwen exclaimed, hastily retreating through the door. Upon entering the office, she found her students engaged in their morning reading. The homework diaries and assignments had already been collected by the class representative and laid on her desk. After a brief inspection of the classroom, Song Wenwen returned to her office to begin grading the assignments. Love knows no bounds, even across mountains and seas. Such words were inscribed in Qin Yao's diary. Song Wenwen could hear her heart racing. The 10 characters seemed like divine utterances, imbued with an extraordinary power that captivated her, stirring a longing for Qin Fei, whom she had not seen for merely a day. She recalled the movie Lushan Love she had watched on Saturday, where Zhou Jun and Geng Hua leapt into the water, rushing towards each other, moving her to tears. He must have seen her emotional response, prompting him to write such a profound line. In that moment, Song Wenwen felt her heart swell with joy. Her mother had indeed been right. Love is truly beautiful. Teacher Song. The young teacher, her cheeks still flushed, was grading assignments when Qin Yao called from the doorway. Come in, Qin Yao. Song Wenwen gazed at her, her feelings inevitably altered. It was likely that this girl would become her niece in the future. Teacher, my mother says you can visit whenever you like, depending on your schedule, Qin Yao said earnestly. Understood, teacher. Song Wenwen nodded. Yaoyao, is your third uncle usually at home during the day? No. He is quite busy and does not return until he picks me up from school, Qin Yao replied. All right, you may return to the classroom. Class is about to begin, Song Wenwen said as she took Qin Yao's hand and led her out of the office. The first 2 periods of the morning comprised her Chinese language classes, and she had time in the afternoon. She resolved to visit Qin Yao's home later that day. Chapter 59, The Encounter at 3 o'clock. Song Wenwen pushed her bicycle out of the school gates, recalling the last time Qin Fei had ridden his motorcycle, taking her to accompany Qin Yao home. The route remained vivid in her memory. Upon reaching the base of the familiar hill, she noticed some changes in the scenery. A shelter had been erected on the open land, beneath which 2 cooking stoves were situated, and a modestly dressed woman was bent over, busily attending to her tasks. As Song Wenwen approached with her bicycle, Lin heard the sound and looked up, their gazes meeting. Although Song Wenwen had never met Qin Fei's sister-in-law, the mother of Qin Yao, she felt an undeniable certainty that the woman before her was indeed that very person. She had always perceived herself as an independent woman nurtured under a red flag, rejecting subservience and harboring no jealousy or resentment, trusting, and embracing love. However, at this moment, as she beheld Lin Yin's face and locked eyes with her, an unexpected alarm rang out within her heart. The woman before her appeared scarcely older than her own 20 years. Her simple attire only accentuated her beauty. In contrast, Song Wenwen felt akin to an immature green apricot. While this woman resembled a ripe persimmon, bursting with juice upon a single bite, confidence began to wane within Song Wenwen, leaving her shaken. If she were a man, it would be impossible not to be captivated by such a woman. Lin Yin, with a mere glance, recognized the identity of the girl standing before her. As if fate had dictated this moment, someone who was destined to appear had finally arrived. The young woman was beautiful and vibrant, in the prime of her life, reminiscent of Lin Yin's own youth. Only a girl of such beauty deserved someone like Qin Fei, did she not? Neither spoke, yet they exchanged understanding through their glances. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Lin Yin inquired, setting aside her spatula and wiping her brow with the back of her hand, smiling warmly. I am Qin Fei's girlfriend," Song Wenwen replied. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted her choice. Why identify herself as Qin Fei's girlfriend? Was it insecurity that compelled her to stake a claim? Song Wenwen, where is your mind? Have you forgotten how to engage in a romance? No. I am Qin Yao's homeroom teacher, here for a home visit. She blushed and corrected herself. "Hello, Teacher Song," Lin Yin said, glancing at the pot and feeling a bit embarrassed. "I still have a bit of work to finish here. Please, make yourself comfortable in the house, and I will join you shortly." "All right, there's no rush," Song Wenwen nodded, securing her bicycle but choosing not to enter the house, instead standing aside to wait. Teacher Song. Cheng Miling, returning with water, spotted Song Wenwen and greeted her warmly. "What brings you here?" Xiao's mother. "I came to check in," Song Wenwen smiled, engaging in conversation with Qin Yao's mother. "Is there something concerning Yaoyao's studies? How has Xiao been doing academically?" Cheng Miling inquired. "Oh no. Both Xiao and Qin Yao are doing exceptionally well, displaying a commendable attitude towards their studies," Song Wenwen reassured her. "That's wonderful to hear. Thank you so much." Teacher Song. "If it weren't for your guidance, my Xiao might have fallen behind." Cheng Miling expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Song Wenwen. If it were not for her introduction, she would not have found such a splendid job with Qin Fei. "Sister Cheng, please serve the sunflower seeds." "I would like to have a chat with Teacher Song," Lin Yin interjected. "All right, you two converse," Cheng Miling replied, hastily stepping forward to take the spatula from Lin Yin's hand. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Lin Yin poured a glass of water for Song Wenwen and seated herself opposite her. "Teacher Song, is there something you wish to discuss? Has my daughter Yaoyao caused any trouble at school?" Lin Yin inquired, though her heart was as clear as a mirror. It was evident that Song Wenwen was primarily here in her capacity as Qin Fei's partner, likely having heard some village gossip. "No. Yaoyao has been performing exceptionally well at school," Song Wenwen responded, albeit feeling somewhat guilty. She glanced around before continuing. "I heard that Yaoyao comes from a single-parent family, so I wanted to communicate with you about this matter. Has Yaoyao faced bullying at school since her father left early?" Lin Yin asked. "There had been similar incidents before, but I have already addressed the issue with that particular student, and it has been resolved," Song Wenwen reassured her. "As Yaoyao's homeroom teacher, I believe it is important for us to communicate more in the future to jointly support her healthy development." Song Wenwen had thoughtfully considered this. Recognizing that Yaoyao was the only child from a single-parent family in her class, and that such children require extra care and attention. "Thank you, Teacher Song. I will certainly cooperate," Lin Yin nodded in agreement. At this point, it seemed that Song Wenwen had exhausted all the words she intended to say during this visit, and she found herself at a loss for further conversation. "Teacher, when did you and my third brother start dating?" Lin Yin broke the awkward silence, smiling at Song Wenwen. It hasn't been long, just the day before yesterday," Song Wenwen replied, feeling flustered. "My third brother is truly fortunate to have met you." Lin Yin grasped Song Wenwen's hand. "Teacher, there may be unkind words circulating outside. I hope you won't take them to heart. My brother is a gentleman. He is merely taking care of me and Yaoyao in place of his late elder brother." Song Wenwen noticed the calloused hands that held hers. Realizing how hard it must be for her to raise a child alone, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her. She regretted coming here and unintentionally reopening old wounds. "Yes, I understand," Song Wenwen nodded. "From now on, may I call you Sister Lin Yin?" "Of course," Lin Yin smiled and nodded. Yaoyao is indeed lucky to have such a caring third uncle, and soon, a teacher for an aunt. I need not worry about her studies anymore. "Sister Lin Yin, will you and Yaoyao continue to live here?" Song Wenwen blushed slightly, as the weather grew colder and the place felt damp. "No, once my brother's house is finished, we will move there," Lin teased. "If it bothers you, just let my brother know." "Not at all. I don't mind," Song Wenwen replied, lowering her head shyly. Uncertain of the reasons, from the moment Lin clasped her hand, Song Wenwen completely lowered her guard, feeling a profound sense of sympathy for such a tormented woman. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while, after which Song Wenwen rose to take her leave. "Are Lin, teacher Song, and Xiao Qin perhaps romantically involved?" inquired Cheng Miling with a hint of gossip after Song Wenwen departed. "Indeed," Lin replied with a smile and a nod. "How wonderful. Xiao Qin is quite the charming gentleman, and teacher Song is also quite handsome. They are perfectly suited for one another," Cheng Miling remarked with admiration. Lin remained silent, rising to enter the cave, where she retrieved a letter from the pocket of her lingerie, lost in contemplation. "It is time. I must depart." Chapter 60. Cheng Miling recently. Cheng Miling has found some solace in her heart. With a substantial income from Qin Fei's side, her family's life has finally stabilized. In the initial days following her husband's injury, she felt as though the sky was collapsing. The pillar of their household had fallen, and she wondered how they would manage, especially with their daughter's education at stake. Now, each morning, she prepares breakfast and brings it to her husband by the bedside, assisting him with his needs before departing. At noon, she borrows Lin Yin's bicycle to rush back home, reheating the meal and changing her husband's diaper. Occasionally, when her husband cannot hold back, she must change the bed linens and clean him up, which can be quite troublesome. In the evenings, after returning home, she must feed the pigs and chickens before darkness falls and water the vegetable garden. Her daily life spins like a tightly wound top, leaving no moment to pause. Though it is arduous, she sees a glimmer of hope and harbors no complaints. That afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Cheng Miling left Shaosu village, arriving home just before 6. With the increased quantity of food to prepare lately, she has been busier than usual, and this has brought her joy. Qin Fei is a considerate boss, and he recognizes her efforts, which are reflected in the bonuses he dispenses. Today, upon learning that the kind and beautiful teacher Song is in a relationship with Qin Fei, Cheng Miling's spirits were particularly elevated. She felt genuinely happy for this match made in heaven. Upon arriving home, Cheng Miling first checked on her husband to see if he needed a diaper change. As she lifted the blanket, she noticed that his complexion was not quite right. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" she inquired. After 8 years of marriage, her feelings toward her husband were neither entirely satisfactory nor wholly discontent. It was merely tolerable. Her husband had a volatile temper, and there had been numerous instances over the years when he had resorted to violence. Yet, what could she do? She had to endure, especially since their daughter was still young. Besides, if they were to divorce, it would be her who would suffer the embarrassment. "Is your boss a man? Is he involved with your sister-in-law?" her husband questioned loudly. "Who visited you today?" Cheng Miling felt a surge of anger. "Yes, he is a man. But what do you mean by involved with my sister-in-law? Young Qin is a decent fellow with his own partner. He is Xiu's homeroom teacher. Having a partner, yet fooling around with your sister-in-law, is unacceptable. No way, you are not going," her husband yelled. "What madness is this? Do you think young Qin would even look at me?" Cheng Miling retorted, hands on her hips. "I would be the one pursuing him. And you think he would want me? You're a shameless hussy. I knew you were never a good woman. You flock to men with money." Her husband spat venomously. "To hell with you. If I don't go, who's going to support this family? You'll provide for our daughter's education?" Cheng Miling trembled with rage. "What have I done to deserve this? Have I failed to care for you, or have I brought men home? You ungrateful wretch. I said you are not going. And that's final." Her husband seized a pillow and hurled it at Cheng Miling, groping around the bed with his limited mobility in search of something he could wield as a weapon. "You may think as you please. It is of no concern to me." Cheng Miling gazed at her husband like an enraged lioness, determined that her daughter must pursue her studies and not remain illiterate as she once had. "I must work to support her." With that, Cheng Miling exited the house without a glance back. In the living room, Zhao Xiuxiu stood frozen in terror, helplessly watching her mother. "You worthless scoundrel, you shameless wretch." The foul language of her husband echoed within the walls. Cheng Miling took her daughter to the yard, crouching down to caress her head. "Xiuxiu, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. Focus on your studies, and I will ensure you have what you need. Go to Zhuang's house to do your homework, and when dinner is ready, I shall come to fetch you." Zhao Xiuxiu, still bewildered, nodded and returned to retrieve her school bag. Alone in the yard, Cheng Miling covered her face in tears, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had sacrificed everything for this family, Yet her husband remained dissatisfied, casting doubt upon her character for mere whispers. Which fool speaks such nonsense? A wretched creature born of a father but raised without a mother. How dare you defile my home? Cheng Miling unleashed a torrent of curses at the unseen instigator who had incited her husband. Once her anger subsided, she fed the pigs and chickens, then hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She remembered Qin Fei's request to find 2 individuals and had already secured one. Now she needed to inquire about the second. Yue, Auntie, is Yue there? Miling, yes, Yue is here, tending to the fire in the kitchen. Cheng Miling faced little resistance as she secured a nod of agreement from Lin Yue's family to accompany her the following day. Lin Yue, a charming 18-year-old from the same village, was slightly plump but renowned for her exquisite embroidery skills. Cheng Miling rushed home, where the rice was simmering, and immediately began washing vegetables. She had saved 2 pounds of the 3 pounds of meat Qin Fei had given her for drying and now cut off a piece to prepare. Her husband's health required nourishment to restore him, and in this moment, she fully embraced her role as a diligent homemaker. As if the earlier accusations and insults had never transpired. Life itself is indeed fraught with challenges. This was her only solace. After preparing the meal, she called for her daughter from the neighboring house, barely having time to eat herself. She served a bowl of rice, topping it with half the meat, and carried it into the room. Her husband remained irate, and upon her entrance, his eyes were filled with disdain. What are you making such a fuss about? Do you not know your own condition? If I, Cheng Miling, were that sort of person, may lightning strike me. Cheng Miling placed the food in her husband's hands and began to massage him. The doctor had advised that bedridden patients require frequent massage to avoid complications. Perhaps we should try again tonight, she suggested, noticing her husband's silence and surrendering to the circumstances. Ever since his injury, he had been unable to move his lower body. She understood well what mattered most to him as a man. Over the past few days, she had toiled to meet his almost torturous demands, yet had seen no improvement. Cheng Miling understood that if she could not compel her husband to rise in bed, her future days would be fraught with turmoil. You may go about your work, she warned, but should I discover any infidelity, I shall not hesitate to end your life. No one shall survive. Her husband, seemingly acquiescent, nonetheless uttered these words with malicious intent. Fine then, you may kill me. Do as you wish. Cheng Miling wearily responded. Her hands, weary from the massage, had already drained her entire physical strength, leaving her devoid of any energy for further quarrels. After her husband finished his meal, she ceased the massage and made her way to the dining table in the main room to begin her own dinner. The food had cooled, though some meat remained, thoughtfully saved by their considerate daughter, aware of her mother's hardships. Cheng Miling merely took a single piece to rest at the bottom of her bowl. Chapter 61. A chance encounter on the bus from Shilin Town to the urban area of Qinghe City. Qin Fei had chosen a window seat early in the morning. His journey to Qinghe City was to seek out a printing factory to produce packaging bags for fragrant sunflower seeds. Presently, the towns of Shilin, Yaoyao, and Luting primarily used newspapers for packaging their seeds. With the year-end approaching, business was bound to flourish. And Qin Fei believed it was essential to invest effort into the packaging design, although there was a state-owned printing factory in Shilin Town. It only collaborated with public entities and did not cater to private businesses. At 8:30 a.m., the bus departed promptly. Qin Fei cracked open the window to let in some fresh air, as the bus was already filled to capacity, with people and goods cramped together, resulting in an unpleasant odor. The 2 individuals that Cheng Miling had helped recruit had arrived and were adjusting to the surroundings. One was an older woman named Fan, and the other was a young girl called Lin Yue, both appearing to be diligent and earnest in their work. With their expertise, they could easily handle thousands of pounds of stir-fried seeds each day. The previous day, Qin Fei had taken 3 pounds of meat home, only to be met with a scolding from his mother, Zhang Shuan, who reprimanded him for being too forward with Jinji upon their first meeting. He could only smile helplessly, acknowledging that Zhao Jinji certainly had a valid reason for her concerns. He still hadn't managed to see his father, Qin Xianda, as they had not crossed paths in quite some time. It seemed unbelievable to anyone else, but that was the reality. He could not fathom the source of his father's stubbornness. He suspected that only his mentor, Song, could unravel this mystery. Lost in thought, the bus suddenly came to a halt. Luting, we've arrived, the conductor announced. A few passengers vacated their seats, including the older woman beside him. Once they disembarked, new passengers began to board. Zhao Jinji, who had been waiting in the cold wind for half an hour, felt her hands and feet grow numb. Rubbing her hands together, she noticed an empty seat on the bus and hurriedly made her way over. Upon seeing Qin Fei, she was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! Qin Fei? She exclaimed. Hearing his name, Qin Fei looked up, equally surprised. Now Jinshi? They exchanged smiles. Are you headed to Qinghe? Qin Fei inquired. Indeed. Zhao Jinshi replied with a smile. You too, right? What brings you here, boss Qin? I'm attending to some matters. And you? Isn't everyone here for business? What? Are you engaged in some clandestine affair? Zhao Jinshi teased, winking playfully. Qin Fei chuckled, recognizing her lively spirit and penchant for humor. I'm looking for a printing factory to have some items produced. And you? What is your purpose in Qinghe? That's not something one should casually inquire about. She replied with a proud grin. What if I'm going on a blind date? I wouldn't want to divulge that to you. By the way, how are things with your Wenwen? Zhao Jinshi continued. Quite well, actually. We are officially together now, Qin Fei responded casually. And you? Have you found someone suitable? Oh. This young lady is not someone who can be easily subdued. I reckon that individual is still in his mother's womb. Zhao Jinshi concealed her lingering melancholy and jested lightly. Speaking of which, it brings to mind that you could have crafted a more plausible tale, suggesting I was being too forward with you? Qin Fei lamented. For my reputation in the village is already tarnished. Should this circulate, I would undoubtedly be branded as a delinquent with dubious morals. He. Zhao Jinshi covered her mouth in laughter. What other excuse could I concoct? If I were to fabricate anything else, I fear my parents would not believe it. They were quite pleased with your circumstances last night. The vehicle pressed onward, the wind whistling through the cracks of the window, while the sunlight streamed in like the beams of a projector in a cinema, illuminating the interior of the car. Zhao Jinshi felt as though fate were playing a jest upon her. She had nearly forgotten this person, yet here they were, fated to cross paths again. Creak. The iron brakes of the minibus emitted a piercing screech, the vehicle lurching violently forward, causing an uproar among the passengers who had neglected their seatbelts. In the split second that Zhao Jinshi was thrown forward, Qin Fei instinctively supported her by grasping the back of the front seat with his left hand while his right arm pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to regain her balance. Bang! The door appeared to have been forcefully kicked open. Everyone, stay still. This is a robbery. Hand over your money. A burly man bellowed menacingly. The passengers, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, were suddenly confronted by three masked assailants wielding machetes, their shouts silencing the cabin instantaneously. Zhao Jinshi, nestled in Qin Fei's arms, was about to rise and rectify their ambiguous position when she heard the word robbery, rendering her motionless. Qin Fei was drenched in cold sweat. Having come from a humble background, he carried over 1,000 yuan in cash for his trip to Qinghe. And should he be searched, the loss would be significant. Yet, no matter the value of money, it paled in comparison to one's life. He forced himself to remain composed, raising his gaze to assess the situation at the front of the vehicle. Everyone, behave. Quickly hand over your money. Don't make me take action. My knife does not discriminate. The assailants commanded. The ticket collector, trembling, retrieved a small backpack from himself and handed it over. Those in the back, move quickly. The three masked men, their faces obscured save for their eyes, were controlling the driver while two others brandished a cloth bag, moving along the aisle to gather the passengers' cash. However, Qin Fei grew increasingly perplexed. One of the assailants bore a familiar gaze, as if he had encountered him before, yet he could not place where. As the large man with the bag approached him, surprise crossed his face, and suddenly, Qin Fei recalled who he was. Brother Dao. To Qin Fei. Brother Dao was a man of principles, capable of apologizing to a young girl for the misdeeds of his subordinates. Yet, how had he resorted to highway robbery? Brother Dao, recognizing that Qin Fei had identified him, displayed a mixture of tension and panic in his eyes, confirming Qin Fei's suspicions. Just as Brother Dao was about to bypass Qin Fei to continue collecting money, Qin Fei stood up and embraced him. Big dog. Is it really necessary to chase me down for a little cash? Must you resort to such extremes? The entire carriage was rendered speechless, including the imposing figure of Brother Dao, who was embraced by Qin Fei. Zhao Jinshi looked at Qin Fei with trepidation, her eyes filled with confusion. Amidst the astonishment of the passengers, Qin Fei descended from the vehicle, still holding the masked man tightly. The other two imposing figures exchanged glances, and seeing their leader remain silent, they hesitated to act, merely standing by in bewilderment. Once Zhao Jinshi observed that Qin Fei had exited the vehicle, she pondered the meaning of his earlier disjointed words, mistakenly believing he was acting heroically, her heart racing intensely, growing increasingly anxious with each passing moment. She resolutely stomped her foot. If death was to be her fate, So be it. With a swift determination, she dashed forward and exited the vehicle as well. Chapter 62. Brother Fei, Brother Dao? Qin Fei embraced Brother Dao and cautiously inquired as they approached the rear of the minibus. Brother Dao removed his hood and ran his hand over his bald head. Brother Dao, since we have met, I must speak candidly. Please do not take offense. Qin Fei produced a cigarette and offered one to Brother Dao. You are committing a crime. Qin Fei whispered urgently. We are close to the city center of Qinghe. There will certainly be an investigation. Brother Dao accepted the cigarette, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. Little brother Qin, I am aware of what you are saying. Knowing and still daring to act. Qin Fei pressed. Brother Dao, what troubles you? If I were not in trouble, would I resort to this? Brother Dao spat disdainfully. Little brother Qin, spare me this one time. Let us pretend we do not know each other, and I shall owe you a favor. That is not an option. Qin Fei rejected immediately, without a moment's hesitation. There is no room for negotiation. Either you return the goods swiftly, or you may as well knock me unconscious and leave me by the roadside. Qin Fei's interference was not born from a moment of madness. Despite having only met Brother Dao on 2 occasions, once while apologizing to Yaoyao over dinner and another during a chance encounter in the street, he felt a sense of responsibility. During that chance encounter, he observed the market vendors greeting Brother Dao with respect, their expressions reflecting not fear, but genuine admiration. Little brother Qin, why must you complicate matters for me? Brother Dao sighed, his brow furrowed. Brother Dao, we are friends. I do not wish for you to find yourself in trouble. Qin Fei replied. At that moment, Zhao Jinji rushed down from the vehicle. Seeing the two smoking together, her mind spun in confusion. Did they truly know each other? Brother Dao glanced at Zhao Jinji, donned his hood once more, and strode toward the front of the vehicle. Return everything. Boss, what is happening? Why return it? Hurry. No time for chatter. To all esteemed villagers, just a jest, I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Qin Fei looked at Zhao Jinji, astonished. Jinji, why did you come down? I was worried about you. Zhao Jinji trembled. Do you know them? Qin Fei nodded, glancing behind Zhao Jinji. Brother Dao had already exited the vehicle, and the bag he carried was nowhere to be seen. It appeared the goods had been returned. With a roar, the minibus's engine erupted, departing swiftly, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the vehicle vanished from sight, Brother Dao and his companions removed their hoods. Little brother Qin, as you advised, everything has been returned. Brother Dao cast a glance at the beautiful figure hidden behind Qin Fei. Is this your sister-in-law? No, just a friend. Qin Fei replied with a wry smile. Brother Dao, please tell me what is troubling you. My mother is ill and requires money. I had no other choice but to take this path. Brother Dao pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Qin Fei. How much do you need? Qin Fei accepted the cigarette and lit it. 2,000. Qin Fei was taken aback. Brother Dao would resort to robbery for such a sum, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Brother Dao was not as resourceful as others, lacking alternative means to earn money. I can lend you the amount. You may repay me at your convenience. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fei turned to Zhao Jinji and said, Jinji, I need to make a trip to Elting. Will you wait here for the next bus, or will you accompany me? I'll go with you. Zhao Jinji replied without a second thought. After the recent incident, she certainly did not dare to wait alone in this desolate place. Brother Dao and his companions arrived on 3 bicycles and handed one to Qin Fei, who mounted it and took Zhao Jinji along. Upon reaching Elting town, they made their way to Yaoyau's shop. Fei Ge, Yaoyao exclaimed joyfully, hopping out to greet Qin Fei after a long absence. Qin Fei nodded and inquired, is Grandma at home? He wished to spare the elderly lady from any fright caused by Brother Dao and his crew. No, she just went out to buy groceries and will be back shortly. Yaoyao replied, her eyes assessing Zhao Jinji, who stood behind Qin Fei. Brother Dao, let's go to the back, Qin Fei suggested, then turned to Zhao Jinji, saying, Jinji, please sit here for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Yaoyao, how much money do you have in the account? Qin Fei asked as he led her to the counter. There's 1,300 in the account, not including today's earnings. And I have an additional 300 of my own, Yaoyao stated without hesitation. Give me all the money in the account, along with your 300. I will return tomorrow to settle up, Qin Fei instructed. No rush, Fei Ge. Just take it for your use, Yaoyao replied before swiftly going to fetch the money. Familiar with the surroundings, Qin Fei poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Zhao Jinji. Jinji, were you startled? Not too much. Zhao Jinji admitted, though the surprise brought by Qin Fei paled in comparison to her prior fright. What kind of person is Qin Fei? She wondered curiously. Brother Dao, here are 2,200. 2,000 is what I owe you, and 200 is a small token for your mother to buy some nourishing items. I've been quite busy lately, so I may not be able to visit. Qin Fei placed a thick stack of bills before Brother Dao. Young Brother Qin, your generosity is beyond words, Brother Dao said, accepting the money and bowing deeply to Qin Fei. From now on, Luda Dao recognizes you as a brother. Your affairs are my affairs. I will not hesitate to face any danger for you. Brother Dao, what are you doing? As Qin Fei reached out to lift Brother Dao, the latter turned to his two underlings and shouted, "Call him Fei Go. Fei Go." Qin Fei smiled wryly, realizing he had made a name for himself in the underworld. Young Brother Qin, earlier on the bike, were you not afraid that I might assert my authority with a swift blade? Brother Dao chuckled as they sat facing each other. Brother Dao, when you wield your knife, your arm instinctively retracts. Are you not concerned about accidentally injuring someone in a fit of excitement? Qin Fei replied slyly. I was counting on that. What is there to fear? Impressive. Brother Dao laughed heartily. I, Luda Dao, have roamed the underworld my entire life. Few have earned my respect, and you, Qin Fei, are one of them. Qin Fei's eagerness to befriend Brother Dao stemmed not only from the latter's commendable character, but also from the necessity of having a friend who straddles the line between light and dark. It is akin to an atomic bomb. It may be unnecessary, yet it is indispensable. After having lunch at Luting, Qin Fei still needed to head to Qinghe, as there were matters that required his attention. Jinji, what will you do? Are you going home? Qin Fei inquired. I must still go to Qinghe. Zhao Jinji hesitated, stating that this opportunity was hard-earned and should not be squandered. Very well, there is a bus to Qinghe at 1:30. Let us go together, Qin Fei suggested. Zhao Jinji nodded, feeling somewhat flustered. She had once believed she understood Qin Fei. He was witty, knowledgeable, far-sighted, and possessed an adventurous spirit, a commendable individual. Yet one she could only miss. However, after her encounter with Brother Dao and the excessive enthusiasm of Grandma Yang during lunch, her curiosity about Qin Fei intensified. No, just friends. Zhao Jinji recalled the words that had pierced her heart like a nail. Unfortunately, I am merely a friend. Chapter 63. A fortuitous union. The passenger bus departed from Luting at 1:30 and arrived at Qinghe bus station at 2:10. Qin Fei and Zhao Jinji disembarked, greeted by a somber sky and the howling northern wind. Such dreary weather was commonplace following the onset of winter. Yet, none could have anticipated the sudden deluge that ensued. As if the heavens had sprung a leak, with raindrops cascading in a relentless torrent, Qin Fei and Zhao Jinji dashed through the streets, seeking refuge beneath an awning. How could it just start raining like this? Qin Fei lamented. In these times, one couldn't simply check the weather forecast at a whim. It seemed their plans for the afternoon were thwarted. Who knows? This is a disaster. We won't be able to accomplish anything, Zhao Jinji replied, her damp hair clinging to her forehead. I suppose we must stay here for the night, Qin Fei said, turning to Zhao Jinji. What will you do? A blush crept onto Zhao Jinji's cheeks. She was uncertain if any buses would still be operating in such heavy rain. If she chose not to return, would she accompany Qin Fei to a hotel? I'll wait a bit and see if the rain subsides, she said, glancing skyward. The downpour intensified, showing no signs of abating, while the streets filled with people scurrying, unprotected by umbrellas. Beneath the awning, only Qin Fei and Zhao Jinji, strangers in this unfamiliar place, sought shelter from the storm. The cacophony of rain created a world of its own, simultaneously noisy and serene. We can't stay here any longer. It doesn't appear to be letting up anytime soon, Qin Fei remarked, gesturing toward a nearby and across the street. Let us go there and secure a room for the night. Zhao Jinji understood this was the only feasible option and, her cheeks still flushed, nodded in agreement as she followed Qin Fei into the downpour. Hello, we would like 2 rooms, Qin Fei stated at the inn's reception, shivering like a drenched chicken. We only have 1 room left, the receptionist replied, flipping through the registration forms. Qin Fei glanced at Zhao Jinji, silently inquiring her thoughts, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly lowered her eyes. Then we shall take 1 room, he decisively announced. Where is your marriage certificate? The receptionist inquired, looking up. If you two are to share a room, I need to see your marriage certificate. Zhao Jinji, standing behind Qin Fei, felt her face heat with embarrassment. No, I won't stay. She will occupy the room alone, Qin Fei chuckled lightly. Once they found the room and opened the door, Qin Fei surveyed it, finding it quite satisfactory. Jinji, you go in first and freshen up. Place your clothes on the radiator to dry. We wouldn't want you catching a cold, he advised. I'll come back for you in the morning. And you? She asked. I'll be fine. I'll find another inn, he replied, closing the door behind him. He had noticed a phone at the reception and intended to make a call to Lianhua village. There was only one phone in the entire village, fortunately located at the primary school. "Hello, may I use the phone?" Qin Fei inquired. "Certainly. Local calls are 1.5 cents per minute, long distance 3 cents. The receptionist replied without looking up. "Hello, who is this?" Qin Fei asked as he dialed the number, and a man's voice answered on the other end. "Greetings. I kindly request assistance in locating the first-grade teacher, Miss Song Wenwen. I have matters to discuss with her." After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, I finally heard her voice on the other end of the line. Just as Miss Song exited her classroom following her lesson, the principal hurried towards her, stating, "Miss Song, there is a phone call for you." Glancing at the torrential rain, she realized that the only individuals who would call the school were her parents. Was there an emergency at home? "Miss Song, it's me, Qin Fei." As she sprinted to answer the call and recognized Qin Fei's voice, a wave of relief washed over her. "Qin Fei, where are you calling from?" she inquired, breathlessly. "I'm in Qinghe, at a guest house." "Oh, you went to Qinghe. Is there something going on?" "I'm fine. Just suddenly missed you and wanted to hear your voice." Upon hearing this, the young woman at the front desk glanced up at her with a peculiar expression. Seemingly pondering the absurdity of the situation, a man on the phone with one woman while in the company of another. Upon hearing his words, Ms. Song's heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her at a loss for words. I miss you too." She finally managed to whisper after ensuring no one else was in the office. "All right, I'll be back tomorrow. What classes do you have in the afternoon?" Qin Fei asked. "I don't have any classes tomorrow afternoon." However, Ms. Song was fully aware that she indeed had a class scheduled, but at that moment, she had already devised a plan to swap with another teacher. "Okay, see you tomorrow, Ms. Song." "Yes, see you tomorrow." As the call concluded, Qin Fei shivered from the cold rain, stepping outside into the downpour. At that moment, Zhao Jinji stood by the window, observing Qin Fei's frantic run through the rain, feeling a sense of profound regret. During her studies, she had been an avid reader, having devoured all the classic literature, and her current sense of loss echoed the lament of Zhou Yu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Why was there a Zhuge Liang born after me?" Qin Fei and Song Wenwen were akin to the beloved couple Bao Yu and Bao Chai from Dream of the Red Chamber, a match made in heaven. While she felt she was nothing more than an unnamed maid, not even close to the emotional Lin Daiyu. The following morning, Qin Fei appeared at the guest house, carrying freshly purchased steamed buns and soy milk. "Where did you sleep last night?" Zhao Jinji inquired as she accepted the food. "Turn left ahead. There's another guest house down that way," Qin Fei replied. Zhao Jinji nodded in understanding. "Jinji, I need to attend to my own matters now. We can't be together any longer," he said outside the guest house. "All right, you go ahead. I wouldn't want to hinder the important business of Mr. Qin," she smiled. "What exactly brought you to Qinghe? Perhaps I could assist in some way." "There's no need. It's just a trivial matter that doesn't require the expertise of someone as capable as you." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell." "Yes, farewell." Qin Fei waved and turned to depart. Yao Jinji stood there, staring at his retreating figure. This goodbye felt like it might truly be the last. If only her cousin had introduced her to Qin Fei sooner. Yet life holds no what-ifs. Zhao Jinsh, awaken. Do not dwell on romantic sentiments. You must uplift yourself. For you are the determined woman who vowed to carve out a realm of your own. As the mountain flowers bloom, humming a tune, Zhao Jinsh turned and walked in another direction. Chapter 64. A forest of stones. After the heavy rain, the sky finally cleared, and the sun generously embraced the earth. A white Shanghai sedan departed from the Qinghe City Government Building, gliding smoothly along the main road. In the back seat, Song Yuanshao tilted his head, observing the ever-changing scenery outside the window. "Secretary Song, if you find it dull, I can lower the window." The driver, Su Guangming, glanced at the rearview mirror as he spoke. At 17, a veteran automobile soldier, he served as the driver for the County Committee of Tong'an, specifically sent to welcome the new secretary. The news of this newly appointed official, who had emerged from the bureaucratic office, stirred much excitement within the committee. Su had heard quite a bit about him, his deep background, youthful prowess, and speculations that he was merely gilding his resume in Tong'an. "No need, it's quite pleasant," Song Yuanshao replied with a smile. "Old Su, you drive remarkably well. Your steady handling reflects your military training." Flattered by the praise, Su chuckled. "I can only manage to drive." Song Yuanshao nodded, falling into silence. Initially, the organization department intended to send a car and personnel to facilitate his arrival, a gesture meant to establish his presence. However, he had politely declined, opting instead to inform Tong Ung of his arrival time directly. With a new official taking office, igniting 3 fires of ambition was secondary. Projecting confidence through ostentation would only reveal insecurity. As the vehicle exited the urban sprawl of Qinghe City, it soon reached Looting Town. Now within the boundaries of Tongyang County, Wei arrived at Looting. Secretary Su Guangming initiated conversation, eager to discern the temperament of the new secretary. Looting is developing well, Song Yuanchao observed. Its proximity to Qinghe provides numerous advantages. Beyond this lies Shilin Town, correct? Indeed, Secretary. It should take about half an hour more, Su replied. However, beyond Looting Town, the road became increasingly treacherous and muddy. The aging Shanghai sedan's engine roared as it struggled forward. Su Guangming felt anxious. With the new secretary's tenure beginning, the last thing they needed was to be stranded mid-journey, which would surely bring embarrassment to Tongyang. As fate would have it, disaster struck. The car became stuck. No amount of pressing the accelerator could coax it forward. Secretary, please remain in the vehicle while I assess the situation, Su said with an awkward smile. The heavy rain yesterday made the roads difficult, so it is only natural. I'll join you, Song Yuanchao replied cheerfully, removing his coat and opening the car door. The low chassis of the Shanghai sedan had sunk deeply into a muddy pit, rendering it immobile. Secretary, please stay inside. I will fetch some stones to place beneath the tires, and we shall be on our way shortly, Su insisted. Let us work together, it will be quicker, Song Yuanchao replied, rolling up his sleeves and walking toward a nearby stone. Suddenly, 3 boys, aged around 16 or 17, emerged from the drainage ditch by the roadside, blocking Song Yuanchao's path. Hey, young man, our car is stuck. May we borrow your stones? Song Yuanchao smiled, negotiating amicably. Not a chance. Our stones are not for loan. If you wish to use them, you must pay. A brash young lad extended his palm with an air of authority. Who are you children, and what are you doing here? Su Guangming stormed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Yuanchao, glaring fiercely at the trio. Do you know who I am? Whoever you are, it matters not. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, we would still require payment for our stones. The tallest of the 3 stepped forward, his eyes radiating defiance. Get lost, now. Su Guangming, with a background in the military, was confident that he could deal with these boys in no time at all. Get the hell out of here, the tall boy retorted, drawing a machete from his waistband and pointing it at Su Guangming. Either pay up, or don't touch our stones. Don't think just because you're older that I fear you. Su Guangming suddenly grasped the situation. Those 2 large pits they had encountered on the road were indeed dug by these boys, who had strategically placed the stones to extort money. His frustration peaked. Tong County was truly losing face in front of the new secretary. Do you lads understand the gravity of your actions? Su Guangming bellowed. This is robbery, and you could end up in prison. Stop trying to scare us. We are not robbing you, the tall boy scoffed. We don't need your stones, nor do we want a single cent from you. This is a transaction. Youth, how much for your stones? Song Yuanchao interjected, pulling Su Guangming back a step. $20, no negotiations. The tall boy blurted out. 20. You, Su Guangming shouted, only to be interrupted by Song Yuanchao's hand. Fine, I'll give you 20, but you must help me move the stones and push the cart to get it out. The 3 boys exchanged glances, and finally, the tall one nodded at Song Yuanchao. All right, you seem reasonable. We'll follow your lead. Old Su, get in the cart, Song Yuanchao commanded, not permitting Su Guangming a chance to protest. The 3 boys carried 2 stones and wedged them under the cart wheels. As Old Su started the engine and pressed the gas pedal, they pushed with all their might, finally freeing the cart. Standing by the roadside, Song Yuanchao handed over 2 crisp bills. Young men, at your age, you should be focused on your studies. Why aren't you in school? School? What nonsense. Only a fool would go to school. The tall boy scoffed, accepting the money with disdain and casting a dismissive glance at Song Yuanchao. With laughter and chatter, the trio departed, clutching their newfound cash. Secretary Song, why did you give them money? They were the ones who dug that pit, Su Guangming fumed. Don't let my nearing 50 years fool you. I still have my military prowess. I could have dealt with those boys, even with a knife in their hands. Old Su, I trust your abilities, but what if someone gets hurt? It would be unfair to those children, Song Yuanchao replied calmly. They assisted in pushing the cart, so consider the $20 as their labor fee. Truly, a leader's perspective is commendable, allowing those boys to assist and compensating them fairly. It preserves both dignity and respect. Su Guangming reflected. Old Su, those boys are from Shilin, right? Song Yuanchao inquired. Judging by their accents, that seems likely. Su Guangming pondered for a moment before saying, Our Tongyang is indeed a bit chaotic, like a forest of stones. Song Yuanchao nodded in agreement, falling silent. The name Shilin, which means stone forest, aptly reflects its landscape. Characterized by numerous stones, yet scarce arable land, making Shilin town the poorest in Tongyang. He suddenly recalled the words of an elder leader during a discussion with the organization department. Yuanchao, when you arrive in Tongyang, do not bear any burdens. You must commit resolutely and exert great effort to foster development and enrich the populace. This also aligns with DZY's intention to vigorously promote young officials, encouraging them to be bold and proactive, rather than clinging to outdated notions and being overly cautious. We must reclaim the 10 years that have been lost. Song Yuanchao rolled down the car window, gazing at the distant mountains under the sunlight, a sense of ambition swelling in his chest. Chapter 65, The Godfather After Much Wandering. Qin Fei finally located a printing factory on the outskirts of Qinghe capable of producing the packaging paper he desired. Upon paying a deposit and finalizing the order, he hurried back to the city center of Qinghe. This visit held another significance for him. He intended to visit the People's Hospital to check on old Zheng's daughter, as she was undergoing a critical surgery. What is the patient's name? I'm not sure. I know her father's name is Zheng Jiefeng, and her mother's is Chao Lihua. I need the patient's name to assist you. Which ward is she in? Please check for a little girl with the surname Zheng, around 10 years old. That one T suffice. You must provide the patient's name. In the inpatient building of the Qinghe People's Hospital, Qin Fei, carrying fruit and milk powder, explained his situation to the nurse at the reception desk for an extended period, but she insisted on the patient's name. However, he had no idea what old Zheng's daughter was called. Miss, please help me. I've come a long way. Just check for me. You can't check without a name? How can you not know the name of the patient you've traveled so far to see? Just as Qin Fei was about to give up and head home, someone called out to him from behind. He turned to see Qin Lan, clad in a white coat, accompanied by a group of other white-coated individuals, exuding an air of authority. Your mother-in-law is a doctor? Wow, how impressive. The young interns behind her showed utmost respect. And for a brief moment, Qin Fei felt a surge of pride. Aunt Qin, Qin Fei greeted with a smile. You all go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Qin Lan said, glancing back before turning to Qin Fei. Do you have a friend hospitalized here? Yes, it's a friend's child, Qin Fei replied. I've come to visit, but I don't know which ward she is in. Xiaochen, please assist him in checking. Qin Lan instructed the nurse at the reception desk. Director Qin, doesn't he know the patient's name? The nurse stood up, her demeanor respectful. What is going on? Qin Lan inquired, puzzled. Qin Fei briefly explained the situation, and after a moment's thought, Qin Lan said, Follow me. I know the child. She is under the care of Dean Shou on the 3rd floor. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, Qin Lan suddenly asked, Have you met one lately? No. But we have plans. I'll visit her at school this afternoon, Qin Fei responded. He felt no need to conceal anything from his mother-in-law, especially since she had expressed her support for his relationship with Teacher Song. What are you planning? Loitering near the school? Qin Lan turned her head suddenly, smiling. I'm not sure, Qin Fei replied sheepishly. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Qin Lan skillfully guided Qin Fei to old Zheng's daughter's ward. Xiaoqin? What brings you here? Chao Lihua exclaimed in surprise as she stood at the door, holding a lunchbox on her way to the cafeteria. With the surgery of her daughter deemed successful, a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart, and she was already contemplating how to express her gratitude to Qin Fei. Sister-in-law, I'm here on business in Qinghe and thought I'd stop by, Qin Fei said. How is the child? The surgery went very well. Once the incision heals, she will be able to be discharged. Chao Lihua chuckled. Please come in and take a seat, Lao Song. Xiaoqin has arrived. Qin Fei nodded and turned to Qin Lan. Aunt Qin, please carry on with your tasks. I truly appreciate your assistance. It's nothing. I shall get back to my work. Qin Lan smiled, taking a few steps before turning back. I'll meet you at the cafeteria for lunch. All right, Qin Fei readily agreed. After lingering in the ward for a while, Qin Fei took his leave, with Lao Zheng following him out. The two arrived at the flower bed beneath the inpatient department. Xiaoqin, rest assured, I will return to work tomorrow. Lao Zheng assumed Qin Fei was concerned about the timely completion of the house. What are you thinking? Just focus on spending time with your child. Qin Fei offered a cigarette to Lao Zheng. There is no rush regarding the house. Don't dwell on it. I will find a way to repay you soon. Lao Zheng lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. You know, at my age, I still haven't quite figured out life. My wife's daily scolding hasn't awakened me. However, I can distinguish right from wrong, Xiao Qin. Your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime, and I shall repay it for a lifetime. Come on, let us not get all sentimental, Qin Fei chuckled, patting Lao Zheng on the shoulder. Everyone faces tough times. We all need friends to lend a hand. Money matters can wait. Don't let it weigh on your mind. Please inform your wife as well. Li Hua mentioned, once Tingting is discharged, she will acknowledge you as her godfather. Lao Zheng nodded in agreement. What is this? Qin Fei choked on the smoke. Acknowledge me as a godfather? Where did that come from? No, absolutely not. I don't even have my own child yet. It's inappropriate. Haha, I knew you wouldn't agree. Lao Zheng smiled rarely. By the way, who was that doctor who brought you here? He seemed quite kind to you. A relative, Qin Fei replied casually. All right then, as long as your daughter is fine, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Lao Zheng, Qin Fei wandered around the hospital before settling at a table in the cafeteria. After nearly an hour of waiting, Qinlan finally arrived just before noon. She led Qin Fei to get their meals, and they sat down, with Qin Fei anticipating his mother-in-law to speak first. Qin Fei, Wenwen's father is aware of your relationship, Qinlan began. He is quite concerned and may come to see you soon, so be prepared. Qinlan understood her husband well. He had already taken up his post in Tong County, which was not far from Shilin. He would undoubtedly visit his daughter and, by chance, meet the boy who had taken away his little sweetheart. Uncle Song, doesn't he support my relationship with Teacher Song? Qin Fei inquired. It's not that he doesn't support it. He is just uneasy, Qinlan explained. You'll understand this feeling when you have a daughter of your own. In fact, Qin Fei thought to himself, he wouldn't need to wait until then. If Yaoyao were to find a partner in the future, he would certainly be concerned and would want to ascertain what kind of suitor dared to approach his precious daughter. All right, I understand, Qin Fei concluded. Noticing Qinlan's plate was nearly empty, which surprised him. Well, this is how it is. When we get busy, there is hardly anything to eat. Today's meal is considered decent, Qinlan clarified upon seeing his expression. You better behave. Wenwen's father isn't as easy to deal with as I am. Having finished her meal, Qinlan decisively picked up her plate to depart. Qin Fei called out to her, Aunt Qin, I have something to inquire. She paused and turned to face him. Go on, she replied. It's about a friend of mine. Qin Fei swiftly recounted the story of Zhou Libin and Sun Yuan, a couple married for many years without children. He noticed the words obstetrics and gynecology emblazoned on the badge pinned to Qinlan's chest. Has he come to our hospital? Qinlan asked. I truly do not know. He admitted. Tell your friend to visit our hospital. Have him ask for me upon arrival, Qinlan instructed. Pulling out a piece of paper and a pen from her white coat, she quickly scribbled a note and handed it to Qin Fei. When the time comes, he should present this note to the registration desk. Otherwise, he may find it difficult to secure an appointment. As Qin Fei held the note in hand, he watched his mother-in-law's figure retreating briskly and could not help but marvel at the advantages of having connections and navigating such matters. Chapter 66. The arrival of the father-in-law. When Qin Fei rode his motorcycle to the village primary school, it was nearly 3 o'clock. Song Wenwen pretended to pass by the school gate every 10 minutes or so, causing the gatekeeper to mistakenly believe that the young and beautiful teacher had lost something, prompting him to kindly inquire if she needed assistance in searching for it. Teacher Song, have you lost something? If you tell me, I can help you look for it. No, Song Wenwen replied, feeling quite embarrassed. Then why have you been wandering around the school gate for almost an entire afternoon? The old man wondered. Just as Song Wenwen was at a loss for words, Qin Fei appeared at the school gate. He took out a cigarette and handed one to the gatekeeper. Hello. Teacher Song has been waiting for me. Song Wenwen's face instantly flushed crimson. The gatekeeper accepted the cigarette, revealing a look of realization. You're from Xiaoshu village. Aren't you? Is your father named Qin Xianda? Yes. How do you know? Qin Fei asked in surprise. Many years ago during the Great Battle, I worked on the same construction site as your father. You bear quite a resemblance to him, the old man recounted, glancing at Qin Fei with a knowing smile. As if to say, you've done well for yourself, winning the affections of the youngest and most beautiful teacher in the school. After exchanging a few casual words with the gatekeeper, Qin Fei and Song Wenwen exited the school. Teacher, I apologize for the delay. I had a few matters to attend to that made you wait, Qin Fei said. Since they had confirmed their relationship after watching a movie together, Qin Fei still called her Teacher Song, not because he couldn't change it, but because he found it quite endearing. He imagined that after their wedding, while giving a massage to the weary Song Wenwen after a long day of teaching, he could ask playfully, Teacher Song, Is that comfortable? No. I didn't wait long at all, Song Wenwen replied with a smile. As they left the campus, they strolled along the pebble path in front of the primary school. Just as Qin Lan had predicted. What brings you to Qinghe? Song Wenwen inquired. With the new year approaching, I can't very well continue wrapping sunflower seeds in newspaper. I'm going to the printing factory to get some packaging paper printed, Qin Fei explained. Then I also stopped by the People's Hospital to check on old Zheng. The contractor who helped me build my house, his daughter is ill. By the way, I ran into your mother at the hospital. She kindly invited me to lunch in the cafeteria. You met my mother? Song Wenwen exclaimed, looking up at Qin Fei with surprise. What did she say to you? Well, she didn't say much, just asked how things have been between us these past few days, Qin Fei replied, then shifted the subject. However, she did mention something else. What was it? Song Wenwen halted, gazing intently at Qin Fei. If you wish to know, you must agree to one condition, Qin Fei said with a mischievous grin. Go ahead and tell me, Song Wenwen bit her lip, adopting a defensive stance reminiscent of a small rabbit facing a wolf. This Saturday, accompany me to Qinghe again. I want to buy New Year's clothes for my family, but my taste is rather lacking. Oh, all right, Song Wenwen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Now, quickly tell me, what did my mother say to you? The aunt remarked that your father might visit the school soon to see you, and in passing, he would also meet me. Song Wenwen gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could it be so serious? Qin Fei inquired, intrigued. Is your father truly that terrifying? My father is not a tiger. There is nothing to fear. I am concerned for you, Song Wenwen replied, fidgeting. He will undoubtedly make things difficult for you. It's nothing to worry about. How could he possibly trouble me? I am quite confident, Qin Fei asserted with unwavering assurance. Though Song Wenwen still wore a face of apprehension, the two strolled leisurely along the road, engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, a white Shanghai brand sedan emerged at the end of the road. At 10 o'clock that morning, Song Yuanchao arrived at the Tong'an County Committee, where everyone was on high alert, almost as if preparing for a grand ceremony. Yet, the new secretary declined to address the meeting room, refused to dine at the cafeteria, and dismissed the afternoon reports from various departments, turning down all their preparations. After merely greeting everyone and offering a brief self-introduction, he picked up his luggage and proceeded to the dormitory. Everyone was left bewildered, pondering why the newly appointed Secretary Song appeared so unapproachable. Was he intent on establishing a stern, unyielding image to ignite the fervor of his new position? Only the driver, Su Guangming, understood the rationale behind the secretary's demeanor. On his way to the office, he had encountered some troublemakers, which surely dampened his spirits. Once settled in his dormitory, Song Yuanchao instructed driver Su Guangming to take him on a tour of Tong'an County, where they dined at a noodle shop. Su Guangming felt a pang of sympathy for the leadership team at Shilin Town, bracing for the secretary's impending ire. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Song Yuanchao did not proceed to the Shilin Town government, but instead directed his attention to Lianhua Village Primary School. As he sat in the back seat, he rolled down the window when Su Guangming notified him of their imminent arrival at the school. Attentively observing the route his daughter took each time she returned home. In the distance, he spotted the red brick wall with a flagpole bearing the 5-starred red flag. That was Lianhua Village Primary School, the very place where his daughter worked. Within his line of sight, he noticed a young couple strolling side by side, initially unnoticed. As they drew closer, he discerned that the girl clad in a blue polyester jacket bore a striking resemblance to his daughter, Song Wenwen. That jacket was a gift he had purchased for her during a business trip. It was indeed his daughter. The boy in the black leather jacket must be that Qin Fei. A surge of anger ignited within Song Yuanchao as he witnessed the boy grasping his daughter's hand. His fury reached a boiling point. Old Su, speed up. Stop in front of those two young people, Song Yuanchao commanded, suppressing his wrath. Understood, Secretary Song, Su Guangming responded. Sensing the tension in Song Yuanchao's voice, perplexed as to why the secretary was displeased by two young lovers simply walking hand in hand. After departing from the school gate and traversing nearly 2 miles, Qin Fei finally managed to grasp Song Wenwen's hand, which she had been quietly evading. Just as they were still adjusting to the moment, a white sedan suddenly screeched to a halt before them. From the back seat emerged a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and seemingly in his 50s, with striking features and an air of integrity. Song Wenwen's expression transformed dramatically as she abruptly released Qin Fei's hand, clearly flustered. Dad. Upon hearing Song Wenwen's exclamation, Qin Fei felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Dad? His mother-in-law had just mentioned that her husband might arrive, advising him to be prepared, and now he was here sooner than anticipated. How could he possibly be ready for this? Qin Fei could only manage a nervous smile as he met the furious gaze of Song Yuanchao, who looked as though he might explode. Chapter 67. The Dignity of the Self-Employed Woman. Why do you seem unhappy to see Dad? Said Song Yuanchao with a serious expression. Dad, I'm not. Song Yuan protested. How could she possibly be discontent? Ever since she started working at school, it had already been half a year since she last saw her father. Song Yuanchao. Yet, in this moment, the scene of holding hands with her partner while being unexpectedly confronted by her father overshadowed her joy with embarrassment and anxiety. Why don't you return to school first? I will come by later to check on your dormitory, and we shall have dinner together in the evening, Song Yuanchao proposed. Then turned to the driver, Su Guangming. Old Su, please take Wen back to school. Certainly, Old Song, Su Guangming replied. Having been greeted by Song Yuanchao before he exited the car, among the younger crowd, it was acceptable for him to address him in such a manner. Dad, aren't you coming with me? Song Yuanchao glanced between her father and Qin Fei. Go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, Song Yuanchao replied calmly. I'll have a word with Qin Fei. Understanding that she could not argue further, Song Yuanchao reluctantly opened the car door and climbed in. Casting a look at Qin Fei that seemed to convey a silent plea for good fortune, Qin Fei felt somewhat anxious, especially after being caught holding hands with someone else's daughter. He had formed certain judgments about Song Yuanchao. In this era, possessing a car and a driver was not enough. Wealth must also be accompanied by status. Observing the commanding aura that Song Yuanchao exuded, he had already made several guesses about his rank, though he remained uncertain of the extent of his authority. Qin Fei, is it? As the white sedan drove away, Song Yuanchao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring of Qin Fei. Yes, Uncle Song, Qin Fei responded with a smile, despite the authoritative tone directed at him. I heard from Wenwen's mother that you were in the sunflower seed business? Yes, just a small venture. Do you smoke? Song Yuanchao pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Qin Fei. Thank you, Uncle Song. Qin Fei accepted it. Noticing the pristine white cigarette box in Song Yuanchao's hand, which he had never encountered before. I do not support your relationship with Wenwen, Song Yuanchao declared, lighting his cigarette and taking a puff. You may perceive me as somewhat dictatorial, making such a judgment without truly knowing you upon our first meeting. I understand. I can empathize with a father's concerns, as no parent desires their daughter to marry a self-employed individual, Qin Fei replied, lighting his own cigarette with a smile. Excellent. You are more sensible than I anticipated, Song Yuanchao remarked, somewhat surprised that Qin Fei had preempted his thoughts. Uncle Song, what do you think needs to be done for our country to develop? Oh, that's too broad. Let us focus on the development of Shilin Town. What should we do to ensure prosperity for everyone? Qin Fei suddenly asked. Song Yuanchao regarded Qin Fei with mild astonishment. Recognizing that the young man had discerned his position as the newly appointed county party secretary and seemed to be attempting to curry favor. Why don't you share your thoughts? Song Yuanchao encouraged with interest. As a small business owner, I believe that for Shilin Town to thrive, we must adapt to our local conditions. Given our abundant mountains and limited arable land, we cannot cultivate grain like other regions. We should focus on specialty crops. Qin Fei asserted earnestly, continuing, for instance, peanuts and sunflower seeds would be more suitable for the soil in Shilin. However, specialized cultivation is merely the first step. Transforming successful cultivation into marketable products constitutes the second step. The third step involves crafting product uniqueness and introducing it to the market. By proficiently executing these three stages, a complete industrial chain will emerge, ultimately leading to the prosperity of the citizens of Shilin. Song Yuanchao was deeply astonished. Before him, Qin Fei spoke eloquently, devoid of any superfluous words. Such insight and foresight are indeed rare. Qin Fei's developmental blueprint for Shilin Town genuinely resonated with him, prompting him to contemplate urging the leadership of Shilin Town to conduct research and validate the feasibility of this proposal upon his return. Your ideas are intriguing. However, many aspects still require verification. Take the first step, for instance. The soil quality in Shilin must be assessed by agricultural experts to determine its suitability for cultivation. Song Yuanchao pondered aloud. Moreover, why are you sharing this with me? Is it because you are selling melon seeds? Do you aspire to be the leader who guides Shilin towards prosperity? Uncle Song, you misunderstand, Qin Fei replied with a smile. I have no intention of becoming a leader. Rather, I wish to convey something to you. Oh, what is it? Song Yuanchao inquired with curiosity. Uncle Song, when we discuss Shilin, we must also consider Tongwan County. Qinghe City, and indeed our entire nation. For development and national prosperity, we must liberate productivity and create wealth, Qin Fei stated, meeting Song Yuanchao's gaze. The most crucial element in liberating productivity and generating wealth is commerce, or rather, merchants. Throughout history, merchants have relentlessly sought ways to enhance productivity in their pursuit of wealth. Looking ahead, our nation is destined for reform and opening up, vigorously supporting industrial and commercial enterprises, allowing a segment of the population to prosper first, thereby elevating the entire society's productivity. Having heard this, Song Yuanchao, who was initially astonished, found his surprise magnified further. How could Qin Fei, a mere individual entrepreneur emerging from rural origins, possess such profound foresight? His judgments about the future and the depth of his thoughts even surpassed Song Yuanchao's own. Observing the unmasked astonishment on Song Yuanchao's face, Qin Fei felt a rush of exhilaration. As a second-generation individual, how could I be easily dismissed? What is wrong with being an individual entrepreneur? The future prosperity will stem from countless individual entrepreneurs. Uncle Song. I want to convey that being an individual entrepreneur is not shameful. On the contrary, it is of great significance, Qin Fei concluded. I do not believe that being an individual entrepreneur is shameful. However, I do not subscribe to the notion of a state-run economy and collective enterprises. Nor do I deem individual entrepreneurship a viable path. Song Yuanchao cleared his throat. My opposition to you and Wenwen stems from her youth. She is merely 20 years old, which is not the appropriate time for romantic pursuits. My objection is not solely directed at you, but rather at anyone who seeks to engage with one at this juncture. In saying this, Song Yuanchao completely overlooked the fact that he had recently arranged a blind date for Song Wenwen. His true disdain for Qin Fei was evident, as he had arranged for the son of an old classmate, someone well-known, employed in a government position with a promising future, while viewing the articulate young man before him, an individual entrepreneur, as lacking potential for development. He had rehearsed the meeting between the two in his mind, envisioning Qin Fei as an unreasonable figure, vociferously proclaiming love, and also picturing him as a timid soul, overwhelmed by his presence. Yet, he had never anticipated the scene that unfolded before him. Qin Fei remained silent on matters of love, displaying no hint of timidity. Instead, he took the initiative. It must be said, Qin Fei, you have surprised me. And I now comprehend that my daughter has not erred in her judgment. You are indeed an exceptional young man. Song Yuanchao then shifted the conversation, reiterating, however, I stand firm in my stance. I do not support your relationship with Wenwen. Uncle Song, I understand, replied Qin Fei, nodding. Nonetheless, I believe you should consult teacher Song's opinion. There is no need to ask about Wenwen. I will persuade her, Song Yuanchao responded, extending his hand. Pleased to engage in conversation with such an admirable young man. Qin Fei reciprocated the handshake. Song Yuanchao added, I will visit Wenwen often. I do not wish to witness another encounter like today. Yes, understood, Uncle Song. Qin Fei smiled, turning to depart. It was only then that Song Yuanchao realized he was drenched in cold sweat. This cunning young man was remarkably articulate, nearly leaving him speechless. How could my foolish daughter possibly compete with him? I must intervene. A sense of unease settled within Song Yuanchao. Chapter 68. Reunion. Song Wenwen sat in her dormitory, feeling restless and unable to quell her anxious thoughts. What could her father possibly discuss with Qin Fei? Given his assertive nature, would they engage in a quarrel? What if their conversation took a turn for the worse? When Song Yuanchao arrived at the dormitory, the school bell had already rung. Dad. Song Wenwen rushed to him. What did you talk about with Qin Fei? Is he all right? What could possibly be wrong? Song Yuanchao sighed inwardly, reflecting on how daughters grow up so quickly. She seemed more concerned about Qin Fei than her own father. Dad, what are you saying? I'm not like that. Song Wenwen's cheeks flushed. The dormitory conditions were adequate. Song Yuanchao surveyed the room and stated, I told Qin Fei that you two are not allowed to date. Dad, how can you say that? Song Wenwen exclaimed, stamping her foot. Mom has met Qin Fei and supports us. That's your mother. You should know her well enough. She fancies a romantic little bourgeois life. Song Yuanchao replied sternly. You are only 20. It is too early for you to be in a relationship. Dad, I'm grown up now. You can't keep controlling me. Song Wenwen protested, feeling disheartened. You can't watch over me every day. I like Qin Fei, no matter how old you are. As long as I am alive, I will have a say in your life, Song Yuanchao insisted, pulling his daughter down to sit beside him. Wenwen, I understand men. I was young once myself. Qin Fei is a fine young man, but wait a couple of years. When you are older, I will certainly support your relationship. Dad, I can wait 2 years. But what about Qin Fei? Can he wait? Song encountered. She was well aware of the troubles in Qin Fei's family and the gossip circulating in their village. She understood that at this moment, he needed her the most. They had already planned to go to Qinghe this weekend to buy New Year's clothes for their families, and then he would take her home, dispelling all the rumors. If he cannot wait, it only shows that you two are not meant to be, Song Yuanxiao asserted firmly. Dad, that's unreasonable. Wenwen, is this how you speak to your father now? Meanwhile, Qin Fei was unaware that his teacher was fiercely advocating for him against her father. After picking up Yaoyao and Zhao Xiuxiu, he hurried back to the back mountain. He did not take Song Yuanxiao's disapproval to heart. Love is a force of nature, and he believed that one man could not impede it. At the back mountain, the women were busily engaged in their work, the atmosphere lively. Lin Yin instructed Cheng Miling on the timing of roasting seeds, emphasizing how to gauge the heat. She had asked Qin Fei for assistance, explaining that she was too busy to manage it alone, and Cheng Miling was a reliable person. However, Qin Fei sensed that Lin Yin had been acting strangely these past few days, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. When he returned with the children, Lin Yin handed her tasks over to Cheng Miling and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Cheng Jia, are you busy? Just one last batch. Then I'll be done for the day, Cheng Miling replied, glancing back at Qin Fei. Thank you, Xiao Qin, for bringing Xiuxiu back with you. In a casual exchange, Qin Fei leaned closer and inquired of Cheng Jia, have you noticed anything unusual about my sister-in-law lately? Is there something amiss? Cheng Miling paused her task, contemplating carefully before replying, not really. If you insist on suggesting something is off, I suppose Lin Yin has been somewhat peculiar these past few days while teaching me about seasoning and cooking. It's as if she has some pressing matter to attend to. Fearing she might overlook something important. Attending to something? Qin Fei pondered, baffled. Where could my sister-in-law be going? Her family has long since vanished. Years ago, we thought that by marrying a respectable veteran, she might escape her fate, but ultimately, that was not to be. Her parents and brother have disappeared without a trace. If they were alive, they would have returned to seek her out by now. After reflecting deeply, Qin Fei couldn't fathom where his sister-in-law could possibly go. Especially with Yaoyao still in school, she would never abandon her. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to Cheng Miling's heightened sensitivity. Fei Ge, called Sun Fatty, whose figure soon appeared. What are you doing back? Qin Fei responded, surprised to see Zhang Liang had returned with him. Sun Fatty explained. I'm back because the brothers are gathering tonight. A gathering? Qin Fei was astonished. What is the occasion for Zhang Liang to summon us? It was your suggestion. Sun Fatty replied, and I too find it puzzling since we are no longer on the same path. Where is he? At home. He wants us to come over tonight. Sun Fatty said, looking at Qin Fei. Do you want to go? If not, I can decline for you. Just say you're busy. No need. Let us go. We can't disregard Liang Guo's invitation, Qin Fei insisted. You should stop by the convenience store and grab something. We can't arrive empty-handed. The distance between Desu village and Shaosu village was merely a street apart, and Qin Fei was quite familiar with Zhang Liang's home. When he and Sun Fatty arrived, the dishes were already laid out on the table. Not far behind the earthen house stood a two-story brick frame, evidence of Zhang Liang's rapid construction progress. Xiao Fei, Sheng Chao, feel free to eat as if you were at your own home, Zhang Liang's father, Zhang Mingzi, greeted them before heading to the kitchen with a bottle of liquor. Why not have Uncle join us? Sun Fatty asked. It's fine. He drinks quickly, unlike us. Zhang Liang explained. Zhang Liang was raised by a single parent. His mother had succumbed to despair and tragically taken her own life after suffering abuse from his father in a drunken state. Let us raise a glass, Zhang Liang declared, lifting his cup. We have grown up together as brothers, and no matter what happens in the future, we remain brothers. Cheers. Sung Yong, Sun Fatty, and Qin Fei followed suit and downed their drinks. Qin Fei remained silent, waiting for Zhang Liang to reveal the true purpose behind this gathering. Xiao Fei, we used to hang out in the caves on the back mountain, and now it's your solitary retreat. Zhang Liang chuckled as he savored a bite of food. Well, if that's the case, shall we lift the table now and move it over there? Qin Fei joked. Yongzi, do not merely indulge in your meal. What's the matter? Are you unable to satiate your appetite while dining with Brother Liang? Sun Pongzi jested, inviting, come, let us share a drink. Pongzi, you jest. I dine luxuriously alongside Brother Liang every day, Song Yong replied with a hearty laugh, raising his glass. It has simply been a while since I've savored the delights of home-cooked dishes. Xiao Fei, I heard you have developed a fondness for teacher Song from the village primary school? Zhang Liang inquired. Brother Liang, Are you not also romantically entangled with teacher Zhou Lily? Qin Fei retorted. You both are quite the pair. Each with a teacher as a partner. Why not arrange for me and Daong to have one as well? Sun Pengzi interjected, teasingly. Yangzi, do you desire a teacher as a companion? Indeed, Song Yong replied, his mouth watering. Ha. The group erupted into laughter, while Qin Fei and Zhang Liang exchanged knowing glances. Their eyes locked in a playful duel. Chapter 69, The New Year's Gift Box. Liangzi. Do you recall our childhood escapade when you climbed the tree to retrieve a bird's nest, only to find your trousers caught, leaving your dairy re-exposed? Sun Pengzi. Cease your chatter. If you mention this again, I shall be quite agitated. I remember it was Fij who fetched a bamboo pole to rescue Liangzi. Indeed, it was Fij. Liangzi would have likely remained there until dusk. Pengzi, let's not focus solely on Liangzi. Were you not the one who, while crabbing in the river, had your loose trousers swept away by the current, returning bare-bottomed? Am I right? As they reminisced about their childhood antics, the atmosphere grew lively with toasts and laughter. Qin Fei, momentarily lowering his guard, acknowledged the bond they shared, having grown up together, each holding cherished memories of their youth. Sun Pengzi and Song Yong indulged in copious amounts of drink, eventually resting their heads on the table. As the joviality waned, Qin Fei and Zhang Liang exchanged silent glances. Come on, Fij, have a smoke. Zhang Liang, his cheeks flushed from drink, offered a cigarette to Qin Fei. Perhaps we should call it a night, Qin Fei mused, lighting the cigarette, aware that both of them were quite inebriated. Don't be hasty. Let us sit a while longer, Zhang Liang chuckled. Let us converse. What do you wish to discuss, Lianggu? Qin Fei inquired playfully. Don't tease. You are my Fij, and that will always hold true, regardless of the time. You are my Fij, Zhang Liang replied with a sheepish smile. I must admit, I spoke without thinking earlier. You know me. I tend to be a bit flighty. Such words imply you have wronged me in some way. Nonsense. We are still friends, are we not? Qin Fei waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, we are friends. Zhang Liang nodded, his tone imbued with sentiment. Fij, I believe we are more like brothers. After a long pause, Qin Fei finally spoke. If we are to be brothers, then let us make the most of it. While there is still time, I urge you to bring Yongzi along to assist me. Do not mingle with the likes of Chue Gu and his group. Their kind will not thrive. Zhang Liang's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, Fij, let us leave this matter be. Everyone has their own aspirations. Business is a realm I do not comprehend and cannot emulate. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Fei responded, Then I beseech you, allow Yongzi to follow me. This isn't merely a request or a matter of letting go, Zhang Liang countered. Fij, did you not speak with Yongzi previously? Very well, Qin Fei replied, a smile gracing his lips. It appears Yongzi still holds you dear. Take good care of him. Today, I express my gratitude for your hospitality, Liang Good. Next time, I shall host. With that, Qin Fei assisted the inebriated Sun Pengzi to his feet. As they stepped outside, a brisk wind assailed them, invigorating Qin Fei, clearing much of the haze of intoxication. Zhang Liang had previously arranged a dinner for Song Wenwen through Zhou Lily, and today's gathering was also rooted in the influence of Song Wenwen's father, Song Yuanxiao. It seems my rather unwelcoming father-in-law wields considerable authority. Fij, why does Liangzi seek your favor? Suddenly, Sun Pengzi, still muddled, sprang to his feet. Are you feigning drunkenness? Qin Fei couldn't help but give him a kick, remarking on his own weight and how exhausting the journey had been. Admittedly, he had felt a bit dazed and was tempted to sleep, but the sound of their conversation roused him. Sun Pengzi chuckled. Fei Gu, why did Zhang Liang suddenly change his demeanor? I don't know. It's not my concern. I have already made my intentions quite clear, Qin Fei replied. You should find an opportunity to talk to Yongzi again and encourage him to learn the business from you. No, Fei Gu, it won't help if you say it. How could it work if I say it? Sun Pengzi scoffed. Let us give it a try. Yongzi is honest. We should lend a hand if we can, Qin Fei sighed. The following morning, Qin Fei rode his motorcycle straight to Gaoha. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhou Libin's shop, he was met with the pleasant surprise of Sun Yulian, who was just about to head out to buy groceries. Xiaoqin, what brings you here today? She exclaimed. Sister-in-law, I'm looking for Brother Zhou. There's something I need to discuss. Libin, Xiaoqin is here, Sun Yulian called out, her voice echoing into the shop. After calling out, she turned to Qin Fei with a smile. You're not leaving for lunch. You'll eat here today. I'm just going to buy groceries. Sister-in-law, it's unnecessary. I have other matters. Nonsense. What could be so important that it can't wait for a meal? It's been ages since you last came. You're not leaving. I'll prepare lunch right away. With that, Sun Yulian waved her hand and departed. Qin Fei could only smile wryly as he stepped inside the shop, where Zhou Libin was hurrying over from the backyard. Xiaoqin, brother Zhou. The two were genuinely touched to see each other after quite some time. Here. Take this and help sister-in-law register at the People's Hospital in Qinghe, Qin Fei said, handing Zhou Libin the note written by Qin Lan. There might be hope. All right. I'll definitely go. Zhou Libin smiled as he accepted the note. Xiaoqin, you're truly a great help. Remember this. Brother Zhou, you shouldn't say that. Have you forgotten I'm your brother? How could I? You are my true brother. How is business lately? Qin Fei inquired. Quite good. I suspect it will improve even more as the new year approaches, so I need to stock up, Zhou Libin replied. If you hadn't come today, I was planning to visit you in a couple of days. No issues with the goods. I'll have my uncle send them to you, Qin Fei assured him. After a moment's thought, he added, in a few days, I'll bring you a batch of packaging bags for customer orders. All right, I'll follow your lead. Brother Zhou, I'm considering creating a New Year gift box. We could include our 5-spice and caramel melon seeds, along with large, round 5-spice peanuts. 1 pound of each in a beautiful box. It would be a lovely gift for the new year. What do you think? What should we price it at? Zhou Libin asked thoughtfully. As for the gift box, the cost of the box alone is considerable, so it can't be too cheap. I was thinking of setting it at 8.88, Qin Fei replied. 8.88? That's quite surprising. You could buy 8 pounds for that price. It might not sell well, Zhou Libin remarked. No worries, it's just a small experiment, Qin Fei smiled. Let us finalize it. I'll bring the gift boxes to you, and you can select a batch of goods to package for display in the shop. All right. Since you've labeled it as an experiment, I'll proceed as you suggest, Zhou Libin agreed. Well, that will be all for today. Qin Fei rose to his feet. Brother Zhou, please remember to take your wife to the hospital as soon as possible. Are you leaving now? Zhou Libin inquired. You should have a meal before you go. Your sister-in-law has gone to buy groceries. No, I need to visit 2 other shops to discuss the packaging matters, Qin Fei replied, waving his hand dismissively. When your wife returns, do let her know that I shall certainly join you for dinner next time. With the roar of the motorcycle fading into the distance, Zhou Libin tightened his grip on the note in hand, deliberating for a moment before retreating into the house to gather his belongings. Chapter 70, The New Secretary Yaoyao. In a few days, I will send over the packaging. Remember to prominently display the Spring Festival gift boxes on the shelves. The more visible, the better. Understood, Brother Fei. Yaoyao replied, pulling Qin Fei to sit down. Wait here for a moment. The young girl dashed out and returned after quite some time. What were you doing? You're covered in sweat, Qin Fei inquired. I went to inform Brother Dao that you have arrived. Yaoyao panted. Brother Dao has something to discuss with you. Qin Fei was puzzled. What could Brother Dao want? Isn't the money for my mother's treatment still insufficient? Little Qin, my brother, we meet again. Brother Dao appeared, flanked by 3 companions. Brother Dao, Yaoyao mentioned you were looking for me. What is it? I will certainly help if I can, Qin Fei stated. It's nothing much. Brother Dao spoke as he pulled out a stack of cash and placed it before Qin Fei. This is 1,000. The remaining 1,000 can wait until your next visit. Brother Dao, there is no rush for the money. What is all this about? Qin Fei chuckled, thinking it was something serious, only to realize it was a matter of repayment. Little Qin, my mother underwent surgery yesterday, and it was a success, all thanks to you. Brother Dao insisted, pressing the money into Qin Fei's hands. Favors can be repaid gradually, but money is urgent. All right, I will accept it. Qin Fei accepted the money, pondering for a moment before asking, Brother Dao, where did this money come from? Haha, rest assured, it's clean. Someone owed me money, and upon hearing about my mother's illness, sent it to the hospital. Brother Dao replied, patting Qin Fei's shoulder. That is good to hear, Brother Dao. If I may say something inappropriate, one must always be cautious in their dealings. Illegal activities should be avoided at all costs. Qin Fei gestured towards the sky. Society may seem chaotic now, but eventually there will be a concerted effort to impose order. You've heard about that incident? Brother Dao suddenly asked. What incident? Qin Fei responded with a look of confusion. He referenced his past memories, knowing that in a year, a crackdown was imminent, and all illegal activities would be dealt with severely. Our officials in Tonyang were robbed en route by 3 young rascals, Brother Dao whispered. I've heard the new secretary is quite upset and intends to take action. The new secretary was robbed on the way to office? Qin Fei questioned, doubting his understanding. Who would dare rob the county party secretary? Yes, right in your Shirlin. 3 reckless youths, Brother Dao confirmed. I heard the new secretary, surnamed Song, got stuck in a mud pit and needed stones to fill it. Those 3 scoundrels claimed the stones were theirs and demanded payment. Surnamed Song? That must be Teacher Song's father. Goodness, my father-in-law is the county party secretary. I shall have quite the influence in Tongong from now on. Qin Fei mused wildly. Sherlin? Was that the work of Brother Chua's gang? Qin Fei asked. It shouldn't be. That group, even if they lack sense, knows that a luxury car isn't driven by just anyone. Those 3 are merely fearless young fools, unafraid of anything. And what became of those 3? Were they apprehended? No. The new secretary had them assist in pushing the car and then paid them off, leaving them unharmed. With a smile, Brother Dao remarked on the intriguing nature of our new secretary, who was adept at both yielding and asserting herself, cleverly enlisting the assistance of those 3 young men to push a cart while compensating them, thus ensuring it scarcely qualifies as extortion, maintaining both dignity and decorum. Indeed. It is rather amusing, Qin Fei mused, a slight smile tugging at his lips. At that moment, Song Wenin had just concluded her final class of the morning and returned to her dormitory, where Zhou Lily rushed over and enveloped her in a hug. Wowen, shall we go to Sherlin for lunch? No, I still have classes in the afternoon. The round trip would take too much time, Song Wenwen replied, shaking her head. Don't worry. My boyfriend is waiting outside. He has a motorcycle, so we'll be back in no time, Zhou Lily insisted. That makes me even less inclined to join. I refuse to be a third wheel, Song Wenwen chuckled. Oh, come on, just accompany me. The cafeteria food is hardly appealing. It's all just stones, Zhou Lily pleaded, shaking Song Wenwen's arm. Lily, I truly cannot go. You should go ahead, and if you can't return in time, I will attend your class first. Song Wenwen said with a smile, loosening Zhou Lily's grip, retrieving her lunchbox, and turning to leave. Previously, she had been puzzled as to why Zhang Liang had invited her to dinner. Now, she understood Zhou Lily's overly affectionate demeanor. Her father was now a prominent official in Tong County, and Zhang Liang must have learned of this, seeking to cultivate a relationship with her through Zhou Lily. Yet, even without her father's reminder yesterday, she would have kept her distance from Zhou Lily, for she simply did not like her. She held no fondness for Zhou Lily's boyfriend, Zhang Liang, nor did she appreciate her overly dramatic displays of affection. As Song Wenwen walked to the cafeteria, a cloud of concern enveloped her. Yesterday, her father had been quite adamant in opposing her relationship with Qin Fei, which had left her feeling rather disheartened. However, upon reflection, she realized there was little to fear. Her father was engrossed in his work and had no time to monitor her closely. She and Qin Fei could still meet, stroll together, and even shop for new clothes for the new year for his family at Qinghe, even if the time came for discussions of marriage. Her mother was supportive and would stand by her side. Song Wenwen felt that her father, Song Yuanchao, was overly fixated on maintaining control over every aspect of life, failing to truly understand Qin Fei. What if Qin Fei felt discontent due to her father's comments yesterday? Song Wenwen eagerly anticipated the end of the school day, perhaps even more so than her students. Seeing that Song Wenwen was resolute in her decision, Zhou Lily reluctantly gave up, shouldering her bag and making her way to the school gate, where she mounted Zhang Liang's motorcycle. Wenwen refused to go. I tried my best, Zhou Lily lamented. Does she suspect your intentions? Perhaps, Zhang Liang chuckled, but it matters not. Just focus on building a rapport with her. I never expected this to be straightforward. Oh, you truly put me in a difficult position. I have no fondness for her pretentiousness, Zhou Lily complained disdainfully. It's as if she believes herself to be a pristine maiden, while I am merely a courtesan, utterly affected. Keep such sentiments to yourself. When in her presence, you must conceal your true feelings and act as if you were sisters, Zhang Liang advised. I understand. But after all this effort, how will you compensate me? What is it that you desire? Let me ponder for a moment. How about this? This weekend, you shall accompany me to Qinghe, for I am in need of new attire. Very well, I shall take you this weekend. Purchase as many items as your heart desires. That sounds much better. Zhou Lily leaned in and pecked Zhang Liang on the cheek. Let us set off, she exclaimed. However, there is a rather troublesome matter at hand. As the motorcycle roared to life and they traveled a short distance, Zhou Lily suddenly remarked, with the year-end evaluations approaching. Only Song Wenwen and I remain as newcomers, and only one can be deemed an outstanding teacher, which affects our positions. Surely, you cannot expect me to concede this opportunity to her. When shall I ever secure my own position? I am aware of this issue. We shall address it in due course. Zhang Liang contemplated for a moment, and, cutting through the wind, called out, Rest assured, I will never allow my beloved to suffer any disadvantage. Chapter 71. Truly high on Saturday morning, Qin Fei arrived early at Shilin Town. Having arranged to meet Song Wenwen at 8:30 in front of the store owned by the plump man. This trip to Qinghe served two purposes: to spend time with teacher Song and deepen their relationship, and to attend to an important matter. The packaging from the printing factory was ready for collection. To facilitate this, he enlisted old Song to drive them in the delivery truck. "Have you spoken to Yongzi?" Qin Fei inquired. "I have." He reiterated his usual sentiments. He is not quick-witted enough for our line of work and would prefer to stay with Zhang Liang. The plump man shrugged. "All right then. It seems that's how it must be," Qin Fei sighed. "Why have you been returning home so often lately? Have you earned enough money?" "Not at all." The plump man replied, his demeanor shy and awkward, resembling a bashful bride, albeit a rather large one. "I'm in love." "What?" Qin Fei leaned against the wall, nearly stumbling. "You're in love? With whom?" "With Lin Yue, the one who helps you with your work," the plump man admitted, his cheeks surprisingly flushed. "Wait. Have you two even met? You're already in love?" "We met at that gathering with Liangzi when I came to find you. I saw her then. And it was love at first sight." "Impressive." Qin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "So, what does she say?" "She doesn't know yet. I've been too afraid to talk to her these past few days, just pretending to pass by and steal a glance," the plump man lamented. "Feech, you must help me with this." "How can I assist? I'm not a matchmaker. Even if I found a red string to tie you two together." "It would suffice," Qin Fei chuckled, patting the plump man on the shoulder. "This matter relies on your own efforts. Teach me," the plump man pleaded. "How did you win over teacher Song?" "She is a teacher, after all, and you managed to pursue her. You must guide me on how to approach Lin Yue. We'll discuss this later." Qin Fei waved his hand as Old Song arrived. After converting his ox cart to a tricycle, Old Song had also transformed his attire. Now clad in a tailored suit, carrying a small bag, and almost adorned with a flashy gold chain. "Brother Song, what's with your outfit? Are you off to be a groom? Does your sister-in-law know?" Qin Fei laughed. "Don't joke about it. My sister-in-law actually made a fuss over this. Saying I shouldn't dress so flamboyantly at my age," Old Song said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Qin Fei. "I'm doing this for our business. Dressed like this, I'll look like a wealthy boss, which will help in negotiating a good price when we collect the goods." "I believe it. I believe it." Qin Fei grinned. "I appreciate you helping me out. A big boss like you running errands for me. Little Qin, if you keep saying that, I'll have to give you a good punch." "You're so ungrateful," Old Song teased, slinging his bag over his shoulder and pulling Qin Fei close. "By the way, where's your sister-in-law?" "Not here." Yet before Qin Fei could finish, Song Wenwen appeared at the alley's entrance, wearing a pure white knitted top and light blue fitted jeans. Carrying a small yellow bag, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding youthful beauty. "This is teacher Song Wenwen." In the center of the gathering stood Qin Fei. "Introducing everyone, teacher Song, this is brother Song, and this is Fatty's son, as I have mentioned to you." "Hello," Song Wenwen shyly greeted. "Greetings, sister-in-law." "Greetings, sister-in-law." Old Song beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Qin, you must be blessed indeed to have found such a wonderful wife." Fatty's son, utterly astonished, stood transfixed. He had anticipated that Fei Ji's partner would be extraordinary, yet witnessing her beauty in person left him utterly speechless. "Hello, sister-in-law," he suddenly shouted, startling Song Wenwen. "What are you doing, Fatty? Why are you making such a fuss?" Qin Fei shot him a disapproving glance. "I apologize, sister-in-law. I got a bit too excited." "Please forgive me." Fatty's son hastily offered his apologies. "It's all right," Song Wenwen replied, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. Being addressed as sister-in-law and younger sister was somewhat overwhelming, yet she felt a surge of happiness, for at that moment, she began to step into Qin Fei's life. Old Song's three-wheeled truck had only 2 seats, yet there were 3 of them. Options were limited. Old Song could drive while Qin Fei perched in the cargo area, or vice versa, but neither seemed appropriate. "Teacher Song, we'll have to squeeze a bit. I completely forgot about this," Qin Fei admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. "It's fine." Song Wenwen nodded, realizing there was no other choice. Old Song sat comfortably in the driver's seat, glancing at Qin Fei through the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his admiration. Xiao Qin was a skilled businessman, and in matters of romance, he was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Fatty's son stood outside the shop, watching with envy and admiration as Qin Fei and the enchanting Song Wenwen settled into the truck. "Incredible! It truly is impressive." Soaring to heights akin to 7 or 8 stories, the truck roared to life, releasing a plume of black smoke as it moved forward. Although Song Wenwen was slender, The passenger seat was rather cramped, and despite their efforts to sit closer to the edges, they found themselves squeezed together. Qin Fei felt unjustly wronged. He vowed that he had genuinely forgotten the truck's limited seating and had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. The atmosphere in the cab grew somewhat awkward. Old Song remained intensely focused on the road, more serious than ever since he had first driven this vehicle. Qin Fei felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, primarily due to Song Wenwen's evident anxiety, which heightened his own tension. Song Wenwen felt restless, wishing for time to hasten its passage to alleviate the embarrassment. She turned to gaze out the window, fearful that someone might catch a glimpse of her flushed face. Suddenly, the truck hit a pothole, causing a jolt that sent everyone bouncing within. Song Wenwen, consumed by her nervousness, leaned forward, her forehead nearly colliding with the dashboard. Quick as lightning, Qin Fei reached out to steady her. Old Song, catching sight of this tender moment through the corner of his eye, felt a swell of pride. Xiaoqin, you owe me a drink. That pothole was my choice, the biggest one. Chapter 72. Another godfather in the embrace of soft warmth. Qin Fei found himself wishing that Old Song would drive a tad slower. There was no pressing matter at hand. However, delightful moments are always fleeting. At 10:30, the three-wheeled freight vehicle arrived at the printing factory on the outskirts of Qinghe. Teacher Song, please wait for us in the vehicle for a moment. We have some matters to attend to. Upon entering the printing factory with Old Song, Qin Fei handed over the order form. Boss, we may need to wait a while. This batch of goods was completed a couple of days ago, but it's stored in the warehouse, and we must wait for the preceding items to be cleared before we can move it. How long will it take? Qin Fei inquired. It might be until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Faced with such circumstances, waiting was their only option. Stepping outside, Qin Fei turned to Old Song. Brother Song, let us take a stroll around Qinghe and return in the afternoon. No need. You two go ahead. My presence might hinder your enjoyment. Old Song chuckled. I'll wait here. I noticed a small restaurant up ahead. I'll just go there to prepare a couple of dishes. All right then. I appreciate your effort in delivering the goods to them this afternoon, Qin Fei remarked. Not at all. Now that you have a partner, why are you still being so courteous? Old Song patted Qin Fei on the back. Go on. Enjoy your time with your sister-in-law. Okay, I'm off then. Qin Fei waved his hand and called for Song Wenwen to join him from the vehicle. The two arrived at the bus stop, waiting for their ride. Song Wenwen stood with her arms crossed, seemingly lost in thought. Teacher Song, what are you pondering? Qin Fei asked. Nothing much. I was just contemplating whether I should visit my mother, Song Wenwen replied with a smile. Having realized after their recent closeness that her feelings for Qin Fei had changed. Yet, she struggled to articulate what was different. Let us go. I believe it's important for us to visit. Since we're here, it would be inappropriate not to check in on her. Qin Fei smiled. What if Annie finds out and thinks we are inconsiderate? Song Wenwen nodded. How about this? We'll have a meal first, and after that, we can head to the People's Hospital. Qin Fei suggested, the hospital isn't far from a shopping mall. After visiting Andy, we can go to the mall as well. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead, Song Wenwen agreed. At the People's Hospital, in the obstetrics and gynecology inpatient ward, Zhou Libin had just returned with lunch. The day after Qin Fei had handed the note to Zhou Libin, he brought his wife, Sun Yulian, to the hospital. Their lack of children was a shared burden for the entire family, an unspoken pain that weighed heavily on them all. Holding the note, they approached the registration desk, where a nurse promptly guided them to the director's office. Zhou Libin and Sun Yulian were astonished to discover that Director Qin, the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department, was acquainted with their young benefactor. In truth, Zhou Libin had not harbored high hopes, having previously tried numerous methods without success. However, after a series of examinations, he was met with the youthful visage of Director Qin adjusting his glasses as he shifted his gaze from the examination report to Zhou Libin. The blockage in the fallopian tubes is not very pronounced, which is why it went undetected by previous hospitals. It is not a significant issue. It can be treated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Libin's heart quivered, and he trembled as he asked, Director Qin, if it can be cured, will we be able to conceive a child? I cannot guarantee that. Pregnancy is influenced by various factors, Qin Lan replied with a smile. However, I observe that your sperm activity is quite good. So once your wife recovers, conceiving should not pose a significant issue. With Director Qin's reassurance that it should not be difficult, Zhou Libin was struck with joy, rendered speechless, while Sun Yulian wept tears of happiness. Old Zhou, how should we express our gratitude to Xiaoqin? Sun Yulian inquired, glancing at her husband as she ate. Xiaoqin doesn't mind such things. My brother truly seems to be arranging this for me, having inquired about it during our last drinking session, Zhou Libin responded. Xiaoqin is indeed a good person. You should quickly bring out the rosewood at home and prepare a set of furniture to present to him once his new house is completed. I intended to do that earlier, but you were reluctant, saying that if we have a son in the future, we should reserve it for him. Zhou Libin chuckled. What's this? Now that we might actually have a son, you're willing to part with it. Without Xiaoqin's consideration, could we have a son? Sun Yulian shot Zhou Libin a glance. We still need to thank Director Qin. Enough of these thoughts. Let us wait until you've fully recovered. Zhou Libin smiled. How do we thank Director Qin? Just then, Qin Fei appeared in the ward, followed by Song Wenwen. Xiaoqin, what brings you here? Zhou Libin exclaimed with delight upon seeing Qin Fei. How did you know I was here with your sister-in-law? I came to find Director Qin. She was in a rush for surgery and mentioned that you and your sister-in-law were here, so I came to check. Qin Fei replied with a smile, gesturing toward Song Wenwen. This is Teacher Song, the daughter of the director whom you should thank. Hello, Brother Zhou. Hello, sister-in-law. Song Wenwen greeted with a smile. Wonderful. Zhou Libin, elated as if celebrating a festival, pulled Qin Fei aside. Is this your girlfriend? Yes, who else would it be? Qin Fei teased. Brother Zhou, I had to work hard to win over my mother-in-law for your sake. You rascal, impressive. Zhou Libin remarked, then turned to Song Wenwen. Would you like some fruit, or perhaps a cup of milk? What are you doing? As if Teacher Song has never had fruit or milk before, Sun Yulian retorted. Teacher Song, come here and chat with your sister-in-law. Brother Zhou, let us step outside for a smoke, Qin Fei suggested, pulling Zhou Libin out of the ward and onto the rooftop. So, how is it? As they lit their cigarettes, Qin Fei inquired. Director Qin said it shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Libin could hardly contain his joy, chuckling. This is all thanks to you. When the child is born, you shall be the godfather. Why godfather again? After my rebirth, am I destined to be a godfather? Qin Fei couldn't help but scoff internally. Hold on. I don't even have my own child yet. I certainly don't fancy being someone else's father. Qin Fei waved his hand. I heard you mention wanting to thank Director Qin. Let me offer you a suggestion. Leaning close to Zhou Libin's ear, Qin Fei quickly shared his idea. Is that sufficient? It seems rather vague. I was thinking of giving a substantial red envelope, Zhou Libin remarked. Let us not presume that Director Qin would ever accept such a gift. It is truly an ill-conceived notion to suggest it. Qin Fei promptly quashed Zhou Libin's thought. Just do as I advise. And I assure you that Director Qin will be pleased. Very well, after all, she is your mother-in-law, so her opinions will certainly align with yours, regardless of the outcome. Zhou Libin chuckled. When do you and that Teacher Song plan to tie the knot? My dear brother Zhou, you seem more eager than I am. This year is certainly out of the question, but perhaps we can discuss it next year. Qin Fei extinguished his cigarette. Enough of this. We merely came to check on you. Now that I see your wishes are fulfilled, I am quite pleased. However, we have matters to attend to. So we must take our leave. Upon exiting the hospital, the two made their way to the shopping mall, eventually arriving at a clothing store. Qin Fei found the figure of a sales assistant somewhat familiar, and as he approached, he was taken aback. Zhao Jinji. Chapter 73. A reunion with Zhao Jinji. Zhao Jinji, who once believed she would never see Qin Fei again in this lifetime, soon altered her perspective after their parting. She found herself eagerly anticipating their next encounter. For instance, at a grand business conference, the accomplished businesswoman Zhao Jinji might cheerfully inquire, Mr. Qin, shall we explore a collaboration? Alternatively, on a bustling street, she could invite Qin Fei to join her and her husband for a midday meal, radiating happiness as she cradled her child. However, Zhao Jinji had never envisioned her current predicament. Having fled from home to escape an arranged marriage, she found herself at a dead end. Working at a clothing store in Qinghe, diligently arranging newly arrived garments. Zhao Jinji? Qin Fei was taken aback. The last time they had been in Qinghe together, she had not returned home, and now she had secured a job here. Qin Fei? Zhao Jinji slowly rose, her eyes landing on the youthful and vibrant Song Wenwen. You must be Teacher Song Wenwen. Song Wenwen assessed the woman before her, who, despite her modest attire, possessed a beauty and figure not inferior to her own. From the fleeting look of regret and envy in Zhao Jinji's gaze, Song Wenwen discerned much. Indeed, Qin Fei nodded. Teacher Song, this is Zhao Jinji, a friend of mine. Hello, Song Wenwen greeted, stepping closer to lean against Qin Fei. What brings you here? Qin Fei inquired. You didn't return after your last visit? Yes. I need to earn a living, unlike you, Mr. Qin, with your vast family business, Zhao Jinji replied with a smile, attempting to mask the melancholy and a hint of insecurity that lingered in her eyes. Has something happened? Qin Fei pondered aloud. Song Wenwen, listening quietly from the side, observed their conversation with a gentle demeanor. Nothing at all. What could possibly happen? Zhao Jinji raised an eyebrow. Your partner is here. Yet you show such concern for other women. Teacher Song, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on him? Everything is fine. You are friends after all. Song Wenwen smiled softly. All right. If you ever need anything, do let me know. I will certainly help if I can. Qin Fei scratched his head, a hint of concern in his voice. Zhao Jinji, what are you doing? Are you working or just chatting? Am I paying you to engage in idle chatter? A middle-aged woman called from the cashier's desk. Understood. Zhao Jinji chuckled sheepishly. I still have work to do. I can't chat with you all anymore. With that, she turned, clutching a bundle of hangers. Sighing, Qin Fei and Song Wenwen turned to leave. Let me see, my father, my mother, 2 nephews, and Yaoyao, along with my sister-in-law. Such a small group. Qin Fei counted on his fingers. Perhaps 2 sets of clothes for each, so they can mix and match. Wait a moment. What about your nephew's parents? Song Wenwen blinked. Aren't your second brother and sister-in-law buying for them? They are capable of earning their own money. Why should I buy for them? Respect for elders and care for the young. Neither of them qualifies, Qin Fei explained. Is that really appropriate? Song Wenwen remarked. If you buy for everyone else but them, they will surely feel displeased. Teacher Song, given my sister-in-law's temperament, she wouldn't hide her displeasure. She would certainly let you know her feelings directly. Qin Fei laughed. But it matters not, for I owe her nothing. She may do as she pleases. Wenwen, once you marry into our family, our only responsibility will be to honor our parents and care for both our elder brother's wife and Yaoyao. Oh, very well then, Qin Fei said. And Song Wenwen could only nod in agreement. After nearly an hour of shopping, they finally completed the purchase of New Year's clothing for Qin Fei's family. Teacher Song, the rest still yours. Now you should choose and buy 2 outfits for yourself, Qin Fei said, laden with bags. I don't want any. I have too many clothes already, Song Wenwen shook her head. A girl can never have too many clothes. No, you must buy. Qin Fei insisted. All right then. But I don't want you to accompany me, Song Wenwen suddenly declared. Just give me the money. It's getting late, and you need to head to the station. Earlier, when they visited Renmin Hospital to see Qin Lan, she was in a hurry for surgery and didn't have the chance to speak with them. But she had asked Song Wenwen to stay the night and return home with her. Why don't you want me to accompany you? If you're with me, you'll know what clothes I'll buy, and then it won't be a surprise when I wear them for you. All right then, how much do you need? Qin Fei straightforwardly pulled out his wallet and handed it to Song Wenwen, saying, take what you need, but don't take too little. Song Wenwen squinted her eyes and smiled, pulling out a stack of cash from the wallet. Is this enough? I'll see you off and then return to shop on my own. Qin Fei was quite puzzled. Teacher Song seemed to be acting unusually. Why did she need money to shop alone? Was she truly planning to surprise him? After bidding Qin Fei farewell, Song Wenwen retraced her steps into the mall and promptly found the store where Zhao Jinji was. This one, and this one, I want them all. Upon entering, she pointed at the garments displayed, resembling a newly affluent individual. Young lady, you want all of these? The proprietress, a woman in her 30s, recognized her as the one who had just been chatting with Zhao Jinji, yet who would turn down a customer. She immediately greeted her warmly. Knowing these outfits would not come cheaply. Do I look like someone who is short on cash? Song Wenwen replied with a tone of confidence. My partner is in business. He earns enough in a day to buy out your entire store. Indeed, you certainly appear to be a fortunate person, the proprietress replied with a smile. Zhao Jinji, come over and help package these. I want you to wrap each piece carefully. They must not have a single wrinkle, Song Wenwen instructed the proprietress, taking out another stack of cash from her bag. If they are not folded properly, I want to take them. All right, I'll take care of it. Please have a seat and wait, the proprietress said joyfully as she turned to fetch packaging materials. Zhao Jinji looked at Song Wenwen, her mind filled with questions. According to Qin Fei's description, Teacher Song was a gentle and innocent girl, yet here she stood with a fierce demeanor, resembling a formidable matriarch. Was she truly returning just to buy clothes? And where was Qin Fei? Why was he accompanying her? Song Wenwen did not sit down, instead. She stood there watching the proprietress pack, resembling a landlady supervising her laborers. Such a substantial transaction left the proprietress no room for complacency. She meticulously smoothed the edges and corners of the garments several times. My dear, are you satisfied? She inquired as she handed the neatly packaged clothes to Song Wenwen. I need her to take them home for me. After a long day of shopping, I lack the strength to carry them myself. Song Wenwen replied, glancing at Zhao Jinji. Very well, Zhao Jinji, accompany this young lady and assist her in delivering the garments to her residence, the proprietress instructed. Madam, I have other matters to attend to and cannot serve as a maid, Zhao Jinji replied, shaking her head. Jinji, considering the significance of this transaction, shall I grant you a commission? Today was indeed my oversight, causing you to lose face in front of your friend. I assure you, there will be no next time. Had I known you had such affluent acquaintances, I would have acted differently, the proprietress whispered as she approached Zhao Jinji. Very well, consider it a commission, Zhao Jinji acquiesced. Accepting the package bag from the proprietress. Let us honor our word. It shall be your commission, the proprietress declared, patting her chest. For today, you may consider your work concluded. After delivering the items, you may return to your dormitory and rest. As the two exited the shop, they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 74. Sisters, did you purchase this clothing for Qin Fei? Zhao Jinch inquired. Indeed. He has been preoccupied with buying things for the family and has not thought to indulge himself. Song Wenwen nodded, taking the packaging bag from Zhao Jinch. Qin Fei mentioned your situation to me, so I returned to stand up for you. Haha. Teacher Song, you are quite amusing, Zhao Jinch chuckled, covering her mouth. To be honest, I thought you had come back to humiliate me. How could that be? I am simply more fortunate than you, am I not? Song Wenwen replied, gazing at Zhao Jinch. He even shared that with you? Zhao Jinch exclaimed, surprised. Qin Fei is remarkably carefree, not fearing your jealousy. Not at all. That was merely my conjecture, Song Wenwen laughed. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew we were enamored with the same person. Is that true? Even fortune tellers cannot be so precise. It is the woman's intuition, indeed. Very well, your intuition is quite accurate. How did I perform just now? Did I appear like a nouveau riche? Yes, indeed, a female nouveau riche, to be precise. The two found an instant rapport, conversing as they strolled until they reached a bench in the park of the People's Hospital. Let us sit here and chat. Do you have any pressing matters? Will this take up too much of your time? Song Wenwen asked. I have already finished work. I must deliver this clothing to you. The nouveau riche, Zhao Jinch jested. Do you have acquaintances at the hospital? Yes, my mother works here, and I am merely waiting for her to finish her shift, Song Wenwen replied. Come over for dinner at my house tonight. My mother is an excellent cook. No, that would be too much trouble, Zhao Jinch said with a smile, shaking her head. A wave of inferiority surged within her. Song Wenwen was a teacher, and her mother worked at the hospital. Only individuals like them were deemed worthy of Qin Fei. Were they not? Reflecting on her own circumstances, she came from a destitute family, with an older brother still unmarried. And her parents were compelled to consider marrying her off due to their inability to afford a bride price. Jinch, you seem to be in some trouble, am I correct? Song Wenwen grasped Zhao Jinch's hand. Do share, I will help you think of a solution. No, why does everyone seem to believe I am in distress? You and Qin Fei are not even related. We do not share the same household. Just speak freely. I promise I won't tell Qin Fei. Really? You won't tell? Absolutely not. Zhao Jinch yearned to confide in someone, so she recounted her desire to escape the arranged marriage. If it weren't for you, my family would be overjoyed if I married Qin Fei, Zhao Jinch lamented. Teacher Song, you are truly fortunate and blessed. I'm aware, in truth. I feel somewhat unworthy of Qin Fei, Song Wenwen admitted, a hint of melancholy in her voice. His friends all admire him, viewing him as someone of utmost importance, capable of offering him support. I feel as though I possess nothing and can provide him with no assistance. Wenwen, your perspective is misguided, Zhao Jinch reassured her. Qin Fei likes you for who you are, indifferent to whether you can aid him. He simply cherishes you. Your place in his heart is irreplaceable. Yes, I understand now. Song Wenwen suddenly said, Jinji, let me ask my mother. She knows many people and can help you find a more relaxed job. No need. Zhao Jinji shook her head. I sought this job solely out of necessity for living expenses, and I have other considerations as well. The clothes you just bought were all shipped from the south, and with the shipping costs, they are particularly expensive. I believe we could easily establish a local garment processing factory to produce stylish yet affordable clothing. Currently, I am working in a clothing store, which allows me to learn the ropes. Once I save enough money, I can start my own venture, just like your Qin Fei, becoming my own boss. You will undoubtedly succeed, Song Wenwen smiled. Yes, when I do, I will ensure you have all your seasonal clothing covered for the year, Zhao Jinji embraced Song Wenwen. All right. I will eagerly await that. Indeed, I have imagined how we would meet one day. I am quite curious about the Song Wenwen that Qin Fei is so infatuated with. She must be extraordinarily beautiful. Upon meeting you today, I initially felt rather unjust in my defeat, as you are not significantly more attractive than I. However, I now understand that my defeat is not at all unwarranted. Wenwen, you are indeed the perfect match for Qin Fei. Oh, do not say that, Song Wenwen blushed. As if my life revolves solely around Qin Fei. Then perhaps you should step aside and let me take your place, Zhao Jinji laughed. I would be more than willing. Though I desire to pursue my own ambitions, being a delicate and dependent wife is not out of the question for me. All right, stop teasing me, Song Wenwen pleaded. By the way, let me ask you something. Why is there a rift between Qin Fei and his brother and sister-in-law? Well, I am not entirely sure, Zhao Jinji pondered. But I suspect it primarily stems from my cousiness' influence. She has a strong personality, is quite opportunistic. And I have heard she does not get along well with the eldest sister-in-law, causing quite a few issues. Are you preparing to join the family? Not at all. Today, Qin Fei bought clothes for his family, but not for his brother and sister-in-law, Song Wenwen remarked. I feel that might not be appropriate. Wenwen, you are not familiar with rural matters, Zhao Jinji said earnestly. You should heed my advice and stay out of Qin Fei's family affairs. Simply follow his lead. Moreover, they have already separated their households, and they will each lead their own lives. Buying gifts is a matter of sentiment. No one can dictate who should or shouldn't he buy. Just be filial to his parents and help care for the sister-in-law and niece. Song Wenwen nodded. Qin Fei has said the same thing to me. Then that is settled, Zhao Jinji smiled. Your role is to marry Qin Fei and build a good life together. Oh, it is still early, Song Wenwen blushed. Even if it is early, it will not be too late, Zhao Jinji whispered in Song Wenwen's ear. From what I know of Qin Fei, he likely wishes to marry his bride when the new house is ready. Song Wenwen was taken aback. Could it be that Qin Fei truly harbored such thoughts? It seemed rather hasty, and besides, her father was still opposed to the idea. This evening, she needed to have a serious conversation with her mother, urging her to persuade her father. All right, Wenwen, I must take my leave as it is getting late. Zhao Jinji rose and warmly embraced Song Wenwen. It was a pleasure to meet you. From now on, we are sisters. Indeed, sisters, Wenwen replied with a smile. But you mustn't mention today's events to Qin Fei. Rest assured, I want to breathe a word to him. Then farewell. Yes, I will visit you at the shop when I return to Qinghe. That sounds wonderful, but please refrain from acting like a nouveau riche. Chapter 75. I want to marry him. Has your father gone to find Qin Fei? Suddenly, Qin Lan sat up in bed, startled, as she lay there with her daughter. Song Yuanchao truly lacks patience. At his age, he should think before he acts. Qin Lan could not help but criticize. What did he say to Qin Fei? I asked Qin Fei, but he wouldn't tell me. However, I believe Dad must have made things difficult for Qin Fei, Song Wenwen remarked. Your father surely tried to intimidate Qin Fei with his official authority, Qin Lan said, then paused, realizing something. But wait, if Qin Fei were truly intimidated, would he still dare to take you to Qinghe for a visit? Mom, Dad definitely could not frighten Qin Fei. Song Wenwen chuckled. Qin Fei told me today that our dad is an official, and he hasn't been in his position for long, so he must not be quite adept at commanding presence. Haha, Qin Lan laughed along. Song Yuanchao, you cannot even outmaneuver your own son-in-law. Mom, what if Qin Fei wants to get married by the end of the year? Song Wenwen asked in a hushed tone. That is not feasible. It's too soon. Qin Lan shook her head without hesitation. How could it happen so quickly? You two have only just defined your relationship, and your grandmother is still unaware of Qin Fei. What if she disapproves of you marrying someone from the countryside? That would create quite a stir. Did Qin Fei mention anything about marriage? Qin Lan turned to her daughter with a questioning gaze. No, not at all, Song Wenwen replied, lowering her head. It's just my own thought. Wenwen, you. Qin Lan placed her hand on her forehead, exasperated. Can we strive to be a bit more sensible? What kind of girl is so eager to marry? Mom, I don't know why, but I really want to marry Qin Fei. I just want it so much. Song Wenwen raised her head and looked at Qin Lan earnestly. I feel as though heaven has sent Qin Fei to me, exhausting my lifetime of luck. I want to marry him soon, for fear he might slip away. Oh dear. How did I end up with such a headstrong daughter? Qin Lan sighed repeatedly. Why are you so reminiscent of Lin Daiyu? If Qin Fei genuinely likes you, why would he run away? Mom, did you know? There are other people who like Qin Fei too. Song Wenwen had shared, recounting her encounter with Zhao Jinji earlier that day. You did well to turn an enemy into a friend. This way, she cannot act as your rival, Qin Lan contemplated. So, is that why you fear Qin Fei might leave? Not entirely. I approached Jinji today not to turn her into a friend out of necessity, but simply because she seemed like a wonderful person and I wanted to befriend her, Song Wenwen explained, tilting her head. Mom, Do you think Qin Fei is a good person? Upon hearing this, Qin Lan fell into deep thought. Her understanding of Qin Fei was primarily derived from her daughter's accounts, and their limited interactions had not allowed for much familiarity. Yet, based on her years of experience in the medical field and observing people, she concluded that Qin Fei was indeed a fine young man, embodying the virtues of a commendable youth. Otherwise, she would not have been the first to support her daughter's relationship with him. He is a decent young man. I quite like him. Otherwise, I would not support you. Qin Lan pondered for a moment and reassured, you need not worry too much about your father. In a couple of days, I shall pay him a visit and speak to him properly. Mom, Songwon interjected, do you think I've caught the disease of longing? My mind is utterly consumed by Qin Fei. I wish to proclaim to the world that my partner is an extraordinary individual, and I aspire to marry him. With both hands cradling her head, woman protested, you must not laugh at me. Ha. Qin Lan found it impossible to suppress her laughter. She could fully comprehend her daughter's exuberance, being in love for the first time, yet she couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not mocking you, my dear. I simply wish to capture this moment on camera to show everyone when you eventually marry. Oh, mother. Unbeknownst to Qin Fei, his beloved, teacher Songwon was fervently yearning to wed him. Had he known, both the bride and the new home would have been settled in his mind. Returning from Qinghe to Shaosu village, the night had completely enveloped the landscape. Upon reaching the back mountain, Lin Yin had prepared a bowl of noodles for him. After finishing his meal, he carried the clothes he had purchased and headed home. The courtyard gate was locked. Qin Fei knocked gently and waited for a considerable time until his mother, Zhang Shulan, finally appeared to open the door. Why are you here at this hour, third brother? She inquired. I went to Qinghe for business and brought back a piece of clothing for you and your father. Seeing his mother in an apron, holding a dishcloth, having just washed the dishes, Qin Fei asked, why are you the one washing dishes? Where is Shenjiaodi? What is she doing as the daughter-in-law? Shoo, keep your voice down. It's just washing a few dishes. What does it matter who does it? Zhang Shulan pulled her son inside. Your father is in there. Go talk to him. Okay, Qin Fei nodded, catching a glimpse of Shenjiaodi peeking from the east room. Wheezy, third brother has brought clothing for the family. Shenjiaodi whispered. Could it be for us as well? Don't just think of good things. Given how you've offended third brother. If he were to buy you clothing, that would be quite degrading. Qin Hui retorted. How have I offended him? Isn't it normal for families to bicker? There is no such thing as perpetual harmony, Shenjiaodi murmured. Whose side are you on? Are you, like your father, wary of me trying to appease their brother? Ever since her last attempt to introduce Zhao Jinji to Qin Fei had failed, Shenjiaodi had been contemplating finding another match for him. But Qin Xianda had discovered her intentions and scolded her thoroughly. Since then, she had resolved to abandon her efforts to win over Qin Fei. However, the more she reflected, the more she sensed something amiss. Eventually, she realized that while it appeared that Qin Xianda was drawing a line between the family and third brother, his true intention was to prevent her from meddling in third brother's affairs. Having unraveled this mystery, Shenjiaodi found herself at an impasse, as she had been the one to instigate the earlier conflict that had led to the expulsion of third brother and his sister-in-law from the household. Dad, how have you been lately? Qin Fei entered his parents' room and placed his belongings on the bed. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Qin Xianda. I don't smoke. I have my own, Qin Xianda replied, pulling out his own pipe. Take the money on the table. Buy New Year clothes for your sister-in-law and Yaoyao. There's no need, Dad. I've already bought them, Qin Fei said as he lit his own cigarette. Whether you have or not, this is your mother's and my goodwill. Qin Xianda raised his gaze to glance at Qin Fei, who had now taken up smoking. Well, not excessively, Qin Fei chuckled. All right, be gone. Don't linger here and become an eyesore. Qin Xianda waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to return less frequently. For this was now his second brother's abode, not his own. Qin Fei nodded silently and turned to leave. Regardless, he felt a sense of satisfaction for having graced him with his presence today. Just wait until the day I bring Teacher Song to your doorstep. Let us see if your demeanor remains unchanged. Chapter 76. Teacher Evaluation. As the days pass steadily, the end of the year approaches. The businesses in the three towns flourish increasingly, and on this side of the mountain, a woman toils tirelessly. After his daughter's discharge from the hospital, old Zheng hurried back to the construction site, eager to commence work, determined to complete the exterior plastering before the first snowfall. Similarly, Qin Fei finds himself engrossed in his tasks. The ox cart of Qin Matzi moves at a sluggish pace, and with Lu Ting being too distant, he resorts to using his motorcycle for deliveries. Nevertheless, amidst his busy schedule, he makes it a point to pick up his niece Yaoyao from elementary school daily, taking the opportunity to exchange a few words with teacher Song. Song Wenwen, besides eagerly anticipating the end of classes, is diligently preparing materials for the year-end teacher evaluation, which will determine whether she can secure a permanent position next year. Although her father, Song Yuanchao, serves as the county party secretary of Tong County, and a mere word from him could easily sway the outcome, she is acutely aware that he would not extend any assistance in this matter. In fact, given his recent appointment, he might even be inclined to ensure his daughter's exclusion to avoid providing others with ammunition against him. Regardless, Song Wenwen is resolved to make one last effort. Wenwen will be coming over tomorrow, Qin Lan announced as she arrived at the Tong County Party Committee dormitory. Dropping her bag. With her husband newly appointed, she should have visited sooner to show her concern, but the end of the year was exceedingly busy, leaving her no time. Why has Wenwen come to Tong County? Song Yuanchao poured a cup of tea for his wife and sat beside her to massage her shoulders. To participate in the year-end teacher evaluation. She is still a substitute teacher, and if she receives an excellent rating this time, she will attain a formal position next year. Qin Lan remarked, "You certainly have a way, don't you? Do you ever show concern for your daughter?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuanchao's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he remained silent. "Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts, Song Yuanchao." Seeing her husband's silence, Qin Lan turned to face him. "If you're not going to assist Wenwen, I hope you're not considering intervening to ensure her failure." "How could I?" "You're overthinking it," Song Yuanchao chuckled. "I am well aware of my daughter's capabilities. She can manage on her own without my interference." "You had better think that way," Qin Lan retorted, still unconvinced. "If I find out you're jeopardizing our daughter's future to silence others, we will have a serious problem. Rest assured, I will not involve myself in this matter." Song Yuanchao assured her, taking her hand. "I'm already busy enough. I have no time for that." "Is the work challenging?" Qin Lan asked with concern. "Indeed. It is quite arduous. Back in the office, it was sufficient to fulfill my responsibilities. However, upon arriving here, I realized there are no defined duties. With nearly 1 million people in Tong County relying on me, the burden is immense," Song Yuanchao replied with a wry smile. "Take it slow. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once," Qin Lan comforted him. "By the way, did you meet with Xiaoqin last time? Qin Fei?" "I ran into him while visiting Wenwen." Song Yuanchao smiled. "What is the matter? Has our daughter been complaining to you? What do you think?" "Your daughter is now constantly preoccupied with thoughts of marrying him," Qin Lan laughed. "You cannot thwart love. It's better to let things be. The matters concerning my daughter's lifelong happiness are not something I, as her father, can easily endorse," Song Yuanchao asserted firmly. "What is your disapproval matter? Your daughter is 20 this year and will turn 21 by the new year. She is no longer a child who needs you to carry her to buy candied hawthorns." Qin Lan replied, "I believe Xiaoqin is quite a decent young man. Aren't you simply worried because he hails from a rural background? Fearing that Wenwen's life will be difficult if she marries him? Just knowing is enough," Song Yuanchao sighed. "That lad is indeed a commendable young man. But do you truly wish for our Wenwen to marry him and endure the mundane life of rural existence? Comrade Song Yuanchao, you harbor a prejudice against rural people. When you yourself are from such a background," Qin Lan retorted. "Do not label me unjustly. It is precisely because I come from a rural area that I do not wish for Wenwen to marry into one. My insistence on transitioning from an institution to the grassroots is driven by a desire to transform the countryside and uplift it economically. Yet, this does not conflict with my wish to keep my daughter from marrying into a rural setting. I am a party cadre, but I am also a father. Very well. I shall not argue this point any further. Regardless, you cannot prevent your daughter from making her own choice. She will surely marry next year." Qin Lan waved her hand dismissively. "No, I shall not consent to her marrying at all." Song Yuanchao exclaimed loudly. "Isn't that lad still pursuing Wenwen? One cannot truly blame young Xiaoqin for that," Qin Lan chuckled. "Isn't it rather your daughter who is enamored with him? Young Xiaoqin is tall, handsome, and has many admirers. He is not limited to your daughter alone. Is he tall and handsome?" "Huh." Song Yuanchao appeared flustered. "In my eyes, he is far from appealing. Let him pursue whomever he desires. That would be for the best, for then Wenwen will surely move on." Qin Lan shook her head and strolled towards the kitchen. "What would you like to eat tonight, Secretary Song?" "Enough. You take a break. I shall prepare it," Song Yuanchao sighed as he rose. "You insist on encouraging Wenwen to be with that lad." "Song Yuanchao, I must clarify this matter with you." Qin Lan handed him an apron. "Your dislike for Xiaoqin is your personal sentiment and does not impede my admiration for him. Please do not enforce a dictatorship in our home." At the entrance of Lianhua village, Qin Yu skillfully climbed onto a motorcycle and waved at her uncle. Uncle, go speak with Teacher Song. I will wait here and not wander off. The little girl had only recently learned that her uncle and Teacher Song were in a relationship, and it was likely that Teacher Song could become her future aunt, which made her quite unhappy, for it meant her uncle could no longer be her father. However, the thought of Teacher Song potentially being her aunt brought her joy. Teacher Song, will you be going to Tong'ong tomorrow? Qin Fei inquired. Yes, I will be heading over tomorrow afternoon with Lily. Song Wenwen nodded. How about I accompany you? No, I must see my father this time. If you are there, he might not be pleased. Song Wenwen observed Qin Fei's expression. You aren't upset, are you? Not at all. I will eventually win over your father. It's only a matter of time. You need not worry. I am very confident. Qin Fei smiled. Yes, I believe in you. After Song Wenwen finished speaking, she lowered her head and paused for a moment, saying, when winter break arrives, please take me home. All right, Qin Fei replied, his heart soaring with joy, almost compelling him to leap with delight, though he managed to restrain himself. At that moment, Song Wenwen appeared to him like an exquisitely sweet cake, and he yearned to savor her essence. What words could possibly evoke more exhilaration in a man than the phrase, please take me home? I will probably return to school around 2 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Will you be busy then? Song Wenwen inquired, her cheeks flushed. Although she and Qin Fei had seen each other daily, their conversations had only occurred briefly after school. Not busy. I will be here waiting for you, he assured her. Okay, then you should head back quickly. It's getting dark. Please ride slowly, she cautioned. Understood. Qin Fei waved goodbye and turned toward his motorcycle. Little did he realize that this farewell could have almost marked the end of his journey with Song Wenwen. Chapter 77, Teacher Evaluation, Part 2, in Shilin Town. On Hochang Street, Sun Dachui sat idly with a few of his underlings, playing cards. Brother Chue, how much longer must we endure this? It's been ages. My brothers are about to go mad. One complained. Indeed, Brother Chue, that new secretary is so formidable. What are we afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we can deal with him. Another chimed in. He can control the heavens and the earth, but can he control our basic needs? Enough of this nonsense. Sun Dachui exclaimed, throwing down his cards with a fierce glare. Everyone, behave yourselves. Do you want to end up in jail or worse? Liang Zi has warned us several times. The winds are fierce lately. After his outburst, Sun Dachui stormed into a small room. Liang, what did Zhou say? Brother Chue, I met with Zhou yesterday. He emphasized that we must remain low-key for now. Zhang Liang handed Sun Dachui a cigarette and lit it. The new secretary just held a meeting. He intends to restore order throughout the county, and our area is a focal point. Damn it. Those 3 blind fools have landed us in this predicament. Sun Dachui cursed. Calm down, Brother Chue. It's a special time. We must endure, Zhang Liang reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. By the way, I'm heading to Tong'yang and won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. What has taken you to Tong'yang? My girlfriend, the teacher from Lianhua Village, you've met her. She is attending the year-end teacher evaluation there tomorrow, and I'm going to accompany her. All right, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. As Zhang Liang reached the door, Sun Dachui called out, Isn't the new secretary's daughter, that's Song girl, in the same school as your girlfriend? Yes, Song Wenwen. Zhang Liang replied with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Chue. I'll make sure my girlfriend maintains a good relationship with her. They get along well. Is she going to? Of course, she is participating in the evaluation as well. Zhang Liang looked puzzled. Brother Chue, why are you asking this? Please don't do anything reckless. Just curious. You go ahead, Sun Dachui said, a slight smile tugging at his lips. At the Tong'yang County guest house, Song Wenwen and Zhou Lily arrived at 3 in the afternoon, sharing a room as they prepared the materials for the upcoming evaluation. Wenwen, this time the title of excellent teacher is certainly yours. I'm merely here to fill the numbers, as they say, accompanying the crown prince in his studies. Zhou Lily teased. Lily, don't say that. The outcome isn't something we can determine. You have hope too, Song Wenwen replied. You're so popular at school. The students adore you. Zhou Lily rested her chin on her hands while lying on the bed. I suppose I have no hope. So I'll just wait until next year. Wenwen, are you ready? Zhou Lily sat up beside Song Wenwen. Let us go out for a stroll and find somewhere to eat. I haven't explored Tong'yang City yet. Not right now. I have to finish up. I need to look for my mother later. She is also in Tong'yang, and we'll have dinner together tonight. All right then, Zhou Lily nodded, slightly disappointed. I'll go find Liang. He is coming to keep me company today. All right, you go ahead, Song Wenwen waved her hand, as she stepped out of the guest house room. Zhou Lily couldn't help but scoff softly, muttering, "What a pretentious act. Your father is the county party secretary. Isn't it all just a matter of his word?" Upon reaching the entrance of the guest house, Zhou Lily raised her chin and glanced westward. Here, Zhang Liang suddenly appeared behind her, patting her shoulder. "Oh, you startled me," Zhou Lily exclaimed, patting her chest. "We need to hurry. We can't linger here. There are people from the education committee." The two walked down the street in succession, and Zhou Lily immediately leaned closer. "About what you mentioned last time, making sure I become an outstanding teacher this time. What's your plan? Why the rush? Doesn't it start tomorrow morning?" Zhang Liang chuckled. "The results aren't out yet. How do you know I haven't devised a strategy?" "Humph. How can you still say there's no urgency at a time like this? You must have no plan." Zhou Lily pouted. "If you don't sort this out, I won't agree to go home with you." "Rest assured, I am indeed working hard on it," Zhang Liang replied. "By the way, weren't you supposed to bring Song Wenwen along for dinner? She mentioned her mother is in Tong'an today, so she has to accompany her," Zhou Lily casually remarked. "She truly is fortunate. Her father is the county party secretary, and her future is bright. Why does she feel the need to compete with me for this position?" "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us go eat," Zhang Liang interrupted. "Afterward, I'll take you back to rest properly and conserve your energy for tomorrow's best performance." At the Tong County Party Committee dormitory, Qin Lan sat on the living room sofa, preparing vegetables, while her husband, Song Yuanchao, busied himself in the kitchen making soup. "All right, the soup is simmering," Song Yuanchao announced as he emerged from the kitchen and sat beside his wife. "When is woman coming over?" Qin Lan glanced at the clock on the wall. "It should be a while longer. It's still early, and she needs to tidy up at the guest house." "Okay. We'll wait until Wenwen arrives to start cooking," Song Yuanchao replied, picking up a newspaper from the coffee table. Soon, a headline caught his attention. "The people praise her as goddess of fertility, a day in the life of Qin Lan, director of the obstetrics and gynecology department at Qinghe City People's Hospital." "What is this about?" Song Yuanchao placed the newspaper in front of his wife, pointing at the article. "Why didn't you mention this to me? Why should I tell you? Secretary Song is so busy. How could he concern himself with such trivial matters?" Qin Lan replied nonchalantly. "You really are something. You don't even share good news, which would give me a chance to praise you." Song Yuanchao chuckled awkwardly. "Enough of that. I don't need your praise." Qin Lan shot him a glance. This matter was likely orchestrated by Xiao Qin. "Qin Fei? What does this have to do with him?" Song Yuanchao asked, surprised. Qin Lan was also speculating. Shortly after Zhou Libin and his wife were discharged from the hospital, they had presented a banner, complete with drums and gongs, to the People's Hospital. Coincidentally, they encountered a reporter from Qinghe Daily along the way, resulting in the article. For her, this piece was undoubtedly beneficial, both in terms of reputation and future prospects. She has always felt that given the capabilities of the Zhou couple, such feats could not possibly be accomplished without external guidance, and the only individual who could provide such counsel is undoubtedly Qin Fei. "Your suggestion indeed points to that mischievous lad." Song Yuanchao scoffed dismissively, aware that my approach would be ineffective, and thus sought to ingratiate himself with you. "All for the sake of Wenwen," I remarked. "Secretary Song, might you refrain from attributing every matter to yourself? Why must young Qin be the one to curry favor with me? Could it not be that the patient genuinely wishes to express gratitude?" Qin Lan glared at Song Yuanchao. Very well, very well. Our director Qin possesses remarkable healing skills, and a physician's benevolence naturally earns the heartfelt thanks of their patients." With that, Song Yuanchao rose, stating his intention to check on the soup in the kitchen. Chapter 78. Song Wenwen has disappeared. The following morning at the Tongyan County Guest House, Zhou Lily was in tears. She was surrounded by police officers, overwhelmed by fear. The previous afternoon, when she went out for a meal, she had asked Wenwen if she would like to join her. But when it mentioned that her mother was visiting Tongnan and that she intended to dine with her, upon returning from her meal, Wenwen had yet to arrive, leading Zhou to believe she might have gone to stay with her mother. During the morning evaluation meeting, Zhou did not see Wenwen and was completely unaware of the events that had transpired, nor did she know of Wenwen's whereabouts. The fact that Song Wenwen had vanished was alarming. More significantly, the daughter of the county committee secretary had gone missing within the town of Tong'an. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly becoming known to all. When the head of the Tong'an County Public Security Bureau, named Ming, learned of the situation, every hair on his body stood on end. He immediately mobilized all available police forces in Tong'an to conduct a citywide search, effectively sealing off the guest house and questioning Zhou Lily multiple times regarding her interactions with Wenwen. Director Ming, Zhou Lily stated, The information I provided is accurate. I indeed left the guest house first, and some witnesses saw one leave approximately an hour later. From the guest house to the county committee compound, they began their inquiries, methodically questioning residents to ascertain who might have seen Song Wenwen. Director Meng, the officers reported, "We have already begun questioning, but there are no leads." It was already dark when Wenwen left the guest house, making it difficult to see anything clearly. "That must not deter us," Director Meng insisted loudly. "We shall scour every inch of Tongyang until we locate her. Contact the police stations in every town and instruct them to send all personnel to assist us in this search." After relaying his directives, Director Meng boarded his vehicle and sped towards the county committee compound. "Secretary Song, we have initiated a comprehensive search throughout the city, and news will come soon," Meng stated with a solemn expression. He then inquired, "Has Teacher Song had any conflicts with anyone?" Song Yuanchao and Qin Lan exchanged glances, uncertain. "It seems unlikely," Qin Lan replied, suppressing her own unease. "Woman leads a simple life, spending time at school or visiting her grandmother during breaks. Who could she possibly have antagonized? By the way, Woman's roommate, Zhou Lily, mentioned that her boyfriend, Zhang Liang, is somewhat of a troublemaker. Is it possible that he has hidden Wenwen to ensure Zhou's evaluation as an outstanding teacher, intentionally causing Wenwen to miss the assessment?" Zhou Lily confirmed that Zhang Liang was indeed an unemployed youth who had come to Tongyang the previous afternoon. After dining with her, he had checked into a small inn. When they attempted to locate him, he was found in the restroom. Director Meng concluded that there was likely no connection. The innkeeper verified that he had not left since checking in. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence, with each person acutely aware of the sound of their own breathing and heartbeat. "Old Meng, we appreciate your effort." Song Yuanchao stood up, urgently insisting that they must locate Wenwen. "Rest assured, Secretary Song, I guarantee the task will be accomplished," Director Meng solemnly promised before departing. Only Qin Lan and her husband Song Yuanchao remained in the room. "I shouldn't have stopped you last night. It's all my fault," Song Yuanchao said, embracing his wife. Last night, when Qin Lan noticed that Song Wenwen had not returned, her worry compelled her to seek her daughter at the guest house, but Song Yuanchao had restrained her. His reasoning was that their daughter, wishing to avoid suspicion, likely refrained from coming to the county committee compound before the evaluation, considering the implications for him, her father. The county party secretary. "No, I cannot wait here. I must go find Wenwen," Qin Lan suddenly declared, rising to her feet. "Where will you search?" "Director Meng and the others are already looking. If you run around aimlessly, it will only create more chaos," Song Yuanchao said, holding his wife back. "We shall await news here. Wenwen will surely be safe. I won't search in Tongyang. I will go find Qin Fei. He knows Wenwen best." Qin Lan shook off Song Yuanchao's hand, grabbing her coat and preparing to leave. "Just call Qin Fei at the elementary school. How long will you be gone?" Song Yuanchao pulled his wife back onto the sofa, pressing her down. "Wait here. I will make the call." Qin Fei had not left home that day. He had arranged to meet Song Wenwen in the afternoon and planned to wait for her at the elementary school gate after lunch, eager to see his beloved girl first. "Old Zheng, how much longer until it's ready?" "About 10 more days. The exterior is nearly finished, but if you want to move in, you'll need to wait a few more days for the smell to dissipate," Old Zheng replied. "Little Qin, I heard you have a girlfriend now. When will you bring her to meet your sister-in-law?" Chao Lihua had just come over yesterday, and upon hearing this, Qin Fei specifically advised her to stay home and care for the children. Yet, Chao Lihua, stubborn like her husband, refused to listen, insisting on hastening the completion of the house. "Yes, when the house is finished, I will definitely bring her to see it," Qin Fei responded with a smile. "Old Zheng, let's expedite the work these days. The sooner we complete the house, the sooner we can greet my sister-in-law," Chao Lihua jested. Little Qin, little Qin." While Qin Fei was chatting with old Zhang and his wife, he heard someone calling out to him. To his surprise, it was the old gatekeeper from the village's elementary school, and an ominous premonition washed over him. "What is the matter, sir?" Tongyang County called, they said. "Little Song is missing and asked me to inform you to hurry." The old man gasped, his message incomplete as Qin Fei had already vanished from his sight. He sprinted towards the back mountain, leaping onto his motorcycle and revving the engine to its limit. What on earth is little Qin doing? Racing like he's on a death mission? Cheng Miling observed this scene with bewilderment. Lin Yin watched Qin Fei's rapidly disappearing figure, equally perplexed. Upon hearing that Song Wenwen was missing, Qin Fei's world spun out of control, plunging into despair. How could she be missing? She was supposed to attend the evaluation in Tongyang County, She had arranged to meet him at the elementary school gate in the afternoon. She had promised to return home with him as soon as winter vacation began. Often, one does not realize the true value of someone until faced with the prospect of losing them. Qin Fei's mind was a turbulent sea of thoughts, spiraling uncontrollably. Who could it be who would dare to lay hands on Song Wenwen, the daughter of the county party secretary? Zhang Liang? Surely he lacked the audacity. And he bore no motive. After all, he was pursuing a roundabout route to redemption through his relationship with Zhou Lili. Could it be Sun Dachui? That seemed implausible as well. Zhang Liang would never allow him to act recklessly at such a critical moment. Zhang Liang was well aware of Song Wenwen's identity as the daughter of the county secretary. Would Sun Dachui be oblivious? Much like when Secretary Song took office. A few reckless youths, driven mad by infatuation, might have kidnapped Song Wenwen simply for her beauty. The single-cylinder engine of the 50 cubic centimeters motorcycle emitted a desperate roar, unleashing a torrent of power that propelled Qin Fei frantically down the road. The cacophony of wind and engine noise intertwined, and Qin Fei could hear his own heart crying out, "My dear girl, please, do not come to harm." Chapter 79. How will you find her? Qin Fei did not head to Tongyang County Town, but instead made his way to El Ting. After experiencing an initial wave of panic and trepidation, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Song Yuanchao, the county party secretary, had a daughter who was missing, and undoubtedly, the entire police force of Tongyang County had been mobilized. While the police were conducting their search, he resolved to pursue an alternative avenue. Yang Yu, quickly, take me to find Brother Dao. Yang Yu had never witnessed Qin Fei in such a state. He exuded a chilling severity, resembling a lion poised to pounce at any moment. Brother Dao had just finished his meal, a toothpick perched between his lips, a purple clay teapot in hand, leisurely humming a tune when the door was abruptly flung open. "Little Qin, is something wrong?" Upon seeing Yang Yu breathless and Qin Fei with a grim expression, Brother Dao immediately set down the teapot. "Brother Dao, I implore you for a favor." Qin Fei, without waiting for a response, swiftly recounted the circumstances surrounding Song Wenwen's disappearance. "Little Qin, what is the relationship between you and the missing girl?" Brother Dao inquired with a serious demeanor. "She is my fiancée," Qin Fei replied. "Damn it! Who dares to be so audacious as to harm my sister-in-law?" A fierce look crossed Brother Dao's face. "Rest assured, little Qin, as long as she is still in Tongyang, I will surely find her." "Thank you, Brother Dao." Qin Fei, his entire being tense, reflected for a moment before stating, "I need to go to Tongyang County Town now. If you receive any news, please contact me at the county committee." "Very well." Brother Dao rubbed his bald head and called out, "Biaozi. I will have Biaozi accompany you for easier communication." Qin Fei nodded, refraining from further conversation as he departed with Biaozi, mounting a motorcycle. At the courtyard of the Tongyang County Committee, time trickled by, and Qin Lan felt her heart sink further with every passing moment. Song Yuanchao sat beside his wife. Forcing himself to remain calm, he could not afford to lose his composure at this juncture. "Aunt Qin, Uncle Song." Qin Fei suddenly pushed open the door and appeared before them. "Qin Fei." Qin Lan sprang to her feet. "You must think, where could Wenwen have gone?" Qin Fei, understanding Wenwen's character, was questioned by Song Yuanchao. "Do you know if she had any enemies, or do you have any enemies?" "No," Qin Fei replied nonchalantly. "I have considered every possibility on my way here." "What does the police say?" "They are currently searching," Song Yuanchao responded. "When did Wenwen go missing?" Qin Fei inquired. "Last night. She left the guest house," came the reply. "Then why was it not discovered until now?" Qin Fei pressed, already questioning the situation. Song Yuanchao looked at Qin Fei, a flicker of anger rising within him. Was this young man interrogating him? "Little Qin," Qin Lan interjected, "this is not the time for such discussions. We must find Wenwen quickly." "Indeed," Qin Fei replied, and continued, "I recall Wenwen mentioning that she shared a room with Zhou Lili." "What did Zhou Lili say?" "Police have already interviewed Zhou Lili. She left the guest house yesterday afternoon to have dinner with her boyfriend. She returned in the evening, but did not see Wenwen. Assuming she was sleeping with me," Qin Lan explained. "Zhang Liang is also in Tongyang?" Qin Fei tightened his brows. "Zhang Liang?" Qin Lan inquired with confusion. "He is Zhou Lili's partner." "Yes, the police have already questioned him. He stayed in a small inn with Zhou Lili after dining together yesterday, and did not leave." "Why are you asking so many questions?" Song Yuanchao suppressed his anger, stating that he called upon you to consider the places where Wenwen might be. Qin Fei cast a piercing gaze at Song Yuanchao, his eyes sharp as blades. Song Yuanchao felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that if anything happened to his daughter, this young man before him could do anything. "Secretary Song." At that moment, Director Ming walked in, glancing at Qin Fei before continuing. If she is not in the city, I will set off immediately with a team to search the surrounding towns. Are you certain she is not in the city? Qin Fei asked Director Ming. Unaware of the young man's identity, Director Ming looked at Song Yuanchao, who nodded and replied, Yes, we have already scoured the county town. What are your plans for the search going forward? Qin Fei inquired again. We will search the surrounding towns. The county town is so small, with only a few streets. You can cover it quickly. Once outside the county, how many personnel do you have to search thoroughly? Director Ming fell silent, as he had indeed wanted to say that searching outside the county would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack and needed more time from Secretary Song. Speak up. How do you plan to search? Qin Fei could no longer contain his voice, shouting. He had been holding back for too long. Upon hearing she was not in the county, his heart plummeted. The abductor of Song Wen may have left Tonghong County, making anything possible. A night and half a day had already passed. Anything could have occurred. Song Wen might have already, or even may no longer be alive. The thought made his heart tremble uncontrollably. You. Director Ming was momentarily stunned by Qin Fei's outburst. As a director, he was accustomed to being treated with respect, even by Secretary Song. Who are you to raise your voice here? Qin Fei. Song Yuanchao called out, admonishing him to watch his behavior. What are you doing? Intimidating a government official? Are we not anxious about Wenwen's disappearance? What good does shouting do? At that moment, Qin Lan was already in a state of panic. After hearing that she was not in the county, fear consumed her, and tears streamed down her face. Fei Ge, Bai Zi, following Qin Fei, appeared at the door and instinctively trembled upon seeing Director Ming in police uniform, hesitating to enter, and waved to Qin Fei. Come in and speak. Do not be afraid. Qin Fei glanced at Bai Zi. Bai Zi cautiously entered, standing respectfully before Qin Fei. Fei Ge, there is news. She might be in Shilin. My brother has already taken a team there. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Bai Zi. Aunt Qin, I am heading to Shilin. I will ensure Wenwen returns safely. Qin Fei looked at Qin Lan, then confidently strode out with Bai Zi. Lao Ming, why are you still standing there? Hurry and take people to Shilin. Song Yuanchao reminded the dazed Director Ming. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately, said Secretary Song, reassuringly. Rest assured. As long as she is in Shilin, she will certainly be found. Director Ming hastily departed as well. The room fell into a tranquil silence once again. Qin Lan wiped away her tears and rose from the sofa. Where are you going? Inquired Song Yuanchao. I am heading to Shilin to wait for my daughter. Qin Lan replied wearily, grabbing her coat before stepping outside. A sense of melancholy enveloped Song Yuanchao, though his wife did not voice it. She still harbored grievances within her heart. He quickened his pace to catch up with her. Chapter 80. Qin Fei, where are you? Qin Fei rode his motorcycle, carrying Biaozi as they sped down the road. Not far behind them, a fleet of 5 police cars pursued closely, creating a scene reminiscent of a police chase after a fugitive. Biaozi, filled with anxiety, dared not even breathe. He had never experienced such exhilaration in his life, feeling as if he were being hunted by the law itself. Do you know where Brother Dao is? Qin Fei shouted. Brother Fei, if we can find him. Brother Dao will leave us a sign, Biaozi replied. Good. Upon speaking, Qin Fei slowed down as they were approaching Shilin. When the police cars caught up, Qin Fei halted the motorcycle and called out to Director Ming, who had rolled down his window. Director Ming, you pursue your own leads, and I will pursue mine. Our methods differ, so it is not suitable for us to work together. Director Ming nodded, and the police vehicles roared past, racing towards Shilin town. Qin Fei and Biaozi found Brother Dao on a small hillside in the eastern outskirts of Shilin town. A minor deity in Tong County owes me a favor. Last night, while seeking work near the guest house, he witnessed a group abduct a girl, likely the one you mentioned. One of them looked familiar. He recognized him as a member of Sun Dachui's gang from Shilin. After Brother Dao finished speaking, Qin Fei nodded. Sun Dachui, has he lost his mind? To dare kidnap the county party secretary's daughter? Was Zhang Liang involved in this? Brother, there are some things I need to clarify first. Noting Qin Fei's serious demeanor, Brother Dao lit a cigarette. Sun Dachui is known for his lecherous nature. Everyone in the underworld is aware. If your sister-in-law falls into his hands, it could be dire. Brother Dao's sentence trailed off, but Qin Fei understood his implication. As long as Wenwen is alive, nothing else matters, Qin Fei asserted. Indeed. Brother Dao patted Qin Fei on the shoulder. I've already dispersed the men. We should receive news shortly. Let us wait here. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when Qin Fei and Song Wenwen had originally planned to meet at the village primary school. To the north of Shilin town stood a mountain known locally as Suazi Mountain, its shape akin to a shuttle. During the tense years of the Soviet era, an air defense observation post was constructed at its peak, which had long since fallen into disuse. Brother Chui, have we escalated this situation too much? A man in the abandoned lookout asked Sun Dachui. What is there to fear? Since we have already acted, the bigger the commotion, the better, Sun Dachui replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he spat. What does it matter if he is the county party secretary? This time, let him know our might. Though Sun Dachui spoke confidently, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, he had kidnapped the daughter of the county party secretary. Since the new secretary took office in Tongyang, he and his brothers had lived like ascetics, refraining from any illicit activities, even avoiding the streets. He didn't blame Zhang Liang. He understood that Zhang Liang was more prudent than he, acting for the safety of their crew during these fragile times. Yet, he could no longer endure the suffocating life confined like a prisoner on the back streets. The new secretary intends to rectify Shilin, does he? Very well. Then I shall initiate the rectification myself and see if he dares to keep his eyes on Shilin after this. As the thought emerged in Sun Dachui's mind, he could no longer suppress it. He stationed himself and his men at the entrance of the Tongyang County guest house, forcibly bringing back Song Wenwen. However, reaching this juncture left him at a loss for how to proceed. Should he release her now? After all that commotion, what would be the point? The new secretary would undoubtedly tighten his grip on Shilin, mobilizing all forces to capture them. But to keep her captive? That was not a sustainable course either. The county party secretary's daughter had been abducted, and Tongyang was surely swarming with police officers. Recognizing his own limitations, Sun Dachui dispatched someone to summon Zhang Liang for strategic counsel. As soon as Liangzi arrives, let me know. I'll take a brief rest upstairs, he instructed his subordinate, who nodded in understanding. The young woman they had taken was upstairs, strikingly beautiful. Song Yong observed Song Wenwen from the second floor and, without waiting for Sun Dachui to speak, took it upon himself to manage the situation. Recently, he had been following Sun Dachui closely, a task assigned by Zhang Liang. Yangzi, stay close to Chui Gu and report anything immediately, Zhang Liang had said. He remembered these words well, and when Sun Dachui left with his men the previous afternoon, he promptly followed. He was unaware that the girl he had helped capture was the county party secretary's daughter, and even less aware that she was Qin Fei's partner. Yangzi, you should go rest. I can keep watch, Sun Dachui suggested as he ascended the stairs, offering Song Yong a cigarette. Chui Gu, it's fine. I'm not tired. Song Yong replied with a grin, having guessed Sun Dachui's intentions. Just do as I say and go down. No more chatter, Sun Dachui snapped, casting a glance at the trembling Song Wenwen cowering by the wall. Get lost. Chui Gu, Liang Gu said we can't cause any trouble right now, Song Yong persisted, resolutely standing his ground. I'll leave when Liang Gu arrives. You think Zhang Liang is the only one that matters? I am your elder brother. Sun Dachui glared at Song Yong, warning him, one more word, and I swear I'll take you down. After scanning Song Wenwen, Song Yong reconsidered and finally made his way downstairs. Damn it, how could Zhang Liang associate himself with such a fool? Sun Dachui cursed under his breath. He had not intended to bring Song Yong along, but he realized that if he forbade him from coming, he would inevitably seek out Zhang Liang, jeopardizing the entire operation. What do you want? Song Wenwen quivered as Sun Dachui removed the cloth gag from her mouth. You're a teacher, the daughter of the county party secretary, and so remarkably beautiful. If I, Sun Dachui, could have you, I would have no regrets even in death, he said with a wicked grin, reaching toward her face. What do you think I intend to do? Guess. You would do well to turn yourself in now. That might still leave you with a chance. Song Wenwen shouted defiantly. Turn myself in? Huh. Do you really believe I went through all this trouble just to surrender? Sun Dachui laughed. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Struggle all you want. I find it most entertaining to watch a woman fight. The more you resist, the more I revel in it. As the sounds from upstairs reached him, Song Yong furrowed his brow, taking deep puffs of his cigarette. He yearned to intervene, yet found himself powerless. Sun Dachui, though confident in his abilities, was surrounded by 7 or 8 loyal followers. The Hammer brother had commenced, exclaiming with mirth, "This girl is truly enchanting." Indeed, those raised in affluence possess an innate beauty. Once Hammer brother concluded his affairs, we too shall indulge in our desires. Can you endure even a minute? Get lost. I am the foremost sharpshooter of Shilin. Would you care to witness my prowess? Curse you. Should I cover your mouth? Song Yong was perturbed by these remarks. He lit another cigarette, preparing to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Help. Get away. Qin Fei, where are you? Upon hearing that desperate cry, Song Yong abruptly halted at the door, discarded his cigarette with a flick, and dashed upstairs. Chapter 81. The Woman of Fei Ge. You must not touch her. Did you just call out for Qin Fei? Are you surnamed Song? Teaching at the primary school in Lianhua village? Song Yong leaped upstairs with great force, employing wrestling techniques to hurl Sun Dachui, who was assaulting Song Wenwen, aside, urgently inquiring. Song Wenwen trembled, both in body and spirit, and nodded in a flustered manner. Damn it, I'll kill you. Sun Dachui suddenly flew through the air like a crow, crashing heavily onto the cement floor, his rage igniting. From somewhere, he produced an iron hammer and, with a roar, charged at Song Yong. Song Yong was robust and powerful, even with the iron hammer in hand. Sun Dachui could not gain the upper hand, and after a few exchanges, he was pinned to the ground by Song Yong. Song Yong, you bastard, you want to die. Brother Hammer, this is Fei Ge's woman, you must not touch her. What Fei Ge? Get the hell out of here. Sun Dachui spat, shouting at his bewildered subordinates at the stairway. Are you all blind? Hurry up. A group of men surged forward, and chaos erupted on the second floor of the abandoned outpost. Dao Ge, Fei Ge, there's news. The person is at Shuozi Mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei prepared to set off, but was restrained by Dao Ge. Brother, are we really going to go in alone? Let me call a few brothers back. Brother Hammer, I can't wait. Qin Fei shook his head. I will go first. You stay here and gather the others, then come find me. Biaozi, go inform the brothers to assemble at Shuozi Mountain. After finishing, Dao Ge embraced Qin Fei, saying, We are brothers. I cannot let you venture into the tiger's den alone. Director Meng arrived at the Shilin Town police station with his team, only to find a single female officer on duty. Where's Zhou? Director Meng, Zhou took his men out. When did they leave? They departed as soon as they received a call from the county bureau. Director Meng couldn't help but scratch his head. Surely, the officers from the Shilin Town police station wouldn't have headed to Tongyan County, right? They hadn't encountered anyone on the way, and without a local guide in Shilin, how could they find their way? Today was truly fraught with misfortune. Damn it, don't play games with me. Who do you think you are? Sun Dachui crouched, pressing his iron hammer against Song Yong's chin. Did Zhang Liang send you to stop me? Brother Hammer, she is Fei Ge's woman. You must not touch her. Song Yong, weak and weary, had blood pouring from a wound on his forehead. What nonsense, Fei Ge? Sun Dachui spat, suddenly recalling, oh, I remember now. That childhood friend from your village, what's his name? Qin Fei, right? This girl is his woman? Yes, you cannot touch her. Song Yong replied foolishly. Nonsense. Who is this Fei Ge to me? Sun Dachui switched hands and slapped Song Yong, adding, Did Zhang Liang send you to stop me? Is he plotting something? I don't know. Song Yong grinned. All I know is that you cannot touch my Fei Ge's woman. In a sudden burst of rage, Song Yong, bloodied and battered, lunged at the crouching Sun Dachui, embracing him tightly. Sun Dachui rolled on the ground, howling, as Song Yong clutched his ear. Stop pretending with me, damn it. Go on. Fight again. Sun Dachui struck repeatedly at Song Yong's head, a viscous mixture of red and white liquid pooling around them. In the corner, Song Wenwen curled up like a hedgehog, burying her head in her arms, the sound of iron striking flesh echoing in her heart. The onlookers were equally horrified by the gruesome scene, trembling with fear. Brother Hammer, it's over, stop. One person stepped forward and grasped Sun Dachui. What a damn misfortune. Sun Dachui staggered to his feet, blood staining half of his face, a significant chunk of his left ear torn away. What do we do now? Someone inquired. You all go first. Sun Dachui shouted, venting his frustration, his gaze returning to Song Wenwen in the corner. Qin Fei and his group were climbing the mountain, the sun already dipping in the west. He felt he would surely go mad if they did not find Song Wenwen before nightfall. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated through the forest of Shuozi Mountain, like thunder splitting the sky, scattering countless startled birds. It was the sound of gunfire. Brother Dao's expression turned grave. It was the crack of a .45 caliber. Qin Fei dared not linger on thoughts, hastening his pace as he sprinted toward the mountain's peak. Who are you? The abandoned lookout at the summit was already surrounded by police, blocking Qin Fei's path. I'm looking for Song Wenwen, he choked out, the unmistakable scent of blood wafting toward him, even from such a distance. What is your relationship with her? I am her boyfriend. With that declaration, Qin Fei dashed past the officer attempting to stop him. Hey, stop right there. Brother Dao moved forward, intercepting the officer who tried to obstruct him. Qin Fei burst into the lookout. On the first floor, 5 policemen were handcuffing several individuals crouching on the ground. At the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor, a pair of shine shoes with toes pointed outward were visible. "Who let you in? Get out!" Someone shouted at Qin Fei. He scanned the room, brushed aside the hand trying to stop him, and quickly ascended the stairs. On the second floor, 2 corpses lay sprawled. One face up, blood oozing from its temple, an ear missing half its length. Qin Fei recognized it as Brother Hammer from Sherlin Town. The other lay face down, its head submerged in blood, so mangled that it was nearly unrecognizable as human. Qin Fei stifled his urge to vomit and spotted Song Wenwen, huddled in the corner. As a female officer attempted to lift her. "It's all right, you're safe now. Wenwen." Qin Fei softly called her name, kneeling before her, his hands trembling as he longed to touch her, yet he hesitated. Song Wenwen kept her head buried in her arms, her entire body tensed as if locked in a mechanism. "Miss Song, it's me, Qin Fei," he whispered. Those words acted like a magic spell, and Song Wenwen's rigid form began to relax. She slowly raised her head, Qin Fei's face reflected in her eyes. "Qin Fei," Song Wenwen called out, throwing herself into Qin Fei's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all right. Everything will be fine. Do not be afraid. I will take you home," Qin Fei reassured her, lifting her entirely off the ground, only then realizing how light his beloved truly was. Together, they descended the stairs, exited the guard post, and began their descent down the mountain. Zhou Tongwei, the stern director of the Sherlin Town police station, instructed, "It's fine. Just send someone to follow them." He then addressed his subordinates, "Xiao Zhang, you and Delu remain here to keep watch until the forensic team arrives. Xiao Song, Shahai, take this individual back to the station. I will go report to Director Meng." Chapter 82. We are home, Wenwen. Do not fear. We are returning home. Everything is fine now. Teacher Song, did you know? I have already decided on our child's name. If it's a boy, he shall be called Qin Shuang. If a girl, she shall be named Qin Meili. A daughter takes after her mother. She will undoubtedly be as beautiful as you. My house is nearly complete. Your father may not favor the idea of you and me living in the countryside, so let us purchase a home in town or even in the city. You may not realize it, but I am quite wealthy. Teacher Song, do you know how imposing I was today? I shouted at the police chief. Yes, the chief of the county police. I yelled at him. I was frantic, unable to locate you. My anxiety was unbearable. What does it matter who holds a title? If I cannot find you, a mere chef would be more valuable. Wenwen, I initially thought marriage could wait until your father accepted me, until my house was finished, and until my business flourished. However, I no longer wish to wait. I want to marry you immediately, so I shall never fear losing you again. As they descended the mountain, Qin Fei carried Song Wenwen on his back, incessantly murmuring without pause. Song Wenwen listened quietly, resting her head on his shoulder, softly sobbing. Qin Lan and Song Yuanxiao were at the guest house in Sherlin Town. Recently, Director Meng had visited, stating that the local police had located the whereabouts of their daughter and that news would arrive shortly. Lan, Wenwen will surely be fine. They have found her. Song Yuanxiao reassured his wife. Qin Lan remained silent, desperately pinching her own hand to stay composed and avoid breaking down. Secretary Song, we have located her. Director Meng announced as he entered, followed by Zhou Tongwei, the chief of the Sherlin Town police station. This is Chief Zhou Tongwei. Chief, please update Secretary Song. Where's Wenwen? Qin Lan interrupted Meng. It is thus. Teacher Song has been carried down the mountain by someone claiming to be her partner, and they are on their way here, Zhou Tongwei explained. I noticed Teacher Song trusted him, so I did not intervene, but I dispatched personnel to follow them for safety. It must be Qin Fei. It has to be him. Qin Lan gasped, anxious. Is Wenwen hurt? She is unharmed but certainly frightened. The scene was quite distressing. Zhou Tongwei replied. Old Meng, let us discuss this next door, Song Yuanxiao suggested. Lan, please wait here. I will send someone to bring Wenwen back. Once they were in the adjacent room, Song Yuanxiao invited both men to sit and offered them a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Chief Zhou, you are familiar with the situation. Please report to Secretary Song, Director Meng prompted. Indeed, Zhou Tongwei began, suppressing his excitement. The gang that kidnapped Teacher Song has been under our surveillance for quite some time. Yesterday, as dusk descended, Qin Fei continued to carry Song Wenwen, murmuring softly as they made their way towards Sherlin Town. Song Wenwen buried her head in Qin Fei's shoulder and gradually drifted into slumber. Upon entering the guest house in Sherlin Town, Qin Fei gently pushed the door open and offered a soft greeting, noting that Wenwen had finally been lulled to sleep. Qin Lan exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she covered her mouth to stifle any sound. She assisted Qin Fei in laying Song Wenwen onto the bed and tucked her in. Xiao Qin, please stay here tonight with Wenwen. The first person she will wish to see upon waking is undoubtedly you, Qin Lan said, attempting to calm her emotions. Yes, Auntie Qin, even without your urging. I would not leave. I cannot bear the thought, Qin Fei replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Exhaustion settling in his bones as his voice came out weak. You haven't eaten all day, have you? Carrying Wenwen all this way must have worn you out. Qin Lan lamented. Stay here. I will fetch you something to eat. As Qin Lan opened the door to leave, her husband, Song Yuanchao, appeared at the threshold. How is Wenwen? He inquired. Xiao Qin has managed to put her to sleep, Qin Lan said, pulling her husband aside. I've asked Xiao Qin to stay tonight to keep Wenwen company. How can that be permissible? A young man and woman alone in a room. Song Yuanchao protested without a moment's hesitation. Absolutely not. Auntie, I refrain from arguing with you only because I do not wish to be the subject of gossip. Qin Lan glared at her husband in anger. Thankfully, Wenwen is safe, but if anything were to happen to her, I would undoubtedly seek a divorce. With that, she turned on her heel and left. Fatigue washed over Song Yuanchao's face. His wife's words resonated with truth. Their daughter's kidnapping was undeniably linked to him. Had he not emphasized public safety during the county committee meeting, singling out Shilin Town for scrutiny, the town would not have intensified its crackdown, forcing Sun Dachui's criminal gang into desperation. Fortuitously, their daughter was unharmed. He had no doubt that if anything were to befall Song Wenwen, his wife would indeed follow through on her threat of divorce. After Qin Lan returned with a bowl of noodles for Qin Fei, she carefully checked on Song Wenwen, confirming her safety before stepping out to the adjacent room. Qin Fei devoured the noodles hastily, reassured that Song Wenwen was still sound asleep. After locking the door securely, he headed to the bathroom. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. No, no. Hearing Song Wenwen's terrified screams, Qin Fei rushed from the bathroom in a few swift strides. Fear not, I am here. I am here, he reassured her, grasping her hand tightly. The terror etched on Song Wenwen's face tugged painfully at his heart. Qin Fei, I am so scared, Song Wenwen cried, throwing herself into his embrace, trembling all over. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. I am here. It is all over now, he soothed, gently patting her back. Do not worry, I am here. Qin Fei comforted Song Wenwen for quite some time, like a parent soothing a child, until she gradually calmed down. Are you hungry? He inquired, gazing down at the girl in his arms. Song Wenwen nodded. Your mother brought back some bread and milk powder. Allow me to prepare you a cup of warm milk, Qin Fei said, adjusting her pillows so she could lean against the bed comfortably before rising to mix the milk powder at the bedside. Suddenly, Song Wenwen burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Qin Fei turned his head to look at her, and it was only then that he remembered he had dashed out of the bathroom clad solely in a pair of rather revealing briefs. Xiao Qin, has Wenwen awoken? Qin Lan inquired softly from outside the door. Giggling, Song Wenwen covered her mouth, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Qin Fei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If his mother-in-law were to see him now, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a shameless beast, though, to be fair, one devoid of any clothing. He hurriedly retreated to the bathroom to don his attire before finally opening the door. Aunt Qin, Uncle Song, Wenwen has woken up, he announced, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. Qin Lan rushed to the bedside, enveloping Song Wenwen in a heartfelt embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Upon seeing her mother, Wenwen's pent-up grievances and emotional scars resurfaced, prompting her to weep as well. The two women clung to each other, engulfed in sorrow, while Qin Fei and Song Yuanchao, the two men, found themselves at a loss for their roles. Qin Fei, step outside. We need to have a word, Song Yuanchao said. Chapter 83. Could you give me a kiss? You've worked hard today. Outside the guest house in Shilin Town, Song Yuanchao lit a cigarette and then offered the pack to Qin Fei. It's not tough. As long as Wenwen is fine, everything is good, Qin Fei stated while extracting a cigarette and lighting it, taking a deep drag. Uncle Song, feel free to ask me anything. Song Yuanchao furrowed his brow, and he suddenly realized the root of his discomfort with Qin Fei. Despite being a youth barely in his 20s, he exhibited an unsettling maturity, seeing through matters with an insight that belied his age, devoid of any youthful impulsiveness. Do you associate with people from society? Song Yuanchao inquired. Yes, friends, Qin Fei nodded. In business, it's beneficial to have many connections. Song Yuanchao had initially prepared to deliver a typical elder's admonition, warning against mingling with unsavory characters and questioning whether Qin Fei aspired to be a thug. However, the words failed to escape his lips. Business is challenging. One must engage with all sorts of people, I understand, Song Yuanchao murmured, feeling frustrated that this young man conversed with him as an equal. Uncle Song. Why did that group want to kidnap Wen? Qin Fei countered. Since my appointment in Shilin Town, I've strengthened public security, and that group has been cornered. Acting out of desperation, Song Yuanchao replied lightly, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. After today's incident, it seems I cannot prevent you from being with Wen any longer. It doesn't matter, Qin Fei shrugged suddenly. Even if you tried, you wouldn't succeed. A surge of anger ignited within Song Yuanchao. From the moment his wife uttered the word divorce to the carefree expression on the face of this young man, likely to become his son-in-law, he felt a profound sense of failure as a husband, a father, and perhaps even as a county committee secretary. You are quite confident, however. I must reiterate that I still do not support your relationship with my daughter, Song Yuanchao asserted. I understand, Qin Fei nodded. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Song Yuanchao assessed Qin Fei carefully. I will arrange for a car to take you home. Uncle Song, I believe you shouldn't do that, Qin Fei smiled. You are well aware of what Teacher Song experienced today. She needs me right now. She will be fine with her mother around. Song Yuanchao suppressed his irritation. That is not the same. Qin Fei returned the cigarette that Song Yuanchao had handed him earlier. I won't leave once Teacher Song falls asleep. I can wait in the corridor or at the entrance. Unless she tells me. Qin Fei, I'm all right now. You can go about your business. Only then will I feel at ease to depart. Uncle Song, I hope you can understand. Song Yuanchao silently smoked, unwillingly acknowledging that Qin Fei spoke the truth. Upon returning to the room, Qin Lan had already assisted Song Wen in bathing. Wen lay nestled in the blankets, her head poking out, her gaze dazed and helpless. Wen, that must have been frightening today. Song Yuanchao sat at the bedside. It's all my fault. I'm all right now. I feel much better, she replied. Song Wen forced a smile, her gaze drifting from Song Yuanchao to Qin Fei. Dad, there's no need to worry. I'm fine now. Well, it's good that you're all right. Rest for a few days and take a leave of absence from school, Song Yuanchao suggested thoughtfully. Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, we'll go back together to visit Grandma. Song Wen nodded gently. All right, let's go. Qin Lan pulled Song Yuanchao up and turned to Qin Fei. Little Qin, we'll be in the next room. Call us if you need anything. Okay, Qin Fei responded, seeing Qin Lan and her husband out before closing and locking the door. He sat down by the bed. You should sleep. I'll stay here with you, so there's nothing to fear. I just woke up, and it seems I can't fall asleep again, Song Wen said, blinking like a lazy kitten. Then let us not sleep. I'll keep you company. Qin Fei adjusted his posture. Song Wen nodded. Do you remember what you said when you carried me today? Of course, I said a lot. Which one do you mean? You mentioned that if we have children in the future, a boy would be named Qin Shi Wang, and a girl would be called Qin Beautiful. Indeed, Qin Shi Wang sounds imposing. And Qin Beautiful is quite charming. Oh dear, how could you name a child like that? They'll be the laughingstock at school. That name is terrible. If that's the case, you should name them. You're the language teacher, so your choices must be good. There's no child yet. We can talk about it when the time comes. All right, I'll follow your lead. After all, you will be the one giving birth. Qin Fei. Song Wen suddenly blushed. You should lie down beside me. Sitting like this is tiring. I'm fine. Qin Fei smiled, pointing at the wall, implying that her parents were next door. I want you to hold me. Song Wen turned her head to glance at the wall and said, They want to know. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Fei stood up and removed his outer clothing. Song Wen shifted over to make space for him. Once he lay down, she felt like a ship that had weathered a storm, rushing into a warm harbor. He could sense the gentle tremors of the person in his arms, as if she might shatter with the slightest pressure. She had truly been frightened this time. How could a young woman not be scared? When he ascended the stairs that afternoon, there had been a moment when he too felt the impact nearly unsteady him. I'm so afraid, Song Wen whispered, resting her head against Qin Fei's chest. I understand. Everyone gets scared, he replied, stroking her hair, his expression melancholic. In truth, I am scared too. The room was illuminated by a warm golden light from the bulb, and the not-so-spacious area, combined with their warm embrace, gradually filled Song Wen's heart with a sense of security. The two remained silent, each striving to provide solace to the other. Qin Fei, could you kiss me? Song Wen tilted her head back in his arms, her cheeks flushed like a child seeking affection, her voice soft and sweet. What man could withstand such a test at that moment? At least, Qin Fei could not. After about 2 minutes, he released his hold, feeling that if it continued, he would truly be unable to contain his desires. Song Wenwen's face was as flushed as a ripe apple, her head buried shyly in her chest, resembling a bashful child. After what seemed like an eternity, she suddenly recalled something. Do you know Qin Fei and Song Yong? Song Wenwen asked abruptly. Chapter 84. The bridge returns to the bridge. The road returns to the road. Qin Fei recognized that the mangled corpse belonged to Song Yong. That person was bullying me, so I shouted. And then I called your name. Song Yong rushed over and pushed him away. He asked if I was your girlfriend. Then he started fighting with those people. But they were too many, and he was pinned to the ground. That person took a hammer. He kept saying that I was your woman and that they couldn't touch me. Qin Fei felt as though his heart had been suddenly ripped from his chest, his gaze becoming vacant. Song Yong, why did it have to be him? Wasn't he always with Zhang Liang? How could he be following Sun Dachui? Qin Fei, what's wrong? Song Wen had noticed Qin Fei's unusual demeanor. Song Yong was my childhood friend. We grew up in the same village, Qin Fei replied. He was always honest, appearing somewhat foolish, doing whatever he was told. If someone asked him to steal sweet potatoes from the field, he would swagger off with a hoe. It was me, Zhang Liang, Fatty, and him. We were the closest since childhood. After I started my business, I wanted him to join me, but he refused. Wenwen, in a few days, you should come back to the village with me. We'll visit his family and go often in the future. Okay. Song Wenwen nodded. He was the one who saved me. Get some rest. Qin Fei suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He no longer wished to speak. He lay down and buried his head in Song Wenwen's embrace, silently weeping without warning. The next day, after leaving the guest house, Qin Fei headed straight to the back factory street. In that small room, he met Zhang Liang. Did you come about Yongzi? Zhang Liang appeared as if he hadn't slept all night. The room hazy with smoke, the floor littered with cigarette boxes. Why is Yongzi following Sun Dachui? Qin Fei asked, his voice rising in intensity. Wasn't he always with you? As he shouted the last part, the door swung open, and others outside heard the commotion and entered. Get out. This is none of your business. Zhang Liang shouted at the doorway. Things have been tense lately. I was worried Sun Dachui would cause trouble, so I had Yongzi keep an eye on him, Zhang Liang explained. Zhang Liang, don't think I'm unaware of how this all transpired, Qin Fei yelled. Sun Dachui is dead. Who benefits? You. You will be the boss of Shilin Town from now on. How could Sun Dachui think to kidnap Song Wenwen? There is no reason for it other than the recent tension. Why did you arrange for Yongzi to follow him? Did you already suspect Sun Dachui would act out of desperation? But you knew that if anything happened to Song Wenwen, it would spell doom for all of you. So you needed someone like him, someone who would listen to you without question. Am I right? Zhang Liang silently lit a cigarette, offering no rebuttal. Zhang Liang, you are a murderer. You killed Yongzi. Qin Fei shouted in the end. Shut your mouth. Zhang Liang hurled his cigarette away and sprang up. Do you think I wanted Yongzi to die? He was my only trustworthy brother. Qin Fei, how clever and formidable you are. Why don't you allow Yongzi to accompany you in business ventures? You accuse me of being a murderer. Are you not one as well? Qin Fei stepped forward, seizing Zhang Liang by the collar, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with him. Do you truly believe Yongzi refuses to leave your side because he wishes to maintain our childhood bond? He does not want to see you in distress, which is why he remains with me. After uttering these words, Qin Fei struck Zhang Liang squarely in the face. The two men engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows, and the room descended into chaos. Eventually, both were exhausted, collapsing onto the floor, disheveled and bloodied at the corners of their mouths. You dare set your sights on Song Wenwen, fully aware that she is mine? Qin Fei chuckled bitterly, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He contemplated for a moment before offering one to Zhang Liang. I had believed that despite our divergent paths, we could still maintain our friendship. I do not wish to explain this matter further, but I assure you, I never intended for Song Wenwen to come to harm. My only desire was to see that man surnamed Sun meet his downfall. Zhang Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and lit the cigarette. Well, it seems we can no longer be friends. Qin Fei turned to scrutinize Zhang Liang. You should simply continue being your brother Liang. Let us part ways amicably. Was it always meant to be this way? Zhang Liang chuckled in agreement. In the future, do not visit Yongzi's home. Your money is tainted, and I would prefer not to bring trouble to his family. Qin Fei stated. Fine, I will grant you this favor. Zhang Liang nodded. Qin Fei struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Take care of yourself. With that, he exited the room. At the Shilin Town guest house, Qin Lan sat beside Song Wenwen's bed. Where is Xiao Qin? Qin Lan inquired. He has gone out on an errand, Song Wenwen replied. So early in the morning, what business could he possibly have? Qin Lan asked, puzzled. He did not say, but I suspect it is related to Song Yong, the one who saved me. Song Wenwen continued. The person who rescued me on the mountain yesterday is Qin Fei's childhood friend. Ah, we owe him a great deal. We must pay a visit to his home. A flicker of apprehension crossed Qin Lan's eyes. Wenwen, from now on, let us consider his family as our own relatives and visit them often. Indeed. Qin Fei mentioned the same. Song Wenwen nodded. Mother, do you think he will be labeled a criminal? I cannot say for certain. Qin Lan furrowed her brow. Last night, I discussed this matter with your father. He assured me he would advocate on this issue, and it should not pose a significant problem. Well, that is reassuring. Song Wenwen replied, grasping Qin Lan's hand. Although Qin Fei did not vocalize his concerns, I know he cares deeply about this. Moreover, Song Yong never meant me any harm. He saved my life, and I can testify to that at the police station. Your father will handle this matter. Shortly, the police will arrive to take your statement, Qin Lan explained. Once the statement is complete, we shall visit your grandmother. Grandmother is unaware, right? No, I haven't dared to inform her. Your grandmother is advanced in age and cannot bear such news. Yes, I am perfectly fine now. She will not discern anything amiss. Wenwen. Qin Lan hesitated for a moment before inquiring, did Qin Fei do anything to you last night? She and her husband, Song Yuanxiao, had stayed in the adjacent room. And Song Yuanxiao had been straining to listen through the wall, which infuriated her. Initially, she insisted that Qin Fei was not that kind of person, dismissing her daughter's worries as mere flights of fancy. However, upon seeing her daughter's demeanor just moments ago, her maternal instincts began to stir uneasily. Mom, no. What are you thinking? Song Wenwen pouted playfully. He was supposed to sit here with me, but I felt sorry for him in the cold last night. So I dragged him into bed. Qin Lan rubbed her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. The image of the innocent little rabbit inviting the big bad wolf into her bed, while remaining unscathed, seemed nothing short of miraculous. Mom, does Dad still not support my relationship with Qin Fei? That shouldn't be the case. Your father is just sulking, though I can't quite fathom why. If he truly opposed it, he wouldn't have let Xiao Qin stay in your room last night. Qin Lan reassured her, Wenwen, please don't blame your father. He has just caught up with work and has no other choice. Mom, how could I blame Dad? It has nothing to do with him. Song Wenwen shook her head. Biting her lip as she added, Mom, I plan to go home with Qin Fei tomorrow. Chapter 85. Changing schools. The family returned to their home in Shilin Town, leaving Grandma both astonished and elated. It seemed something had happened in the town yesterday, as numerous police officers were bustling about. A neighbor mentioned that the county police had arrived as well. Wenwen, what is wrong? You look unwell. How did your evaluation go? Will you be able to achieve the status of an excellent teacher? What about the transition to a permanent position next year? Mom. Wenwen participated in the evaluation yesterday and is a bit fatigued, Qin Lan interjected, providing cover for her daughter. Let us go buy some groceries and prepare a nice meal for lunch. As Qin Lan and Grandma stepped out, Song Yuanxiao followed his daughter into the room. Wenwen, I'm planning to transfer you to another school, he stated directly. Dad, why would I change schools? What about my students? Song Wenwen shook her head. I don't want to. Wenwen, we are concerned about your safety over there. What if something happens again? Song Yuanxiao sighed. I'll arrange for you to be transferred to the city. It would be safer. Dad, it's not that simple. If you had arranged for me to be in the city from the beginning, that would have been another matter. I have already adapted to Lianhua Primary School and have built great relationships with my students and colleagues. I cannot agree to a change now. Song Wenwen protested, pouting. I know what you're thinking. Besides missing your students and colleagues, you're also reluctant to part with Qin Fei, right? Song Yuanxiao observed his daughter. Here's the deal. I'll arrange for Qin Fei to attend night school. Once he graduates and obtains his qualifications, I'll find him a job in the city. In a couple of years, you two can get married. Dad, Song Wenwen's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. But he won't agree. His business is thriving. If he truly cares for you and wishes to marry you, he must comply. Song Yuanxiao insisted firmly. Your mother and I have discussed this matter. If he wants to be my son-in-law, he cannot be someone who sells melons on the streets. Dad, let us talk about this after the semester ends. Winter break is coming soon. Song Wenwen considered before speaking. Song Yuanxiao nodded helplessly, understanding that it would take time for his daughter to accept this decision. By the way, Wenwen, from now on, the town police station will assign someone to protect you at school. When you return home, someone will also be there to meet you. You should refrain from leaving the school premises, understand? He instructed. Dad, there is no need to be so anxious. That criminal is already dead, isn't he? The leader is dead, but what about his subordinates? There may still be some who have evaded capture. It's better to be cautious. All right, I understand, Song Wenwen nodded. You should rest. I'll have your mother call you when the meal is ready. Song Yu and Xiao left the room. Alone in her room, Song Wenwen lay on her back on the bed, feelings of desolation and loneliness enveloping her like a beast sensing blood. How dare you pretend with me? Damn it. Bite me again. Go ahead, bite me. The terrifying nightmares returned, causing her palms to sweat with fear. In that moment, she longed for Qin Fei, as if only his embrace could provide her with a sense of security. Last night, I should have taken the initiative, allowing him to partake in my. Suddenly, Song Wenwen recalled this matter, feeling less fearful. At that moment, Qin Fei was riding his motorcycle towards looting. Yesterday, several of Brother Dao's associates were apprehended by the police. And after a thorough investigation, they were released early this morning. Brother Dao, do you know? At that time, I stood at the door, too frightened to enter. Do you know who was inside? The head of our county's public security bureau, the boss of Lazy. How could I not be scared? I heard Fei Ge shouting from outside, so I peeked in. My Fei Ge is truly formidable, scolding the police chief, right to his face. Biaozi animatedly recounted what he had witnessed trailing behind Qin Fei, brimming with pride. Brother Dao listened with a smile, feeling a mix of emotions. Qin Fei turned out to be the future son-in-law of the county party secretary, impressive indeed. What are you guys up to? Laughing so heartily. Qin Fei chuckled as he entered, tossing 2 cigarettes to Biaozi and pulling up a chair beside Brother Dao. Little Qin, why have you come here? Shouldn't you be with your girlfriend? Brother Dao laughed, though his smile gradually faded. What happened to your face? Who did this? It's nothing, just had a scuffle with someone. But I came out unscathed, Qin Fei replied, pulling out a stack of money from his pocket and placing it in Brother Dao's hand. Let us treat the brothers to a meal and drinks, nothing more. What are you doing? Brother Dao sat up abruptly, returning the money. We are brothers. Your affairs are our affairs. We don't have such customs. Brother Dao, it's not that I wish to use this money to repay a favor, Qin Fei chuckled. You and the others worked hard yesterday. I should have treated everyone to a good meal, but with the year-end business rush, I truly cannot spare the time. So I must trouble you to help me out. He insisted on returning the money. If you put it that way, I can accept it, Brother Dao remarked. Astonished as he examined the sum. This is too much. I can't accept such a large amount. Brother Dao, Qin Fei pressed his hand down. I want to treat everyone to something nice. As Fei Ge, I haven't done much for the brothers. Consider this an early celebration for the new year. You little rascal. You have a way with words. I can't argue with you. I'll accept it, Brother Dao chuckled helplessly. Brother Dao, I need to trouble you with another matter. Qin Fei stated seriously. Speak. Although Sun Dachui is dead, I fear some of his subordinates might still be at large and go mad like him. So I would like you to arrange for someone to keep an eye on things for me. Qin Fei said earnestly, I will pay by the day. They can just watch outside the school and inform me of any suspicious individuals. That's simple enough. Brother Dao called out, Biaozi, come here. Today, you will accompany Fei Ge and take on the responsibility of protecting sister-in-law. Is that acceptable? I guarantee to complete the task. Biaozi exclaimed excitedly, looking at Qin Fei. Don't worry, Fei Ge, I will protect sister-in-law. Good. Qin Fei patted Biaozi, assuring him, I trust you to handle this matter competently. He turned to Xiao Qin. You are well acquainted with Biaozi. He is indeed the right person for this task. As for the salary, please discuss it with him directly. Brother Dao chuckled. It's almost mealtime. Shall we enjoy a drink together this afternoon? No, I have other matters to attend to and must return promptly. Qin Fei replied as he rose to his feet. Very well, I understand you're busy, so I won't keep you, Brother Dao said. Once you're through with this hectic period, let us indulge in a proper feast. With a wave of his hand, Qin Fei signaled his farewell and departed with Biaozi. Chapter 86. Not a criminal Fei. How could Yongzi have gotten into trouble? He is younger than both of us, merely 20. Qin Fei returned to Shao Shuzhuang with Sun Pongzi. Having purchased a myriad of items from the supply and marketing cooperative, Yongzi is a hero. He sacrificed himself to save Teacher Song, Qin Fei said, his expression melancholic. I will elaborate on this matter later. Song Yong hailed from Shuzhuang, where he had 2 elder sisters and was the sole heir to carry on the family lineage. His parents, both over 60, were quintessentially honest farmers. They had given birth to Song Yong at a late age, hoping for a son to uphold the family name in the village. Now that Song Yong had perished, the family's pillar had crumbled. The sorrow of losing a child is not easily soothed with mere words of consolation. Upon hearing the tragic news, Song Yong's mother fainted on the spot. While his father sat in the courtyard, silently smoking, and his 2 married sisters wept inconsolably. When Qin Fei and Song Yong arrived, the brass band was playing a mournful tune at its peak. Song Yong's body had only been returned from the county at noon, and although it was customary to keep the body for 3 days before burial, Song Yong's father, gathering his courage, hastily opened the body bag for a glance and then stumbled to arrange the burial. A tent had been erected at the entrance, and many had gathered to offer their support, including Su Qianjin, the village secretary of Lianhua. Xiao Fei, how did Yongzi actually die? Su Qianjin inquired of Qin Fei. Uncle Su, Yongzi died while trying to save someone, Qin Fei replied. The county sent him back at noon, stating it involved some criminal gang. How could such an honest boy like Yongzi be a criminal? Su Qianjin sighed heavily. Is this related to Zhang Liang? Wasn't Yongzi always following him? Uncle Su, I am unsure about this matter. When Zhang Liang arrives, you can question him directly, Qin Fei said, glancing at Song Yong's father, who was silently smoking. Uncle Su, where is Yongzi's mother? She fainted upon hearing the news. Su Qianjin pointed to Song Yong's father, who now had his head buried in his hands, still smoking. He just saw the body returned, and now insists on the burial. Is it appropriate to proceed with the burial at this moment? Sun Pengzi pondered aloud. What does it matter? By tradition, this should not be done in such haste. Such actions are reserved for those who deserve their fate, Su Qianjin lamented. You may enter. I suspect they have inquiries for you as well. Entering the inner room, they found it filled with women, each offering words of comfort to the now conscious mother of Song Yong. Qin, you must find a way to carry on. Life must continue. You have 2 daughters and 3 grandsons, one woman urged. Yongzi must have been summoned by the Queen Mother to become an immortal. How could someone so young depart this world? Qin, take heart. Yongzi is enjoying bliss in the heavens. As Qin Fei and Sun Pengzi entered with their belongings, the room gradually fell silent. Qin Fei, do you know what happened to Yongzi? Upon encountering Qin Fei, Song Yong's mother was overwhelmed with tears, as if a dam had burst. He has followed you since childhood, and you two shared a close bond. Please, tell me how my son met his demise and why he is branded a criminal. Aunt, Qin Fei gently placed his belongings down and approached the bedside. Yong did not commit any crime. He acted to save others. He is a hero. Once the police conclude their investigation, they will provide you with answers. Is my little Yong truly a hero? Qin Fei's words pierced through her sorrow, and Song Yong's elder sister grasped his arm tightly. If he is a hero, then he must have sacrificed himself. Will the nation recognize him as a martyr and provide compensation? Qin Fei hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. It was unclear whether they could absolve Song Yong of the criminal label, and the chances of recognizing him as a martyr and granting financial support were slim. After all, he had been involved in the kidnapping of Song Wanwen from beginning to end. The police might not accept his good intentions as a form of redemption. He had already contemplated seeking out Song Yuanchao if necessary, disregarding the financial aspect, as it was imperative to clear his friend's name. Fatty, do you think we can have him recognized as a martyr and receive compensation? Song Yong's elder sister turned to son Fatty. With little Yong gone, who will take care of his parents? He acted to save others. Will the country not intervene? Well, sister, even if I bring this up with Fei Go, it might not lead to anything. Son Fatty stammered. Qin Fei interjected. We grew up alongside Yong. Now that he is gone, Fatty and I will be like sons to you, and we will ensure that you are never left wanting. With that, Qin Fei retrieved some money from his pocket and placed it into Song Yong's mother's hand. Aunt, this is a modest sum that Fatty and I have gathered. Please accept it, and we promise to visit you often. It was a meager amount, only 20 yuan, but Qin Fei's reluctance stemmed not from a lack of generosity, but from necessity. After offering further words of comfort, Qin Fei and son Fatty took their leave. Qin Fei, may I ask a favor of you? After they had walked a short distance, Song Yong's second sister caught up with them. Sister, what is it? Regardless of whether Yong is recognized as a martyr or receives any compensation, you must ensure he is not remembered as a criminal. Song Yong's second sister, Song Ting, was in tears. We all know what kind of person he was. He was always so gentle, even afraid to harm a chicken. How could he ever commit a crime? Rest assured, I will make it happen, Qin Fei promised. Though he typically disliked making assurances, this matter, however, was one he felt compelled to guarantee. As he and son Fatty made their way back to Shaosu village, both were engulfed in a profound sense of despair. The reality of Song Yong's absence weighed heavily upon them, although they had not seen him in a while. The innocent and sincere face they had known since childhood lingered in their minds. Now, that familiar visage remained, but the person was gone. Fei Ge. This situation must be connected to Zhang Liang, right? Son Fatty lamented. I should have acted sooner. When you suggested I talk to Yong, I should have forcibly taken him away. It's not your fault. The blame lies with me. I underestimated the situation. I've been so preoccupied with my own affairs that I failed to keep Yong's predicament at the forefront of my mind. Qin Fei replied with a heavy heart. Even if I couldn't persuade Yong to join me, I should have approached his parents to inform them of Zhang Liang's true nature, urging them to bring him back home. Fij, from now on, our relationship with Zhang Liang has reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Son, filled with resentment, had a confrontation with him this morning. There is no need for such animosity. As you conduct business in Shilin, it is prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor. Qin Fei patted Son's shoulder and said, All right, let's head home. It is time for me to return as well. As Qin Fei appeared on the back mountain, Cheng Miling hurried over with concern. Xiao Qin, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight? It's nothing. I just had a minor fall while riding my bike, Qin Fei replied with a smile. He then turned to his sister-in-law, Linine, and wearily said, Sister-in-law, could you please prepare a couple more dishes for dinner? Linine smiled and nodded, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on Qin Fei's retreating figure. Chapter 87. Rumors Greetings, Sister-in-law. At the small entrance of Lianhua village, a robust figure clad in a green military coat called out to Song Wenwen, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Song Wenwen paused momentarily. Recognizing the individual and with a flushed face, she hurried out of the school gate. From a distance, Qin Fei observed the interaction between the burly man and Song Wenwen, finding amusement in her flustered and embarrassed demeanor. The man, known as Biaozi, was quite the character, initially tasked with keeping watch outside the school for a few days. He had inadvertently befriended the old gatekeeper. With the year drawing to a close and many family obligations at hand, the kind-hearted gatekeeper, seeing that Biaozi was no troublemaker and eager to take over his duties, entrusted him with the responsibility of guarding the entrance. Song Wenwen, she inquired, pointing at Biaozi. Is that person someone you arranged? Yes, Qin Fei replied with a smile. I was a bit concerned, so I had Biaozi keep an eye on things here. My father arranged for someone. Song Wenwen whispered. You should focus on your own matters. I'm perfectly fine. Having an extra pair of hands is never a bad thing. Qin Fei remarked. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask Biaozi. He won't mind. Okay, Song Wenwen replied, gazing at Qin Fei. Your house will be ready tomorrow. Will you be able to move in? Almost, but I need to gather some essentials first. It will take a few more days before I can truly settle in, Qin Fei mused. How many classes do you have tomorrow? I have no classes. It's the end of the term. Suddenly, Qin who had been listening nearby, chimed in. Yaoyao is right. There are no classes tomorrow, just exams, Song Wenwen said, affectionately ruffling Yaoyao's hair. I can ask other teachers to help supervise. All right then, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning, Qin Fei replied. Really? When do you let me visit Song Yong's house? Song Wenwen suddenly asked. She had long wished to see Song Yong's home. For if it weren't for him, she shuddered to think of the consequences that day. Her mother, Qin Lan, shared the same sentiment and wanted to accompany her. But Qin Fei had intervened. Qin Fei's refusal stemmed from a desire to keep matters uncomplicated. In rural areas, when a young man in his 20s meets an untimely demise, it inevitably invites a torrent of speculation. Since the day Qin Fei and Sun Panzi visited Song Yong's house, Zhang Liang's father, Zhang Mingzi, had begun to disseminate rumors throughout the village, claiming to have heard them from his own son. Do you know how Song Yong died? Let me tell you. This incident is intricately tied to the third son of Qin Xinda from Xiaoshu village. Song Yong sacrificed himself to save his girlfriend, who is said to be a teacher at the village primary school. And Qin Fei, undoubtedly, must have been up to no good outside, provoking enemies. Otherwise, why would they target his girlfriend? I always said, how could the third son of the Qin family amass such wealth, building houses and buying motorcycles? If not through dubious means? It's unfortunate that this retribution has fallen upon Song Yong. Alas. Just wait, it will eventually catch up with him as well. Look at him, strutting about on his motorcycle, busier than the officials, with rumors swirling throughout the village. Allowing Song Wenwen to visit Song Yong's family would only serve to solidify the unfounded gossip. Qin Fei remained indifferent to the gossip circulating among the villagers. No matter how harsh their words, they would not deprive him of a single morsel of food or a penny earned. He wished to shield Song Wenwen from being ensnared in this tumult, especially considering the delicate nature of Song Yuanchao's identity. Wenwen, there is no rush regarding this matter. Qin Fei reassured her. As long as you're concerned, I will take care of things on the Yang family's side. All right, I will heed your advice. Song Wenwen nodded. You should take Yao home now. Nightfall is approaching. Upon returning to the hillside, Several women were still toiling away, their work not yet complete. Business had been flourishing at the three shops recently, leading to a shortage of hands, a concern Lin Yin had previously brought up. Without delay, Qin Fei sought out Song Yong's second sister to invite her to join the workforce. She agreed to discuss it with her family and promised to come if all was well. Xiao Qin, are you hosting a feast for the housewarming tomorrow? Cheng Miling, ever enthusiastic about gossip, particularly regarding her own boss, inquired. What feast can we have? The house is bare. Let us discuss it later. Qin Fei waved his hand dismissively. Sister Cheng, please gather everyone. We are distributing salaries. All right. Yue and Chao salaries are being handed out. Set aside your tasks. Cheng Miling's voice resonated like a gong. In recent days, everyone had been working diligently, often staying until 5 or 6 in the evening, standing there with a stack of envelopes in hand. Qin Fei observed the eager faces of the women present, all except Lin Yin, who appeared expectant. As the new year approaches, I understand that many of you have pressing matters at home. If anyone needs to take leave, please inform my sister-in-law. He continued, I prefer to avoid empty platitudes. I acknowledge all your hard work, and it will be reflected in your wages. With that, Qin Fei began to distribute the envelopes one by one. How does everyone feel about this month's wages and bonuses? Cheng Miling was the first to open her envelope. She didn't even need to look inside. The thickness of the envelope assured her that the amount was substantial. Her hands trembled with excitement as her eyes sparkled. Lin Yue and Aunt Chao, the eldest, also revealed smiles that could not be concealed after peering into their envelopes. Only Lin Yin clutched her envelope tightly without glancing inside. Someone will be coming in the next few days. I will trouble you, Sister Cheng, to guide them. Rest assured, boss, I will take good care of them. Cheng Miling replied with a smile, prompting laughter among the others. Now, I have another matter to discuss. Qin Fei chuckled lightly. As the new year approaches, I wish to provide some benefits for everyone. What do you think we should offer? Meat, fish, or something else? Will there be more items to distribute for the new year? Lin Yue exclaimed. Boss, won't this cut into your profits? Yue, do not worry about the boss. It is precisely because he is making money that he treats us so well, fearful that we might leave. Cheng Miling nudged Lin Yue playfully and exchanged knowing glances with Qin Fei. Boss, can we have both fish and meat? Then I won't need to buy anything for the new year. Very well, as Sister Cheng suggested, we will provide both fish and meat. Qin Fei declared with a sweeping gesture. Now, it's time to head home. It is already dark outside. Please be careful on your way back. After the three departed, only Qin Fei and Lin Yin remained in the room. Sister-in-law, it's time to prepare for the New Year's goods. Please draft a list. And I shall go shopping, Qin Fei suggested. All right, I'll write it up and hand it to you, Lin Yin replied coolly. I'll tidy up outside and start cooking shortly. Qin Fei nodded, pondering over his sister-in-law's recent peculiar behavior. Her demeanor was neither warm nor cold, seemingly an intentional effort to maintain distance. What could be troubling her? Had he failed in some regard, neglecting her needs? These thoughts swirled in Qin Fei's mind, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 88. The completion of the new house. Qin Fei, I feel a bit anxious. Songwen whispered as she nestled against his waist on the motorcycle's rear seat. What is there to be nervous about? Today we are merely visiting the new house. It's not as if I am taking you home to meet my parents, Qin Fei replied. But what if your parents show up? Song Wenwen countered. Surely they would want to see such a significant event as you moving into your new home. My mother might come to have a look, Qin Fei contemplated. However, my father won tea. He is currently upset with me and would never humble himself to come. At 8:30 in the morning, Qin Fei arrived at the new house with his beloved by his side. The large iron gate, painted a vibrant red, opened to reveal a spacious courtyard. A sizable bungalow with 2 living rooms and a towering white water tank in the back, standing over 10 meters tall. Little Qin, this must be Wenwen. Chao Liwa gazed at Song Wenwen as though she were admiring her future daughter-in-law. Oh my, she is truly beautiful. What a stunning young lady. Enough, you might scare her. Lao Song chuckled, pulling his wife back. Come on, Xiao Qin, let me show you around and point out what you need to pay attention to. The living room was adorned with tiled flooring, which not only looked appealing but was also slip-resistant and easy to clean. The bathroom and kitchen featured curved pipes to prevent unpleasant odors from wafting up during the summer. The master bathroom contained a toilet. While the public one featured a squat toilet, not many would be accustomed to using the toilet. Lao Song, brimming with excitement, enthusiastically described the new house to Qin Fei, detailing every feature as if recounting treasured memories. Songwoman followed quietly behind Qin Fei, her heart racing. This would soon become her home. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if her father could see Qin Fei's new house. He would never doubt her ability to adapt to life in the countryside. Wenwen, how do you feel? Yaoyao asked, linking arms with her and smiling. Sister-in-law. It's quite nice, Song Wenwen replied softly. This house, I can confidently say, you won't find another like it in Tongyang. Xiao Qin has put in tremendous effort. Yaoyao remarked. I used to wonder why he spent so much on building this house, but now I understand. It was all for you. Brother Jiang. I truly appreciate your help. It's far better than I had imagined. Qin Fei reflected, feeling deeply grateful. In his previous life, he never had the fortune to reside in such a splendid home. He turned to Song Wenwen and asked, Wenwen, what do you think? It's really good. Song Wenwen replied, somewhat flustered. Sister-in-law, please take Wenwen to see the master bedroom. I need to discuss something with Brother Jiang. As the two women made their way to the master bedroom, Qin Fei pulled Lao Zheng aside in the living room and produced a thick envelope from his pocket. Brother Jiang, this is the final payment. No, I cannot accept this money. I still owe you 6,000, Lao Zheng insisted, pushing the money back. Brother Jiang, this is a separate matter. The 6,000 is a loan, which I can repay at any time. This is the final payment for the house, Qin Fei pressed, placing the money into Lao Zheng's hands. What about the wages for your workers? Are you not going to pay them? How can they continue working for you? All right. I will accept it. I will repay the 6,000 as soon as possible, Lao Zheng said solemnly. And how will you do that? Having completed my task. Have you found your next job? Qin Fei said this with a hint of jest, then shifted the conversation. Brother Jiang, I have an idea. We could establish a construction team. There is a surge in construction everywhere. When I visited Qinghe City last time, the sites were abundant. In the future, a construction team will undoubtedly be in demand. You possess the technical skills and have a team. We could definitely start a construction venture. Here is what I propose. I will provide the funding, and you contribute the expertise and manpower. We can partner together. After hearing this, Brother Jiang fell into deep contemplation, seriously considering Qin Fei's proposition. There is no rush, Brother Jiang. Take your time to think it over. Once you've made a decision, let me know. And we can discuss the details later. Qin Fei offered old Jiang a cigarette. Don't leave for lunch. Come over to my place for a meal. Although it may require some effort from my sister-in-law to prepare the food, as my elder brother is quite busy. That is a minor issue. I will speak to her shortly, old Jiang replied. Just then, a roar of an engine echoed from outside. Qin Fei recognized the sound all too well. It was old Song's three-wheeled delivery truck. The courtyard gate had been left open when they entered, and old Jiang drove the vehicle into the yard. Stepping outside, Qin Fei was taken aback. Two individuals tumbled out of the truck bed, Zhou Libin and Sun Panzai, along with Yaoyao, who emerged from the passenger seat. What brings all of you here? Qin Fei asked in astonishment. Ha, how could we not come? It's a momentous occasion for you to enter your new home. Zhou Libin laughed heartily. Xiao Qin, you owe me your gratitude. I woke up early to fetch each of them. Old Song chimed in proudly. What about you, Yaoyao? Who is watching the shop? Qin Fei inquired. Dao Gu is at the shop. He wanted to come, but was concerned about his subordinate's reliability. So he sent me to inform you that he will visit separately next time, Yaoyao replied with a gentle smile. Qin Fei imagined the scene of the fierce-looking bald Dao Gu standing behind the counter selling sunflower seeds and wondered if it would frighten away the customers. Brother Fei, you have not conducted this matter properly. Such a significant event should have been communicated. I only learned of it from Brother Song. Sun Panzai playfully slapped Qin Fei's shoulder. I suggest we stop standing around and lend a hand, Zhou Libin urged as he opened the cargo door and jumped up, lifting a redwood chair. Inside old Song's truck bed was a complete set of freshly crafted redwood furniture. Song Wenwen and Chao Liwa, hearing the commotion from inside, also came out. This was the first time Zhou Libin met Song Wenwen, and he promptly jumped down from the truck bed holding the chair. You must be Wenwen. I am Zhou Libin. He greeted her warmly. Hello, Brother Zhou, Song Wenwen replied sweetly. Wonderful. My brother's choice of a wife is excellent. Zhou Libin could not help but exclaim. Ah, sister-in-law. I lack the prowess of Libin to gift you a full set of furniture, old Song interjected, stepping forward and producing a red envelope from his pocket. Presenting it to Song Wenwen. This envelope is meant for the lady of the house, after all. Of course. All the money will be under Teacher Song's management from now on. Sun Panzai teased, eliciting laughter from everyone. Sister-in-law, I am Yaoyao, she introduced herself with a smile. Yaoyao timidly stepped forward, for it was her first encounter with Song Wenwen. She retrieved a red envelope from her pocket and said, Sister-in-law, this is for you. This one is from Brother Dao. Sister-in-law, this is mine, chimed in Sun Pongzi, who promptly presented another red envelope. Song Wenwen's cheeks flushed crimson as she held the envelopes. Unsure of how to respond, her gaze fixed vacantly on Qin Fei. It's all right. You may keep them. Qin Fei smiled reassuringly. Oh dear, look at me. I've prepared nothing. Suddenly exclaimed Qiao Liwa. Where are the red envelopes? Does anyone have an extra for me? Sister-in-law, what more do you need? This house is the finest gift from you and brother Zhang. Qin Fei interjected, preventing Qiao Lihua from reaching for her money. No, I mean, you all have come here. But I haven't prepared anything. I haven't even arranged for lunch. I anticipated this. Your new house has just been completed. It must be quite a task to cook. Zhou Libin remarked as he pulled a large cardboard box from the cargo area. Your sister-in-law prepared this last night. It just needs to be heated up. How can I accept this? Qin Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Sister-in-law, please take Wenwen to the shop to buy some wine. No need. I've already prepared it. Sun Pengzi interjected, rummaging through another box. These are my father's collection. He specifically asked me to bring them upon hearing you were moving in. All right, enough standing around chatting. Let's move the items. Afterward, we can sit and talk. Zhou Libin called out. Everyone sprang into action, and the newly built house buzzed with the lively atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Song Wenwen felt a warmth welling up in her eyes. She was overwhelmed with happiness, her heart brimming with joy. Chapter 89. Let him drink my goodness. Xiao Qin, this bed of yours, if we were to travel back a century. Only the emperor could lie upon it. As they had just assembled the intricately carved rosewood bed, old Song couldn't help but exclaim, Zhou, your craftsmanship is exceptional. I must take good care of this furniture, as it could serve as a cherished heirloom, Qin Fei remarked, glancing at Zhou Libin. Brother Zhou, I shan't pay you for labor, but I will cover the cost of materials. What talk of money is this? This is a wedding gift for you and Xiao Song. When the time comes for celebrations, my wife and I will simply bring our presents. Zhou Libin hastily waved his hands. That won't do. This is far too precious. If you refuse payment, I shall take it apart and load it onto the cart myself, Qin Fei declared, pretending to dismantle the bed. He understood the value of this rosewood furniture, which would only appreciate over time. Oh dear, you all truly are something else. We are all family here. And discussing money feels rather unseemly. Old Song stopped Qin Fei, clapping his hands together. I propose this, when the lad at Libin's home arrives. You can return the favor with a generous red envelope. Brother Zhou, has your wife received good news? Qin Fei inquired. Indeed, we visited the hospital the day before yesterday. And it has been confirmed, Zhou Libin replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. So please do not mention money. My wife will have my head when we return home. A joyful occasion indeed. Qin Fei laughed heartily, ensuring that everyone drinks well tonight. No one is allowed to leave without indulging. Fei Ge, how can you conduct matters this way? Sun Fatty jested. The liquor is mine. The dishes belong to Brother Zhou, and even the table and chairs are his. Are you just here to provide company? Indeed, today I shall only contribute my presence. I pledge to accompany you all wholeheartedly. Qin Fei laughed, expressing his exuberance. In the kitchen, Qiao Liwa was busy preparing hot dishes while Yang Yu tended to the fire. Song Wenwen found herself merely standing idly, feeling a twinge of guilt as the lady of the house. She yearned to assist, yet found herself unable to contribute. Resolutely, she decided that during the winter break, she would learn to cook alongside her grandmother. Wenwen, go outside and converse with them. Warming a dish is quite swift, Qiao Lihua suggested. I think I will stay here. I cannot interject into their conversation. Song Wenwen smiled lightly. Sister-in-law, is there anything I can help with? Please bring over the peanuts so they can begin drinking. Qiao Lihua instructed. With a sense of purpose, Song Wenwen took the peanuts and entered the living room, where several men were already seated, toasting with wine. Sister-in-law, do join us. Xiao Song, do not busy yourself. Today you are the guest of honor. Please come sit with us. Song Wenwen felt quite flustered, her cheeks flushed, unable to utter a word. Wenwen, go fetch my sister-in-law, Qin Fei called, holding on to Song Wenwen. All right, Song Wenwen nodded obediently, scurrying off. Qin Fei was drinking with reckless abandon, and the others at the table gradually sensed something amiss. What was up with Xiao Qin today? It seemed he was intent on pouring for himself. Xiao Qin, do not drink so much. It is harmful to your health. Zhou Libin intervened, attempting to stop Qin Fei from pouring more for himself. Brother Zhou, today is a joyous occasion. Qin Fei slurred, his face already flushed. Xiao Qin. One must not indulge like this even in joy. We can drink, but there are times when we should refrain, Old Song remarked. Xiao Qin, you should stop drinking and have some food, Old Zheng said, rising to take the wine from Qin Fei's grasp. He turned towards the bedroom and called out, Li Hua, please serve a bowl of rice for Xiao Qin. The women had already finished their meal and were conversing in the master bedroom. Hearing the call, Chow Li Hua was about to get up when Song Wenwen stood up and said, Sister-in-law, I'll go. What are you doing? I just want to drink to my heart's content today. Can you not stop me? Qin Fei exclaimed, throwing a tantrum like a child. Don't hold me back. I'm not drunk yet. I want to drink. Old Song and Zhou Libin exchanged glances, both looking at Fatty Sunday. I truly don't understand what has gotten into Fei Good today. He has never behaved like this before. Fatty Sun shook his head. Should we let him drink? Old Jing inquired, as Qin Fei had already reclaimed the bottle. He looked at the others for their opinions. Let him drink, in this state. He'll be out cold after a couple more glasses, Zhou Libin suggested after a moment's thought. The commotion in the main room had drawn the women from the master bedroom. Song Wenwen, holding a bowl of rice, stared blankly as Qin Fei filled his glass and downed it in one go. Wenwen, you should intervene. One cannot drink like this. Chow Li Hua remarked. Lin, you can also step in. After all, you are his sister-in-law, and a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. Let him drink. He has something on his mind. Song Wenwen bit her lip and replied. Wenwen, let's head to the threshing ground and gather Qin Fei's belongings, Lin suggested. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, the meal finally concluded after Qin Fei had become thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Wuden let Old Song drive. Despite his insistence that he had hardly drunk enough to warrant concern, she instructed Chow Li Hua to take everyone to the village entrance to catch a ride. Once the festivities subsided, only Song Wenwen and Lin remained in the new house, along with Qin Fei, who lay unconscious on the bed. Lin began tidying up the aftermath while Song Wenwen kept watch over Qin Fei in the master bedroom. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she gazed at Qin Fei, whose heavy breathing and flushed face made her ponder the evening's arrangements. Someone needed to care for him. Lin, I must return to school tonight. I will have to trouble you with Qin Fei, Song Wenwen said. It wasn't that she feared being alone with Qin Fei and attracting rumors, but rather that her father, Song Yuanchao, had set a rule requiring her to call him every night by 6 o'clock from the school to assure him of her safety. If she failed to return to school tonight, her father might very well come searching for her. You can't not go back? Lin asked, slightly taken aback. As she assumed that with Qin Fei in such a state, Song Wenwen would surely be reluctant to leave. It's my dad. If he finds out I'm not at school tonight, he will definitely come looking for me, Song Wenwen said with exasperation. Lin, my dad does not support my relationship with Qin Fei. If he discovers I stayed here for the night, he will surely force me to part ways with him. Well, in that case, Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. I'll go fetch Sister Cheng to come and keep you company for a while, and then we can head to school to pick up Yaoyao. As night fell, Lin secured the large gate of the courtyard. The little girl Qin Yao entered the new house, her heart brimming with excitement as she bounced around, expressing her fondness for her new home. Yaoyao, you must listen to your Uncle San and Aunt San from now on. Do you understand? Lin gently helped her daughter tuck in the blankets. There were no extra beds in this new space, so she moved 2 rosewood chairs and fashioned a small bed for Yaoyao. Mom, I understand. Uncle San and Aunt San are the best to me. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. Where will you sleep, Mom? Your Uncle San has had too much to drink. I need to keep an eye on him. I will make a small bed for myself to sleep on later, Lin replied, placing her hand on Yaoyao's forehead. Now off to sleep. Once Qin Yao drifted into a deep slumber, Lin quietly entered the master bedroom. Chapter 90. Lin has departed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Lin sat quietly on the chair beside the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Qin Fei. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Fei stirred in his sleep, mumbling for water, struggling to sit up. Lin promptly brought a bowl of water to his lips. He drank greedily and soon drifted back to slumber. Wenwen. Yongzi, why are you so foolish? In the dead of night, Lin, dozing in the chair, was startled awake by Qin Fei's murmurs. She quickly moved to the bedside, feeling his forehead, which was alarmingly hot. Rising, she went to the bathroom, soaked a towel in cold water, and placed it on his brow. After tending to him, sleep eluded her as she gazed out at the moonlight, pondering the hour. Third uncle, wake up quickly. The next morning, Qin Fei was roused by his niece, Qin Yao, shaking him. Yaoyao, what is it? Third uncle. Mother is missing. Awakened abruptly, Qin Fei sat up. Third uncle, I didn't see mother when I got up this morning. I even went to the back mountain to look for her, but she is nowhere to be found. Qin Yao's voice trembled, threatening tears. I found this on the table. It's a letter from mother. In her hand was a letter. Yaoyao, do not be afraid. Mother has not vanished. She must have gone out for some reason. Qin Fei comforted her while opening the letter. Qin Fei, I am truly sorry for leaving without a word. A month ago, I received a letter from Hong Kong. My parents and brother are eagerly awaiting my return to reunite with them. After much contemplation, I have decided to leave this place. The box you entrusted to me is placed in the cabinet by your bed, and I took 1,000 yuan for my journey, which I promised to repay. I can only entrust Yaoyao to you. You have been so good to her, and I am at ease. Song is a wonderful girl. You both are well-suited. And I fear I may not make it to your wedding, so I extend my best wishes for your everlasting happiness in advance. Lastly, Qin Fei, I sincerely thank you for your kindness to us. If time permits, I, Linine, will repay your generosity. After reading the letter, Qin Fei's mind was a blank slate. His sister-in-law had left, journeying to Hong Kong to reunite with her parents and brother. But why hadn't she mentioned it? Did she fear someone would prevent her departure? Third uncle, what should we do? Mother is missing. Yaoyao cried out. Yaoyao, do not cry. I am here. Qin Fei lifted her into his arms. Mother hasn't disappeared. She has gone to find your uncle and grandparents, and she will return. When she comes back, she will bring you many delicious treats and beautiful clothes. Having finally calmed Yaoyao, Qin Fei promptly got out of bed and hurried to the back mountain. Cheng Miling and the others were busy. Upon spotting Qin Fei, Cheng Miling jogged over. Xiaoqin, where is Linine today? Why is she not around? Sister Cheng, my sister-in-law has returned to her family for a while. We will need to rely on you from now on. Qin Fei spoke earnestly, stating that his sister-in-law must have instructed you on how to proceed. Simply follow her guidance. If we are short-staffed, we shall have to bear the burden for now. I will seek out 2 more individuals to assist us in the coming days. After delivering these words, Qin Fei did not afford Cheng Miling the opportunity to continue gossiping. He mounted his motorcycle and took Yaoyao to school. My sister-in-law has departed. Upon finding Song Wenwen in the office, Qin Fei's first inquiry was about this matter. She has gone? How did she leave? Song Wenwen momentarily faltered, confused as to whom he was referring. She went to Hong Kong. Qin Fei sighed. Sister Lin, what is she going to Hong Kong for? It's not easy to get there, is it? Song Wenwen exhaled in relief. Thinking that the procedures for traveling to Hong Kong were not straightforward, how could Linine manage it alone? My sister-in-law's parents and brother are in Hong Kong. They sent her a letter, so arrangements have likely been made for her arrival, Qin Fei pondered. The crucial concern is Yaoyao. I worry that she might overthink things. With school closing for the holidays tomorrow, how about this? Let Yaoyao come back to Shilin with me for a few days? Song Wenwen remarked. You're busy every day and hardly have time for her. All right, I must trouble you then. Qin Fei nodded in agreement. After Lin Yin's departure, Qin Fei became thoroughly engrossed in work. The business at the 3 stores was beyond bustling. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters with the Spring Festival gift boxes, yet their sales surpassed all expectations. In addition to delivering goods to each store, during particularly hectic times, he also had to personally roast sunflower seeds. Song Yang's second sister, Song Ting, had already come to work and even brought her sister-in-law along. They had a discussion between them. Qin Fei, is it related to Zhang Liang regarding Yongzi? Yes, but I can only speculate. We are powerless in this situation. The village gossiping about you is largely instigated by Zhang Liang's father, Zhang Mingzi. I've spoken to my parents about this. You are not to be blamed. Sister, it matters not. Let them talk. I have enough flesh to spare. You've endured enough. I understand your reluctance to explain, not wanting to drag Zhang Liang into this. Fearing that others may find out Yongzi has been following him, which would tarnish his reputation. Sister, let us not dwell on this. Just keep me informed about any family matters in the future. From now on, consider me your younger brother to command. In the Tong County Committee Auditorium, Song Yuanxiao was organizing an annual work summary meeting for the entire county. Representatives from various towns took turns presenting reports, and with each report, Song Yuanxiao's frustration grew. All were mere superficialities, none addressing the pressing issues, nor exhibiting any resolve for the forthcoming year. After all the town representatives had reported, he said, "Allow me to share my thoughts." He adjusted the microphone, and the audience of dozens held their breath, preparing for what was to come. The new secretary had been in office for nearly a month, yet there had been no bold directives or significant changes. Everything remained as usual. Everyone speculated that this summary meeting would herald some action from Secretary Song. It's all just official rhetoric, flowery language, and empty platitudes, utter nonsense. Song Yuanxiao slammed the table, his expression fervent. What is the essence of our central spirit? It is to ensure that the common people prosper and live well. And what are you doing? preoccupying yourselves with how to embellish reports? The atmosphere in the vast auditorium plummeted to a chilling silence, as if the temperature had dropped below freezing. Not a single individual pointed out the pain points of development, nor did anyone contemplate the strategies for the coming year. Not even a goal was established. Some may say that my descent from the municipal agency is merely for self-aggrandizement, that once my term concludes, I shall depart. Thus they aim to placate me with superficial pleasantries, believing that if I am content, all is well. I assert here and now that I, Song Yuan Chao, have come to effectuate real change, to undertake tangible tasks that will genuinely enrich the lives of the populace. Many of you I am meeting for the first time, and you may perceive me as lacking in compassion, losing my temper at a grand assembly, making the situation awkward for everyone. Comrades, we are here to accomplish meaningful work, not to present a facade. Ensuring a better life for the people is the most commendable side of all. Lacking targets yourselves. I shall set one for you. The singular focus of our efforts for the coming year must be to assist the masses in attaining prosperity, to demonstrate our government's resolve. I propose that at the onset of the new year, we host a grand wealth celebration throughout the entire county. Chapter 91, The Situation at the Zhou's Boss. Give me 2 pounds of 5 spice and 3 pounds of caramel. Do you still have that spring gift box? When will it be available? I'm eagerly waiting to give it as a gift. Boss, please bring me 10 pounds of peanuts. The fragrant 5-spice melon seed shop on New Street in Sherlin Town was bustling with life, teeming with customers. The father-son duo of the Sun family were busy beyond measure. A scene mirrored simultaneously in Gaoha and Looting. At 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings as Fatty Sun secured the shop door and leaned closer to his father, who was busy tallying the day's earnings. Father, how much did we make today? 20 more than yesterday, Dr. Sun replied without lifting his head. Splendid. Fatty Sun clapped his hands in delight. Following Brother Fei's lead in earning money was truly exhilarating. He felt assured that he would have enough for his wedding next year. After a long pause, Dr. Sun raised his head to gaze at his son. What we earn is trivial. It's Brother Qin who brings in the substantial amounts. Father. Fatty Sun detected the underlying meaning in his father's words and furrowed his brow. Please refrain from speaking like that in the future. Brother Fei earns more because he is capable. He deserves it. Without him, I would still be idling in the village. You're repeating this again, Doctor. Sun tugged at his brow. As the saying goes, water flows downwards while people ascend. If Xiao Fei leads you onto the right path, our family should be grateful to him. But what does it have to do with your own progress? Father, I do not understand your words. In any case, I will follow Brother Fei for life, Fatty Sun shrugged. You are truly obtuse. Dr. Sun pulled his son closer, speaking earnestly. We can certainly venture out on our own. This business is not difficult. We know the ropes. Wouldn't it be better for us to earn big ourselves? Father, Fatty Sun exclaimed. Please do not utter such words again. You are asking me to betray Qin Fei, which is out of the question, even if I have to beg on the streets. I will not let Brother Fei down. You are my son. I cannot blame you. If anyone else said this to me, I would not tolerate it. Doctor. Sun looked at his son, exasperated, and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. I won't mention it again. We will continue to work for Qin Fei and earn money for him. Is that satisfactory? Father, that is not how it should be said. Fatty Sun's expression turned serious. Without Brother Fei, could we have what we have today? Moreover, what is wrong with following him? He is bound to grow even more successful. How could he forget about me? Even if we were to go out on our own, which of us possesses the business acumen of Brother Fei? Father, please. For the sake of our relationship, do not bring this up again. Otherwise, I will have no face to meet Brother Fei. Upon hearing his son's words, Dr. Sun shot him a disapproving glance and snorted coldly before returning to his calculations. The conversation reached a stalemate, with both father and son realizing they could not persuade one another. Fatty Sun contemplated whether he should confide in Qin Fei. His father had been growing increasingly close to a prominent businessman in the city, and he suspected something might be brewing. Dr. Sun, too, was pondering. His son was a naive fool, with only Qin Fei in his eyes as a competent figure. He realized he could not share everything with his son moving forward. Trust is a chain. Once it breaks, the distance between them would only grow. Recently, the head of the Sherlin Town Police Station, Zhou Tongwei, has been in exceptionally high spirits. The position of Deputy Director of the Tong County Public Security Bureau has become vacant, and he is almost a shoo-in for the role. He successfully rescued the county party secretary's daughter from a kidnapping, and he has thoroughly dismantled a criminal gang led by Sun Dachui in Sherlin Town, adding yet another significant achievement to his record. With such accomplishments, who else could possibly be promoted? With less than 10 days until the new year, his home has been bustling with visitors, all envious of the position that will soon be vacated by him. On this particular evening, as the clock approached 8, Zhou Tongwei had just seen off the deputy town head, who had come to plead on behalf of his nephew. Upon returning indoors, he brewed another pot of tea, clearly anticipating more guests. "Happy New Year, Director Zhou," exclaimed the newcomer, entering with 2 hands full of gift boxes, quickly correcting himself. "No, I should say, Director Zhou now. You rascal, don't flatter me." Zhou Tongwei rose, smiling at the young man he held in high regard. "Please, have a seat, Director Zhou. I know you must be busy with the new year approaching, so I came early to extend my wishes." Zhang Liang placed his items on a nearby table. "It seems I have arrived late." "Not at all. I knew you would come, so I specially brewed a pot of new tea." Zhou Tongwei chuckled. The deputy town head didn't receive such hospitality. "With all due respect, I must stand while drinking this tea," Zhang Liang replied, lifting his cup. "I toast to our protector of Shilin. You little charmer, where did you learn to be so smooth-tongued?" Zhou Tongwei feigned annoyance, though internally he was quite pleased. "How is the sand extraction site coming along?" "The equipment has been installed, and we will commence operations after the new year." Good, good. This sand extraction site is a town-run enterprise. If managed well, it can significantly contribute to the county's finances. Do not let me down. I have made assurances in the town. Rest assured, Director Zhou, I will work diligently to ensure the success of the extraction site," Zhang Liang declared, thumping his chest. "You are quite astute. I have faith in you. However, I must remind you to act prudently and not give anyone leverage against you." "Do not worry, I understand," Zhang Liang assured, cradling his teacup. "I will not cause you any trouble. It is not about causing me trouble. It is about avoiding complications for the party and the government," Zhou Tongwei corrected him. "You are now the legal representative of a legitimate enterprise. Do not cling to old ways, understand? Whether I understand or not is irrelevant. I am merely your weapon, Director Zhou. You point, and I will strike," Zhang Liang chuckled. "Ha, you rascal, you only know how to speak sweetly." Zhou Tongwei raised his cup to clink with Zhang Liang's. "When you leave, take a few items with you to bless your family for the new year. I do not have the time to go myself, so extend my regards." "Director, you need tea. Enough of that. I consider you like a nephew in private. This is only proper." Zhou Tongwei interrupted. "Listen to me. Take a few things back. Otherwise, I will not accept your gifts." "Director, what's inside that red New Year gift box?" "The packaging is quite exquisite." Zhang Liang turned to look at the table piled high with gifts. "It appears to be some delightful sunflower seeds and peanuts, beautifully packaged, exuding an air of prestige." "Which explains the multitude of gifts," Zhou Tongwei remarked. "Please take that with you when you leave." "Certainly, Director Zhou. I shall not be courteous," Zhang Liang replied, nodding. He then rose and added, "It is getting late, so I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer." Zhou Tongwei responded, "Indeed, take your time returning. Once the new director is appointed, I will arrange for you to become acquainted." Zhou Tongwei accompanied Zhang Liang to the entrance. "Very well, Director Zhou, you should return quickly. The wind outside is quite chilly." Zhang Liang hastened a few steps to the door, voluntarily pulling it shut as he stepped into the biting cold.